Upon arriving on the island, Chingye found himself accompanied by an unreliable system, having traversed into the world of Naruto. His task was remarkably simple: to rescue those characters burdened with unresolved sentiments, one by one. Consequently, he saved Shoujo, fished out Duan, nurtured 3 little rogues from the Rain Village, and inadvertently transformed the weeping child of the Uchiha clan into the sweetest Toby in the entire village. Until one fateful day, the aged Uchiha Madara grasped his hand and remarked, "You should not wish for my survival." Chingye remained silent for a brief moment before he resurrected the man. Now, we can have a proper discussion. Chapter 1. The Meeting of 2 Orphans. In Konoha, golden rays of sunlight cascaded along the riverbank, creating a scene of serene tranquility on a spring evening. Today, Uchiha Obito had just been promoted to Chunin, yet he walked the path with a dejected demeanor, until he suddenly lifted his gaze toward the riverbank not far off. There, he beheld a figure clad in white, leisurely engaged in fishing. The individual appeared slightly younger than him, dressed in light short sleeves and shorts, with a cloak adorned with cherry blossoms draped over his shoulders. "Chingye!" Obito exclaimed, sliding down the dirt slope in a couple of swift strides to reach the young man's side, his black eyes behind orange goggles widening in surprise. "It's almost dark. Aren't you going to reel in your line and head home?" Upon peering into the empty fish bucket, Obito felt a pang of sympathy, realizing that this person was even worse off than he was. "Seriously, how long have you been fishing without a single bite?" Upon seeing the empty hook, Chingye silently retracted his fishing rod, slightly frowning as he gazed at the astonished Obito. "It's all your fault for shouting so loudly earlier. You scared the fish away. Otherwise, I would definitely have caught something by now. Once I reel in this one, I'll catch another, and then I'll have 2. After that, I'll catch 1 more, and that will make 3. Then dinner will be secured." Obito twitched his lips in disbelief. Was there truly such a method of calculating fish catches? It was utter nonsense. "Don't bother. The turtle's pace is slower than if I were to wade into the river and catch them myself." With that, Obito swiftly removed his shoes, rolled up his pant legs, and cautiously stepped into the water. Fortunately, the depth was manageable, and once the water reached his knees, he ceased advancing further. Peering through his goggles, he meticulously observed the fish swimming about. He aimed for one, but his attempt was swift yet futile. Obito's expression darkened. His already poor mood was further exacerbated. At that moment, the individual on the shore inquired, "By the way, Obito, what did you end up here? Weren't you all excited to go to the park half an hour ago? You were even holding a bouquet of roses." Upon hearing this, Obito lost his footing and fell awkwardly into the water. When he resurfaced, not only was his attire soaked, but his face was also flushed with embarrassment. "How do you know about that?" "I went to—" Obito's gaze was filled with astonishment and a hint of grievance. Why had this fellow seen him beneath the cherry blossom tree in the park, searching for Rin? Nonetheless, he should only have witnessed him holding the roses and not understood the true purpose of his visit. Taking a deep breath, Obito regained his composure. Just then, Chingye spoke up, his words piercing right through Obito's heart. "By the look on your face, it seems you failed to confess to Miss Rin?" Uchiha Obito was momentarily speechless. In an instant, his face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, and in frustration, he splashed a handful of water toward Chingye. Fortunately, the distance was insufficient for the spray to reach him. "If you keep talking, I won't let you have any fish," Obito declared, clearly irked. Chingye blinked innocently, gesturing with his hands to convey both apology and surrender. This year marked the 2nd since he had entered the world of Naruto. He had deliberately adjusted his appearance to resemble that of a mere 9-year-old child. His identity was that of an orphan seemingly adopted by a kind couple in Konoha, who tragically passed away due to unforeseen illness 6 months prior, leaving him once again alone in the world. However, for Shoto Naru's, this was hardly a concern. All he desired was a legitimate identity as a resident of Konoha. Having long surpassed the typical age for enrollment in the Ninja Academy, he did not press the issue, for even without attending, he would not be illiterate. As for his acquaintance with Uchiha Obito, it was entirely due to an incident one day when an elderly woman collapsed at his feet. Before he could comprehend whether this old woman was feigning distress, the impulsive Obito rushed over, demanding to know why he did not assist her and why he merely stood by with indifference. He even questioned whether Naru's had been the one to cause her fall. Naru's, initially disinclined to engage, turned coldly and attempted to walk away. Perhaps his demeanor reminded Obito of the equally arrogant Kakashi in their team, prompting him to feel an irresistible urge to confront this irritating individual who refused to respond. Had it not been for the timely awakening of the old woman, who hastily clarified that the incident had nothing to do with the white-haired boy. Obito, gripping the collar of Naru's, might have been compelled to unleash a punch upon his face. Subsequently, Obito awkwardly released him, and he soon learned from the surrounding onlookers that the white-haired boy was an orphan who had recently lost his foster parents, living in a pitiable state all alone. These revelations left Obito in a state of contemplation for an extended period. The following day, Naru's ventured out to fish casually when he was unexpectedly approached by a breathless Obito, who sincerely apologized for his impulsive behavior from the previous day. Sharing the bond of having lost their parents, Obito felt a profound understanding of Naru's sentiments. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Obito, and my dream is to become Hokage. My name is Shoto Naru's. Beneath the setting sun, the two children clasped hands in reconciliation. Chapter 2. Excellent. Full of spirit. By the time Obito finally showcased his prowess and caught 3 fish, the sky had nearly darkened. The gentle sound of the river flowed beside them, and the flickering fireflies reflected the faint stars above. Uchiha set down the bucket meant for the fish and offered his right hand to Obito, still in the water. All right, let me help you up. Obito paused for a moment, glancing at his drenched self, and with a hearty laugh, he replied, no need. After all, I am a Chunin. I can manage this much. With that, he let out a low shout and leaped out of the water in an exaggerated manner, splashing water directly onto Uchiha's face. That's why I said to pull Obito up. My apologies. Realizing his mistake, Obito sheepishly scratched the back of his head and sincerely apologized to Uchiha. Sia said nothing further, casually picking up the fish bucket and strolling leisurely in the direction of home, while wringing out his clothes. Obito quickly caught up with him and eagerly suggested, Sia, why not come over to my house tonight? For what purpose? Uchiha glanced at Obito. The latter's dark eyes gleamed with anticipation as they darted toward the fish bucket, and Uchiha suddenly understood. All right, in light of your failed confession, I shall prepare something delicious to comfort you. Obito interjected. There was no failure. He retorted loudly, his face flushed. For he hadn't even had the chance to voice it. It was all Kakashi's fault. Rin's attention had been entirely on him at that moment. How infuriating. Well then, no failure. Just try again next time, Uchiha said, patting Obito on the shoulder. Obito stared blankly, taken aback by the gentle and tolerant tone of the person who had just patted him, a stark contrast to his seemingly aloof and distant appearance. It was entirely different from Kakashi, who often spoke in a rude and arrogant manner. Obito gazed intently at Uchiha's profile, and after a few seconds, he suddenly closed his eyes, ruffled his hair, and turned his face away. How embarrassing. Here he was, a proud Uchiha with his sharing on. Yet he constantly imagined his best friend as a beautiful girl. However, one could hardly blame him. Sia's appearance was indeed quite misleading. It was one thing to have a handsome face, but his unique eye color, a striking grayish-blue heterochromia, would leave a lasting impression on anyone who beheld it. His long white hair hung past his shoulders without any indication of a desire for a trim, and he was often seen donning a sakura pink haori. Truly, anyone who saw him would likely mistake him for a girl. It had only been half a year since Obito, in his naivete, had nearly resorted to violence due to such misunderstandings. After a few moments, Obito, feeling guilty, turned back to face Sia, pretending to adjust his goggles while curiously inquiring. By the way, who designed this haori for you? It's not a haori. Huh. It's practically dragging on the ground. What else could it be? It's my owaji. Owaji? This is the 4th time I've had to explain this to you. If you forget again, I might just lose my patience. Obito, though not comprehending the latter part, could tell from Sia's expression that if he continued to ask foolish questions, there would be no delicious fish for dinner later. 20 minutes later, Uchiha Obito returned to his home with his good friend. Since both their houses were devoid of adults, they felt particularly spacious. However, after spending time together, Obito found that the coolness of the night was enriched with a touch of warmth. The only downside was that the Uchiha clan forbade outsiders from entering their homes. So Sia's visits were few and far between. Fortunately, this did not hinder Sia from efficiently bustling about in the kitchen. Haha. Obito laughed happily, sneezing, before dashing back to his room to change out of his wet clothes. When he emerged, he was startled to find an unexpected guest in the house. Kakashi stood there, looking at Obito and pointing at himself, seemingly so excited that he stumbled over his words. He finally managed to speak calmly. Lord Minato sent me to inform you that there is a mission tomorrow that requires us to leave the village. I already knew about that. Obito retorted. And you shouldn't treat the Uchiha residence like it's your own home, coming and going as you please. Kakashi shot back. Knowing and not being late are 2 different matters. That's why I came to remind you, and also to inquire when you'll get rid of that chronic tardiness of yours. No need for your concern. Just leave. Obito urged, pushing him out. Kakashi cast a casual glance towards the kitchen and teased, besides me. Isn't there another Uchiha in your house? Hey. Kakashi deftly sidestepped Obito and leaned in, only to lock eyes with Uchiha, who was carrying a plate. Oh, it's Kakashi. Tonight's main dish is fish. If you haven't eaten yet, why not join us? Sure, Kakashi readily agreed, glancing at Obito, whose expression had turned to stone. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he began frantically searching his memory for when Kakashi had become acquainted with his best friend, only to realize he had no recollection of it. Oh, Uchiha Obito felt utterly frantic. It was clear he hadn't spent enough time with Sia. Otherwise, how could he have overlooked such an important detail? By the time Uchiha finished preparing and brought the steaming dinner to the table, Obito was still engaged in his usual banter with Kakashi. Since you're here for a free meal, you better wash the dishes before you leave. I'm a guest. You're the host. It's unreasonable to ask a guest to wash the dishes. Well, it's also unreasonable for a guest to make the host do all the cooking without lifting a finger. Kakashi continued to retort. Obito, feeling somewhat guilty, glanced at Uchiha and vehemently countered. That's because Sia's fish is tastier. So, Sia cooks, and you wash the dishes. That's a fair rule. Kakashi swiftly interrupted. Clearly, when it came to this matter, Obito could not outmatch his rival, and his previously fierce demeanor visibly deflated. Witnessing this, Uchiha dried his hands and, as he passed by, affectionately ruffled the hair of the only straight male in the Uchiha household. With both of them so spirited, it appeared they weren't too hungry after all. Calmly, he took a seat. Gurgle, gurgle. As soon as Sia finished speaking, Obito's stomach growled in response. His face instantly turned crimson. Fortunately, Sia feigned ignorance, casually handing chopsticks to both of them. Let us eat. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. Don't you both have a mission tomorrow? Kakashi lightly pulled down his mask, revealing a handsome face that could make any girl swoon. Then I won hold back. Obito glared at Kakashi in frustration and disdain, gripping his chopsticks tightly as he attempted to grab the fragrant fish from the plate. However, the next moment, his chopsticks clashed with Kakashi's, both seemingly vying for the same piece. The atmosphere instantly froze, thick with tension. Uchiha sighed softly, seizing the opportunity as the two pairs of chopsticks clashed back and forth, and calmly snatched away the piece of fish. Delicious. Chapter 3. Quite amusing. At the outset of the meal, the atmosphere was thick with tension. However, Kakashi soon relished the delightful taste of fish, leaving no time to continue sparring with Obito. After 5 or 6 minutes, Kakashi set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and swiftly pulled up his mask to conceal most of his face, revealing only a pair of seemingly languid, yet piercingly dark and composed eyes. I am satiated. Thank you for the hospitality. Kakashi remarked with an air of maturity that belied his age. Observing his feigned profundity, Obito's irritation bubbled over. Hey, Kakashi, you. But before he could finish his sentence, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke. Obito gaped in astonishment for 2 seconds, then clenched his chopsticks in frustration. He actually bolted after finishing the meal, to feast and drink at his place, only to leave without a trace. What a vexation. At the very least, he could have stayed to wash the dishes. That fool Kakashi. Seeing Obito's teeth gritted, as if he might crush the rice in his bowl with sheer resentment, Nakanishi chuckled and shook his head. He left his seat and wandered into the kitchen. The fact that the children could bicker indicated a healthy bond. Moreover, in the original narrative, during this period, Obito and Kakashi were indeed companions and rivals, albeit the rivalry was solely perceived by Obito. Nonetheless, their friendship remained intact. I've just prepared the last fish. Would you like me to cook it for you to take along on your mission tomorrow? Nakanishi inquired. Obito felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks. No, that's unnecessary. If I took food with me, Kakashi would undoubtedly mock me for being overly sentimental. Then I shall place it in the refrigerator. You can prepare it for yourself upon your return from the mission. Obito dazedly nodded, his mind drifting elsewhere, completely failing to register Nakanishi's words. As he watched Nakanishi bustle between the kitchen and living room, he curiously asked, Sia, when exactly did you meet Kakashi? I have no recollection of it at all. You certainly wouldn't know, Nakanishi replied, for I have known him longer than I have known you. What? Obito was incredulous. So he was the latecomer? It struck him as peculiar that the two individuals he felt closest to were familiar with one another, while he remained entirely oblivious. It was evident that after Nakanishi answered, he had no intention of elaborating further. Obito's curiosity became insatiable as he hurriedly finished his last bite of rice, only to choke unexpectedly, turning beet red as he pounded his chest in distress, unable to swallow. At that critical moment, a cup of water was promptly extended to him. Obito swiftly accepted the glass, tilting his head back to gulp it down, letting out a long sigh of relief as he felt rejuvenated. "See ya," he gasped gratefully, then grasped Nakanishi-sea's slender arm. "Why don't you just stay the night?" Nakanishi-sea tilted his head in confusion. "Why?" Obito, embarrassed to admit his desire to learn more about Kakashi, concocted an excuse. "Because it's so dark outside. The path home isn't safe." "It's all right." Nakanishi-sea shrugged off. Obito insisted. "No, you should sleep here. We can chat." Nakanishi-sea raised an eyebrow. "Chat about what?" "The romantic dilemmas of a teenage boy?" Teased in such a manner, Obito's face burned with embarrassment. What do you know about such things, you little brat?" "Have you been learning bad habits from that brooding late-chair Kakashi?" The indignation bubbled within him. "I'll settle the score with him tomorrow. Actually, that's not the case. Since I met Kakashi, we've only crossed paths 3 times. Huh, only 3 times. Obito's excitement faltered, realizing that he had spent the most time with Sia. In the blink of an eye, he straightened his back, a subtle joy blossoming within him, akin to the relief of reclaiming something that had almost been taken away. Unbeknownst to him, this feeling had a name: possessiveness. "What are you grinning about?" Nakanishi-sea once again found himself perplexed by Obito's emotional shifts. Moments ago, he had been indignant, and now he appeared elated. Did children's emotions fluctuate so rapidly? Yet, he remained unaware that in Obito's eyes, he was the one who should be cared for. Acknowledging that he was the elder, Obito felt compelled to assume the role of the protective older brother. Thus, he reined in his exuberance, gently pushing Nakanishi-sea's back. "All right, it's settled then. You're staying at my place tonight. Sia, you should rest now. I'll take care of the rest." He stepped forward to tidy up the remnants of their meal. "Really?" Nakanishi-sea eyed him skeptically. "Why do you look at me like that? I've managed on my own for many years. I can handle this." Surprised by Obito's casual mention of having lived alone for so long, Nakanishi-sea fell silent. After all, his own orphan status was fabricated, while Obito's was genuine. A wave of complex emotions washed over him as he earnestly patted Obito on the shoulder. "Then I'll leave it to you. Just don't break any dishes." Obito jumped in protest. "Quit underestimating me." Before long, Nakanishi-sea found himself quietly waiting in Obito's room. Unsurprisingly, he soon heard a cacophony of clattering from the kitchen, followed by the distinct sound of a dish shattering. A mental image of Obito, cautiously cradling his head with a look of utter dismay, flashed through his mind, and he imagined the scene of him stepping out to inquire about the commotion, which he found amusing. However, out of respect for Obito, he refrained from stepping outside to mock him, instead feigning ignorance while seated at the desk. There lay a freshly displayed photo of Team Minato, for individuals captured in time. Although 2 bore expressions of indifference, the overall ambience of the photograph was harmonious. Obito was now less than 2 years away from the fateful day he would disappear during the battle at the bridge of heaven and earth. It was truly hard to fathom that this bright, kind-hearted Obito, who always helped the elderly cross the street, would eventually transform into someone cold and ruthless. "Sia? What are you looking at?" Just then, Obito entered, drying his hands. Nakanishi-sea calmly replied, "I'm looking at someone's secret crush." Obito rushed over, clutching the frame protectively to his chest, his face flushed once more. "Why do you always tease me about this?" "It's not teasing, it's admiration." Obito froze, his gaze locking onto Nakanishi-sea's unique, grayish-blue eyes, which seemed tinged with melancholy in the soft light. He recalled that, like him, perhaps Sia had no photographs with anyone in this place, which was why he envied him. After a brief pause, Obito suppressed the heat rising to his face, walked over to set the frame down, and attempted to sound cheerful. "No need to be envious. When I return from my mission tomorrow, let us go to a photo studio and take one to hang here." He affectionately tousled Nakanishi-sea's hair, flashing a bright, sunny smile that revealed his perfect white teeth. Chapter 4. Is it a bit early? Obito's dark, clear eyes sparkled like gemstones, his face alight with optimism. Nakanishi-sea hadn't anticipated that Obito would think he was envious of the photograph. After several seconds of silence, he suppressed the urge to explain, nodding with a gentle smile. "All right, when you return, we'll go." Upon hearing the affirmative response, Obito's grin widened. Suddenly, he froze, as if jolted by a current, quickly retracting his hand from atop Nakanishi-sea's head. Nakanishi-sea tilted his head in confusion. With a hint of embarrassment, Obito inquired, "Naru, when do you plan to get your hair cut? What is the purpose of cutting hair?" Obito inhaled sharply, a flicker of irritation in his voice. "Because I often mistake you for a girl." Naru, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. Sensing that his words might wound Naru's pride, Obito hastily added, "I don't mean to imply that you lack masculinity. It's just that long hair truly doesn't suit you." "Why doesn't it?" Naru questioned. "Because it's bad for my heart." Obito awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Though I would love to have an adorable little sister, I can't truly see you as a girl. Oh, I see. Naru nodded. Are you worried that if we walk together like this, Miss Rin or other girls might see us and misinterpret it, thereby jeopardizing your romantic prospects? Huh. Obito exclaimed, realizing this issue for the first time. No, that's not what I'm worried about. What I mean is, having short hair is safer. You have no idea about the eccentric and unsightly old men lurking outside the village. Without my protection, you, defenseless as you are, might attract unwanted attention. Just like a concerned mother, Obito's eyes widened in alarm. Where on earth did you pull those scissors from so quickly? Never mind that, Naru said, twisting a strand of white hair, measuring it, and snipping it off without a second thought. This made Obito panic. He quickly grabbed a mirror. Don't cut haphazardly. What if you ruin it? Looking into the gleaming mirror, Naru asked. Obito, do you often look in the mirror? Blushing, Obito replied, not often. Just when I'm at home putting in eye drops. Subsequently, to avoid disturbing Naru's concentration while cutting hair, silence enveloped the room. Obito lay on the bed, holding a book, occasionally stealing glances at Naru, his anxious demeanor more pronounced than ever. I can't see the back of my head. It's hard to cut. Obito, could you help me with it? Oh, coming. Obito exclaimed, quickly sitting up, his hand gripping the scissors trembling slightly. Damn it. He had no clue how to cut hair. Maybe from here, like this. Sensing Obito's hesitation, Naru gestured around his ears a few times. Obito, making a few hesitant sounds, was about to take action when he inadvertently glanced at the mirror. He suddenly halted. Naru, waiting patiently, grew concerned when Obito didn't make a move. Only to hear him say, Naru, after you finish cutting, how about dyeing your hair black? Stunned by Obito's unexpected suggestion, Naru chuckled. Should I also buy a pair of black glasses to match? Feeling proud in his fantasy of having a charming little brother, Obito nodded affirmatively. Should I also change my surname to Uchiha Naru? Obito nodded again with pride. Then, suddenly realizing, he was taken aback and shook his head. Just be yourself. Don't pay attention to that. I was just joking. After all, asking an orphan to abandon their surname felt somewhat cruel to Obito, even if it was impossible to realize. As the night grew cool and tranquil, they lay side by side on the bed, with Obito tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Glancing at Naru, who was peacefully asleep, he couldn't help but smile contentedly at his serene breathing and calm expression. Closing his eyes, he listened intently to the surrounding stillness and soon drifted off to sleep. At 5:30, Obito, in a groggy state, heard sounds coming from the kitchen and living room. Instinctively, he turned over, dismissing it, and continued to sleep. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted in, stirring his appetite, precisely as the alarm clock rang at 6 o'clock. Ding dong. Ding dong. With a swift motion, he silenced it, sitting up with a disgruntled expression, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Suddenly, he heard voices outside, along with the sound of a door closing. His foggy mind cleared instantly, and Obito leaped out of bed, sprinting out like a 100-meter dash. Hey, Kakashi greeted casually, skillfully shoving a rice ball into his mouth, chewing while teasing Obito. Did a chicken scratch your head? You. Obito was at a loss for words. Do you really consider my home yours? Incorrect, Kakashi replied, sipping on warm miso soup, picking up some side dishes. I see Naru as one of my own. Hence I'm here to enjoy breakfast made by my own people. What gives you, who has only met Naru 3 times, the right to say such cheesy things? Actually, with today, it's 4 times. Kakashi maintained his calm demeanor. Though the encounters are few, the bond is deep. Hearing this, Obito felt nauseated. Kakashi shot him a glance. I suggest you hurry up and eat. We're gathering at the village entrance at 6:40. I'm personally supervising you today. You wouldn't dare be late, would you? Enough with the chatter. Obito gritted his teeth, sitting down, only to notice someone was missing. Where did you hide Naru? Kakashi pulled out a note from a drawer under the table, sliding it across to Obito. Obito focused on the note, realizing it was upside down, a vein popping on his forehead. Hurry up, the sun hasn't fully risen, and the Uchiha guard hasn't mobilized yet. Naru left just half a minute before you dashed out. Obito suddenly understood. So, the breakfast you're currently enjoying was Naru's? Be a decent person, Kakashi. At 6:40, 2 figures appeared at the village entrance. It was merely Kakashi running ahead, with Obito chasing frantically behind. Rin and Minato were somewhat surprised, both at the sight of these two, who often quarreled, appearing together, and at the fact that Obito hadn't been late. Obito, well done, Rin praised. You're very punctual. Then, seeing Obito's flushed face, she made a startling comment. Surely it's because being in love has given you a boost of motivation? Obito. Kakashi, huh? A heartless chuckle. The naive Minato blinked. Huh? Has my disciple fallen in love? Isn't that a bit early for your age? Chapter 5, Special Recommendation. Moments later, as Team Minato walked along the road, Obito wrestled with his thoughts before gathering the courage to ask, Rin, Why do you think I'm in love? This question was somewhat accurate. Obito indeed felt like he was in love. But he never imagined his crush would think he was dating someone else. Rin tilted her head in confusion. Yesterday evening. I saw you with a girl with white hair, happily chatting as you walked home. I even called out to you. But you were so engrossed in conversation that you didn't hear me. By the way, that girl was quite cute, with heterochromatic eyes. She was beautiful. Obito's expression shattered, his face turning bright red from shock, trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi, now aware of the truth, erupted in unrestrained laughter, growing louder and louder. Oh, so it was a boy? A minute later, having listened to Obito's pale and feeble explanation, it was now Rin Nohara's turn to blush furiously, her expression radiating embarrassment. Rin, I'm sorry. Obito, feeling ashamed, covered half of his face and muttered that it was nothing. Last night. It was also said that he feared Rin might misunderstand him, but it seemed that misunderstanding had already occurred. Speaking of which, did Obito's friend possess a particularly unique bloodline limit? No, Obito shook his head affirmatively. Sime was born into an ordinary family and was adopted into the village by kind-hearted individuals, just like him, and now both were without parents. Oh. Rin Nohara gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, her expression filled with heartfelt sympathy. Nearby, Kakashi cast a sidelong glance, remarking, You Uchiha have so many rules. This is forbidden. That is forbidden. One day, I'll ask my father to bring Sime to my house. The Heitake family has fewer restrictions. Huh. Obito replied, visibly irritated. Do you have some grievance against us Uchiha? Why should Sime go to your house? If that were the case, how would I ever play with him again? I certainly do not wish to see your face every single time. Of course, it was merely a request to my father, under the guise of adoption, to bring Sime into the Heitake family, and it would also allow him to teach him some sword techniques. I see you are eager to have Sime cook for you because he is such a good chef, huh? And teach sword techniques? What kind of sword techniques? The kind used to chop vegetables? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. What did you say? Obito retorted, didn't he hear me? Let me repeat. The two began to bicker, their voices escalating, leaving Rin completely at a loss for how to intervene. Minato Namikaze, unable to interject, could only wave his hands helplessly. Come on, Obito, Kakashi. Stop arguing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sime Kamishima was casually munching on some bread he had purchased from a street vendor. Upon returning home, he sensed the presence of others within the house, 2 individuals, to be precise. Yet, they did not seem to harbor any malice. He retrieved his keys and opened the door, feigning surprise as he gazed at the 2 Umbu ninjas wearing cat-faced masks stationed at the entrance. The Hokage wishes to see you, one of the male Umbu stated tersely, his tone brusque. Observing the boy's confusion, the other female Umbu, concerned he might be startled, added, You were not home last night. So we have been waiting for you here since early morning. Please come with us. The male Umbu squatted down, gesturing for him to climb onto his back. Once their line of sight was unobstructed, Sime noticed that items in the house had been disturbed. For instance, the largest leaf of the Bodhi plant he had placed by the window, which used to face the sunlight, was now positioned on the other side. And there was a slight trace of dirt on the windowsill. Additionally, several medical books on the table had also been moved and perused. Was it these 2 individuals? Speaking of which, even after being adopted, Sime had indeed been under surveillance since arriving in Konoha. However, due to the monotony of his life, the watchers found it rather uninteresting. They would occasionally come for a brief check before leaving, writing reports just to fulfill their duties. Now, with the Umbu appearing so openly, Sime speculated that this might signify the end of his lengthy period of surveillance. With the Umbu as his legs, they swiftly arrived at the Hokage's office. Early in the morning, the village of Konoha had already begun to bustle, including the sound of the 3rd Hokage snoring from behind the door. Hokage-sama, the Umbu knocked, and the snoring immediately ceased. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice feigned wakefulness. As the 3 entered the office, Sime saw the 3rd Hokage sitting upright, surrounded by a pile of documents, with a pipe beside him that he had not yet lit. Quite the performer. Sime mentally applauded the seemingly kind-hearted Sarutobi. The 3rd Hokage first expressed his concern for this orphan in the village, delicately inquiring whether Sime would be willing to live with another villager. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Upon hearing this polite tone, the 3rd Hokage assumed Sime had acquiesced, only to see the child's spirits droop. This situation is quite satisfactory as it is. While everyone in the village is very kind, I do not wish to be shuffled around. I want to remain in the home of my adoptive father and mother. They have left me with nothing. I am all they have left. Sime's eyes turned red with sorrow, tears brimming. This pitiful, understanding demeanor moved even the cunning 3rd Hokage deeply. He recalled the Umbu's report from last night, stating that this child had been behaving normally in social situations. And following the passing of his adoptive parents, he had even placed medical books on his desk, diligently studying each night, struggling to learn to read. He must be distressed over his inability to save his adoptive parents due to his lack of medical knowledge. Alas, this child, the third Hokage, felt a pang of heartache. Setting aside the documents regarding the potential adoption of Sime. Little Sime, may I ask you one more thing? The third Hokage picked up his pipe, attempting to light it. But caught by the gaze of those innocent heterochromatic eyes, he felt embarrassed to smoke in front of the child and awkwardly set it down, clearing his throat. Would you like to attend school? Sime was taken aback. The third Hokage continued. With systematic learning, you could acquire skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, depending on your exceptional talents. Speaking of which, if you wish to become a medical ninja, I happen to know a renowned medical expert, a disciple of the legendary Sunin. Who could be your teacher? Observing the third Hokage's contemplative expression, Sime feigned a spark of interest before hesitantly responding, Hokage-sama. I am twice the age of most students at the Ninja Academy. I would be ridiculed. Haha, how could that be? The third Hokage chuckled heartily. You are a child I have specially recommended for admission. There is no need to worry. Sime, you old fox, not even sparing a 10-year-old child. Insisting on turning him into a worker. Chapter 6. Is the Hokage really that impressive? Thus, his admission was simply decided. And the third Hokage continued to chat amiably for a while, reminding him of some important points regarding school while eagerly trying to light his pipe. Report to school next Monday, little Sime, do not be late. Next Monday, which is the day after tomorrow. This meant he was about to attend ninja school with a bunch of little toddlers. No, a ninja academy. After finishing, Sarutobi finally lit his pipe with a snap, placing it between his lips and taking several satisfied puffs. With eyes lined with wrinkles, he glimpsed Sime, who wore a rather pallid expression amidst the thick, white smoke. Why does it seem like this child is not particularly happy? He noticed the child was murmuring something quietly. Where did I put my adoptive father's and mother's savings book? Will I be kicked out for not having money for tuition? At my age? No one at school would want to be friends with me, would they? The third Hokage's ears perked up, his heart filled with a tumult of emotions. After the Second Great Ninja War, the ninja world had managed to enjoy a few years of peace. But ever since the recent disappearance of the third Kazekage from the Land of Wind, the old Coots from Sungakor had begun to stir restlessly, plotting various schemes to cause trouble. The number of orphans resulting from the brutal war was staggering, and some ninja villages eager to adopt orphans surely took in a portion. These orphans, whether they assimilate into the village or serve as future mid to low tier combatants, are of utmost importance. In the previous year, Konoha had taken in 12 orphans from outside villages, regardless of age. After a meticulous short-term observation, it was concluded that the 11 individuals in question were rather unremarkable. However, the 12th child, Amino Irika, caught Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, prompting him to assign additional surveillance. This was largely due to a peculiar report from Heitake Sakamo, who remarked that the child's eyes were strikingly distinctive, reminiscent of a rare bloodline limit. The seasoned third Hokage mused that, despite his many years of experience, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, and thus suggested that Sakamo reflect further. Unfortunately, Sakamo could not recall anything further. Consequently, the third Hokage decided to extend the observation period to discern any potential changes in the child, though none ensued. The current atmosphere was less tranquil than in previous years. Thus, it was imprudent to devote excessive attention to a mere child. Moreover, the boy had exhibited exemplary behavior over the past year, displaying maturity and obedience, which provided ample reassurance. Even if it were later discovered that his eyes harbored unique powers, as long as they did not pose a threat to the village, proper guidance would suffice. With that settled, the third Hokage reminded the child to be punctual for school in 2 days and reassured him not to worry about tuition fees. Upon regaining his composure, the third Hokage continued to converse, his pipe never leaving his lips, before instructing an Umbu ninja to escort the boy home. Amino Irika shook his head politely, declining the offer. Thank you, Lord Hokage, but I can walk back myself. I also wish to stop by the shopping district to purchase some stationery for school. A good child indeed. Go ahead, Sarutobi Hiruzen cheerfully acquiesced. As the Hokage's office door opened and closed, a few minutes later, another knock echoed through the chamber. Lord Hokage, came the voice of Heitake Sakamo, who had just returned from a mission. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, smiled. You are late, Sakamo. The boy has just left. Sakamo paused, letting out a soft sigh. Has he agreed to visit any villager's home? The third Hokage shook his head and candidly stated that he had arranged for the child to attend the Ninja Academy starting in 2 days. Sakamo's expression turned serious as he contemplated for a moment, then suggested, Lord Hokage, allow me to speak with him. I wish to discuss the Heitake family with him personally. The third Hokage, understanding Sakamo's intent to mentor the child, neither nodded nor shook his head but jestingly remarked, in the year and more that Irika has been here, aside from forming a bond with your son Kakashi, It seems his closest relationship is with a child from the Uchiha clan. Sakamo recognized who that child was, Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's teammate and an orphan. However, in contrast to Amino Irika's quiet and introverted demeanor, Obito was perpetually optimistic and cheerful, their camaraderie evoking admiration from onlookers. Go ahead. Let Irika make his own choices, the third Hokage declared, taking a deep puff from his pipe, signaling the end of the conversation. Sakamo understood the tacit approval and exited the Hokage's office. Just as Sakamo sought out the third Hokage, Amino Irika, having left the Hokage building. Sensed he was being followed once more. How persistent, he mused, feigning ignorance while walking with purpose, his youthful face intentionally betraying excitement for the life ahead. 2 minutes later, as he passed through a narrow alley, a fleeting shadow materialized before him, blocking his path. This time, it was a ninja wearing a dog mask. Seeing the child freeze in surprise, the ROT member behind the mask displayed a cold, emotionless demeanor. Lord Danzo awaits you, he intoned with an icy voice. Amino Irika slowly turned to look, spotting a man in the depths of the alley, his right eye wrapped in bandages, standing in silence. His half-hidden form cast a shadow, and his exposed left eye bore an unsettling gaze, as if sizing up a coveted prey, giving off an uncomfortable aura of being calculated against. This was Shimura Danzo. If there were any ninjutsu within the Hokage's domain whose creator was uncertain, it would be that of Senju Tobirama. And if there were any blame to be assigned without a clear source, it would undoubtedly rest with Shimura Danzo. Feigning ignorance, Amino Irika blinked and replied with simple politeness. I'm sorry, but I don't know you. This statement caused Danzo, who was slowly emerging from the shadows, to halt momentarily. This is Lord Danzo, a figure of great respect, the ROT member emphasized, his tone growing more insistent. Amino Irika merely replied, oh. The ROT member assumed the child understood, and Danzo continued to approach with an air of feigned profundity. Yet in the next moment, the child innocently inquired, since we are both lords, is Lord Danzo more powerful than Lord Hokage? Danzo, ROT member. The unexpected question from a child caught the ROT member off guard, his eyes widening in alarm. And he dared not speak further. What do you think? Danzo queried, halting 2 steps away from them. Chapter 7. Child's Innocence. Danzo cast a cold gaze upon the child with heterochromia, his left eye emanating a piercing chill. Directly comparing himself to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was akin to stepping on a sensitive nerve. Amino Irika met his gaze with an innocent and calm demeanor, unafraid. Child, who do you believe is more powerful? Me or Lord Sarutobi? Stabbed by the child's question, Danzo reiterated why. Amino Irika, oblivious to the tension, answered candidly, because Lord Hokage's office is very spacious. Danzo, ROT member. Amino Irika pointed toward the Hokage building, his voice filled with admiration. To reside in such a large place, Lord Hokage must be quite formidable. And that Hokage rock is also quite grand. Pausing, he then earnestly asked, is the place where Lord Danzo resides as large as Lord Hokage's? By the way, it seems that Lord Danzo's face is not carved in a Hokage rock. Why is that? Why? What could be the reason? It's simply because Hokage rock only commemorates the faces of past Hokages. Lord Danzo is not a Hokage. Besides, the Hokage does not dwell in that Hokage office building. The ROT member, who had previously been sweating profusely, now felt a sense of dread for the child, whose every word seemed to irk Danzo. Such a naive child, it was perplexing what Danzo saw in him. Despite the multifaceted implications, Danzo maintained a veneer of calm, though those who scrutinized closely would notice the subtle twitching of his eye muscles, indicating his growing displeasure. Suddenly, Danzo threw his head back and laughed. The ROT member was startled. Is Lord Danzo laughing in anger? We are the roots that support the great tree of Konoha. Moments later, Danzo ceased laughing and said succinctly, from now on, you shall become a ninja of ROT and join our ranks. This remark was directed at Shimada Naria, and upon hearing it, Naria was suddenly convinced that Danzo was indeed abducting children everywhere, and he had now set his sights on him. He feigned ignorance, wearing a foolish smile on his face as he nodded. Thank you, Lord Danzo. Speaking of which, the Hokage has indeed instructed me to report to the Ninja Academy the day after tomorrow to commence my studies and become a useful ninja. Observing his apparent simplicity, a member of Danzo's root organization furrowed his brow and interjected, to receive a personal invitation from Lord Danzo is a tremendous honor. Rather than standing on the same starting line as those children at school, it would be wise to follow Lord Danzo. Naria. The voice of Heitake Sakamo suddenly echoed from a short distance away. Recognizing the troublesome white fang, Danzo's expression darkened. Seizing the moment when the silver-haired child turned in confusion to look elsewhere, Danzo signaled to his subordinate, and the two vanished from sight in an instant. Shimada Naria raised a surprised yet innocent smile. Uncle Sakamo. Hey, take Sakamo approached with a frown, having caught a fleeting glimpse of a root ninja near Naria just moments ago. Due to Danzo's strategically advantageous position at the alley's entrance, Sakamo had not detected the latter's presence. What are you doing here? I was talking to Lord Danzo, but... Where did he go? Danzo? Sakamo was slightly taken aback, quickly glancing at the now empty alleyway. So that was a member of Root? Naria? Do you know Lord Danzo? Shimada Naria nodded, then shook his head. I met him just a few minutes ago. I was walking along the road when those two suddenly appeared, startling me and spouting a bunch of things I couldn't quite understand. Sakamo hurriedly inquired about what was said. Naria recounted Danzo's words in an innocent tone. Sakamo lowered his head, lost in thought. Uncle Sakamo, what is Root? With a smile, Sakamo ruffled the child's hair to divert his attention. Forget about that, it's not important. By the way, I see you've had a haircut. Yes. That idiot Obito said I looked like a girl with long hair and was afraid of being targeted by ugly uncles. Haha. Sakamo couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that the child had indeed nearly been abducted by such a person, but fortunately, he had arrived just in time. And Naria's innocence had shielded him from understanding Danzo's intentions. With that in mind, Sakamo placed a hand on Naria's shoulder and laughed heartily. I've heard from the Hokage that you're going to school. Come, I'll take you to buy some stationery. Coincidentally, I have a few matters to discuss with you. Lord Danzo. That foolish child. My subordinates believe there is no need to bring him back for training. Besides, he spoke disrespectfully. Upon hearing this, Danzo, who had already returned to Root, narrowed his eyes, his gaze inscrutable to those around him. Had it not been for White Fang's interference, he might have already taken that child with him. Raihei. Do you believe a child who has just entered the village could possess the cunning to deliberately utter such words to me? I believe he simply speaks without thinking. Moreover, such a pure child is perfect for manipulation. Hearing Danzo's words, the Root member named Raihei was momentarily at a loss for words, whispering, I just feel that the child lacks anything particularly special. Danzo, with a collector's obsession for unique eyes, remarked, his eyes are precisely what I desire. Chapter 8. What do you mean by that? There are certainly individuals with extraordinary eyes, regardless of their color or the abilities they hold. Danzo considered himself well-versed in such matters. Yet, upon encountering that child's eyes, an intense longing to possess them surged within him, as they bore an uncanny resemblance to something familiar. After some reflection, he confirmed that he had indeed seen them before. Hiruzen had also encountered them. However, it seemed Hiruzen had not recalled them, perhaps due to the overwhelming responsibilities he managed as Hokage. Or perhaps he had remembered and was intentionally feigning ignorance. After all, why would he make an exception for an unrelated child, allowing him to attend the Ninja Academy? Yet sending someone to the academy for leisurely studies was nothing short of a waste of time. If that were truly the case, Danzo found himself perplexed by Hiruzen's intentions. Regardless of the reason, he was determined to acquire that child. Uncle Sakamo, what were you just saying? Inside a shop in the Konoha shopping district. While selecting stationery for school, Naria faintly heard Sakamo's voice speaking softly in his ear. However, he was lost in thought and paid little attention. His distracted demeanor caught Sakamo's eye, making it difficult for him to continue discussing the previous topic. Was he still burdened by the matter of his adoptive parents? Remaining in sorrow? Was that why he had declined the Hokage's suggestion to visit another villager's home? Moreover, it was said that this child struggled each night to learn to read, diligently studying medical texts. This earnestness was indeed heart-wrenching, yet one must always move forward. Regaining his composure, Sakamo repeated, Naria, what do you think of Uncle's home? It's quite spacious, and I assure you will like it once you see it. After uttering this, Sakamo sensed an unusual silence enveloping the surroundings, accompanied by several astonished and peculiar gazes directed toward him. Naria's expression froze as he widened his eyes to stare at Sakamo. What's wrong? Sakamo questioned, bewildered. 2 seconds later, Naria remarked, the strange Uncle Obito mentioned earlier is actually you, Uncle Sakamo, isn't it? Because what you just said sounded like that of a perverted kidnapper. Sakamo was momentarily speechless. No, that's not it. No wonder the patrons around them were staring at him so intently. Had he not been wearing his forehead protector and the Jonin vest, they might have rushed over to restrain him. Perhaps his choice of words had been too peculiar? He realized that he had little experience conversing with children. Although Naria was roughly the same age as Kakashi, he seldom discussed such matters with his son. Was it a generational gap? What I meant was, Naria, would you like to come stay at Uncle's house? There are spare rooms available. After speaking, Sakamo found himself momentarily at a loss again. This time, it seemed even more inappropriate. Being mindful of the child's dignity made him hesitant, leaving him somewhat flustered. Noticing the flustered reaction of Konoha's White Fang, Naria couldn't help but smirk, finding the situation amusing. He had initially thought Sakamo had come to convey some significant news, only to realize it was simply about his living arrangements. Having just declined an offer from the third Hokage, Now here was White Fang wanting to discuss the same. Did he not realize how much attention he was attracting? Oh, I almost forgot. There's also Danzo. However, not long ago, he had indeed been disinterested in visiting anyone's home. Yet, unexpectedly, a certain Shimura Danzo had appeared, inviting him, leaving him with little choice but to reconsider. Given Danzo's treacherous nature, it was likely he would come looking for him again with ulterior motives. If he wished to avoid such harassment, finding a strong ally was essential. Coincidentally, Sakamo had approached him, and it just so happened that Danzo appeared to hold some apprehension toward him. Isn't this the illustrious White Fang himself? As Shimizu Nariyoshi was lost in contemplation, a raspy baritone suddenly resonated from nearby. The newcomer sported long black hair, eyes adorned with golden vertical pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the nostrils, complemented by pale skin and azure blue ear ornaments shaped like Kama. Orochimaru, Shimizu Sakamo frowned. What a coincidence. Approaching with a faint smile, Orochimaru remarked, I spotted you from a distance with a white-haired child in this establishment. I thought, given your usual busyness, you were out shopping with your son, but it seems otherwise. The sardonic comment fell as Orochimaru's golden gaze drifted down to the indifferent child beside Sakamo. What is wrong with that child's eyes? Rest assured, his eyes are perfectly normal. Oh, naturally occurring? Heterochromia is quite rare. Orochimaru's interest piqued. Sakamo, wishing to avoid further discourse on the matter, redirected the conversation. Aren't the other two accompanying you back to the village? Aware he referred to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Orochimaru maintained his amiable facade. However, the serpentine quality of his gaze, coupled with his pallid complexion, imbued him with an unsettling aura of both softness and chill. They all have their own affairs to attend to. Even if they returned with me, we would not frequently gather. That is indeed regrettable, Sakamo replied coolly. Orochimaru regarded Sakamo with a smile. This child must be among the batch you brought back last year? A child of unknown origins holds considerable potential for exploitation. Sakamo's demeanor grew resolutely frosty. Please refrain from discussing such matters in the presence of the child. Even if Nariyoshi is young, he can grasp a great deal. After all, who wishes to be brought back to a village merely for their utility? Orochimaru, finding no fault in his own words, chose to temper his remarks upon observing Sakamo's frigid expression. After all, the other's prowess surpassed that of the legendary Sunin. A semblance of respect and courtesy was in order. I shall not intrude further, Orochimaru said slowly, turning away, yet casting a sidelong glance at Sakamo and Shimizu Nariyoshi, a smile lingering on his lips. I have heard of recent incidents involving child abductions near the village. Do take care to safeguard your child. Thank you for the warning. Sakamo managed to utter through clenched teeth. Once Orochimaru's figure receded into the distance, Sakamo withdrew his icy gaze. Upon turning around, he discovered that Shimizu Nariyoshi, who had been by his side moments ago, had vanished. Shimizu Nariyoshi. Chapter 9, A Head Start. Sakamo hurriedly roamed the store, finally locating Nariyoshi crouched in an area selling hair accessories for girls. Relief washed over him as he approached, curiosity piquing. Nariyoshi, what are you doing here? Have you come to purchase something for a girl you fancy? That seems rather premature, Sakamo mused, echoing a sentiment similar to that of Minato earlier. At that moment, he noticed Nariyoshi clutching a silver eye mask. For reasons unknown, Sakamo immediately comprehended the child's intent. A wave of complex emotions washed over him. Those eyes must have garnered considerable unwanted attention, hadn't they? Concealing them might indeed be prudent. After all, as he was about to enter the ninja academy, the children within would speak with an honesty and lack of inhibition that adults, preoccupied with their own lives, often lacked. Being of neither the Uchiha nor Hyuga clans, revealing such unique eyes might attract undue scrutiny. It seemed the child's sensitivities ran deeper than Sakamo had anticipated. Sighing, Sakamo lost the inclination to persuade him to live at the Heitake household. Perhaps he would broach the topic at a more opportune time. As they approached the checkout, Sakamo gently pressed down on Nariyoshi's hand as he reached for his wallet. Ruffling the boy's hair affectionately, he said, "You're about to start school. Allow me to treat you today in celebration of your enrollment." "But, Uncle Sakamo, I have money. That is of no consequence. It is not an extravagant purchase. Consider it your enrollment gift. When Kakashi returns, we shall dine together to celebrate. How does that sound?" As Sakamo spoke, he deftly settled the bill. Turning back, he noticed Nariyoshi with his head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "Why are you being so kind to me?" Sakamo laughed heartily. There needn't be a reason to be kind to others. Moreover, do not dwell on today's events. He referred to the encounter with Danzo and Orochimaru, particularly the latter's nonsensical remarks. He worried Nariyoshi might misconstrue Orochimaru's words about utility, thinking that Sakamo's kindness stemmed solely from a desire to exploit him. Yet, although Nariyoshi appeared as a child, he was inwardly far more perceptive than his age suggested. He certainly would not internalize Orochimaru's remarks. He was merely playing the role of a sensitive, introverted orphan. After parting ways with Sakamo, Nariyoshi set aside thoughts of Danzo and Orochimaru as he focused on completing his enrollment procedures. Following the directive of the third Hokage, a young ninja academy teacher named Tsukuwa Iria guided him through the process. Upon noticing Nariyoshi sporting a half-cut eye mask over his left eye, Iria's expression reflected surprise. How is it that the child recommended by Lord Hokage is blind? Teacher, is something wrong? Nothing at all. Iria quickly shook his head, refraining from voicing his thoughts. He handed Nariyoshi the enrollment form and other requisite documents to fill out. When you return the day after tomorrow, please bring a photograph of yourself to include in your enrollment file. Must I remove the eye mask for the photo? Nariyoshi inquired. Iria was about to respond affirmatively when a large hand suddenly rested on Nariyoshi's head. Turning, he found Orochimaru's face mere inches away. Fancy meeting you again, Orochimaru smiled. Don't you remember me? We only met a few hours ago. Before Iria could complete his introduction, he stood up in excitement from his seat. Lord Orochimaru. Ah, Iria. Orochimaru replied, exchanging pleasantries and gathering information from the teacher before lowering his gaze to the astonished Nariyoshi. So it was Sarutobi-sensei's decision. Orochimaru mused, raising an eyebrow. There is no need to remove the eye mask. It conceals little of your face, and you can be easily recognized from the photograph. Understood, Iria nodded. Caught in the middle, Nariyoshi remained silent as a statue, perplexed by Orochimaru's uncanny ability to appear and yet, astonishingly, to come to his aid. You are Nariyoshi, correct? Orochimaru inquired gently, glancing at the form on the table where the child's name had just been inscribed. Would you like to become my apprentice? Nariyoshi, momentarily stunned. Iria, aghast. As one of the legendary Sunin, countless individuals would vie for the opportunity to become Orochimaru's disciple. Although he had not yet delved into scientific research, Orochimaru was undoubtedly a reliable adult. However, by calculating the timeline, it was clear he had long since engaged in such studies. To become Orochimaru's apprentice? Would that lead to a future of cursed seals or human experimentation? Nariyoshi's heart resolutely rejected the notion. At that moment, Tsukuwa Iri hurriedly approached, grasping his hand and eloquently extolling the formidable prowess of Lord Orochimaru, urging him to cherish this rare opportunity. If it were not for Orochimaru's disinterest due to his advanced age, even Kamishima Naruhito would have been unable to resist the temptation of becoming this disciple himself. It was no wonder that she was so animated and obedient. She was, after all, an ardent admirer of Orochimaru. Thus, he descended from his chair and, with great solemnity, bowed to Orochimaru, appearing exceedingly sincere and polite. Observing this, Orochimaru assumed he had acquiesced, for who would possess the audacity to refuse one of the legendary three ninjas? I'm sorry, but I cannot be your disciple, he replied. Orochimaru's smile faltered. Nearby, Tsukuwa Iri was rendered utterly speechless, her jaw nearly dropping. Had her earlier commendations of Lord Orochimaru been in vain? Why was this? Orochimaru raspingly inquired. Because I am already a disciple of Uncle Shikaku. Upon hearing the name of Konoha's White Fang, Orochimaru felt a mix of surprise and the familiarity of expectation. Tsukuwa Iri, still in shock, paused momentarily. Oh, it seemed someone had already beaten her to the chase, and her master was none other than Lord Shikaku. Well, that settled that. At this moment, a solitary man, lamenting his solitude at home due to his son's absence, suddenly sneezed. Was it the onset of cold weather that caused a chill to run down his back? Chapter 10. Do not get angry. In the dim underground chamber, the antiquated electric light cast a cold yellow glow. With a creak, the door opened, illuminating Orochimaru's pale profile. Noticing the arrival of a visitor, Danzo, who had been waiting patiently, asked without lifting his gaze, "How have you been?" "Quite well," Orochimaru replied as he settled himself into the chair opposite Danzo, his movements fluid. His golden pupils scrutinized Danzo, whose face was shrouded in darkness, prompting Orochimaru to directly inquire. "However, your complexion appears rather poor. Has something troubling arisen recently?" "Indeed, there is a matter of slight discontent." As Danzo elaborated on the source of his vexation, Konoha's Shikaku, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the negative repercussions of that incident from years past had considerably diminished. He remained as vibrant as ever within the village. Danzo's expression darkened further as he continued. That incident is seldom mentioned nowadays. Perhaps he himself has forgotten the immense losses incurred by the Land of Fire and Konoha due to his foolish decision. "What is your course of action?" Orochimaru inquired. "Will you suppress Shikaku as you did in the past?" "Even if I wished to, it would not be so simple now," Danzo replied coldly. "Sarutobi has yet to abandon him, and the other high-ranking officials will not collaborate with me as they did back then. Since there is no feasible solution, let it be. One may seek a more satisfying disciple, much like myself," Orochimaru remarked, a smile lingering on his face. Seemingly recalling something, Danzo narrowed his eyes and stated, "The Tsukuwa Iri from the academy is under your influence, is she not?" Orochimaru concealed his smile, maintaining an air of composure. "We share some past connections. She does not qualify as mine." Danzo squinted slightly. "Regardless, I require your assistance with a task." "What task?" "Through Tsukuwa Iri. I need you to relay the monthly updates regarding that white-haired child to me." Orochimaru tilted his head, contemplating for a few seconds before readily agreeing. "Very well." Danzo's furrowed brow relaxed, and he nodded in satisfaction. "I will ensure that the items you requested are provided to you promptly." The following day, just before noon, a loud knocking echoed at Kamiya Nariyuki's door. Upon opening it, he was unexpectedly enveloped in an eager embrace from Obito. "I'm back, Naruhito." It was evident that the young man had returned from his mission in high spirits. Kamiya Nariyuki smiled, on the verge of teasing Obito about potential progress with Rin, when he was interrupted by Obito's voice, which climbed to an excited tremor. "Ah, what happened to your eye?" "Nothing to worry about." Startled by Obito's volume, Kamiya Nariyuki rubbed his ears and then lifted his eye patch, revealing his normal left eye. "I simply found the heterochromia too ostentatious, so I covered it." Obito exhaled in relief, patting his chest. "You scared me. I thought something happened to you while I was away." "Let us hope for the best," Kamiya Nariyuki said, pulling Obito inside and closing the door, as if he had entered his own home. Obito stretched languidly on the sofa and began narrating the amusing anecdotes from his recent mission to Kamiya Nariyuki. Ever since they had become friends, it felt as though he had found a confidant, someone with whom he could share endless stories. Naruhito listened attentively, never expressing annoyance at Obito's chatter. Obito relished this sense of being heard, which prompted him to visit immediately. As Kamiya Nariyuki went to fetch some water, he noticed Obito's exuberant demeanor and refrained from interrupting. Once Obito had finished recounting his tales, Naruhito handed him a cup of water. Obito, caught off guard, took a sip, only for the water to spray across Naruhito's face as he inquired, "So, did you make any headway with Rin?" "Oops. Sorry. Obito hurriedly turned to grab a napkin to wipe Naruhito's face. "This is your fault for always teasing me about that." Kamiya Nariyuki, while wiping his own face with the napkin, retorted, "I never would have guessed you'd be so bashful in this regard." Obito's face flushed a deep crimson. "You're not that much older. Why do you speak with such maturity, as if you've lived for decades? That's what you call an older brother. Are you joking? You're clearly younger than me. How could I possibly call you brother?" Hearing this, Kamiya Nariyuki frowned, regretting not adjusting his appearance to seem slightly older than Obito. The tables had turned. Noticing Naruhito's frown, Obito worried he had misspoken and quickly rubbed his hands together. "By the way, I brought back a gift for you. Please don't be angry." Obito rummaged through his belongings and produced a kunai. Kamiya Nariyuki blinked, momentarily taken aback. "Is this your idea of a gift?" Wrong one. Obito hastily shoved it back and, after a moment's fidgeting, pulled out a bamboo flute of a similar length to the kunai. Kamiya Nariyuki examined the flute closely, and the more he gazed at it, the more anxious Obito seemed. "What's wrong? Is it unattractive?" "Not at all." Naruhito raised an eyebrow. "It's quite beautiful. But why are you suddenly gifting me this? Are you so certain I can play it?" Obito sheepishly scratched his head, grinning broadly as he confessed. "I thought I'd just give it to you. I believe it suits you well." Moreover, this item was not something he purchased. It was crafted under the guidance of a musician sister during this mission. However, as a novice, his clumsiness, coupled with Kakashi's constant jibes, had nearly derailed his efforts. Upon hearing that Obito had made the flute, Kamiya Nariyuki fell into a contemplative silence. "With such patience and skill, you chose to invest it in me?" Obito, not comprehending the depth of his words, looked up in confusion. "Huh." Upon seeing Obito's innocent, wide-eyed expression behind those orange goggles, Kamiya Nariyuki found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If this were gifted to Nohara Rin, wouldn't Obito be one step closer to love? "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Uchiha Narita put away his flute, feeling a mix of urgency and helplessness for Tobi's pursuit of love. "I will learn it and play it for you in the future." Upon hearing this, Tobi's heart blossomed with joy, and his smile grew ever more radiant. "That's a promise." Chapter 11, Like Brothers. Yes, it's a promise. The two made such a simple agreement. Suddenly, Tobi's smile faltered, his eyes widening with surprise. "Narita, did you buy new stationery and a backpack?" This prompted Narita to share the news of his upcoming enrollment in the Ninja Academy with Tobi. Upon hearing this, Tobi's eyes grew wide, his excitement surpassing Narita's. "Really? That is wonderful. Since it's Lord Hokage's recommendation, you should definitely go. Who knows? We might fight side by side in the future. Just don't become too powerful too quickly." Narita chuckled at Tobi's antics. "You've already become a Chunin. While I'm merely a novice, I could never catch up to you." Tobi, flattered by Narita's praise, nodded appreciatively before realizing something was amiss and shaking his head. I can't think like that. Though geniuses are few and far between, I do have some around me, like Kakashi, who is quite the renowned prodigy. Acknowledging his companion's excellence, Toby pouted before his expression brightened again. Narita might just become a genius like him too. As their conversation continued, Toby's excitement surged, and he clenched his fists. How about I teach you some basic chakra knowledge right now? I should have kept my old books. I wonder if Rin still has them. The thought of Toby wanting to play the role of a teacher conjured an image in Narita's mind of Naruto teaching Konoha the Rasengan. It was indeed a case of one daring to teach while the other learned independently. After all, Konoha was also a genius. Moreover, during school, Toby was famously known as the underachiever. This title wasn't meant to belittle Toby, but rather it reflected a certain endearing confidence in him. Narita laughed as he observed Toby's flustered yet earnest demeanor, reminiscent of a nervous little boy. Toby, noticing Narita's laughter, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I just saw an ant on a hot pan," Narita replied playfully. Realizing the comment was directed at him, Toby's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment mixed with indignation. "How dare you mock me when I was only thinking of you?" "My apologies," Narita said with a gentle smile, reaching out to affectionately pat Toby's hair. "Don't be angry. Let us set that aside for now. You've just returned from a mission and must be tired. It's lunchtime. Rest here while I prepare a meal." Toby blinked, his awkward feelings dissipating like a receding tide. "Oh, all right." He settled down on the sofa, his gaze following Narita as he moved about. If one were to disregard all external factors, living with Narita wouldn't be so bad. They felt like brothers, akin to a family. It seems that being in love has indeed added quite a bit of motivation, hasn't it? At that moment, Toby was unexpectedly reminded of Rin's words from their meeting at the village entrance the previous day. His gaze faltered, instinctively shying away from Narita, who was in the midst of preparing vegetables. After a couple of minutes of silence, Narita glanced back curiously, noticing Toby had buried his head in his arms, seemingly asleep. He decided to be more discreet. Yet, shortly after, Toby spoke up, "Narita, Rin wants to meet you." Narita paused, taken aback. "Why does she want to meet me?" "She just wants to get acquainted, saying that since Kakashi and I know you, as trusted comrades, she doesn't want to feel excluded or anything." "All right, you can arrange that." Toby quickly raised his neck, raising his voice as he cautioned, "But you must promise not to tease me about that incident in front of Rin." Narita couldn't help but chuckle. "I know when to joke, don't worry. I'll save the teasing for you. After all, it's one of my joys." Toby was taken aback. "I didn't realize you could be so mischievous." Despite the playful banter, Toby bore no ill will. He sprang up with renewed energy. "What are we cooking? Let me help." After enjoying a delightful lunch, Toby leaned back on the sofa, reflecting on how to spend the afternoon. Perhaps he could train at their usual training ground, and it would be nice to have Narita accompany him. "All right, that is settled." Just as he made that decision, Narita calmly asked, "Toby, what do you think of the Heitake household?" While tidying the table, Narita seemed to ask casually, but Toby looked puzzled. "Why do you ask that?" Narita countered, "If I were to go to Kakashi's house, wouldn't you come less often to see me?" "What?" Upon comprehending Narita's words, Toby sprang up from his seat like a spring, rushing to the table, incredulity etched across his face. "Why the sudden change?" Narita replied, "Because Uncle Sakamo came to see me yesterday, and it seems he's inviting me to live with the Heitakes." Toby froze. "I'll ask my father to bring Narita to my home another day. The Heitake household isn't that complicated." "There's no need to wait," Toby thought, frustration welling within him. Kakashi clearly acted first. How else would his father have approached Narita? Overwhelmed by a wave of emotion, Toby stared blankly for several seconds. It wasn't until he saw Narita washing the dishes that he blinked, calming himself as he let out a long sigh, as if regretting his own overreaction. "I think it's a good thing." Toby finally sat down, trying to sound composed as his gaze swept across the quiet surroundings, landing back on Narita. "If you have someone to accompany you, I would feel more at ease. Besides, living in such an empty house must be uncomfortable, right? Although Kakashi often says irritating things, I do respect him. Plus, his father is quite remarkable. Becoming a Heitake could be very beneficial for your future." As he spoke, Toby's voice grew softer, eventually trailing off into silence. Chapter 12, Your Feelings Are Important. Lowering his gaze, Toby quietly clenched his fists. A weighty emotion lodged in his chest, difficult to articulate and hard to swallow. Narita was gaining new family, which should be a joyous occasion, so why did it leave him feeling so uneasy? It wasn't as if they would never see each other again. He would merely have to endure a few more of Kakashi's jibes when visiting the Heitake household. It wasn't a monumental issue. As he contemplated this, Obito took a deep breath, resolutely adjusting his demeanor to reveal an optimistic and cheerful smile. "Naru, go ahead." The sound of rushing water abruptly ceased. Narumi swiftly tightened the faucet, dried his hands with a towel, and then turned around. Noticing that Obito's gaze was directed at him, Narumi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? However, Narumi did not respond immediately. He merely stared intently at Obito for a moment before striding toward the orange cabinet positioned against the wall. As he began rummaging through the drawers, he spoke. By the way, I almost forgot. There is something I intended to give you. Hearing this, Obito froze momentarily, a wave of nervousness washing over him. What is it? Is it a return gift? That didn't seem right. Narumi should not have known he would have something for him upon his return from the mission. What is it? Unable to contain his curiosity, Obito craned his neck to see. Found it. Obito quickly sat upright. Narumi approached, gesturing for Obito to extend a hand. Reluctantly, Obito opened his left hand, feeling a somewhat cool object placed in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a key. What does this mean? Why is Narumi giving me a key? Narumi's gaze was steady as he replied, I was initially hesitant about giving this to you. But after observing your expression just now, I decided not to hesitate any longer. Obito's dark eyes widened behind his orange goggles, sparkling with confusion. He still did not comprehend. Narumi smiled gently. It's not something trivial. This is the spare key to my home. From now on, you can live with me. The air around them seemed to vanish, an instant silence enveloping them. After about 10 seconds, Obito, whose mind was in disarray, finally regained his senses. Narumi, aren't you going to the Heitake household? I'm not going. Obito was taken aback. Why not? Narumi replied earnestly. Your feelings are more important than that. Besides, it's not a necessity. I will talk to Uncle Shaoma properly later. Upon hearing this, Obito suddenly felt lost in thought. The key in his palm felt like a heavy boulder, weighing down on his mind. Wait a moment. He paused for a while, struggling to swallow, feeling as if he had turned into a complete fool. Narumi, what do your words mean? It means exactly what it says. Seeing Narumi's serious tone, which lacked any hint of jest, Obito's eyes widened again. No, since it was an invitation from Kakashi's father, it would be wonderful to go. You don't have to worry about me. I'm genuinely happy for you. Having company is far better than being alone at home. As long as you are here. I am not alone. Obito's gaze trembled once more. He stood there, his already sluggish thoughts completely stalled. Do you not want to live with me? Narumi tilted his head, inquiring. How could that be? Obito mumbled, covering his face. Then you should keep the key safe. In a manner reminiscent of completing a mission, Narumi turned and slowly walked back to the sink, where unwashed dishes awaited. Obito's throat felt constricted, and he could not utter a word. He glanced at Narumi's figure and then at the key in his hand. It was peculiar, though the object felt cool to the touch. He was enveloped in an overwhelming warmth, just like the words Narumi had spoken to him. It turned out that his fleeting moment of sorrow had been noticed. If he had not understood why Narumi had given him the key moments ago, he now finally grasped it, causing an uncontrollable tremor within him. Both being orphans, having finally become companions who relied on and trusted one another, if one suddenly integrated into another's family, the remaining one would inevitably feel lonely. Thus, noticing his emotional shift and worrying that he might feel isolated, Narumi had chosen not to go to the Heitake household and instead invited him to live together. What a remarkable person he was. The more he pondered, the more tumultuous his emotions became. Obito removed his goggles and discreetly rubbed his sore, stinging eyes, inadvertently triggering the floodgates of tears, which cascaded down his reddened cheeks. Unable to help himself, he wiped them away repeatedly, not wanting Narumi to see. Obito quickly turned his back. Just then, amidst the persistent sound of running water, Narumi's calm voice inquired, Why have you gone silent? Are you crying? Of course not. Obito stammered, and after being unmasked, he resignedly choked out, It's all your fault for saying such touching things so earnestly. How could he possibly hold back? Darn it. The tears just wouldn't stop. Narumi smiled, Don't cry for too long. Otherwise, your eyes will become puffy, and it won't look good for our picture later. Picture? Obito halted his frantic motions of wiping his eyes. How could I have forgotten that? He had indeed mentioned wanting to take a picture with Narumi. Just then, Narumi finished washing the dishes and approached leisurely, peering at Obito, whose eyes were still closed but already reddened. You're really crying. You. Obito's face flushed a deep crimson, and despite his repeated encounters with Narumi's teasing, he felt utterly helpless. Although he knew the other meant no malice, he still felt incredibly embarrassed. As Obito frantically searched for a way to divert attention from his vulnerable tear ducts and retaliate against Narumi, another question broke the silence. So, what was the answer to the question earlier? Obito stared blankly. What question? Whether you want to live with me. Narumi looked at him earnestly. At those words, all thoughts of retaliation vanished. Obito's heart raced wildly, pounding as if it would leap from his throat, filled with an indescribable anticipation. While they often visited each other's homes for meals, living together was clearly a far better option. Yes. With red-rimmed eyes, Obito tossed aside his goggles and, without a second thought, lunged at Narumi, embracing him tightly. I want to live with you, Narumi. As he spoke, his eyes stung again, and tears streamed down in torrents. Kakashi was right. You are indeed a crybaby. Narumi barely managed to steady himself against Obito's sudden weight, gently patting him on the back in consolation. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Encounter. Why bring up Kakashi at a time like this? Obito thought. And did he really speak ill of me in front of you? It didn't sound like he'll talk to me. It seemed more like the truth. Narumi jested, his voice laced with laughter. Crying Obito, he teased. Obito instinctively sniffled, tightening his grip as he held Narumi close. In that embrace, he realized Narumi was not as slender as he had imagined. You should eat more, you know. Hurry up and grow up with me. Narumi chuckled. How tall do you expect me to become? At a loss for words, Obito paused for a few seconds before replying. In any case, when we grow up, we can accomplish so much more. Like working hard to become Hokage. Upon hearing Obito's words and reminiscing about the original narrative, Nara Shikamaru couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Indeed, the path ahead for you seems rather extensive. The volume was intentionally kept low, making it difficult for Obito to fully grasp the conversation. He released his grip on Shikamaru, giving his shoulder a hearty pat, and with a grin, he enthusiastically remarked, Once I grow up and become Hokage, would you be interested in being my assistant? The ambitious declaration caught Shikamaru off guard. Yet he maintained his composure and replied with a smile. Well, the future Hokage should ensure a generous salary for me. Otherwise, I shan't oblige. Obito, contemplating for a moment, clenched his teeth and assured, Rest assured, I will certainly do that. If you're dissatisfied, I shall entrust my earnings to you. In jest, Shikamaru retorted, That won't be necessary. You should save up to marry a wife. Wait, what? Obito's cheeks flushed a deep crimson upon hearing the innocent mention of marriage from the young boy. Marry a wife. Who are you referring to? Who do you think? Shikamaru winked suggestively at his brother, hinting at Rin. You should really make an effort there. As he observed the mischievous glint in Shikamaru's usually calm demeanor, a sense of bewilderment washed over Obito. When he regained his composure, he was left with an unsettling sense of confusion. Had he been so elated about other matters that he momentarily forgot about Rin? All right, let's wash our faces. We need to head to the photo studio shortly. The voice nearby interrupted his thoughts. Obito snapped back to reality, responding with an "oh" before shaking off any further reflection. At around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. The photo studio was relatively empty, and soon it was their turn. However, Shikamaru had to take a solo shot first, and Obito patiently waited by his side, knowing well this was for his admission records. Before long, Shikamaru waved him over. Come here. Obito perked up and eagerly approached. The two sat side by side, and Obito glanced around, feeling that merely placing their hands at their sides for the photo seemed rather stiff. So he draped his right arm around Shikamaru's shoulders, embracing him as if they were brothers, and then beamed with a radiant smile. Uncle, let's take it like this. Shikamaru nodded in agreement. The studio owner wasted no time, adjusting the camera as he prepared to press the shutter. Just then, an ear-splitting shout rang out from outside the studio. Kakashi! With that exclamation, a shadow darted swiftly into the shop. The next instant, the sound of the shutter echoed, capturing the profile of the intruder, conveniently obscuring the lower halves of Obito and Shikamaru, leaving only their bewildered expressions visible. Realizing the unintended disruption, Kakashi halted and quickly apologized. Sorry about that. Fuming, Obito sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Kakashi as if he could poke through his mask. What are you doing here? Kakashi. Ha ha ha. I found you. Hiding here won't save you. Let's settle this, shouted Might Guy, who had pursued Kakashi into the studio, completely oblivious to the other patrons. Seeing this, Obito's expression darkened further, his forehead throbbing with irritation. Honestly, why are my peers all like this? Having just complained, Obito noticed the studio owner tidying up the camera, seemingly preparing to develop the photos. He quickly interjected, Uncle, don't leave. That one doesn't count. We need to retake it. It's fine. Let us just use that one. Shikamaru interjected, noting that Kakashi had also entered the frame, which was rather good. What? Obito's jaw dropped, and his already sour mood soured further. It had been agreed that it would be a duo shot of him and Shikamaru. How had Kakashi suddenly barged in? Is that so? Then could you also develop a copy of the previous photo for me? Kakashi added nonchalantly, causing Obito to choke on his frustration. He turned to Kakashi, indignantly gesturing. How can you even ask for a photo? You didn't do anything wrong. Hearing Kakashi's retort, Obito took a deep breath and, unable to contain himself any longer, rushed to the studio owner, tugging at his sleeve. Uncle, please remove this guy from the photo. Obito pointed disdainfully at Kakashi, who returned the gesture with a calm demeanor. saying, "In my photo, you should remove him as well." The beleaguered studio owner sighed, clearly at a loss. Ultimately, he stated that technically it was impossible, and the best they could do was print the photos and let them cut out the parts they disliked. However, that would render the photos quite unattractive. Indeed, retaking the photo would be preferable, Obito grumbled, casting a glare at Kakashi. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you truly are my rival. You handle intruding into other shots with such ease." Might Guy praised, though no one present felt pleased by the compliment. Kakashi, even, was rubbing his temples. "Guy, if it weren't for your sudden appearance, I wouldn't have made such a blunder." "Did I scare you, Kakashi?" Guy exclaimed, eager for a challenge. "Does that mean you have a weakness when it comes to courage? How about we see who is braver?" "No, now is not the time for such contests." Kakashi gestured towards Obito, who had been glaring at them for quite a while. Unfazed by Obito's death glare, Might Guy noticed a white-haired boy nearby, who bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi, even sharing a calm expression. "Is he your brother?" "I wish he were," Kakashi replied. Chapter 14, The Fool. A few hours prior, upon returning home after completing a mission, Kakashi learned that his father had visited Shikamaru the day before, but due to other matters, the topic regarding the Heitake family hadn't been broached. However, now that he had met Shikamaru, Kakashi thought it would be good to extend a formal invitation once more. Thus, he directly stated, "Shikamaru, come and be my brother." Caught off guard by this sudden declaration, Shikamaru glanced at the not yet fully grown Kakashi, who stood at a similar height, yet appeared more mature than his age, especially with those lifeless, fish-like eyes that seemed to struggle to find motivation for anything other than warm camaraderie. "But Kakashi, you are the same age as me. So why should I be the younger brother? When is your birthday?" Kakashi answered honestly, "September." Shikamaru, born in December, paused for a moment. "So by that logic, I really am destined to be the younger brother." Seeing that Shikamaru had no retort, Kakashi's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, just as he was about to continue speaking when Obito suddenly barged in. Obito pulled Shikamaru protectively behind him and firmly stood in front of Kakashi, his fiery black eyes glaring directly at him. "You should abandon that thought, Kakashi. Shikamaru won't be going to your house. Don't make decisions for others, Obito." Kakashi frowned. Clenching his fists, Obito declared loudly, "It's not a unilateral decision. Shikamaru and I are going to live together. That has already been decided." "Really? Why would I lie to deceive you?" The forehead of the suspicious Obito throbbed, and he glared intensely. Kakashi shifted his gaze, seeking confirmation from the calm Shinya Yushima standing behind Obito. Obito was indeed correct. Yushima nodded nonchalantly, stating that it had been decided only a few hours prior, and that he would personally discuss the matter with your father, so Kakashi need not worry. "Oh, I see." Kakashi paused for a moment before nodding in response. Although he felt a tinge of regret, it was nothing significant. Observing the situation, Obito felt a surge of pride, believing he had finally gained an upper hand against Kakashi, and was about to press his advantage with further remarks when Kakashi's voice interrupted. "Shinya, be cautious. Spending too much time with this fool may lead you to become foolish as well." Obito immediately exploded. "What nonsense are you spouting, Kakashi? Who are you looking down on?" Yushima smiled as he replied, "I shall be mindful of that." Obito's angry expression fell flat. "Ah, Shinya." His incredulous eyes seemed to accuse him of siding with Kakashi against himself, leaving Obito quite displeased. Yushima added cheerfully, "However, I do enjoy having foolish friends." At these words, Obito's expression brightened, and he exclaimed, "Did you hear that, Kakashi?" Kakashi, with a look of resignation, glanced at Obito, as if questioning his intelligence. Feeling insulted by that gaze, Obito's voice trembled with indignation. "What kind of look is that?" "What kind of look?" Ignoring Obito's indirect admission of being foolish, Kakashi rubbed his forehead and turned to Might Guy. "Let us go, Guy." "Oh." Might Guy snapped back to reality, full of vigor. "Are we going to have a showdown?" Kakashi replied, "Almost forgot. This one is also a fool. I will return for the photos tomorrow," he informed the photo studio owner. Before departing, he turned to Shinya Yushima and said, "By the way, congratulations on your enrollment." "Ah, thank you." As Kakashi and Might Guy exited the photo studio, a relieved Obito exhaled, glad that the guy had finally left. His good photo had been marred by Kakashi's unwelcome interruption, leaving Obito feeling quite disgruntled. After pondering for a moment, he seized Yushima's arm, his expression earnest. "Now's our chance, Shinya. Let us quickly retake the photo." "I'm sorry, it's already been developed." The photo studio owner interjected at an inopportune moment. "Even if you retake it, you'll still have to pay for this one." Obito, undeterred, replied, "Fine, I'll pay. I have my wallet on me." He unhesitatingly pulled out his little treasure chest, but his hand was stopped by a smaller one. "No need to spend that money. You've worked hard on your missions. What you need to do now is return home and bring over some essentials, like clothes and toiletries." Upon hearing Yushima mention this, Obito blinked in surprise and nodded enthusiastically. Oh, all right. After a moment's thought, he asked, what about you? I'll continue browsing nearby. You can move your things into the house by yourself later, since you already have the key, right? Hearing him refer to it as home, Obito's smile broadened. Yes. As the two temporarily parted ways, Obito's light and cheerful steps suddenly halted. The matter of retaking the photo. How infuriating. He had completely let Shinya lead him around and forgotten about it. At that moment, Uchiha was heading straight to the Konoha vegetable market, as they would soon be living together and needed to prepare double the supplies for their home. Having just finished cooking lunch, he noticed the vegetables were running low, so he decided to buy some more. Regarding Obito, he had never considered living together until he thought about visiting the Heitake household. However, when he broached the subject with Obito, he clearly noticed a hint of melancholy beneath Obito's smile. Despite his congratulations, a deep-seated loneliness lurking in those dark eyes. Thus, he had given Obito a spare key, inviting him to cohabitate. It was too troublesome to sneak around the Uchiha territory, so it was easier to invite Obito out. As far as he knew, Obito didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan, so he wouldn't refuse. Indeed, the expression on Obito's face had visibly brightened. Hey, you little brat, stop meddling and go home for a nap. Suddenly, in a less crowded alley, Uchiha heard a sharp reprimand. He halted and turned to see three children roughly his age surrounding a little girl about 7 or 8 meters away. One black-haired boy was gripping her aquamarine hair, heedless of her pained expression, refusing to let go. The wrist of the black-haired boy was firmly grasped by another smaller arm. The child, no older than 5 or 6, had stunningly large eyes with slightly upturned lashes and a distinctive head of curly hair. He seems to be from the Uchiha clan, one of the black-haired boy's companions remarked, noticing the clan emblem on the girl's clothing. Is the Uchiha clan really that impressive? Why should I care who they are? The black-haired boy replied dismissively. What if their adults are nearby? Those Uchiha people are not to be trifled with. Chapter 15. The Genius Uchiha with Curly Hair. Upon hearing this, the black-haired boy visibly hesitated, his grip faltering. Let her go, Shisui calmly stated. Bullying the weak, especially a girl, is truly disgraceful. Huh. The black-haired boy tightened his grip even more, causing the girl to cry out in pain, tears swirling in her eyes. He couldn't comprehend how a mere child dared to confront him. As long as the Uchiha adults weren't around, he thought he could teach this little brat a lesson too. Receiving a signal from the black-haired boy, the other two lackeys approached, ready to restrain Shisui. Yet before they could comprehend the situation, Shisui swiftly evaded their grasp, and they were simultaneously knocked to the ground by an unseen force. Witnessing his subordinates being defeated by a 5 or 6-year-old Uchiha brat, the black-haired boy's eyes widened in fury. Without a second thought, he drew a kunai, which he had found in the ninja training grounds. Perfect timing. Observing the black-haired boy awkwardly clutching the kunai, Shisui's expression hardened. With a voice that was unexpectedly low for someone so young, he said, I have no intention of harming you. Stop blabbering. The black-haired boy discarded the girl and charged at Shisui recklessly. In the ensuing chaotic flurry, Shisui had no choice but to dodge skillfully, as he was unarmed. Realizing his initial attack had failed, the black-haired boy felt a mix of anger and frustration, fearing he might lose face in front of his lackeys. However, the physical disparity among children was evident, and he was determined that this little brat couldn't keep dodging forever. Sensing the black-haired boy's intentions, Shisui decided not to linger, deftly leaping onto the edge of a nearby wall, wisely creating distance to conserve energy. What are you dodging for? Come down here. Shisui frowned, intending to say something to persuade the black-haired boy to give up when a calm voice interrupted from the other side. Sano, has it really come to this? Resorting to bullying others? Such a small brother, and you let him off. The black-haired boy named Sano turned around, his expression one of surprise. Uchiha, what brings you here? He was one of the orphans who had come to Konoha village with Uchiha after being adopted by the villagers. They had seldom met since. Back when he was brought to the village, he had made a point to strike up a conversation with Uchiha, as he had thought at the time that the other was a rather attractive girl. Yet, let us not dwell on that. Mind your own business. Remembering that embarrassing moment when he mistook her gender, Sano blushed and exclaimed loudly. She inexplicably went mad and smashed the glass of my shop. So I brought her here to teach her a lesson. Upon hearing this, Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, and Shisui, who was perched on the wall, also seemed slightly stunned. Was this truly the case? The girl with water blue hair, now trembling, stood up and quietly accused. Who told your parents to accuse me of stealing their cake? Huh. Sano immediately glared, appearing as if he was about to act violently. The girl quickly sought refuge behind Uchiha, as if clutching at a lifeline. Uchiha replied, while it is true that she shouldn't have smashed your shop's glass, that does not justify your harsh treatment towards her. Nor does it excuse your attempt to harm a child of 5 or 6 with a kunai. You should first return home and inquire with your parents to clarify the situation, and also put away that Konoha. Sano glared with intensity, wishing to argue. But when faced with Shisui's calm azure eye, he found himself at a loss for words. Damn it, he cursed inwardly but obediently stowed the Konoha away. Observing this, Yushima's expression softened a bit. It was embarrassing to flaunt such clumsy Konoha skills in front of the genius Uchiha Shisui. It was simply too pitiful. With this thought, Yushima glanced towards Shisui, who was still standing by the wall, braving the cold wind. It's all right now, come down. Shisui paused for a moment, then gracefully leaped down and approached. Initially, he had thought the newcomers were accomplices, but it turned out otherwise. Moreover, with just a few words, Yushima had managed to defuse the situation, prompting Shisui to steal a few more glances at the young boy in front of him. You must be Uchiha Shisui? The other asked him first. Indeed, Shisui replied, acknowledging it openly. How do you know me? Yushima slightly lowered his head, his gaze lingering on the still small Shisui. And he couldn't help but smile at the boy's uniquely curly Uchiha hair. When filling out the enrollment form, I heard from teacher Tsukawa that the most talented student this year is you, Shisui, and I inadvertently saw your photo. Shisui was momentarily taken aback. Enrollment form? So this person has also been accepted into the Ninja Academy? Yet his age seemed off. May I ask your name? Hearing Shisui's polite and curious inquiry, Yushima feigned seriousness, saying, you'll find out tomorrow when school starts. With that, he waved his hand casually at Shisui, saying, see you tomorrow. Hey, you're just leaving like that? Sano, snapping back to reality, hurriedly pursued him. This left behind two bewildered little brothers, a relieved girl, and the young Uchiha Shisui, who already exhibited a semblance of composure despite his youth. Why are you following me? Yushima frowned. Who told you to meddle? Sano retorted angrily. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been hurt by Uchiha Shisui, and you would be the one in pain. How could that be? He is hardly even taller than my shoulder. Yushima glanced sideways at him. It seems you weren't paying attention to my words earlier. Sano, Shisui is a genius at the Ninja Academy. Don't just look at his age. Remember how embarrassed you were just now. Recalling how he had exerted himself without even touching a hair on Uchiha Shisui. Sano's face turned crimson with anger. Hey, Yushima, that is a bit much. Unbothered by Sano's outburst, Yushima maintained his composure as he selected vegetables at the market. Watching from the side, Sano, though he hadn't seen Yushima for a while, was somewhat aware that his foster parents had passed away, meaning Yushima now lived alone. However, why was he buying so many vegetables? If left too long, they wouldn't be fresh at all. Moreover, from what Yushima implied, he seemed to be starting school at the Ninja Academy tomorrow, compared to his own situation, where he could only help out at the cake shop. Sano felt a twinge of envy. By the way, what is wrong with your eyes? Yushima replied, just trying to look cool by covering them up. Sano, truly, this person remained the same. He must have been blind back then to think she was a cute girl. Chapter 16, what does it matter? Returning home first. Obito heard the sound of the door opening and cheerfully got up to greet. Yushima, you're back. He then noticed a boy he had never seen before standing beside Yushima. The boy's expression was even more arrogant than Kakashi's. Obito furrowed his brow. Who is this annoying guy? For some reason, he was even helping carry the groceries and had accompanied Sano back. Upon encountering Yushima's home with another boy present, Sano blurted out, ah, so you're cohabiting with someone else? Yushima, I advise you to stop reading those ridiculous books, or else your vocabulary won't be so strange. Sano's face flushed crimson. He didn't wish to linger any longer, and with a loud thud, he dropped the bag and hurriedly ran off, shouting, I won't let this go easily. Yushima, Obito, peering through the door, expressed his disdain. Is that guy an idiot? What is he talking about? Moreover, he seemed quite familiar with Yushima. Could he be the second Kakashi? Just as Obito was astonished and lost in thought, he heard the sound of bags being handled and quickly went over to help bring in the other bags, marveling at the variety and weight of the vegetables inside. Wow, Yushima, how did you buy so much? You said earlier to eat more to grow, Obito replied, momentarily taken aback, then broke into a silly grin. It seemed that everything he said was taken to heart by Yushima. As Yushima entered the house, he glanced at the pile of clothes and other items on the sofa, instinctively wrinkling his brow. Obito, fearing that others might misunderstand his untidiness, hurriedly set down the groceries and explained, I've been organizing. Yushima, however, said, you should quickly put those in another empty room before organizing. While what appeared to be a heap of clothes didn't actually amount to many items, they were all dark blue long-sleeved shirts and stand-up collar jackets, along with trousers, similar to what Obito was wearing now. Wait, am I supposed to sleep in your foster parents' room? Obito exclaimed in surprise. Yushima glanced over, raising an eyebrow. If you're scared of sleeping alone, you can share a room with me. Who is scared? Suddenly teased, Obito bristled. If he were scared, he wouldn't have endured for so many years. Following that, Obito busily put his belongings into the room. Before long, he held out a wallet sincerely with both hands towards Yushima. What is this about? Upon hearing, Obito quickly replied. Even though I'm living with you now, I can't just eat and drink for free. I'll contribute for meals each month. Oh. Understanding the situation, Naka Island Nariyuki glanced at Obito, and after 2 seconds, he extended his hand to accept it. Obito's tense expression relaxed somewhat. As if only then did he confirm that he had indeed moved in. Upon returning to the room, Nariyuki carefully stowed away his wallet. For now, he decided to keep it safe and return it to Obito later. By the time Obito had tidied up the room, organized his belongings, and made the bed, it was nearly 5:30. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Obito noticed Nariyuki standing at the doorway, holding a picture frame. The photograph was undoubtedly the one marred by Kakashi's intrusion, and as Obito stared at it for a while, he found it increasingly displeasing. He needed to cut Kakashi out of it. Where was the group photo of Team Minato? Hearing Nariyuki's inquiry, Obito suppressed his impulse and replied honestly, I have too much stuff to carry alone, so I left it for tomorrow. Nariyuki looked at him with surprise, his gaze making Obito feel somewhat uncomfortable. What's wrong? Nariyuki chuckled. I thought you would keep a photo of Miss Rin close at all times. Obito's heart tightened, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, thinking to himself, didn't we agree not to mock me about this? But it didn't matter, after all. It was just the two of them here. Unable to retort, Obito fell silent. After a few moments of silence, he suddenly reached out a hand toward Nariyuki. What are you doing? Nariyuki asked, puzzled. Obito said, give me one of your solo photos. Although Nariyuki didn't quite understand Obito's thought process, he handed over an extra photo, reasoning that only one was needed for the enrollment records. After receiving the photo, Obito glanced at it and smirked. How did that uncle manage to make you look so dazed? Nariyuki. So, are you waiting to get back at me? There was a hint of mischief in Obito's tone. He carefully tucked the photo into his pocket and then inquired about Sano. He wouldn't allow anyone to have a better relationship with Nariyuki than he did. Although he felt that Sano did not compare to him, he was still concerned. At that moment, Nariyuki was oblivious to Obito's burgeoning possessiveness, as even Obito himself did not realize how intense it had become. He merely assumed it was a child's ordinary curiosity, so he briefly explained the situation in the alley and how he met Sano. Upon hearing that their relationship was quite ordinary, Obito felt a sense of relief and quiet satisfaction. Then, when he learned that Nariyuki had actually encountered the renowned prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, Obito discreetly scrutinized Nariyuki. Suddenly, Obito lowered his head. As a fellow Uchiha, he felt mediocre compared to Shisui, having even graduated at the bottom of his class. Although he had worked hard and truly become a ninja, the gap between him and others was still significant. Had Nariyuki ever secretly compared him to Shisui? Sensing Obito's mood shift from high to low, Nariyuki was somewhat puzzled. What was going on with this kid? Were all children of this age so fickle? By the way, Obito, when are you going to ask Rin out? After contemplating for a moment, Nariyuki chose a topic that might brighten Obito's mood. Obito looked up in confusion. Huh? Why are we suddenly talking about this? Didn't she want to meet me? And you want to see her too, right? Obito paused, not picking up on Nariyuki's usual teasing tone in that statement. Feeling a bit unprepared. Oh, okay, I'll contact Rin tomorrow. Alright. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, it was the day to head to the Ninja Academy. Early in the morning, Obito hurriedly dressed and packed his ninja tools. Nariyuki initially assumed Obito was off to train diligently, but to his surprise, Obito wanted to accompany him to school. No need. I'm the only one who'll be embarrassed, he said, rubbing his forehead. With enthusiasm, Obito insisted. What nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 17, Oblivious. After some persuasion, Nariyuki finally managed to coax Obito away with the topic of finding Rin, and he set off to school with his backpack. In the raucous first-grade classroom, lively and adorable new sprouts of Konoha filled the space, except for him, the older child among them. Quiet down, Tsukuwa Ina called, writing Nariyuki's name neatly on the blackboard as she began to introduce him as a transfer student. About 20 to 30 pairs of eyes turned his way, some curious, some pleased, and others tinged with a complex coldness. Teacher, did he come to the wrong class? He looks much older than us. Tsukuwa Ina, hearing this, maintained a stoic expression but spoke earnestly. Sometimes, age can be an advantage. Although he is a new student, you should be wary as he might learn things faster than you. At this, she smiled again. He might leave you all behind. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions shifted dramatically. The teacher is being too harsh. Exactly. Nariyuki, who had nothing to say, thought. Thanks for establishing a few pint-sized rivals for me right from the start. Go find a seat, Tsukuwa Ina said nonchalantly. A few cheerful little girls eagerly waved at Nariyuki, indicating he could sit with them. Meanwhile, several mischievous boys in the class shot him glances of disdain, clearly rejecting him because of Tsukuwa in his earlier remarks. Just then, a voice called out to him, "Come sit with me." Everyone turned to see Uchiha Shisui smiling at him. Nariyuki had actually noticed Shisui when he entered the classroom. And upon seeing him, Shisui initially displayed a flicker of surprise, but quickly concealed it. Although school could be a hassle, having the famous Uchiha Shisui in class suddenly made Nariyuki feel that it wasn't so bad after all. He nodded and walked toward Shisui, who was seated in the second-to-last row. The other students looked on in astonishment. Even Tsukuwa Ina appeared somewhat taken aback. When did this kid become acquainted with the much-admired Shisui? Lord Orochimaru had instructed him to keep an eye on this child's movements and to report monthly. Should this also be included? Meanwhile, Nariyuki had arrived at the right side of the second-to-last row. The girl sitting at the end quickly stood up to give him space. Politely thanking her, Nariyuki sat down, sandwiched between them, while Shisui, seated by the window on the left, rested his chin on his hand, gazing at him with a smile. His long, curled eyelashes accentuated his bright, large eyes. "You didn't deceive me. You really came to school. Now I finally know your name, Nariyuki." Having grown accustomed to not being called older brother by children, Nariyuki replied with a faint smile, "Pleased to meet you." Shisui's smile deepened, likewise. "Rin, are you really going to meet Nariyuki this afternoon?" On the streets at 2 in the afternoon, after completing his self-training, Obito was trailing behind Rin, feeling somewhat flustered. Yamanaka Rin strolled leisurely with her hands behind her back, affirmatively nodding. "Yes, this afternoon. Didn't you say your friend was starting at the Ninja Academy today? I just happened to want to buy something for him as a welcome gift. As for his preferences, what does he truly enjoy?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Obito was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless as his mind became a desolate wasteland, utterly devoid of knowledge regarding another's inclinations. What did Rin usually like? Stopping in his tracks, he widened his eyes, suddenly crouching down with his hands cradling his head, lost in deep contemplation. Observing his vexed expression, akin to one grappling with an insurmountable dilemma, Rin let out a soft sigh. She had anticipated that the oblivious Obito would overlook such matters, so after a brief moment of thought, she approached him, taking his hand with a smile and suggesting, "Let us visit a cake shop to procure a treat for him." Obito, feeling a surge of warmth from her concern, was momentarily stunned, his heart swelling with emotion, followed by an acute embarrassment. Despite boldly proclaiming himself as Kakashi's superior friend in Rin's presence, he realized he was utterly clueless about even his best friend's preferences. What a failure. Before long, Rin had selected a well-frequented shop and pulled him inside. "Welcome." A raven-haired youth greeted them. Obito turned abruptly, raising his voice. "Huh? Why are you here?" Sano, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, the suspicious fellow cohabitating with Yushima." Rin, standing beside them, was taken aback. "Cohabitating?" Obito, in a swift motion, seized Sano by the collar, admonishing, "Didn't Yushima tell you to refrain from reading such nonsensical books? Take back that unpleasant remark. Why should I listen to him? Why should I heed your words?" "Absolutely not," Sano retorted defiantly. "Besides, am I wrong? Being friends with someone as peculiar as Yushima makes you a fool." Fuming, Obito found himself embroiled in a scuffle with Sano. After a day of relatively tolerable studies, Yushima returned home to find Obito sporting bruises. When he inquired, Obito fell into an unusual silence. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth and declared, "Had he not been an ordinary person, I would have employed ninjutsu against him." It was precisely for this reason that he resorted merely to fists, abstaining from even taijutsu. "There's no need to be angry," Yushima attempted to soothe him. Suddenly, Obito sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "No way. That guy's words were utterly offensive, and he even spoke ill of you. I cannot tolerate such a person. He must be taught a lesson to learn his place." All right, Yushima replied, resignedly pulling him back down. He studied Obito's face closely, noting the bruises at the corners of his mouth and the slight abrasions on his forehead. Fortunately, Rin had already tended to his injuries, applying medication and bandaging him. Despite the pain, Obito managed to articulate his frustrations clearly, earning Yushima's admiration. "Does it not hurt?" he inquired, brushing his fingers against Obito's forehead. Feeling the roughness of his hair, unexpectedly feeling a bit prickly. Was it due to his current agitation? Taken aback by the gentle touch, Obito momentarily froze, shaking his head. "It doesn't hurt." Compared to him, Sano lost a tooth. His eyes and face are likely swollen like a pig's head when he wakes up tomorrow. At this, Rin, who had been silent for a while, awkwardly interjected, "I apologize, my skills only allow me to manage this much." Yushima withdrew his hand softly. "It's all right. Thank you." Rin, startled, mumbled bashfully, "It's lovely to finally meet you, just as Obito described. You are indeed a very gentle person." Chapter 18, Growing Closer. With this topic, Obito became animated. enthusiastically praising his good friend. He recounted how his impulsiveness almost led him to strike Yushima due to a misunderstanding. Rin listened patiently, her laughter ringing with joy. Meanwhile, Yushima sighed silently. Obito, this fool, incessantly spoke of others in front of his crush instead of sharing more about himself. For instance, he could have used his injury to elicit sympathy from Rin, yet he stubbornly insisted it didn't hurt. Perhaps he felt embarrassed. How obstinate. Yet, he dared to brawl in front of his crush. His courage should have thickened his skin by now. Oh, by the way, here is a gift for you. Remembering her purpose, Rin eagerly presented the cake she had purchased from a different shop to Yushima. Thank you. If you don't mind. Would you like to stay for dinner? Really? Is that possible? Rin's face lit up with surprise. Of course. That is wonderful. Yushima smiled gently, then exchanged a knowing glance with Obito. Confused, Obito asked, what does that look for? Yushima, concerned for Obito's emotional journey, whispered, after dinner. Remember to personally escort Miss Rin home. Obito exclaimed, his surprise evident. Seeing his bewilderment, Yushima raised an eyebrow, questioning, are you made of wood? Oh. Realizing Yushima was creating an opportunity for him to be alone with Rin, Obito's cheeks flushed crimson. You didn't have to go through all this trouble. After a brief pause, he grasped the shoulder of the person before him with one hand, while covering his flushed face with the other. However, the faint pink of his ears betrayed his emotions. Oh, what do you mean by that? Yushima teased, feigning ignorance. As expected, Obito was momentarily at a loss for words. You're insufferable. Thus, their acquaintance with Rin deepened, and Yushima immersed himself in his studies, with Uchiha Shisui by his side, guiding him through various topics. His learning progressed smoothly. In fact, as Tsukuwa Iri had stated, he swiftly outpaced his peers, mirroring Shisui's remarkable prowess and becoming a remarkable figure within the school. The other teachers were astonished by how an ordinary child could excel so brilliantly, leading to envy and admiration from fellow students. However, Yushima was keenly aware that if he couldn't even achieve full marks on elementary-level subjects, he would be deemed a failure. This newfound fame resulted in many children flocking to see him, both boys and girls. Sitting in the classroom, he felt akin to an animal on display in a zoo, scrutinized curiously by onlookers. Wow, he is older than the rest of us. But what is up with his eyes? I don't know, but they look really cool, right? Indeed. Plus, he's south quite close to Shisui. Could this be a case of kindred spirits? Hearing all the gossip, Yushima mused. Are these little ones not aware of the presence of the subject of their chatter? At that moment, Shisui's clear voice interrupted his thoughts. The knowledge from our textbooks no longer suffices. Would you care to learn something a bit more challenging with me? Yushima snapped back to reality, nodding, sure. Then let us meet at the training grounds on the north side after school. Shisui winked at him, his eyes sparkling with mirth. All right. Days passed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the second month since the commencement of school. On this particular day, Obito returned home after completing a mission, only to find the house eerily empty, clearly indicating that another person had yet to arrive. Although such occurrences had become all too familiar, a wave of uncontainable disappointment surged within him. During this period, Izumi had been wholly absorbed in his studies, and just as Obito had surmised, Izumi's performance across various subjects was nothing short of outstanding, further solidified by his close association with Shisui, another prodigious talent in their class. Furthermore, for quite some time now, the moment school ended in the afternoon, Izumi would not head home immediately, but instead rendezvous with Shisui at the training grounds. Feeling the tedium of solitude at home, Obito had stealthily observed Izumi and Shisui during their training sessions, and he was profoundly awestruck. The two were practicing shuriken techniques, executing their throws with impeccable precision and an abundance of skill. Was this truly the level achievable by those who had only just begun to study such techniques? Indeed, Izumi was a genius. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock, and with Izumi still absent, it seemed he was once again engrossed in training with Shisui. Thus, Obito decided he would prepare dinner tonight, ensuring that Izumi would return to a warm meal. Setting aside his worries, as well as the inexplicable pang of envy towards Uchiha Shisui, he eagerly removed his goggles and rolled up his sleeves, ready to dive into cooking with fervor. Why do I feel as though you're going easy on me? On the training ground, Shisui lay on the ground, panting heavily, a sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Today's practice on shuriken had concluded, and in a moment of spontaneity, he had engaged in a sparring session with another individual. Initially, he had thought that being the first to enroll, coupled with his extensive training within the clan, would afford him some advantage. However, after their spar, he found himself evenly matched with his opponent. In fact, it could be said that his opponent was deliberately holding back. He could sense it. No, I've truly been doing my utmost to keep up with you, Izumi responded, sitting calmly nearby, his breath relatively steady. Perhaps it's because I'm a few years older than you. granting me greater strength and stamina. Haha. Shisui couldn't help but chuckle, his dark eyes fixed on the expansive, dimming sky. What should I do? I seem to be running low on energy to return home. As soon as he finished speaking, Izumi adjusted his stance, turning his back to Shisui and crouching down. Hop on. I'll carry you to the Uchiha clan's entrance. The rest of the journey is for you to manage on your own. I can't accompany you inside. Shisui, taken aback, quickly nodded and effortlessly climbed onto Izumi's back. You really have a nurturing disposition, don't you? Hearing Shisui's observation, Izumi replied without turning around. In comparison, Shisui, you are no less capable. Haha. Shisui laughed again. Although they were of different ages, after a month of interaction, Shisui found himself quite comfortable in Izumi's company. Their personalities and approaches to learning complemented each other remarkably well. Had he not been aware that Izumi was an orphan from a different village, he would have wished him to be born into the Uchiha family. He held a deep admiration for him. After a moment of silence, Izumi remarked, "Don't fall asleep on me, or I might just leave you at your clan's entrance and let you freeze. Rest assured, I am quite awake. I was just contemplating a few things," Shisui replied, shaking his shoulders and stifling a laughter. He understood it was a jest, but it genuinely amused him. Chapter 19. You are truly adorable. The path to the Uchiha clan was long, were it not for his desire to accompany Shisui. Izumi mused that Shisui would likely be training within the Uchiha grounds after school, which would have been closer to home. However, this arrangement was quite pleasant, even if he was unsure how long it would last. After all, Shisui was destined to graduate swiftly, bearing the title of a genius. As the Uchiha clan's gates loomed into view, Izumi engaged Shisui in conversation when a stern male voice interrupted. Halt. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto approaching, with a small child even younger than Shisui in tow. Itake. Put me down, Izumi. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Shisui politely greeted Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader acknowledged him with a slight nod before turning his gaze to Izumi, who stood beside Shisui. This is not a place for outsiders to roam freely. Upon hearing the cold undertone in Fugaku's voice, Shisui hurriedly explained that Izumi was merely escorting him home. Fugaku's brow furrowed. What were you two doing outside? Shisui replied honestly that they had been practicing shuriken techniques and sparring. At this, Fugaku scrutinized Izumi with an intense gaze. Shisui, exhausted as he was, could it be that this young man still possessed the energy to carry him home? Despite the age difference, the disparity should not be this significant. And who won the spar? Shisui was taken aback by Fugaku's interest in this question and hesitated before responding. It was a draw. Oh, a draw, you say? Fugaku's expression tightened further, becoming more austere and oppressive. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, the young Itake instinctively tightened his grip on Mikoto's hand, though he remained silent. Mikoto gently urged her husband to soften his demeanor, lest it frighten the children. However, Fugaku paid little heed to this detail, solemnly addressing Shisui once more. You're a child of whom our clan is proud. I hope you will consider how best to enhance your own capabilities. With that, Fugaku cast a significant glance at Itake beside Mikoto before turning back to Shisui. As Itake matures, you might find time to guide him. Shisui silently regarded Itake, who met his gaze in return. Their identical dark eyes locked, causing Shisui to clench his fists. Words momentarily lodged in his throat, wanting to speak. But he understood that doing so would only serve to further alienate Izumi in the eyes of the clan leader. Thus, Shisui swallowed his words. Understood, he nodded in affirmation. Very well, let us return. After instructing the younger generation, Fugaku glanced one last time at the silent Izumi before departing. The boy had maintained a calm expression throughout, as if their conversation held no relevance to him. It seemed he bore no resentment towards Fugaku's insinuation that Shisui should limit his interactions with him. Such resilience was rare. Moreover, this boy was the one he had heard about, who had risen to become a top student alongside Shisui within just a month. How fortunate it would have been if he had been born in Uchiha, but alas, he was not. My apologies, he tends to be this way, but he means no harm. As Fugaku walked a few paces away, a flustered Mikoto leaned in to speak softly to Izumi, hoping to soothe the child's feelings. It's fine, I don't mind. Upon seeing the young boy shake his head, Mikoto was momentarily taken aback. Then she noticed Izumi's curious gaze resting on Itake, whom she was holding by the hand. Hello. Surprisingly, he initiated a greeting. Hello. Itake blinked, his polite response a testament to his good upbringing, his voice bright and clear. With utmost seriousness, Kamiya Nariyuki candidly remarked, You are truly adorable. Suddenly showered with praise, Itake was taken aback, his expression a mix of surprise and bashfulness. Mikoto, unable to suppress her laughter, snickered softly. Beside them, Shisui scratched his head in exasperation. Mikoto was well aware of her son Itake's cuteness, as he was often complimented whenever they ventured out. so she found nothing peculiar about it. In fact, this made her feel quite fond of the white-haired child before her. In any case, don't mind what my husband just said. Shisui, you can continue playing with your friends. He is quite a good fellow, she added, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. If possible, Itachi would also like to ask something of you. Of course, Shisui replied with a smile. Noticing Mikoto and her son lagging behind, Fugaku began to urge them to hurry along. Thus, Mikoto waved her hand in farewell for the time being. Sighing in relief, Shisui rubbed his temples, while then, Nariyuki. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. When they returned home, the clock struck 6:30. As Kamishiro Nariyuki opened the door, a pungent, burnt odor assailed his senses. Glancing at the array of culinary disasters laid out on the table, he turned in shock towards the other occupant. Obito, what on earth are you doing? Completely engrossed in monitoring the frying shrimp, Obito was oblivious to Nariyuki's return. Nariyuki approached, gently tapping Obito on the shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise. Whoa, you scared me. What are you doing? Cooking. Of course, Obito replied sheepishly, extinguishing the flame, silently hoping his current efforts would suffice. Just as he was about to check the pot, he recalled the 2 plates of his failed dishes on the table, his face instantly flushing with embarrassment. Nariyuki must have seen them. How utterly mortifying. Truth be told, it wasn't entirely his fault for struggling with complex recipes. After all, during his solitary days, he merely made do with simple meals. His culinary skills only began to improve after befriending Nariyuki. Having spent a month here without preparing a single meal, he had taken on the tasks of washing dishes and cleaning to alleviate his conscience. As Obito reminisced about his culinary inadequacies, Nariyuki's approving voice broke through his thoughts. This time it's not bad. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief as he caught sight of Nariyuki using chopsticks to stir the shrimp in the pot. Really? Indeed. With this affirmation, Obito finally felt a wave of accomplishment wash over him. Observing the tension in Obito's posture, Nariyuki chuckled. When I came back, I thought your eyes were about to fall into the pot. You wouldn't be awakening your Sharingan because of this, would you? In no way. How could I awaken it over something so trivial? Obito stammered in protest, his cheeks heating up. If awakening were truly that simple, he would have done so long ago. Don't fret, it will happen soon enough, Nariyuki reassured him, recalling that Obito's awakening had occurred at the age of 13 during the battle at Konoha Bridge. That was still some time away. Nevertheless, in an effort to encourage him, he chose to say so. Chapter 20, The Gullible Fool. At the dining table, Nariyuki noticed Obito across from him, hesitating to speak. He gently inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Obito fiddled with his chopsticks for a moment before broaching the topic of how things had been with Uchiha Shisui lately. "Quite well," Nariyuki replied. "Oh." Obito stared at his bowl of white rice, absent-mindedly poking at it. "However, when I dropped him off today, I inadvertently caught the attention of your clan leader, who hinted at teaching me a lesson." "What?" Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes widened in shock. "What happened?" "Well, your clan's exclusivity is rather pronounced, though. I can understand it." With that, Nariyuki returned to his meal, not wishing to elaborate further. Obito's expression stiffened, his grip on his chopsticks tightening as he sat in silence. Although he didn't fully comprehend why the clan leader had reprimanded him, did Nariyuki visit Shisui daily? If that were the case, it would explain why they always returned home well after dark. This was rather too accommodating, wasn't it? His already unappealing expression grew even more rigid, and Obito sighed internally, pondering how he could possibly tell Nariyuki not to grow too close to Shisui. That would be absurd. After all, having more friends around Nariyuki was a good thing, wasn't it? But the way they spoke of the Uchiha's exclusivity sounded rather off-putting. At a loss for words to comfort him, the meal concluded in silence. It wasn't until they had both washed up and lay down to rest that Obito continued to fret over what to say. This resulted in him tossing and turning until the next day, when, during a gathering for a mission, Rin noticed the dark circles under his eyes and gasped in surprise. "Obito, what's wrong? Didn't he sleep well? Are you alright?" Obito bashfully scratched his head. I'm fine." Despite his reassurances, even Kakashi cast a sideways glance at him, sensing his lack of energy. "You didn't stay up all night, did you? You actually arrived early for the meeting today?" Which is quite rare. Cornered by Kakashi's observation, Obito shot him a glare. What of it? Clearly, something was amiss. Kakashi concluded nonchalantly. This prompted Rin to feel a sudden wave of concern, and she quickly pressed Obito for details about what had transpired. Yet, Obito could only muster a strained smile. Unsure of how to begin. "Really, it's nothing. Just ignore Kakashi's bad luck." He certainly couldn't tell Rin that he felt overshadowed by a 5 or 6-year-old child. Moreover, with Kakashi present, if word got out that he was troubled over something so trivial, he'd never hear the end of it. "You didn't do something foolish that made Nariyuki angry, did you? Is that why you were kicked out?" "No way. Don't jump to conclusions," Obito retorted, indignantly pointing his finger at Kakashi's forehead. Wishing he could pierce it through. Nariyuki has never been angry with me. Not in the past, and he certainly won't in the future. That's debatable. Kakashi replied with a sidelong glance. That's because he has a good temperament and seems to tolerate everything. But that doesn't mean you haven't done anything foolish. Like how you often arrive late for strange reasons, making us wait for you. What nonsense are you spouting? Obito glared furiously. Helping an old lady cross the street is hardly a strange reason. Seeing the atmosphere spiral back into their usual bickering, Rin had initially intended to intervene. But upon catching a glimpse of Kakashi's expression, she lowered her hand. She smiled helplessly, realizing that Kakashi was trying to rouse Obito's spirits. Thus, the two continued their animated exchange for a while. Finally, Kakashi dropped a bombshell. Since your rebuttals are so loud, don't appear as if your brains have been drained. What if our mission client sees you like this and suspects that Konoha has many unreliable ninjas like you? Upon hearing Kakashi's sudden remark, Obito froze in place. Then, deeply affected, he turned away, tears streaming down his cheeks like wide ribbons, and looked towards Lin for confirmation. Is there something truly amiss with how I present myself? Lin hurriedly waved her hands, reassuring him. It's not that serious, but Kakashi is right. You mustn't let your personal emotions interfere with our mission, Obito. With that, she grasped his hand gently, smiling softly. After the mission concludes, if you still feel troubled, do share your thoughts with me. I will offer my best advice. Obito, looking at the hands Lin held and hearing her words, felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes. After a few moments of comfort, he wiped the corners of his eyes and quickly steadied his demeanor. I'm sorry. It's quite all right, Lin replied tenderly. Obito exclaimed, all right. Let us hasten to complete this mission. He then inquired, by the way, where is Teacher Minato? He should be waiting for us at the village entrance with the client. Oh, let us hurry then. With Obito seemingly invigorated by her words, he charged forward like a bull, while Kakashi shook his head, thinking, he truly is an easily appeased fool. After perusing the first month's reports submitted by Tsukuwa IRI, Danzo's expression appeared shrouded in shadows under the dim light. That child has been quite the sensation at school lately. Moreover, he has become inseparable from another exceptional child of the Uchiha clan. Despite lacking any familial or bloodline advantages, he has achieved so much in such a short time. Could it truly be because he is possibly a descendant of that person from my recollection? Keep an eye on what that child is lacking lately. Understood, replied a root member named Raihei, standing by. Just as Raihei departed, Orochimaru's figure silently emerged from behind the door. I didn't realize you held such a keen interest in that child, to the extent of attempting to win his favor materially. Danzo, fingers interlaced under his chin, concealed a glint of cold malice in his eyes. I will handle that child myself. You continue with your tasks and refrain from contacting me too frequently. If resources run low, then seek me out again. I came to see you precisely because of these matters. What? Danzo was slightly taken aback. It had only been a month. Since this is an unprecedented research experiment, it will inevitably yield a plethora of failures, leading to significant resource depletion. I understand, Danzo replied. Orochimaru, interrupted mid-sentence, chuckled softly, and turned to leave, his form quickly disappearing into the darkness where the light could not reach. After school, Kamishiro-sia hurried home. Today, something was amiss within the Shisui clan, preventing him from training with his companions, so he decided to return home. Last night during dinner, Obito mentioned a mission outside the village today, and CEO wondered when he would return. He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the Uchiha clan that he hadn't paid much attention to Obito, making the dinner feel rather somber. Now he felt a twinge of regret. I hope he isn't secretly shedding tears. Chapter 21, The Sealed One. As Sia contemplated Obito, a tall figure suddenly dashed past him, stirring up a gust of wind that halted him in his tracks. Seemingly in haste, the person made a shushing gesture and swiftly concealed themselves in the nearby bushes. Moments later, 3 aggressive women clad in yukatas rushed by, scanning the area. Not spotting any suspicious figures nearby, they turned their attention towards him, demanding loudly, "Hey, kid. Have you seen anyone sneaky pass by here?" Sia quickly glanced at the still bushes and nodded honestly. Yes, I did. At this, the women's expressions shifted to surprise, and the concealed figure felt a pang of anxiety. This kid isn't going to betray me, is he? He went that way, Sia said, pointing towards the bustling street on the left, deliberately adding, he ran really fast and almost collided with me. The person hidden in the bushes thought, damn it, there really was someone watching us. But if that's the case, he must have escaped. After a while, when the 3 irate women could not find their target, they left in frustration. Sensing it was safe, the figure in the bushes stood up and let out a long sigh. He was tall, wearing a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil, with a red mark beneath his eyes and strikingly long white hair. Lord Jiraiya. Sia accurately called out the identity of the figure, It seems you're near the women's bath behind this wall. What brings you here? Ha ha ha, Jiraiya chuckled, not intending to explain himself in front of the child, instead masking his embarrassment with laughter. He then pretended to be serious, playfully ruffling Sia's hair and changing the subject. So my renown has reached even you, little one. It seems you just got out of ninja school. You help me today, when you graduate. I'll teach you a powerful jutsu. Sia calmly rejected the grand offer, kicking it away. I'm only in first grade. I have a long way to go before I graduate, but you can teach me now, and by the time I graduate, I'll surely master it. Jiraiya, taken aback, thought, this big kid is only in first grade. What is going on? However, he realized it was not his place to meddle and casually replied, let us save that for another time. He hadn't even learned that jutsu from Minato yet. Just as he turned to leave, an unexpected force kicked him, sending him rolling in the dust for several circles before he managed to stop. Jiraiya. He heard a furious voice call out. Struggling, Jiraiya sat up, clutching his abdomen. Tsunade. Please, don't use violence in front of the child. Tsunade, who had appeared out of nowhere, paid no heed to his plea and marched over, her hard black heels echoing with each step, as though pressing down on Jiraiya's already fragile heart. She seized him by the collar. I just passed by here and heard you've been up to your usual lewd antics again? What? That is not me. Jiraiya hastily waved his hands in denial. I was just having a lively conversation with this child. He pointed to Sia a few meters away and, as Tsunade raised an eyebrow and looked his way, he slyly winked at Sia, hoping for another rescue. Sia, receiving the signal and feeling like a lifeline, thought, no way, and turned his head away. Seeing this reaction, Jiraiya became increasingly frantic. Hey, hearing the voice, Sia looked back just in time to lock eyes with Tsunade. She seemed to momentarily lose focus and released her grip, causing Jiraiya to plop back down awkwardly, losing all semblance of the legendary ninja's grandeur. Before he could ask Tsunade what she intended to do next, he saw her approach the white-haired boy. Moments later, the woman who often resorted to violence against him squinted at the young child, scrutinizing him for quite some time. This scene left Jiraiya utterly perplexed. He looks just like... Tsunade mused. Just like who? Jiraiya asked, standing up and brushing off the dust from his clothes as he approached her. Suddenly, he seemed to have realized something, abruptly halting his steps and loudly clarifying. Let me be clear, this child has nothing to do with me. Tsunade let out a cold laugh. You, who don't even have a lover. How could I possibly suspect that this child is yours? Jiraiya replied. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Tsunade's gaze flickered momentarily, and she suddenly fell silent. What is his name? She asked, turning to Jiraiya. How was he to know? His already guilty eyes began to dart about. Why are you asking me? Why not ask the child himself? Tsunade fixed him with a chilling stare. Aren't you the one who was chatting so animatedly with this child? How could you not even know his name? Jiraiya feigned seriousness. I can chat quite merrily with the lovely ladies at the tavern too. And I certainly don't need to know all their names. Tsunade merely stared at him, and with a swift motion, a certain lecherous white-haired ninja, one of the legendary Sunin, was mercilessly sent flying. Once the chaos had settled, Amino Irika glanced at the pair before him with a peculiar expression and asked, Can I leave now? Go on, Jiraiya waved him off. Yet Tsunade, deep in thought, abruptly seized his arm, saying, Young man, let me see your other eye. Amino hesitated for 2 seconds, perplexed as to why Tsunade was curious about his eye, but complied, removing his eye patch. Upon seeing his heterochromatic eyes, Tsunade's surprise was palpable, and she nodded. All right, put it back on. After releasing him and watching him walk away, Tsunade did not retract her gaze, her brow furrowed in contemplation. What is troubling you? Jiraiya inquired with concern. Tsunade replied gravely. Jiraiya, do you remember when we were children? Hearing those adults speak of a strange individual whose name had been erased from memory in the village? Jiraiya stroked his chin. I don't recall such things. And even if there were, who would remember something so long ago? Tsunade fell silent. Indeed, it had been so long that no one would remember. She too had only vaguely heard whispers of it among the adults during her childhood. For decades, there had been a person whose name was expressly forbidden to be mentioned, and all records pertaining to him had been sealed away. She could no longer recall his name, though she had once seen a portrait of him at her grandfather's. She had forgotten what he specifically looked like, only retaining a vague memory of a man with white hair and mismatched eyes, just like that child she had encountered earlier. Perhaps she should ask Lord Sarutobi. He might still remember. Chapter 22, Whispers of the Past. In the Hokage's office, upon seeing Jiraiya and Tsunade appear at the door, the third Hokage, surrounded by a pile of unreviewed documents, inhaled sharply, surprised. What brings you here? If they had arrived any later, he would have been heading home. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Of course, we came to visit you. Spare me, the third Hokage thought, well aware of his disciple's nature. So he was not easily fooled. Tsunade cut to the chase, her tone earnest. Sarutobi-sensei, I would like to ask you a few questions. Noticing the unusual tone in her voice, the third Hokage set down his pipe and nodded. Go ahead. Thus, Tsunade began to speak. And the third Hokage and Jiraiya listened in silence. However, as she continued, both of their faces gradually displayed evident confusion. I don't recall the individual you mentioned. Perhaps it's due to my age, the third Hokage reflected with a smile. Tsunade pressed on. You must have seen him before, right? The third Hokage reinserted his pipe, nodding slightly at first, but as fragments of memories eluded him, he found himself unable to clarify. This nebulous sensation left him uncertain if he had indeed met the person. The individual you speak of belongs to the era of the first Hokage, much older than I. Perhaps I have seen him, or perhaps not. And his name? Tsunade inquired further. Upon hearing this question, the third Hokage closed his eyes, contemplating the past, before returning his gaze to Tsunade. His expression solemn. Why are you so interested in this matter? Tsunade blurted out. Because I want to know what kind of person could have their portrait displayed in my grandfather's room. The third Hokage's pipe clattered to the floor. The scene was comical. Nearby, Jiraiya appeared to have inadvertently overheard some scandal pertaining to the first Hokage, his expression one of shock. While they were astonished, Tsunade frowned as she recalled the vague memories of her past. She dimly remembered her grandfather sighing at the portrait, a moment that had lingered in her mind for quite some time. The next day, when she inquired about it, she discovered that the painting had vanished, and her grandfather denied having hidden anyone's portrait from her grandmother. As time passed, she had gradually forgotten the incident, but certain childhood memories would surface unexpectedly. Upon seeing that child, it had suddenly unlocked her curiosity about the past. Yet how was it that Sarutobi-sensei could not recall even this? Surely the records of that person were still in the archives? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, the third Hokage picked up his pipe and, feigning nonchalance, remarked, such old records have deteriorated and been lost over the years due to the renovations of the office building and the dampness of the weather. You won't be able to find them. Moreover, this is a matter expressly forbidden to be discussed, so the clues you could uncover are even fewer. How could this be? Tsunade sighed in frustration. Let it go, Tsunade. Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, trying to console her. It's ancient history. There's no need to dwell on it. Tsunade shot him a glare, startling him into retracting his hand sheepishly. Do you recall who issued the ban? Tsunade pressed again. Was it the first Hokage, or? Surrounded by swirling white smoke. The third Hokage squinted his wrinkled eyes and answered. Such stringent measures are typically the doing of the second Hokage, namely Tobirama Senju, my teacher. How is everything at school? Irika. All is well. Everything is going smoothly. On their way to the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi Heitake spoke kindly to Amino Irika, inquiring about his well-being. After having distanced himself from Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had returned home only to find Kakashi waiting for him, inviting him to dine on barbecue. Is that really okay? Uncle Kakashi? After all, with both Kakashi and Obito out, it felt somewhat odd for the two of them to be indulging in barbecue together. Kakashi smiled, expressing that it was no trouble at all. More importantly, how have you been getting along with Obito? Quite well, we never argue. Hearing this, Kakashi's demeanor softened. That's good. Having companionship is always nice. Before long, the two entered the barbecue restaurant, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, enticing their appetites. Just as they were about to find a vacant spot to sit, a familiar, raspy voice resonated from nearby. Have you brought your beloved disciple out for a meal as well? Looking up, they indeed found Orochimaru, accompanied by a small girl wearing a mesh outfit, who appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger than Amino. Her golden eyes glanced at Kakashi before shifting down to Amino. Noting Orochimaru's question, Kakashi frowned, tacitly acknowledging Amino as his disciple. After deciding to live with Uchiha Obito, Amino had deliberately come to find him to discuss his apprenticeship, as well as the encounter with Orochimaru when filling out his enrollment form, during which the latter had inquired whether Amino wished to become his disciple. To be candid, he had once unilaterally declined Orochimaru's offer by claiming to be a disciple of the White Fang. Seiya even felt compelled to apologize for having appropriated the name of the White Fang. At that moment, he was momentarily taken aback, but he smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. He playfully inquired why Seiya did not seize the opportunity to become Orochimaru's apprentice. After all, he was one of the legendary Sunin. Compared to that seemingly ominous legendary Sunin, I would much prefer Konoha's White Fang. The child's words were sincere, and her expression was earnest. In that instant, he was utterly charmed and, with a grand gesture, decided to let Seiya truly become his disciple. Although this matter had not been deliberately publicized, and he had yet to impart any teachings due to his busy schedule, today he sought to alleviate his guilt as a mentor by inviting his disciple to a meal. Hinata, Orochimaru called to the child beside him, signaling her to politely greet the contemplative Heitake Shaoma. In turn, Heitake Shaoma reciprocated by encouraging Seiya to greet Orochimaru and his companions. Observing the natural camaraderie between the mentor and apprentice, which appeared genuine rather than feigned, Orochimaru could not help but dispel his lingering doubts and courteously proposed. "Since fortune has favored us with this encounter, shall we dine together?" Heitake Xiaoma recognized the politeness behind his words and did not take it to heart, nonetheless. In the spirit of amicability, he agreed, refraining from dampening Orochimaru's spirits. Once seated, the young Mitsuhashi Hinata scrutinized Thea with narrowed eyes. Seemingly displeased. "Are you the one who rejected Orochimaru-sensei?" With her utterance, the already peculiar atmosphere at the table became even more tense. Thea could not help but glance back at the glaring Hinata, and after a brief moment, he innocently tilted his head and replied, "I already have Uncle Xiaoma. If I hadn't rejected your teacher, he would have divided his attention towards you. Wouldn't you prefer it this way?" Hinata, astonished that anyone would dare to reject Orochimaru, was momentarily speechless. Chapter 23. A Curious Individual. How reasonable. She had inadvertently stifled her own indignation meant for Orochimaru's sake. This boy. Hinata gritted her teeth, unsure how to retaliate, and resorted to tightly gripping her chopsticks, huffing in frustration as she turned away, seemingly conceding that Orochimaru's attention was hers alone. Meanwhile, Sia, having effortlessly dispatched his opponent with a single move, calmly took a sip of water. Orochimaru, who had been observing the entire exchange, could not suppress his laughter, a chilling sound that lingered for several seconds before his golden eyes turned towards the somewhat exasperated Heitake Xiaoma. "You have taken on a disciple who excels in every regard." Heitake Xiaoma offered a feigned smile in response. "I apologize for the amusement." The two adults engaged in a playful exchange, while the two children, one sulking and the other awaiting the meal, added to the scene. During the grilling of the meat, the agitated Hinata quietly competed with Sia. Whether it was swiftly claiming the nearly cooked meat or snatching away the pieces he coveted, she ensured that every morsel found its way to her own stomach. Such childish antics were beneath Sia's notice, as he adopted an attitude of indifference. However, his apparent nonchalance only served to further infuriate the provocatively aggressive Hinata. Was this person a fool? Even after being bullied so brazenly, he remained silent, yet when he did speak, his words were so sharp. Truly, a curious individual. As she listened to the conversations around her, Hinata noted how many times Orochimaru had praised this boy. He praised his cleverness, his diligence, his dedication. He even lauded him as an outstanding student, surpassing even the young prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Thwack! Unable to contain herself any longer, Hinata slammed her chopsticks onto the table and boldly challenged the white-haired boy. "Let us settle this once and for all. Genius. Sia, what on earth? Have you been infected by Might Guy?" In the end, no confrontation ensued, as Orochimaru swiftly intervened to halt Hinata's impudent behavior. "Hinata, that is quite rude. Apologize. Teacher, I feel wronged." Orochimaru's eyes, typically warm in the presence of his students, now glinted with a chilling intensity. "Do not disappoint me." Upon hearing those words, Hinata was startled, immediately rising from her seat to bow towards Sia. "I am sorry." The meal was utterly tasteless, a true torment. The following day, school was dismissed. Sia had prepared early, equipped with his ninja tools, and was heading to the northern training ground. Along the way, he sensed a shadow stealthily trailing behind him. Initially inclined to ignore it, he was soon startled as several small white snakes descended from above, landing atop his head. It turned out that the relentless Hinata was covertly following him, hoping to catch a glimpse of his awkwardness to vent her frustration. Such creatures did not intimidate him. In fact, as Hinata momentarily paused in surprise, he vanished from sight. Hinata, astonished, dashed out from her hiding place. The teacher said this boy has only been in the ninja academy for about a month, and yet he possesses such speed? Could he truly be a genius rivaling the Uchiha? Clenching her teeth in frustration, unable to locate him, she resolved to retreat for the time being, though she would not abandon her pursuit. 3 days after leaving the village, Obito returned to Konoha, eager to head straight home. He waved his hand, saying, "I'll head home first, Minato-sensei Rin." Then, he glanced at the silent Kakashi beside him. Their eyes met, and after a second, both turned away with a huff, seemingly unwilling to bid each other farewell. Minato, unable to navigate such awkwardness, scratched his head in discomfort, saying, I'll go submit the mission report to the Hokage's office." He then hurriedly departed. Seeing this, Rin wore a bemused smile and turned to inquire, "Are you all right, Obito?" As he stepped forward, Obito paused, suddenly recalling the incident that had kept him awake 3 nights ago. The mission had been so demanding that he had not had time to dwell on it. Moreover, 3 days had passed. Sia should still be the same, training with Uchiha Shisui and the like. Reflecting on this, Obito felt relatively calm, though one matter did weigh on his mind. It was Seiya's mention of escorting Shisui home, which had resulted in a reprimand from the clan head regarding their Uchiha exclusivity. The tone and expression he had worn could be interpreted as displeasure, could it not? It was entirely his fault for being tongue-tied and failing to say something at that moment. Surely, Sia would not think he was one of those types, right? Everything is fine. Not wishing to worry Rin further, Obito forced a cheerful smile. If you have time, Rin, you could come over for dinner. I learned a new dish a few days ago, and Sia praised me for it. At that moment, Kakashi leaned in, casting an indifferent glance at Obito, and lazily remarked, "Just one? Why are you butting in?" Obito's forehead twitched with frustration. Rin, apologetically, replied, "I'm sorry, Obito, but I can't this time. I have to head home first. How about next time?" "Oh, okay." As Rin waved goodbye to both of them, her figure gradually receding, Obito's lingering gaze was abruptly interrupted as he turned around in surprise. "Why are you still here?" Kakashi unabashedly declared his intention. "I am heading to your home." Obito's brows furrowed in confusion. "I never invited you." Kakashi offered no reply, striding forward with determination. Taken aback by his urgency, Obito hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "Why are you walking so briskly? You don't even have a key to our house. I can always climb in through the window." "Huh, don't make me call the guards on you, Kakashi." At that moment, the afternoon sun bathed the street in a warm glow, creating a comfortable ambience. Walking side by side, Obito and Kakashi occasionally bickered, their exchanges trivial and lighthearted. Suddenly, Kakashi halted, seemingly having noticed something. Obito stopped as well, squinting in inquiry. "What now?" "Over there." Kakashi gestured towards a street corner across the way. Following his direction, Obito's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar white figure beneath a power pole. Recognizing her, his expression brightened with excitement, and he instinctively moved to rush over, only to be yanked back by Kakashi's swift grip on the nape of his neck. "Kakashi." Obito felt his patience wearing thin. "Look for yourself." Calmly, Kakashi pointed in another direction. Obito took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and turned to see what Kakashi was teasing about. Chapter 24. "What's your rush, you two?" Hiding approximately 7 to 8 meters away, Akane crouched behind a patch of grass. Seizing the opportunity while the oblivious Shinya remained unaware, she cautiously maneuvered through her concealment. Obito's eyes widened as he realized the figure was a girl, momentarily taken aback. This girl seemed to be stealthily approaching Shinya. Who could she be? Was she perhaps a girl harboring a secret crush on him due to his brilliance at school? The implications sparked a whirlwind of thoughts in Obito's mind, transforming his surprise into a mischievous grin. Haha, Shinya often teased her about Rin. Now he has caught red-handed. Kakashi, noticing Obito's glee, raised an eyebrow. Obito's emotions were clearly written across his face. As he scrutinized the scene ahead, Kakashi narrowed his eyes, sensing that the girl's demeanor suggested she was not merely infatuated, but rather approaching an adversary with ill intent. "Hey, Obito." Kakashi, feeling the unease, intended to issue a warning, but before he could finish, Obito dashed forward impulsively. Midway through his sprint, he suddenly witnessed the so-called love-struck girl leap from the bushes, swiftly launching 4 shuriken towards the power pole. Simultaneously, Shadow Snake Hand, as Akane's left hand unleashed a flurry of dark, serpent-like creatures with red tongues, Obito's smile froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "Shinya." The sound of shuriken clashing almost coincided with Obito's frantic shout, as Kakashi, armed with kunao, appeared just in time to intercept the onslaught. Yet the serpents were already closing in. Fire style, fireball jutsu. In a critical moment, a massive orange fireball surged forth, dissipating the serpent's assault just in time. Kakashi swiftly created distance, turning to Obito with a wry smile. "Though your timing was impeccable, I hope you can manage your distance better next time. The flames nearly singed me." Obito retracted his hands from their hand signs, retorting loudly, "Considering I unleashed that in a panic, it's the best I could do." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that was quite extraordinary. Obito frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, now was not the time for banter. Suppressing his frustration, he quickly searched for Shinya. Yet, he found no trace of him by the power pole. His heart raced. Where was Shinya? Unbeknownst to Kakashi, who remained fixated on Akane, he coldly interrogated. "Why did you attack someone in the village?" Akane scoffed. "Mind your own business. This is my duel with that kid." "What? Duel?" Obito turned sharply, angrily pointing at her. "How is that a duel? You could have killed him. And from behind, no less. How despicable." "You," Akane retorted, exasperated, gesturing to the left. "I didn't even harm him. Why are you two so agitated?" Obito and Kakashi followed her gaze, catching sight of Shinya perched on a wall, looking down at the three of them, and scathed. "Hey," Shinya greeted with a gentle smile. Seeing his face, Obito blinked in surprise, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yet his fists clenched in frustration. What on earth happened? Kakashi picked up a piece of wood from the ground, realization dawning upon him. It was a substitution technique. "So, No one needed saving. He dodged that attack effortlessly. Humph. I'll let this slide today because outsiders interfered, but I will defeat you another day. With a venomous threat. Akane gritted her teeth and fled. How did you end up entangled with such a person? Kakashi tossed the wood aside, frowning. Shinya gracefully leapt down, letting out a wistful sigh. That's akin to me asking why you're entangled with my guy. Kakashi paused, bluntly replying, Guy wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Shinya nodded in agreement, contemplating, true enough. Just as he finished speaking, Obito suddenly leaped onto Shinya, clinging tightly to his neck, his voice trembling with lingering fear. Wow. That was terrifying. It's all over now. Shinya seized Obito's hand, inadvertently brushing against the cold sweat in his palm, raising an eyebrow in surprise. You were that scared? Obito quickly withdrew his hand, glaring at him. If I hadn't caught up, my heart would have stopped. Hearing such an exaggerated statement. Shinya paused before chuckling. I'm sorry for worrying you and Kakashi, but I saw how you two rushed over to protect me. Honestly, that moment truly touched me. Shinya glanced between Obito and Kakashi, a reminiscent smile gracing his features. It seems this is the first time since arriving here that I've received such protection. He referred to his solitary arrival in this world. Obito and Kakashi interpreted it as his time in Konoha. Both were momentarily engulfed in complex emotions. Obito was the first to heartily pat Shinya's shoulder, grinning widely. What's the big deal? You and I are best friends, after all. No matter how many times. I would always rush to protect you. Upon reflecting on the recent events, he discovered that Naru seemed capable of resolving matters through the use of the substitution technique. It has only been 3 days since their last encounter, yet he has already mastered this skill. While it is merely an E-rank ninjutsu that anyone can learn, Naru's progress is undeniably remarkable. At that moment, a voice drifted over from the side, light and mocking. Isn't the so-called best definition simply your unilateral opinion? As Obito pondered this with a sense of melancholy, Chapter 25, a sense of belonging? Noticing that the two were about to quarrel, Naru promptly intervened, pulling each of them aside to disrupt the incantation. Let us not discuss that now. I discovered a delightful pancake shop yesterday. Let us go check it out. My treat. Really? Yes, truly. He grasped the delighted Obito's hand, discreetly casting a glance behind them. Since the appearance of the red bean, 2 concealed presences had lingered nearby, expertly hidden. However, for the moment, they remained inactive. After a brief period of silent observation, Naru chose to disregard it. Meanwhile, golden eyes watched intently from the shadows as the 3 figures moved further away, and Orochimaru slowly withdrew his gaze. He knew that the red bean could never compare to that child, thus deeming the confrontation unnecessary. Moreover, that child was not only a disciple of Heite Kakashi, but also a prominent figure within the academy. Should he suddenly go missing, it would undoubtedly attract attention. With this thought, Orochimaru turned away, just as he caught sight of another shadow swiftly following the trio, recognizing that it belonged to Danzo's subordinate. A smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips. Let Danzo fret over these matters. I shall focus solely on my research. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. It was Tsunade and Jiraiya. Orochimaru was not surprised to see the two together. He turned his head to regard them. Tsunade's somewhat aloof expression was familiar to him, as this fellow had long since transformed into a cold, serpent-like figure. Jiraiya, however, greeted him warmly. Ah, you've returned to the village after several days. It's good to finally see you. By the way, what have you been busy with? Nothing much, Orochimaru replied curtly. Is there something you need? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by his dismissive tone, losing the desire to continue the conversation. Tsunade, unfazed by the exchange, stated directly, I have something to inquire of you. This statement caused a flicker of emotion to pass through Orochimaru's eyes. Had they discovered something about him? Yet, upon hearing Tsunade's question, he realized it was not about his recent activities, but rather concerning a matter he had scarcely heard of himself. What is it? Jiraiya groaned, covering his forehead in frustration. Are you going to ask every person you meet about that long-deceased individual? What if they're still alive? Huh. As if. Tsunade shot back, striking Jiraiya playfully. Observing Jiraiya's pained reaction, Orochimaru finally spoke calmly. I'm sorry, but I have not heard anything. Kakashi remarked. So she is the apprentice of Orochimaru. Obito, munching on a pancake, scoffed derisively. Regardless of whose apprentice she is, one cannot ambush others under the guise of a duel. It's utterly disgraceful. If I encounter him again, I shall ensure he pays for his actions. Look at Lin. She is gentle and kind. Naru glanced sideways. Obito, were you just comparing her to Miss Lin in your mind? Huh. Obito's face flushed with embarrassment. How did you know what I was thinking? Naru, caught in the middle, took a bite of his delicious pancake and replied, because your thoughts are written all over your face. You're too easy to read. I can't decipher what Kakashi is thinking at all. Obito retorted in dissatisfaction. He wears a mask that obscures his entire face. What can one even see? Kakashi turned his gaze towards Naru and inquired, "What level have you reached in your studies?" "Well, I've basically learned everything I can." Kakashi appeared surprised yet unsurprised at the same time. "Would you like to test my learning outcomes?" Naru asked with a smile, recognizing the intent for a spar. Kakashi nodded without hesitation. "All right." As soon as the words left his lips, Naru agilely leaped onto the wall, his figure racing towards the Hokage's office. Kakashi followed closely behind. Obito, left behind, stared in disbelief. "What do you mean, all right? Don't just ignore me, you too." With a mouthful of half-eaten pancake, he reluctantly chased after them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden glow of twilight enveloped Konoha, casting a serene and tranquil ambience. On the Hokage rock, Naru was the first to arrive, followed by Kakashi, and then a breathless Obito. "Why did you suddenly start running?" Obito panted. "It's a race, and we might as well enjoy the sunset while we're at it." Naru turned back with a playful smile before facing the expansive view of Konoha below. "It appears I have the upper hand today, but that may not hold, considering both of you have just returned from a mission and likely exhausted your stamina. Perhaps we shall compete again when next we have the chance." Kakashi and Obito remained silent, their gazes fixed on Naru's silhouette. His haori billowed in the high wind, his white hair dancing in the breeze, creating an illusion that was almost surreal. The figure standing there resembled the fading rays of sunset, as if it might vanish from sight at any moment. Obito felt a tightening in his chest. Why did it always seem that Naru was not as carefree and joyful as he appeared? Was it because he had not been in Konoha long enough to feel a sense of belonging? A knot of unease lodged itself in Obito's throat, and he wished to say something but found the words escaping him. Kakashi furrowed his brow, extending his arm to pull Naru closer. "Come over here a bit. Don't fall off." "Hey, Kakashi, you both ran so fast just now." Suddenly, Might Guy appeared out of nowhere like a specter, lost in his thoughts. Obito jumped in surprise. "Hey, don't come any closer, you beastly face." Just then, he slipped, and his pupils dilated as he heard the wind rushing past his ears. The suffocating sensation of weightlessness struck his blank mind, but soon enough, a white figure rushed toward him, reflected in his widened eyes behind his orange goggles. Naru, moving with incredible speed, threw down a length of rope and called out, "Grab it." Simultaneously, the kunai embedded in the rock began to slide down under their combined weight, sending a jolt of panic through Obito as he grasped the rope. Once the sensation of falling ceased, tears welled up in his eyes behind the goggles. Naru stopped crying. "You cry, baby." Kakashi's urgent voice came from above. "Find a way to land. Naru can't hold on much longer." "Huh? Why is there a kid swinging from the first S face?" Jiraiya, from a distance, inadvertently caught sight of the scene, bewildered. Chapter 26, Not the Good Kind. The two hung precariously, Obito desperately searching for something to stand on, when suddenly the kunai embedded in the rock seemed unable to bear their weight any longer and began to slide down dangerously, with beads of sweat forming on Obito's forehead. His vision blurred further due to the tears streaming down his face. How infuriating. At this moment, he found himself precariously situated beneath the chin of the first Hokage, with nothing solid beneath his feet and his legs unable to reach any nearby surface. The only way to escape would be to swing himself forcefully, relying on his chakra to cling to the rocky surface. Yet, such a reckless motion would undoubtedly put the person above him in peril. "Don't overthink it. I'll send you over. Just hold on tight," came the voice of Amino Irika, as if he had read Obito's thoughts. Without regard for Obito's startled heart, he hooked the rope with his foot and, using leverage, flung Obito to a reachable area. "What should I do?" "Kakashi." Might Guy rubbed the back of his head, feeling a pang of guilt. It seemed Kakashi's brow was furrowed so tightly it could crush him. "I'll go below." Kakashi had no time to assign blame. With that urgent remark, he turned hastily to head downward. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was met with Obito's hoarse cry from below. "Irika." Thanks to Amino Irika's assistance, Obito was successfully swung over with just a single attempt, his feet firmly planted against the rocky surface. Just as a flicker of surprise graced Obito's face, he suddenly saw a white figure, accompanied by a kunai, plummeting rapidly from his view. The event transpired too swiftly. Even as Obito instinctively stretched out his hand in an attempt to grasp the falling figure, the distance proved too great, and he barely brushed against the hem of their clothing. In stark contrast to the shock that surged within him, the expression of the person descending appeared entirely composed. In fact, that cerulean right eye, upon witnessing Obito's precarious situation, seemed to express a hint of reassurance. In that fleeting moment, Obito felt as though his heart had ceased to beat, abruptly covering his eyes, acutely aware of every nerve surrounding them igniting with piercing pain, akin to countless needles incessantly pricking his fragile eyeball. Consequently, he missed the final scene of the person touching down. On the other end, Kakashi rushed back, hastily crouching to assess the unfolding situation. He was met with the alarming sight of the two individuals who had been there now vanished. They both fell? Kakashi swiftly turned to head downward, with Might Guy following closely behind, sensing the impending disaster. Yet at that moment, Amino Irika, who had fallen, found himself cradled in someone's arms. All right, made it. The individual exhaled cautiously, gently placing Irika atop the rooftop, beneath the golden locks. A pair of gentle blue eyes gazed at him with concern. Are you all right? Irika stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at the unexpected appearance of Minato Namikaze. In truth, the height from which he had fallen posed no issue. Having seen Obito's safety, he had already prepared for the landing. Yet, midway through, he was intercepted by Minato. But perhaps it was for the best. After all, he was still merely a child who had just started school. If he exhibited excessive capabilities, it could lead to numerous complications. I'm fine, thank you. He blinked in a daze, expressing his gratitude. That's good. Minato smiled at him, his handsome, flawless features accentuated by a warm smile that outshone the morning sun. Irika found himself looking away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Truly, he was the embodiment of what many regarded as the perfect individual, yet still lacked the ability to name things and remain alive as a beacon of hope. Phew. Your movements are remarkably swift, Minato. At that moment, it finally dawned on Jiraiya that those two young boys were not merely swinging on a swing. Glancing down at Irika, he was taken aback, realizing, so it's you, little rascal. He then playfully patted Irika's head, laughing heartily. Last time you helped me. This time my apprentice Minato saved you. Consider us even. This way, I won't have to teach anyone ninjutsu. Irika, upon hearing this, felt puzzled. You understand the concept of being even? Jiraiya was surprised to learn he knew the child. Of course. Jiraiya nodded earnestly but refrained from divulging the details of their acquaintance, instead clearing his throat and choosing not to elaborate. Irika. The other two figures rushed over. Kakashi and Might Guy. Upon finding everyone safe and sound, and noticing Minato and Jiraiya's presence, Kakashi inferred the situation, letting out a long sigh of relief. Jiraiya curiously inquired about their activities, questioning why they were causing such commotion atop the first Hokage's head, which left the three momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Irika glanced behind them, his brow furrowing with concern. Where's Obito? Might Guy blurted out. Wasn't he that kid with you when he fell? No, Irika shook his head. Without waiting for further discussion, he turned on his heel. I'll go find him. With that, he quickly dashed away. Jiraiya, perplexed, scratched his head. What was that child's full name again? Minato, surprised, responded, Sensei, you didn't know? Weren't you just saying you knew him? Jiraiya replied, Minato, you're so naive. I take everything you say at face value. His name is Amino Irika, Kakashi answered honestly, fulfilling his master's query. Jiraiya nodded, mentally noting the name. But after a brief recollection, found he had no memory of it. What's wrong, Sensei? At Minato's inquiry, Jiraiya recounted the mysterious individual that Tsunade had recently expressed curiosity about. We all suspect that person might be the child's ancestor or something. After a moment of contemplation, Minato asked, can we ascertain that person's stance? Jiraiya shook his head. Hard to say. However, anyone banned from mention by the second Hokage surely isn't benign. They could be a dangerous individual who has harmed the village or a rogue shinobi on the run. Impossible. Kakashi interjected without a moment's hesitation, adamantly asserting. Irika cannot possibly be a descendant of such a person. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You can't judge solely by appearances. Kakashi, with a serious gaze, replied. If judging him by appearances, it is more than sufficient. Just moments ago, when Obito inadvertently fell from Hokage Rock, I, a chunin, had yet to react, while Irika unhesitatingly jumped down to save him. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and Minato exchanged surprised glances. Unhesitatingly. He must hold Obito in significant regard to exhibit such a profound reaction. Truly, a beautiful friendship among youth, Jiraiya remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. However, his expression grew solemn. But don't blame me for stirring the pot. As you mentioned, even you, a chunin, didn't react in time. How could a child who has only been training at the academy for just over a month possibly outpace your reflexes? Even if he is an extraordinary talent, it's improbable he would surpass someone of your caliber in such a short time. Kakashi paused, a hint of urgency in his voice as he defended. That's because Obito and I had just returned from a mission. My nerves might have been more relaxed than usual. Well, perhaps, Jiraiya waved his hand, unwilling to pursue the matter further, as it wasn't his concern. Chapter 27. This is where it all begins. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting shadows in the dimly lit corners behind Hokage Rock. Amino Irika swiftly ascended several steps, only to be halted by a voice from the shadows. Little rascal. I have something to tell you. Sorry, I don't have time to listen. Recognizing the figure as a ninja from the Umbu, Irika lacked the patience to engage. He was solely focused on locating Obito. The ninja, however, quickly positioned himself before Irika, blocking his path. I won't take up too much of your time. Don't be ungrateful. The condescending tone of the ninja made Irika instinctively wary. This is a member of the root organization under Danzo. And although the Umbu members directly under the Hokage may speak with a somewhat brusque tone, they would not dare to address him so arrogantly. What do you wish to discuss? Shima Izumi inquired calmly. Ikeda Raihei furrowed his brows. Acutely aware that the child before him was markedly different from the naive and foolish version he had encountered previously. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was his desire to persuade this child to join Root. Should he succeed, Lord Danzo would undoubtedly be exceedingly pleased. There would be no need to expend material wealth to satisfy whims, for what could a child possibly offer in terms of currency? A few low-level ninjutsu scrolls would suffice to placate him. Just as he was about to speak, Shima Izumi, with a hint of disdain for the time wasted, retorted, "Come back when you have your arguments prepared. But let me make this clear. No matter what you say, I will not betray Uncle Shakumo. Save your breath." The resoluteness in his tone, tinged with both mockery and derision, incited a surge of irritation in Ikeda Raihei. Your teacher is a person who has erred and violated rules. Following him will lead nowhere. I need no such future. Ikeda Raihei was taken aback, letting out a cold laugh. Do you even comprehend what you're saying, little child? Who taught you such notions? As they remained locked in this rigid confrontation, a faint cough suddenly echoed from the side. Aware that others were approaching, Ikeda Raihei deemed it unwise to linger and, with a dismissive click of his tongue, turned to leave. Yet, before departing, he addressed Shima Izumi once more. Consider this carefully. Young one, consider what? Shima Izumi dismissed the entanglement with Danzo's subordinate, hastily directing his attention toward the source of the voice. Soon, he discovered Obito, half-seated on a platform at a corner of the stairs. Obito, hearing the concerned tone, Obito's body jolted, and he looked up, initially failing to recognize the figure before him, but rather noticing the chakra coursing through Shima Izumi's body. Is that you, Seiya? Obito grasped his approaching form, astonished. You're alive? Am I so fragile that a fall could end me? Worry not. Your teacher caught me just in time. Shima Izumi crouched down to meet Obito's gaze. The protective goggles had been removed at some point, perhaps while he was wiping away tears. The once pitch-black eyes now glowed a vivid crimson, each pupil adorned with two tomo. Shima Izumi's heart raced with surprise. He instinctively cupped Obito's tender face, examining it from left to right, leaving Obito in a daze, unsure how to respond. Well, what's wrong? Obito, congratulations, you've awakened your eyes. After confirming, Shima Izumi released his hold and smiled genuinely. No wonder he had not seen him for some time. The sudden awakening must have been quite painful. Obito blinked, raising a hand to touch the sore corners of his eyes. Though this was a long-awaited and joyous occasion, upon hearing the words, he could only slowly lift the corners of his mouth, lowering his head as the smile he wished to display transformed into a voice thick with emotion. More than that, I'm just glad you're all right. Shima Izumi was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I'm fine. He softened his tone to reassure. Neither of us is harmed. In fact, you've gained something beautiful. Your eyes are now stunning. Sitting there, Obito suddenly lifted his head and embraced him, tears streaming down his face. When I saw you fall, I was so frightened that I forgot to react. Why do I always find myself in such embarrassing and burdensome situations? I'm sorry, Seiya. Shima Izumi, caught off guard by Obito's emotional outburst, patted his back soothingly. It's all right. How can it be all right? You nearly suffered because of me. It's not that serious. Shima Izumi chuckled helplessly. I wouldn't have died from a fall. At worst, I might have just broken a bone. But that would still hurt. Obito straightened up, fixing his gaze upon him, and I acted so uselessly. At this, Obito's spirits sank further. When he had plummeted, Shima Izumi had leaped without hesitation to save him. Yet when the situation reversed, he had failed to react in time. What are you thinking? Hearing Obito's spiraling thoughts, Shima Izumi frowned. That's not how it is. You were right. Otherwise, why would I have swung out to catch you? Did you truly wish to follow me down and become ashes? One heap for you and another for me? Obito, still in tears, recoiled in fear. Don't say such things. The future Hokage must not belittle themselves. Shima Izumi sighed, straightening up and wiping away Obito's tears. The future Hokage cannot be a crybaby either. Obito glared at him. Are you mocking me? Shima Izumi suppressed a smile, rising to offer his hand to Obito. Now, you are the Uchiha Obito who has awakened the Sharingan. Obito sniffled, and after a brief pause, he lifted his arm to grasp Shima Izumi's hand, unknowingly tightening his grip. Where are Kakashi and the others now? Shima Izumi replied. They should still be below. Then let us wait a bit longer before we go out. Obito pulled him back with unexpected strength. What? Shima Izumi queried, perplexed. Obito's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly admitted. If Kakashi sees me crying again, he will definitely tease me. Shima Izumi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Obito stared at him, somewhat annoyed. What's so funny? You were crying like that in front of me. Are you not afraid I'll mock you? Upon hearing this, Obito froze, shaking his head. It's fine. Because it's you. Shima Izumi paused, his expression shifting. Oh. Chapter 28. Time to do something. Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Shima Izumi and Obito sat together, noticing that Obito's expression still seemed somewhat off, prompting him to ask. It's normal to feel a bit disoriented after awakening. By the way, what caused your awakening? Was it the fright from falling? As he contemplated this, a surge of guilt washed over him. He reached out to gently touch the still reddened corners of Obito's eyes. It looks like you cried quite a bit. After all, Obito had no way of knowing that he would be fine. He had always viewed Shima Izumi as his younger brother to protect. The sudden event before him must have been a significant shock, and the stringent conditions for awakening the Sharingan required one to experience profound emotional pain that shook the heart. Reflecting on this, Shima Izumi paused in his soothing gestures. The guilt deepened, realizing he had inadvertently caused someone pain. However, it was a necessary circumstance. He continued to run his fingers through Obito's somewhat unruly hair. Obito blinked, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his chest. It was strange, despite being of the same age. He always felt as though Shima Izumi was more like an elder, perpetually engaging in these tender acts of care. Although he didn't mind, he wondered, does he do this for just me, or does he treat everyone this way? What about Kakashi? Or Shisui? Even that bothersome Sano? What's wrong? Noticing Obito's sudden daze, Shima Izumi immediately furrowed his brows and shook Obito's shoulders. Is there still pain somewhere? Obito snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head. No. I was just thinking about something. What was it? Obito stared into Shima Izumi's eyes, the black pupils locking onto him for a few seconds before he sheepishly ruffled his hair and averted his gaze. It's nothing. With a face full of concern, Uchiha Nariyuki asked, has the child grown up? Why does he harbor worries that he no longer shares with me? It is said that the Uchiha clan becomes particularly sensitive after awakening their Sharingan, but this sudden change seems rather unexpected. Just a while ago, he could not stop clinging to me for conversation. Sensing the atmosphere around them plunge into a somber mood, Obito stealthily cast a glance back, and suddenly found himself flustered. Hey Nariyuki. What's wrong? Uchiha Nariyuki displayed a visage of concern for adolescent mental health, yet he appeared profoundly affected, his eyes brimming with unshed tears. If you don't wish to speak, I won't pressure you. I won't force it. Obito, unsure of how to proceed, grasped Uchiha Nariyuki's hands firmly, affirming loudly, I was merely thinking about you. Thinking about me? Obito nodded vigorously, his gaze intense. But soon that fervor receded as his lashes fluttered down. Because I've noticed, Nariyuki, that you seem perpetually unhappy. Uchiha Nariyuki was momentarily taken aback, his azure right eye widening slightly. Adapting to life in a foreign place can indeed be quite arduous. There have been few joys around. Not to mention, I am always a source of trouble by your side. When you fell, you displayed no fear whatsoever, wearing a relaxed expression. What were you thinking? Perhaps you believed that upon landing, all this dissatisfaction would come to an end? Don't think about dying, you fool. Obito trailed off, the fragile tears I had managed to suppress now threatening to spill forth, and my voice fell to a whisper. What can I do to make you truly like it here? Uchiha Nariyuki fell silent, observing the now tearful Obito before he grasped those hands in return. Letting out a sigh? I don't dislike it. I never contemplated ending my life. Your imagination runs wild, but it's quite amusing. I must share this with Rin someday. Obito suddenly choked on his words. Wow, what are you? He lifted his head in surprise, 2 drops of tears precariously clinging to the corners of his eyes. Yet, Uchiha Nariyuki smiled at him with narrowed eyes, seeming invigorated at the mention of Rin. Clenching his jaw, Obito was about to retort that it wasn't he like that. But seeing Uchiha Nariyuki's bright smile left him speechless. However, unable to suppress the surge of bitterness within, Obito simply embraced him tightly, gruffly stating, Stop changing the subject to Rin, you idiot. Obito, don't think I can't sense you secretly wiping your tears on my clothes. Caught. Obito protested defiantly, no way. Nonetheless, the person holding him did not push him away, instead gently patting his back and inquiring softly, do you feel better? Obito mumbled in response, not really. After all, what harm is there in holding on a little longer? Who told Nariyuki to tease him about Rin? However, if this amusement could bring a semblance of joy to the other, he was more than happy to indulge in it. Indeed you are crying. Just then, Kakashi's face unexpectedly appeared before them. Obito jumped in surprise. You still need to be coddled? Are you a toddler? Kakashi's gaze seemed to brim with disdain. Obito's ears flushed crimson. Why are you still here? Kakashi casually glanced at him. I noticed you two hadn't come out for a while, so I thought I'd check in. I didn't expect. Obito lamented internally, I want to die. The reason for lingering inside was to avoid Kakashi mocking him for crying. Yet he had still been discovered. What were you doing in there? Kakashi's voice pierced through again. Did Obito get so scared he couldn't move? His questioning gaze fell upon Uchiha Nariyuki. Uchiha Nariyuki raised an eyebrow slightly, declaring, something good happened. Obito awakened his Sharingan. Kakashi turned to Obito in astonishment. Then, that surprised expression shifted slightly. Obito jumped up. Wow, what's with that look? Kakashi sighed. I see. That is indeed good news. But the circumstances surrounding your awakening are rather ludicrous. Awakening your eyes due to the shock from falling off Hokage Rock. Obito retorted angrily, what do you know? My awakening was born out of concern for my friend in danger. Uchiha Nariyuki chuckled. Kakashi, stop teasing him. Kakashi nonchalantly turned away. Then after a brief pause, he faced them again, his tone slightly serious. Come over to my place tonight. Chapter 29. Why are you still alive? Excuse us. Uchiha Nariyuki and Obito chorused in unison at the entrance, both bending to remove their shoes. Kakashi glanced into the living room and remarked, it seems my father is not home. Having just removed one shoe, Obito looked up in surprise. Huh? Didn't you say your dad was looking for Nariyuki? That's why we came? What is this supposed to mean? Kakashi teased. I invited Nariyuki. Who knew you would follow along? Of course I should come. Obito retorted, clenching his fist. Who knows if you're trying to trick him into staying at the Heitake household as your cook? That would be you, Kakashi replied. You're a grown man, yet you cry and expect someone younger to cook for you. Obito froze at Kakashi's words. Kakashi looked on in surprise, expecting to hear Obito's usual defiant rebuttal, yet now there was none. The typically vibrant Obito appeared to have been struck by a profound truth, his head bowed. Lost in thought, exchanging glances with Uchiha Nariyuki, Kakashi sighed and spoke gently. I may have spoken too harshly. Nariyuki, would you like something to drink? Juice, please. As Kakashi moved towards the refrigerator, Uchiha Nariyuki turned to Obito and whispered, don't be angry. Kakashi just apologized to you. Obito's eyebrows twitched, muttering in dissatisfaction. What kind of apology is that? Just as he finished speaking, Uchiha Nariyuki lightly patted his head, causing Obito to temper his ire. Kakashi, having placed the prepared cup on the table, was suddenly met with a whirlwind as Obito eagerly presented the cup of juice to Uchiha Nariyuki. Kakashi remarked, now you realize you should take care of others, you fool. Don't use my hands to offer it to him, Kakashi said, frowning at Obito. If you truly have sincerity, go prepare dinner for tonight. Obito nearly jumped in protest. What? Are you joking, Kakashi? I'm a guest. Kakashi seized the opportunity to sit directly between them, saying, didn't you tell Rin you learned to cook something? Consider this your chance to showcase your skills. Who asked for that opportunity? And why do you have to sit between Nariyuki and me on this spacious sofa? It's not fair. As the two began to bicker animatedly, Uchiha Nariyuki held his cup, smiling joyfully. Upon seeing him smile, Obito and Kakashi found themselves unable to continue their quarrel. They exchanged glances that signaled a temporary truce, and Obito sprang to his feet, rolling up his sleeves with enthusiasm. Since you're so eager to taste my cooking, I'll show you what I can do. Kakashi frowned in refusal. No need. At this rate, you might blow up my house. Obito retorted, oh. It seems we have quite the crowd tonight. As a great battle loomed on the horizon, Sakamo Heitake returned home, burdened with numerous bags in hand. Children, how about we have some ribbonfish for dinner tonight? He proposed. Sounds good, replied Koji, nodding in agreement. Such a good boy, Sakamo smiled. Now you two should stop standing around and come help. Inside, the room was illuminated with a bright, yet warm white light, and a sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. Sakamo placed a large dish down and pulled out a chair to sit, noticing the three children beside him. This is all I could manage for now, so let us dig in, he said gently. Obito's eyes widened in surprise. Besides Koji, Sakamo was perhaps the second best cook he had ever encountered. What kind of life is Kakashi living at home? Koji, however, stared at Sakamo for an extended moment, his mind suddenly plagued by a question he hadn't contemplated in over a year. Why was Sakamo still alive? In the original narrative, he had succumbed to despair after failing a mission while saving a comrade, facing condemnation, particularly from the very person he had rescued, ultimately leading him to take his own life. This had likely transpired when Kakashi was only 5 years old. Yet here we were, 5 or 6 years later, and Sakamo was alive. Although the reasons remained unclear, perhaps it was precisely this that had spared Kakashi from the trauma that could have darkened his heart, preventing him from becoming someone who prioritized missions over the safety of his comrades. Nevertheless, the bickering between Rin and Obito, which suggested a strained relationship, remained intact. Koji found it amusing and playfully bit down on his chopsticks. Uncle Sakamo, I ran into one of Danzo's subordinates again today. Sakamo looked at him, eyebrows furrowed in curiosity. What did he say? He said some disparaging things about you, but I didn't quite understand. I can repeat what he said, though. After hearing Koji's recounting, Sakamo's expression grew serious, and Kakashi involuntarily set down his chopsticks. After dinner, as they walked home, Obito clasped his hands behind his head and turned to observe Koji, who seemed to be deep in thought. Koji, what are your thoughts on rules and comrades? What about you? Koji replied. Me? Obito closed his eyes, reflecting before he blurted out. Those who break the rules and ironclad laws of the ninja world are deemed worthless. He slowly opened his eyes, his dark gaze resolute and earnest. But those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. Koji nodded in agreement. There it is. The famous saying of Uchiha Obito. Obito blushed, feeling slightly mocked. Koji pondered for a moment, then remarked, by the way, the person who ensured Uncle Sakamo's survival back then must have been incredibly wealthy to single-handedly cover the losses incurred during that mission in the land of fire and the village. Indeed, that's impressive, Obito responded, if possible. I'd love to meet someone like that. But Uncle Sakamo just said he doesn't know such a person, so it must be difficult to meet them. Obito nodded in agreement, curiosity bubbling up within him. Speaking of which country is that person from? Did Kakashi's father save his life? Koji chuckled, regardless. It's truly wonderful that Konoha's White Fang is alive. Obito initially puzzled over why Koji had mentioned that Konoha's White Fang was alive. But he suddenly noticed Koji's gaze fixed on him, causing him to freeze momentarily. What's wrong? Obito, you must stay by my side, Koji declared earnestly. Chapter 30. Do you like me, Rin? The following day, at the park, Rin Nohara sat on a bench, curiously observing Obito, who was staring at the ground. Although she sensed something was off with him, his demeanor didn't seem to indicate that he was upset. What's wrong, Obito? He lifted his head, scratching his cheek, his profile appearing somewhat bashful as he spoke in a cautious tone. What does it mean when someone suddenly tells you that you must stay by their side? Rin was momentarily taken aback. Ignoring her puzzled expression, Obito continued to gaze ahead, adding, especially if that person wears a smile, seeming quite sincere. Upon hearing this, Rin's expression brightened as she smiled and concluded, that definitely means they hold you in high regard, which is why they would say such a thing. Is that so? Obito's eyes widened in surprise, and he felt an inexplicable shyness as he ruffled his hair. He then rubbed his nose, breaking into a silly grin. Yes, Rin nodded emphatically, glancing through the tree branches at the vast blue sky, her gentle smile lending her an ethereal grace. Obito stared, hearing Rin's soft voice beside him. Obito, you are being loved well. His breath hitched, warmth flooding his cheeks as his heart raced. Yet, he found it difficult to discern whether his reaction stemmed from Rin's smile or from her previous statement. In a state of confusion, he felt compelled to seize the moment and confess his feelings. Rin, I have something to tell you. Rin turned her attention back to the increasingly tense Obito. What is it? She tilted her head in inquiry. Obito clenched his fists, his heart pounding as he opened his mouth slightly. However, the words he had rehearsed countless times became lodged in his throat, and he lacked the courage to utter even a single syllable. Frustration mounted as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Rin blinked and smiled softly. Oh, I haven't congratulated you on opening your eyes yet. Thank you, Obito replied, feeling quite embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. He was genuinely surprised, as he had struggled for so long to awaken his eyes despite training in the rain and sustaining injuries. Yet, it had happened under such unexpected circumstances. No, wait. That's not what I wanted to tell you. However, the conversation had inadvertently shifted, and he found it impossible to steer it back to his original intent. Ultimately, Obito could only walk away dejectedly. Along the way, a hand suddenly wrapped around his neck. Hey, what is up? Turning to see who it was, Obito's heart began to race once more. Koji? Yep, it's me. Koji raised an eyebrow at Obito. I saw you with Rin from a distance. Your face was all red. Did you manage to confess? With Koji's keen interest, Obito fell silent for a couple of seconds before turning away, pouting. No, I didn't say anything. Koji was taken aback. Then what were you so shy about just now? Obito retorted. Feeling belittled by the question, he turned back to face Koji, whose expression transformed into one of confusion. Rin's earlier words echoed in his mind, prompting Obito to blurt out an unexpected question. Koji, do you like me? Koji was momentarily stunned, releasing his hold on Obito and furrowing his brow as he stared at him. Seeing the expression on Koji's face, Obito felt as though he had been struck and quickly covered his face in embarrassment. That was just a random question. You don't have to answer. What does my affection for you have to do with your confession to Rin? Just at that moment, Shima Nariyoshi interrupted him, remarking that if he wished to change the topic, he should at least find a better excuse. Obito felt his ears blaze with embarrassment. He nervously swallowed and cautiously moved his hand to reveal one eye, observing that Shima didn't seem offended by his question. After a brief pause, he pressed further, asking, "So is that the case?" Taken aback by Obito's insistence on the matter, Shima paused, bewildered. What is wrong with that? Which friend doesn't harbor affection for their good friends? Besides, obedient Toby is just so adorable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Obito suddenly widened his eyes behind his goggles and leaped forward, exclaiming, "I like you the most." Shima, what good does it do to say it so fluently and boldly? With a resigned push, he attempted to loosen Obito's tight embrace. "You should tell the person in question." Obito froze, burying his face in Shima's shoulder, stammering, "I can't bring myself to say it." Huh. Shima, perplexed, furrowed his brows. Suddenly, a teasing laugh echoed from a few steps away. Standing there was Uchiha Shisui, smiling. "Did you say you saw an acquaintance and wanted to stop by? Only to find yourself entangled? Do you require my assistance?" "No need." Upon hearing an outsider's voice, Obito immediately lifted his head, turning to face the noticeably shorter Uchiha Shisui. This was the first time he had met this prodigy of the clan head-on after such a long time. He didn't seem particularly special, yet Obito remarked, "Speaking of which, isn't it currently your class time, Shima?" Shima glanced at the now-aware Obito, sighed, and walked directly toward Shisui. Shisui, understanding, explained, "Shima and I left shadow clones in the classroom to teach. My real self has other training to attend to." Obito glared, seemingly displeased. "Who asked you? Did I speak out of turn?" Shisui waved his hands apologetically. Sorry. Let us not linger." "Come on," Shima called, then looked at Obito with raised eyebrows. "Anyway, good luck. I'm looking forward to your good news." "Haha, I'll borrow this person for now." Shisui winked at Obito as he waved goodbye. As their figures faded from view, Obito clutched his head tightly, squatting down in frustration. Damn it, Shima just admitted he likes me. And then he immediately turns and walks away with someone else. Is training really only possible with Uchiha Shisui? He could have come to me too. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just relieve yourself anywhere. Amidst Obito's inner turmoil, Kakashi's voice suddenly echoed above him. Obito looked up in an instant. And 2 seconds later, he grabbed Kakashi's arm. "Kakashi, I have a plan to reclaim what is mine. Do you want in?" Kakashi, bewildered, responded. "What on earth are you talking about?" Chapter 31 followed. "Was that Obito you were just with?" "Yes, indeed." Upon seeing Shima nod, Shisui pondered, though we are both Uchiha. I had yet to meet him. Upon our first encounter, I sensed a hint of hostility from him. Did I inadvertently offend him? Hostility? Shima was slightly taken aback. Obito was so warm-hearted and kind, he wouldn't treat others that way. Yet Shisui tilted his head, chuckling, "So certain? No wonder you are such good companions under the same roof. Speaking of companions, don't you have one as well?" Shima raised an eyebrow. "When will you sneak Itaki out again?" Shisui shook his head. "Of course, I can't during school days. I'll visit little Itaki once the holidays come. He has recently taken an interest in practicing shuriken techniques, which I can use as an excuse to avoid the clan leader's suspicions." "But why are you so concerned about little Itaki? You've only met him twice. The first was when the clan leader caught them, and the second was 3 days ago. At that time, he had secretly taken little Itaki out to buy dango when he happened to see him being stalked and ambushed by a girl. He nearly broke a sweat wanting to help. Later, he learned that the girl was a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sunin. They were merely engaged in a one-sided duel. Because he is adorable, Shima replied matter-of-factly, with tiny hands and cheeks so tender they could produce water. He has only just turned 2, yet his black eyes reflect a surprisingly mature demeanor. Just like Shisui. No wonder they were partners in the philosophy group. Shisui's expression froze for a moment, seemingly amused by Shima's answer, shaking with laughter for quite some time. "What is so funny? Don't you think so?" The white-haired boy tilted his head. "I don't, but I think you're absolutely correct." Shisui quickly regained his composure, nodding earnestly. "It's nearly noon. Shall we grab a bite?" "Sure, let us just have something casual." Shima nodded, only to see Shisui suddenly quicken his pace. "I know a great place. If you can keep up, it's on me." "Well, doesn't that mean you're treating me?" "Ha ha." The two shadows dashed through the streets in synchrony, their steady strides never faltering as they anticipated their route to avoid pedestrians. As Sano stretched at the shop entrance, he caught sight of the two entering the sushi restaurant across the street. One of them looked quite familiar, while the other, shorter one, suddenly reminded him of that meddlesome Uchiha kid from before. In just over a month, have they become inseparable friends? And there was also that guy I fought who shares the Uchiha surname. Truly, none of the Uchiha kids are good. However, wasn't Shima supposed to be in school? How could he be seen here with someone? Skipping class? Did he have such audacity? A surprised Sano pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly wore a sly grin. Why not report Shima to the school? It's a perfect opportunity to relieve the stress I've been under lately. Just as he thought this, Sano noticed the two coming out of the shop, eating and seamlessly heading in another direction. Without a second thought, he began to follow. Before he realized it, He found himself trailing them to a secluded grove on the outskirts of the village. Before he could comprehend what the two were planning, Shima and Shisui's figures abruptly vanished from sight. Where did they go? Sano was shocked and quickly dashed out from behind the trees to search. And in the next moment, a kunai was pressed against his lower back. Why are you following us? Though he lacked the stature, Shisui's serious tone carried an undeniable weight. Who is following you? Sano retorted defiantly, though Shisui's swift reaction had drained the color from his face. It's not him. Shima appeared from another side, standing behind Sano. Shisui nodded, addressing Sano gently. This area is quite dangerous. If you're unscathed, you should leave quickly. Huh? Why should I leave when threatened and dismissed? Sano protested. I've said it's dangerous here, Shisui patiently reiterated. Zano scoffed. With just the two of you here, what danger could possibly arise? Before his words could fully dissipate, something suddenly hurtled through the air from the right, the sound of its passage overlapping almost perfectly with his trailing syllables. In the blink of an eye, it embedded itself in the ground mere inches from his foot. Zano was taken aback, his countenance drained of color. Uchiha Nariyuki exchanged a glance with Shisui, both recognizing the emergence of the true threats that had been stalking them. Since entering this area, Naritomo had sensed the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. Although he could have revealed their presence, he refrained from doing so, mindful of keeping Shisui and Zano oblivious to too much. As they ventured deeper, it seemed those lurking figures began to stir restlessly. Sir Danzo, we have a situation, one of his subordinates reported. Our prepared agents did not encounter the child. Instead, they came across a boy named Zano fleeing in panic. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Zano, they learned that the white-haired child had been abducted alongside a member of the Uchiha clan. Who are these individuals? Danzo queried, a flicker of astonishment crossing his shrewd eyes. We're not certain yet, but given their furtive behavior and ambushing, they are certainly not from the village. It appears outsiders have infiltrated. Danzo swiftly deduced, a sardonic smile curling his lips. How careless, Sarutobi. Ikeda Raihei anxiously inquired, what should we do? Their original plan had been to stage a self-directed performance, instructing other members to masquerade as villains to abduct the child, with Danzo swooping in to rescue him, thereby gaining the trust of the unique-eyed boy, and subsequently employing a strategy of gradual persuasion to integrate him into the root organization for Danzo's purposes. Yet, before they could execute their scheme, an unexpected group had already snatched the child away. Raihei, do not lose your composure. Our plan has not failed. Danzo mused. In fact, this presents a splendid opportunity. Does it not? Raihei paused. Then enlightenment washed over him. As expected of you, Lord Danzo, I understand. Fortunately, he had dispatched a tracker to locate those responsible. With a mere communication, acquiring their whereabouts would not pose a challenge, regardless of whether they were intruders from another village. The Hokage must be kept in the dark for now. Their priority was to rescue the child. Understood. Meanwhile, Kakashi was enduring Obito's incessant chatter by the roadside. After so long, it appeared that this so-called plan to reclaim was merely an attempt to vie for the affection of a Uchiha youth several years his junior. Obito. Kakashi turned, seemingly disinterested in collaborating with him. He even remarked, I believe I possess far more confidence than you do. Hey, Kakashi, what do you mean by that? Obito retorted, unable to contain his frustration as he stepped forward to catch up. Suddenly, someone dashed out and collided with him forcefully. Obito immediately grimaced, rubbing his sore arm. And upon recognizing the individual, he angrily pointed at him. What is your rush? A flustered Zano seized him, murmuring, Ushima and the others have been captured. We must hurry to save them. Chapter 32. Have you not eaten? Boom. Boom. In another location, within a first-year classroom, two sounds echoed from the second-to-last row. Ushima Naritomo and Uchiha Shisui, who had been obediently attending class, abruptly vanished. Tsukuwa Ijin paused for a moment, an eyebrow twitching. They dared to use shadow clones to attend class. Those little rascals. The shadow clones, seemingly unharmed, dissipated at this moment, unless the caster was in distress or intended to convey a plea for help by prematurely dispelling the technique. After contemplating, Ijin resolutely instructed the noisy students to engage in self-study. He then swiftly exited the classroom, making his way to the Hokage's office. Moments later, the third Hokage's pipe paused mid-draw, his expression one of disbelief. Such a thing has occurred? He muttered. Damn it. What sort of fiends have abducted Naritomo and the others? At that moment, Obito and Kakashi were hastily making their way to the forest Zano had mentioned. Since these individuals only dare to appear furtively, they certainly wouldn't exit the village through the main gate. Given the time, they likely haven't strayed far and may still be lurking in that area, Kakashi deduced. Zano had mentioned that one of them could suddenly become invisible and strike from behind, a perilous adversary. Upon hearing Kakashi's recounting, Obito's dark pupils transformed into the vivid crimson of his Sharingan. In that case, we need not fear him. Sensing the weighty fury laced in Obito's tone, Kakashi hesitated briefly before responding seriously. It seems there are 5 of them. The details on the other 4 remain vague, so we must remain vigilant. Obito, expressionless, quickened his pace. Enough with the chatter, Kakashi. Let us find them first, and then adapt accordingly. Kakashi frowned, but remained silent. Was it merely an illusion? How could the typically impulsive Obito articulate such insightful words during a mission? Yet, just minutes later, the duo arrived in the vicinity, where Obito suddenly clenched his fist, shouting into the empty space, "Enemies, show yourselves. Don't hide like cowards." Kakashi couldn't help but facepalm. It appeared that his brief display of composure was indeed a fleeting illusion. In the northern region of Konoha village, near the ominous forest of death, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Towering trees reached toward the heavens, their massive branches stretching like a curtain, seemingly blocking the sunlight from penetrating. The surrounding gloom was stifling. Yet beneath one of the trees where the light was slightly better, 5 individuals huddled together, engaged in discussion. "Captain Oishi, we've completed our infiltration reconnaissance. Why exert ourselves to capture these 2 Konoha brats?" One queried. "Indeed, and with their interference, we've also inadvertently allowed another child to escape. This could spell trouble for us, as Konoha's forces will be alerted soon. Why worry?" Oishi replied nonchalantly. "Even if they reach this point, they'll take time to locate us. But if any of them are Byakugan users," another interjected anxiously, "then revealing our position could happen in an instant." "You truly possess an overabundance of caution," Oishi scoffed. "What are the Byakugan? As long as we successfully procure this child, Iwagakure shall soon possess a Sharingan far superior to any Byakugan." He confidently gestured to the side, where Shisui lay, ensnared in a genjutsu, and unconscious. Moments prior, during their skirmish, he had recognized the Uchiha clan emblem on the back of the boy's clothing as one he had seen in Konoha's ninja records. This boy belongs to the Uchiha clan. Though he appears too young to have awakened his eyes, this is not an issue. Such a prodigious child will undoubtedly awaken them in due time. As for the other white-haired child, Oishi's eyes suddenly widened as he realized the boy who had been lying there was now gone. Simultaneously, a light, youthful voice echoed from behind him. "So, you are all ninjas from Iwagakure." The 5 men, as if struck by a snake, jumped in shock, staring in disbelief at Uchiha Nariyuki, who had appeared before them without a sound. "What is happening? This boy was clearly ensnared in our genjutsu. He should be unconscious." "Child, knowing this is of no use to you." The foremost figure, the imposing Daishi, soon composed himself, letting out a chilling laugh. It was a burden to drag along 2 little imps. Thus, dispatching the worthless one among them would be just right. After all, you are merely a liability to us. Although the reason for your awakening remained unclear, they believed that a captured child would pose no significant threat. "You, go and eliminate him," Daishi commanded. The rock ninja, taken aback by his leader's order, hesitated slightly. "Captain Daishi, how could a child who can silently dispel illusions be anything but extraordinary? Surely, you underestimate him." With an impatient glare directed at his wavering teammate, Daishi scolded, "You coward. You shouldn't have even come along on this mission." He then turned his fierce gaze towards the opposing side, only to find the white-haired boy maintaining an unsettling calmness, devoid of any hint of fear, as if he was untroubled by the imminent threat of death. "Your name is Daishi?" the boy inquired with genuine curiosity. Daishi chuckled darkly. "Remember the name of the one who intends to end your life." With that, he launched his assault. However, after exchanging several blows, all his attacks were deftly evaded, and the boy effortlessly perched himself upon a sturdy tree branch. After a brief moment of observation, he tilted his head and asked, "Haven't you eaten? Is that why you possess such feeble strength?" Enraged by the underlying mockery in those words, Daishi's eyes burned with fury. "How dare you mock me?" Swiftly, he formed hand seals, and in the next instant, his form became transparent, imperceptible to the naked eye. Witnessing their captain resorting to this technique, the other 4 rock ninjas held their breath in astonishment. The boy who dared to provoke him was surely doomed. As Daishi's form vanished, Uchiha glanced around before closing his eyes. Observing this peculiar behavior, the invisible Daishi assumed that the boy had surrendered. He thrust a kunai, imbued with an explosive tag, directly towards him with deadly precision. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Daishi's potentially lethal strike was thwarted, prompting him to leap back in shock. "How did you foresee my actions?" "I had concealed myself with camouflage." "Merely a matter of prediction," Uchiha replied, opening his eyes. "One can determine your location by observing the movements of the surrounding air currents." Daishi breathed heavily, finally realizing that the child before him was far from the inept adversary he had initially imagined. Truly, the Hidden Leaf Village was teeming with talent. However, Such promising younglings must be swiftly extinguished, lest they become formidable foes on the battlefield in the future. Receiving Daishi's signal through a knowing glance, the other 4 rock ninjas quickly began forming hand seals. Yet in the next moment, a kunao, bearing an explosive tag, swiftly arced towards them, embedding itself into the ground beside their feet. Startled by the interruption, the 4 ninjas scrambled aside just as a massive explosion erupted, emerging from the cloud of smoke. Shizuki stepped forward, glancing at the distance. "Sia, are you alright?" Sia turned his head upon hearing the voice, locking eyes with the vivid red of Shizuki's Sharingan. After a moment of surprise, he remarked, finally willing to take action? "I thought you were going to play the part for a while longer." Shizuki chuckled sheepishly. "I just wanted to gather a bit more information before intervening." Chapter 33, Not My Blood. Wait, it seems there's an explosion in the distance. Kakashi, while on the move, paused, turning his gaze toward the left side of the forest. Obito's pupils dilated, and the ominous premonition that had momentarily subsided surged back, compelling him to grit his teeth and change direction. "We need to hurry, Kakashi. If the explosion is related to Sia and the others, they must be in grave danger. Did they get discovered while fleeing? Have they engaged in combat again? That can't be right. First-year students like Sia shouldn't even possess explosive tags. So it must be the enemy's doing." With each thought, his unease grew more pronounced, causing his palms to sweat profusely. Please let them be safe. So, this little brat has awakened his eyes. Daishi seethed through gritted teeth. No wonder their illusions had failed. However, what baffled him was how this white-haired boy managed to evade his attacks. Could he be a prodigy in illusionary arts? No, that wasn't it. The boy hadn't demonstrated any chakra-consuming techniques thus far, relying solely on taijutsu to keep up with him. Cursing himself for underestimating the tenacity of these young hidden leaf ninjas, Daishi thought, "I apologize for deceiving you." Shizuki smiled gently, his expression returning to one of solemnity befitting a confrontation. "But what are you rock ninjas hoping to achieve by sneaking into our village? Like we would ever tell you, you little brat." Without further ado, the 2 rock ninjas lunged at Shizuki. Daishi turned his attention to Uchiha Sia, gripping a kunao in one hand, a smug smile forming as he once again vanished into invisibility. The remaining 2 rock ninjas launched a coordinated attack, aiming to disrupt the white-haired boy's hearing, thus aiding Daishi's ambush. Anticipating their intentions, Sia remained calm, taking the opportunity to gauge the situation on Shizuki's side. True to his Uchiha lineage, he was holding his own against 2 adult foes at the tender age of 6. "How dare you underestimate us?" one of the enraged rock ninjas shouted as a flurry of shuriken was hurled towards Sia, striking his thigh and arm. Sensing a momentary falter in Sia's movements, Daishi seized the chance to appear suddenly and thrust the kunao toward his heart. "Haha, it's over." Shizuki, catching sight of this moment out of the corner of his eye, felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly relaxed as his Sharingan detected another presence high above. Sia truly had a knack for instilling fear. When the kunao pierced flesh, Daishi felt an unexpected resistance that soon revealed something was amiss. With a resounding thud, the white-haired boy transformed into a piece of wood. "Damn it, a substitution technique?" Captain Daishi. The other 2 rock ninjas cried out in panic. Turning his head, Daishi felt an icy chill at his neck. Sia gracefully landed, his tone flat as he remarked, "Indeed, it is over." Countless droplets of blood gushed from the severed vessels, staining the earth at his feet. In disbelief, Daishi swayed unsteadily before collapsing forward. Blood splattered upon Sia's chest, a stark and gruesome sight. Frowning, he pushed the weight of Daishi off him. The heavy thud echoed as Daishi clung to his final breath, glaring up at Sia with disbelief. "Why did I lose?" "Because you underestimated your opponent. And also, because your name is Daishi." Unable to grasp the significance of his name, Daishi remained perplexed until his final breath. As the light faded from his eyes, Sia turned to face the 2 remaining rock ninjas, who gaped at him in shock and fury. "You killed our Captain Daishi. Die, you filthy brat." Clang. In that instant, their shuriken were intercepted by another set thrown from an opposite direction. Simultaneously, a colossal orange flame surged forth, illuminating their astonished faces. The sheer destructive force compelled them to retreat. "Are you alright?" The anxious Kakashi leaped from the tree, landing steadily on the right side of Uchiha Sasuke. "I'm fine." Sasuke had just uttered when a force gripped his arm, causing him to turn abruptly to the left. "Sasuke." Obito pressed his hands firmly on his shoulders, the tension in his Sharingan still unresolved, and immediately noticed the blood on Sasuke's body, making his pupils constrict in shock. How could this happen? His voice trembled. "Stay calm, it's not my blood." Understanding Obito's misunderstanding, Sasuke quickly reassured him, pointing towards the fleeing silhouettes of 4 IWA shinobi who had panicked and retreated due to the captain's death and the reinforcements. "They've escaped." I'll pursue them. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Wait. Sasuke pulled Kakashi back, shaking his head. Don't chase them. What if they're a trap? What he truly wanted to express was that someone might be following them, specifically, the one who had been lurking in the shadows, watching them. But before he could articulate this, an irate Obito could not tolerate letting the enemy flee and turned around with fierce intent. Where are you going? Come back. Sasuke used his other hand to restrain the furious Obito. I have the Sharingan. I'm not afraid of their traps. Obito insisted through clenched teeth. But you can't go alone, Sasuke disagreed. After saying this, feeling it insufficient, he furrowed his brow and pretended to lean against Obito wearily. Instantly, Obito dismissed the thought of pursuing the enemy, hastily embracing him, worried that he might truly be unwell, his voice trembling. Sasuke, are you really hurt? Kakashi quickly inquired as well. No, I just exerted a bit of energy and feel a bit tired. Despite his words, the anxious Obito still did not loosen his grip. Even as he held Sasuke, he began to frantically check for any wounds on him. Really? Sasuke calmly pressed Obito's hand down, as if remembering something. He glanced towards another direction and called out, Shisui? Just outside the line of sight blocked by Kakashi's body, Shisui sat on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead and catching his breath. He then chuckled lightly. I'm glad you finally remembered me. I thought I had been forgotten. Sasuke was rendered speechless. You really can memorize my phrases and then find an opportunity to return them to me. Ha ha. Shisui laughed again. Sensing the atmosphere had lightened a bit, he quickly stood up, brushing off the dust. Turning around, he unexpectedly locked eyes with another pair of Sharingan that were glaring at him. Chapter 34. The plan to retake fails. Elsewhere, the four fleeing figures swiftly traversed through the forest in another direction of retreat. The sound of trees snapping underfoot echoed along their path. You can't escape. Before long, a voice abruptly blocked their path, accompanied by a sharp tanto thrown towards them, embedding itself into the ground ahead, as if to warn them not to take another step forward. The four looked up in surprise, only to see several Konoha Umbu ninjas standing on the branches of the trees, having unknowingly surrounded them. Obito gritted his teeth. If it weren't for you dragging Sasuke to the training ground every day, we wouldn't be in this situation. Hearing Obito's heated words, Shisui paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Actually, I don't meet him every day. Sometimes we don't run into each other. It's not like you live with him, making it so convenient. Obito's mind momentarily short-circuit, spiraling into confusion. You really think so highly of yourself? He nearly jabbed a questioning finger at Shisui's smiling face, but realized he was still holding someone in his arms, so he resorted to glaring with his Sharingan instead. If Sasuke were truly spending every day with this guy, wouldn't Obito's position as his closest friend be in jeopardy? He couldn't tolerate that. Noticing Obito's secretly frantic expression, Shisui contained his laughter and, appearing serious, mused, It seems you have quite a few opinions about me. Obito furrowed his brows, refusing to admit it, thus declared loudly, Don't make me sound like a petty person. Shisui waved his hands apologetically, realizing he had accidentally thought that way. Isn't that right? Ha. Obito growled. Damn it, this brat is just like Kakashi, making me want to grind my teeth in frustration. Are all geniuses this irritating? This was just a chance encounter, don't worry too much. Sasuke, having watched the entire exchange, could no longer suppress his laughter. Obito, whose eyes were currently shooting daggers, immediately looked down and saw that Sasuke seemed to have relaxed, even moving away from his embrace to stand upright, hastily asking, Are you alright? Shouldn't you lean on me a bit longer? No need. Sasuke smiled, but you should deactivate your Sharingan. It consumes a lot of chakra and will tire you out. Warmed by the concern, Obito's heart felt a pleasant warmth, but then his gaze flickered, noticing Shisui approaching and standing beside Sasuke, casually engaging him in conversation, causing Obito's expression to drop. It seemed the plan to retake had failed. Kakashi cast a glance at him. Feeling as though his heart had been pierced with countless wounds, Obito snapped, Shut it. What plan? Sasuke asked curiously. Kakashi appeared as if he was about to explain. But in the next moment, a hand swiftly covered his mask and mouth. Embarrassed by the plan's content, Obito shook his head vigorously to deny it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Sasuke inquired, What is going on? Why are these two acting so strangely? Thank goodness you're all safe. At that moment, Tsukuwa Ijin appeared in the line of sight of the four, clad in a chunin vest, wiping sweat as he hurried over. Upon noticing Sasuke, he suddenly gasped in horror. Sasuke, are you injured? It's not my blood, it's his. Following his gaze, Tsukuwa's widened eyes finally noticed the corpse lying behind the four. In any case, I apologize for alarming you. Let us leave here first. According to Tsukuwa, the four fleeing Iwa shinobi had already been apprehended by the Umbu and would soon be taken for interrogation. After briefly inquiring about other gathered intelligence, Tsukuwa sighed in relief. It's fortunate that the Sharinon wasn't taken away. Sensei, Sasuke politely called out. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Yes, let us go. Having asked everything that needed to be asked, and seeing that everyone was fine, Tsukuo waved his hand, and once the four had walked out of sight, he suddenly realized. Damn, I haven't even addressed those two about skipping class. Before long, as they walked through the streets, Shisui remarked, we left just in time. Sasuke nodded. After all, it's hard to face Tsukuo-sensei when he gets angry. Just as he finished speaking, Shisui's gaze suddenly fell upon him, staring intently for quite a while. The side glances from Obito made him feel uneasy. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't think you're impressive just because you have big eyes. Shisui shook his head, not angry, and waved to the three, gently saying, let us call it a day, Sasuke. I'll head home now. All right. After exchanging farewells, Shisui turned and walked a few steps. Glancing back out of the corner of his eye, there, Sasuke was surrounded by Obito and Kakashi, his expression calm, seemingly unaffected by the aftermath of killing. This struck Shisui as somewhat peculiar. After contemplating, it dawned on him that the strength of those from the rock village was not particularly formidable. They merely possessed considerable infiltration experience. Thus, it would not be surprising for that large stone to be singled out and eliminated. Moreover, Shun also emerged from the ravages of war as an orphan, perhaps having developed a psychological immunity to scenes of killing. In light of this, it seemed he had been overly alarmed. Discarding these confounding thoughts, Shisui soon found his stride once more. Obito remarked, stop staring. That guy has already walked far away. Uzumaki Chinjai, sensing a hint of bitterness in Obito's tone, turned his head and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Obito hesitated. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, you've just encountered something so dangerous. How could I possibly be happy? But isn't everything all right now? Chinjai responded, raising his hand to gently pat Obito's head. Obito, momentarily stunned, caught his breath. Here we go again. This comforting behavior that makes him feel like a junior. Shouldn't it be me who is offering them comfort? At that moment, Kakashi interjected with a question. Who among you killed that person? Upon hearing the inquiry, Chinjai retracted his hand and replied honestly, I did. Kakashi and Obito exchanged astonished glances. Chinjai, you killed someone? Their surprise was palpable. Shouldn't he appear more disturbed after his first kill? Unless, perhaps, his mind had yet to fully process the event. With this thought, Kakashi took a deep breath and spoke gently. There are medical ninjas who can provide psychological counseling. Would you like to see one? Obito nodded in agreement. Chinjai, taken aback, began to understand why both Kakashi and Obito regarded him with such concern. He also grasped why Shisui had recently looked at him with a similar hesitance. It turned out they all perceived him as a novice grappling with his first experience of taking a life. Chapter 35, is he alright? So he forgot to go home and change clothes, striding here in bloodstained attire? At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade glared down at the white-haired boy seated in front of her. She glanced at the two other young ones who accompanied him like bodyguards. With an impatient sigh, she stated bluntly, What's so surprising about killing? There's no need for all this. Just go home. Tsunade had made the rare effort to visit, intending to assess what needed addressing. Not to waste time on trivial matters. If there were any, she'd rather indulge in a few rounds of gambling. Noticing Tsunade's dismissive attitude, Obito muttered quietly to Kakashi, Why did we bring Chinjai here? This lady is clearly unreliable. Kakashi, Chinjai, overhearing, thought, You're finished, Obito. Obito, puzzled, asked, Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Who are you calling, lady? From behind, a chilling sound echoed as bones cracked ominously. With a smile that didn't reach her eyes, Tsunade swiftly lifted her right leg, sending the desk piled with documents and other items flying apart in a chaotic explosion of debris. With the desk no longer a barrier, Tsunade took a few steps forward and seized the startled Obito by the collar. I'm asking you a question, you little brat. Suspended above the ground, Obito felt his collar tighten painfully, his face reddening as he struggled to breathe. You must have misheard. I clearly said. He attempted to say something flattering, like goddess or beautiful older sister, but the twisted expression on Tsunade's face was genuinely terrifying. Chinjai seeing Obito's hand reaching out to him in desperation. Chinjai grasped it to provide reassurance, while his other hand firmly grasped Tsunade's arm. Sister Tsunade, he said earnestly. Tsunade, still fuming, turned her face towards him, raising an eyebrow. What are you calling me now? Sister Tsunade, we met not long ago, when Lord Jiraiya was also present. I remember. Tsunade scoffed, but you know who I am. Why do you refer to Jiraiya as Lord, yet call me what, exactly? Isn't it wrong? The white-haired boy asked innocently. Tsunade, a girl can be called sister at any age. That's what my mother told me, especially someone as strikingly beautiful and powerful as you. However, calling you sister might be a bit presumptuous, as it seems you prefer to be addressed as Lady Tsunade, right? By the way, I also heard that referring to you as Lady Tsunade is the most appropriate. Tsunade, momentarily taken aback by his words, blinked and completely forgot about Obito still in her grip. Flattered by his remarks, she relaxed her hold, allowing Obito to breathe again. Tsunade, quite pleased, bent down and patted Shinjai's shoulder. Ah, you seem well informed. The relieved Obito coughed repeatedly, gazing at Shinjai in disbelief. It turned out that Shinjai was the type who could converse effortlessly with anyone, whether human or spirit, and fortunately, he had saved him. By the way, little one, who is your ancestor? Is he well? Tsunade inquired with a smile. Shinjai, wasn't the situation improving? Why suddenly inquire about my ancestor? My ancestor should be doing quite well down there, he replied. Tsunade's smile faded as she clicked her tongue. What I meant to ask was whether anyone in your lineage bears a striking resemblance to you, particularly with similar eye color. None that I know of. Aside from my parents, I have no knowledge or recollection of anyone else. Seeing the boy shake his head, Tsunade furrowed her brow. It seemed she wouldn't be able to extract any information about that mysterious figure hanging on the wall of the first Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama, we have arrived. Sister. Just as she was lost in thought, two figures appeared at the entrance. Shizun, Jinma, what brings you here? The black-haired girl named Shizun and the young man named Jinma exchanged smiles, realizing there were others present, and quickly added, Oh, it seems you're busy. So we'll step outside. I'm not that busy, Tsunade replied. What about Dan? Uncle has a bit of business, but he'll come to see you this evening. Shizun responded. Noticing the situation, Obito hurriedly moved closer to Shinjai, intending to say something to excuse their departure, but he noticed Shinjai's expression was not quite right. He seemed somewhat stunned. Shinjai, what's wrong? It's nothing. Shinjai furrowed his brows, glancing at Obito and Kakashi, then resumed a calm demeanor. It seems Lady Tsunade has matters to attend to. We should head back. Obito replied with an "oh" and nodded. Kakashi bowed. Thank you for your time, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade turned to look, and before she could speak, she noticed her brother suddenly staring intently, followed by a gust of wind as Jinma approached the white-haired child. Hello? Taken aback by the lively young man, Shinjai replied, Hello. Jinma looked at him, hesitating for a moment before asking, What is your father's name? Is he doing well? Shinjai, what was with this brother and sister today, one inquiring about ancestors and the other about fathers? After a while, watching the three depart, Tsunade clapped her hands on Jinma's shoulders, the force of it snapping him back to reality. Ow, that hurt. What was that for, sister? Tsunade's gaze was piercing as she asked, I simply wish to know why you spoke to that child. Shinshu was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment as he remarked, Seeing him reminds me of an old acquaintance I've only met once. Oh, the one who saved your life on the battlefield? Yes, indeed. I searched for him for quite some time, but to no avail. I remember he wore our Konoha forehead protector, which implies he must be from our village, right? Back then, he didn't even tell me his name. Despite the years that had elapsed, Shinshu's memory remained vivid. During the Second Shinobi World War, at merely 12 years of age, he had unwittingly stumbled into an enemy's explosive tag trap, staring death in the face, when someone had called out his name in an instant. In that moment, he was swiftly drawn into another dimension, narrowly escaping a gruesome fate. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance, saying, There aren't many silver-haired individuals in the village. And considering you've searched for so long without a trace, he might have perished on the battlefield many years ago. Shinshu's eyes widened in response, expressing his discontent. Sister, well, enough of your youthful aspirations. Speaking of that boy, I too find myself puzzled. Shall we discuss it together? Chapter 36. Tell me. After parting ways with Kakashi, the two returned home, where Obito noticed Shima Nari silently retreating into his room. After a brief moment of hesitation, curious about the events at the hospital, Obito decided to approach Nari. Before he could finish his inquiry, he realized Nari was in the midst of changing clothes. Shima Nari, having removed his bloodstained shirt, turned his calm gaze towards Obito. Could you at least close the door, you fool? With a swift motion, a flustered Obito closed the door, only to hear Nari's footsteps retreating to the living room. Nari couldn't fathom why Obito felt shy. After all, they were both men, and Obito was notably a staunch heterosexual. Not dwelling on it, he efficiently arranged his clothes and grabbed his soiled haori, intending to wash it together. As he glanced at the haori he had worn for a considerable time, memories flooded back, and he gradually began to clarify many aspects of his present situation. It seemed that his future self had returned to the past and accomplished quite a few good deeds. Although the specifics of how and what he had done remained unclear, it appeared that Tsunade and Shinshu had some recollection of his past self. Yet, it seemed they could not recognize him due to the passage of time. Thankfully, the age discrepancy spared him the need for explanations. This was fortuitous. At least some individuals would not meet the same tragic fate as depicted in the original narrative. Haha. All of this is entirely due to my own time-traveling prowess. The long silent system suddenly emerged, brimming with pride. Shimanari replied, Really? Host. Why are you silent? Boo-hoo, you're so cold. Experience has taught me that your appearances during such moments rarely lead to anything good. What a thing to say? I merely came out to see how my host has been faring. Is that so? Then I bid you farewell. Huh? Ignoring the system's incessant chatter in his mind, Nari stepped outside, clutching the dirty clothes. Upon scanning the living room, he realized Obito was absent. Puzzled, he then heard what seemed to be a heated argument outside. I just came to see Shima. Why can't I go in? Because I have the key to this place. And I live here too. Huh. You, a Uchiha, living here is already strange enough. Don't start acting like you own the place. Witnessing Sano point at him with such volume, Obito could no longer contain his frustration, retorting, At least I'm better than you. I've heard that if it weren't for you being a nuisance, Nari and the others wouldn't have been captured while trying to save you. Striking a chord with Sano's guilt, he faltered, his anger turning to embarrassment. And what about you? Aren't you always causing trouble for Shima? You're grown up now. Stop crying like a baby. Now it was Obito's turn to be taken aback, his throat tightening. Suddenly, he erupted, What do you know? It's because I just put in eye drops. Sano gasped, What are you doing? Let go of me. Are you trying to fight? Obito suppressed his impulse, ready to regain some verbal advantage, when a voice called out from behind. Obito, let go. Turning around, Obito found Shimanari standing calmly at the door. A shiver ran through him, and after glancing back at Sano, he gritted his teeth and released his grip. Seeing Obito restrained, Sano couldn't help but display a smirk. You brat, got scolded, didn't you? But the next moment, he received a punch to the left side of his face, leaving him shocked and covering his face in disbelief. Shima, why did you hit me? The punch, which had come directly from Nari, left Obito equally astonished. Nari, was this your revenge for the last time you hit Obito? Huh, what? That time I lost a tooth. This is way worse. I don't care, Shimanari declared, pointing at the still stunned Obito. This guy is too kind to really fight back. Otherwise, you wouldn't just lose a tooth. Sano paused, recalling the last incident and feeling his jaw throb again. Nari then turned to Obito, frowning as he said, Regardless of what this guy is like, whether troublesome or not, I will handle it myself. No one else is allowed to scold him. You should go back. Today's matters end here. Don't come running to me for trivial things. As if we have an exceptionally close relationship. With that, the door closed. Coming back to his senses, Sano rubbed his aching face, muttering incessantly. What is this? Shima is so biased and holds grudges. It's been over a month since the incident, and now he hits me just to support that kid. How infuriating. At that moment, leading Obito back home, Nari, still holding on to him, began earnestly, There's no need to argue with him. Were you about to lose your temper again? He turned to Obito, only to find him stubbornly turning his face away. What's wrong? And nothing. After a brief pause, Shimanari smirked, realizing, You cried, didn't you? No. It was the eye drops. Obito insisted, but the subtle change in his tone did not escape Nari's notice. With a smile, Nari patted Obito's head. It's all right to cry here. I won't mock you. When Obito turned back, he grasped Nari's wrist, wiping his nose as he finally asked the question that had been on his mind for so long. Why do you always pat my head? Is there a problem with that? Nari replied, Once you grow taller, if you still want to do it, I might have to think about it. Obito was taken aback. Why? Nari smiled, retracting his hand without offering an explanation. After all, the person standing before him was the future BOSS of the Fourth Great Ninja War from the original narrative, albeit still a tearful little boy at present. He didn't want Obito to be exploited in the future, becoming merely a tool. As Nari withdrew his hand, Obito felt a sense of loss, as if something was missing. Yet, noticing Nari seemed lost in thought again, the warmth he had felt from having someone stand up for him turned into concern. Nari, what's wrong? Nothing much. You're talking nonsense. Obito forcefully turned Nari to face him, his eyes reflecting the silver-haired figure. You clearly have something on your mind. Tell me, even if an immediate resolution cannot be attained, it is still a comfort to have someone listen. Do not bottle everything up inside, you rascal. Seeing Tobi's agitated and earnest expression, Shima turned momentarily taken aback, then murmured, Not really. I was just pondering what to have for dinner. Tobi, skeptical, retorted, Don't brush me off. I'm not brushing you off, it's the truth, he sighed. I didn't realize you held such little faith in me, Tobi. How disheartening. Tobi swiftly took the reins of the conversation. Chapter 37, Cannot be outdone. Lord Danzo, the plan has indeed failed. Somehow, the Hokage received intel, and the actions of those Umbu ninjas surpassed our own. According to the root member who had pursued them, he had already pinpointed the location of Uegakure and was covertly monitoring it. Before long, the two little miscreants, feigning unconsciousness, found themselves embroiled in a skirmish. And they held their ground remarkably well. Was there really any need for assistance? Thus, the ones solely entrusted with intelligence gathering and tracking had no choice but to await others to intervene. Soon enough, 2 more little rascals arrived, followed by the Umbu ninjas. Upon hearing Ikeda Raihei's report, Danzo fell silent for a few moments before responding. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Lord Danzo, you may take your leave. Understood. As Ikeda Raihei's anxious figure vanished, the dim light in the chamber flickered momentarily. Danzo cast a glance towards the inky darkness outside, his brow furrowing slightly. What is it? Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips, yet a chilling glint danced in his golden eyes. Do not fret too much. I am not here to press you for resources, but rather to extend my apologies. Oh, it was I who informed Lord Sarutobi of the situation, as he discovered those 2 little ones were utilizing clones in class. Fearing for the Uchiha clan's safety, he hurried to our Hokage. Danzo couldn't help but snicker. I see. Your subordinates are indeed unreliable. Orochimaru replied. This was indeed our oversight, and I sincerely apologize. However, such laborious and thankless methods do not seem to align with your usual style. Detecting the veiled sarcasm in Orochimaru's tone, Danzo's expression darkened further. What are you implying? I am in need of experimental subjects, and since you have an interest in that child's eyes, my newly revised transplant technique might be worth a try. Lin, you've bought far too many things. Do not purchase any more. In the bustling streets of Konoha, Toby carefully cradled a stack of packaging boxes taller than himself. His steps unsteady. Originally, he had been elated at being summoned by Lin, even secretly considering this encounter akin to a date. Yet, he found himself summoned merely to carry items. Although slightly disheartened, upon further reflection, Toby realized his mood was not as gloomy as he had anticipated. It'll be fine soon. With a beaming smile, Nohara Rin chirped. Once Chinjai finishes school, we can give him these. After that terrifying incident yesterday, he must be quite shaken, so these will comfort him. Toby's eyes widened in surprise. These are for Chinjai? Indeed. Upon hearing this, the once weary muscles of his arms felt revitalized, brimming with newfound strength. Then, I too wish to buy something for him. Affection cannot be outdone, Uchiha Toby. Nohara Rin quickly shook her head with a smile. You needn't buy anything. Save it for next time. After all, I still need these to reasonably mooch meals at your house. Toby, oh, is that so? Even you have been captivated by Chinjai's culinary skills? Not long after. While walking home, Toby, after a moment of contemplation, cast an annoyed glance at Kakashi, whom they encountered along the way. How can you show up empty-handed? In comparison to the miserly Kakashi, Rin appeared exceptionally kind-hearted and generous. Sensing Toby's scrutinizing gaze, Kakashi nonchalantly produced a small green potted plant from seemingly nowhere, stating calmly, I am not empty-handed. Toby, that is hardly better than being empty-handed. Nohara Rin regarded the two with exasperation, choosing not to intervene, as it didn't seem like a genuine quarrel. Hey Kakashi. Just then, Might Guy energetically appeared ahead, flanked by 2 companions. Toby initially grimaced, but then felt a flicker of hope. Beast face, hurry and challenge him to a duel. Let him have something to do. Might Guy laughed heartily. Not today. Kakashi glanced at Kai's companions, Shiranui Jinma and Ebisu, and deduced, You're on a mission, aren't you? You know me well, Kakashi. As expected of my lifelong rival. Thus, with no way to shake off Kakashi, Toby had no choice but to unlock the door to his home, inviting Kakashi and Nohara Rin inside. With only a few minutes remaining until school was out, the trio sat waiting. As they noticed Shima Chinjai's tardiness, Toby seemed to ponder something, clenching his fists in frustration. That big-eyed fellow hasn't lured Chinjai away again, has he? Meanwhile, at that very moment, Shima Chinjai found himself cornered in an alley. To conceal his identity, the assailant wore the garb of an ordinary villager and without a word, hurled a poisoned shuriken at him. Chinjai deftly dodged, but soon faced multiple projectiles aimed to pierce him like a hedgehog. Furrowing his brow, he wondered why this person was attacking him. Since arriving in Konoha, he seemed to have offended only Danzo. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he prepared to shield against the incoming shuriken, but a tall figure swiftly intervened. In the instant of the attack, the newcomer unleashed a torrent of gentle fist chakra from his body, creating a swirling blue light that deflected the physical assault in an instant. The 2 returned shuriken inadvertently struck the strange assailant, eliciting a muffled grunt. Realizing the precarious situation, the attacker, reeling from the dizziness induced by the poisoned shuriken, made a hasty retreat. Go after him, commanded the dark-haired man who had rescued Chinjai. Another figure swiftly responded to the order, veins bulging around his eyes, darting away with agility. Oh dear, I'm going to die. I was too scared to even breathe. But Lord Hyaga's speed was incredible. I barely had time to see it before it was over. Haha. The speaker was another man with purple hair, elegantly dressed, appearing to be around 30. Hayaga Hizashi remained unfazed by the flippant tone, maintaining his composed demeanor. Lord Suzuki, please. Noticing the lack of response, the man named Suzuki inquired with renewed interest, Lord Hayaga. Being so young and accomplished, are you married? Indeed. Oh, so soon? With a serious expression, Hayaga Hizashi glanced at the child who had been attacked moments ago. Realizing what he was doing, Suzuki followed his gaze. With just a glance, Suzuki froze. Minutes later, Hayaga Hizashi knocked on the door of the Hokage's office, accurately reporting the situation regarding the secret mission to the third Hokage. Lord Suzuki's accommodations have been arranged, however. He expressed a desire to personally designate the ninjas for this assignment. The third Hokage was not surprised by this. After all, Suzuki was the brother of the daimyo of the Land of Demons, and such small requests were not unexpected. However, with the village currently swamped with missions, there were not many available ninjas. Has he made any selections? Upon hearing this, Hinata Hizashi's previously earnest expression suddenly wavered with hesitation. The third Hokage had never witnessed him in such a predicament before, prompting further inquiry. In truth, Lord Suzuki has already proposed a candidate to me, he revealed. Who is it? A child who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Chapter 38. Could he be eccentric? Lord Suzuki has specifically designated him. The third Hokage furrowed his brow in contemplation, stating, I believe I know who you mean. Additionally, there is another matter that requires your attention. Hizashi recounted the recent incident in the alley. The third Hokage's pipe trembled in his mouth once more. Just yesterday, several infiltrators from Uegakure had been apprehended, and now, it appeared that outsiders were attempting to abduct children from the village. Notably, the individuals involved in both incidents were the same, Nakamura. This was indeed troublesome. You've endured much, the third Hokage remarked thoughtfully, the lines on his face deepening amidst the smoke. Thank you for escorting me home, and please extend my gratitude to Lord Hinata, Nakamura expressed, bowing to the Hayaga clan's ninja. The Byakugan-wielding ninja sent by Hizashi nodded politely, kindly advising, the one who attempted to abduct you will receive due punishment. However, it's best to avoid deserted alleys in the future. After a few more words of caution, he turned to leave. Nakamura watched him depart, a frown creasing his brow instinctively. Abduction? Why would they target someone among so many? It seemed far from simple. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it further, for hunger gnawed at him. He retrieved his keys, turning to open the door, only to find it ajar, revealing 3 pairs of eyes peering out at him. A minute later, the 4 were gathered around the table, listening attentively as he calmly recounted his recent ordeal. Obito's complexion paled, his expression morphing into one of anger. How infuriating. There truly is a creepy uncle attempting to abduct you. Are you uninjured? Kakashi inquired. No. I was saved by Lord Hinata who happened to pass by, Nakamura replied. Nearby, Rin sighed in relief, though a lingering melancholy clouded her gaze. The village seemed to be in a state of unrest lately, evoking a sense of foreboding. Nakamura wholeheartedly agreed. With war on the horizon, various villages were stirring, particularly the troublemakers from Tsunegakure, while Uegakure had already taken action, infiltrating Konohagakure. It seemed that the prospect of continuing their peaceful existence was nothing but a fantasy. As night fell, after dinner, Kakashi and Rin departed in succession. Nakamura tidied up briefly, preparing for bed to recharge for the potential troubles that lay ahead. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Obito's face. What's the matter? I want to sleep with you, Obito declared as he squeezed inside. Although perplexed, Nakamura did not refuse, as they had shared a bed before. Moments later, Nakamura turned off the light and tucked himself under the covers, feeling a piercing gaze on the back of his head. He rolled over to see Obito staring intently at him. What are you doing? I'm preventing any bad guys from sneaking in and taking you away. Oh, so that's why Obito had come to sleep with him. His earnest yet clumsy behavior amused Nakamura, prompting him to turn back. Let us sleep, nothing will happen tonight. He added softly. Actually, I'm the one who should be preventing you from being taken away. Obito did not catch his last words, as he was already drifting off into slumber. When he awoke, the sun had risen. Obito jolted upright, noticing the empty space beside him, and hurriedly rushed out of the room. Just then, Nakamura returned, carrying breakfast. Upon seeing Obito's flustered state, he raised an eyebrow. Awake, are you? Did you sleep well? Obito's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. As a friend, he felt utterly defeated. The two sat at the table enjoying breakfast, and Nakamura noticed Obito glancing at him repeatedly. Do you have something to say? You don't have school today, and I happen to have no missions. We can spend some quality time together, right? Obito said, a trace of anxiety in his tone, fearing that Nakamura might be whisked away by Shisui again. However, under Obito's hopeful gaze, Nakamura shook his head. Why not? Is it Shisui again? Obito exclaimed, frustration bubbling over. No, I received a mission that requires me to leave the village. What? Obito nearly choked. How can they assign you a mission when you haven't even graduated? I'm not sure. The client specifically requested me. At the gates of Konoha, the flamboyant Suzuki Shinichi was fanning himself while engaging in cheerful conversation with the affable Shoju. He began asking a barrage of questions regarding Shoju's name, age, and marital status, leaving Shoju utterly flabbergasted. The client, rumored to be a noble from the land of demons, seemed to be nothing more than a peculiar ne'er-do-well. A chill ran down Shoju's spine at the thought that this fellow might harbor odd proclivities. Hello, an unexpectedly youthful voice interrupted them. Shoju turned to find the white-haired boy he had seen in the hospital a couple of days prior, accompanied by his friend. Ah, you've come, Suzuki exclaimed, darting forward to shake Nakamura's hand vigorously. Do you remember me? Just as Nakamura was about to nod in recognition, having seen him the previous night, Suzuki leaned in closer, whispering with a grin, it's truly been a while. Hey, you creepy uncle, don't go getting handsy with Nakamura. Obito, who had come to see them off, widened his eyes and forcefully pried Suzuki's hand away. Hearing Suzuki yelp in pain, Shoju quickly intervened, assuring, he is the client from the village, not a bad person. Obito's eyes glinted with suspicion. He seems no different from a pervert to me. The kids these days have quite the fiery spirit, Suzuki chuckled, but they're adorable, he added, much to Obito's chagrin. Nakamura hastily pulled Obito aside. You should head back. Don't worry, I'll return once the mission is complete. So what is the mission about? Obito asked, taking a deep breath, fearing that the odd Suzuki might have some strange plans in store. I haven't been informed yet. Huh, that's even more suspicious. Nakamura, you must protect yourself. A few minutes later, as the trio walked down the road, only Suzuki continued to chatter incessantly. Nakamura found it amusing to recall how long Obito had lingered before leaving. Clearly, the boy was quite concerned for his safety, and Nakamura resolved to return as soon as possible. However, this opportunity to leave the village was equally beneficial. It would allow him the freedom to pursue other endeavors without the constraints of village life. Nakamura, don't underestimate me. Even though I seem to have nothing now, once we reach the town ahead, you'll see my team. Nakamura regarded Suzuki for a moment, pondering, if there are people with you, why not send them along instead of coming alone? With a playful smile, Suzuki covered his mouth with the fan and replied, because of you. Shoju's forehead twitched. Lord Suzuki, please refrain from making inappropriate remarks towards our village's children. In high spirits, Suzuki laughed heartily. Chapter 39, Very Wealthy. Suzuki, everything is prepared. Near the first town reached after departing from Konoha, following Suzuki's lead, we indeed encountered a waiting group in an open area, comprising approximately a dozen individuals, each adorned in the attire of sword-wielding samurai. 3 accompanying carts were laden with numerous iron boxes, seemingly transporting valuable contents within. Given the proximity, it was only prudent to enlist the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village as guardians to bolster the safety of the convoy. However, since the renowned ninjas of the village were all preoccupied with various missions, apart from the one specifically requested by Suzuki, the third Hokage appointed the already promoted Jonin, Shoju, to serve as the captain. This marked Shoju's inaugural experience leading a team of his own. He found himself profoundly vexed, as he did not regard the other child as a trustworthy comrade, but rather as a protected subject. Prior to their departure, the third Hokage had instructed him to look after the boy diligently, ensuring the task was completed and he returned safely. He explicitly stated that the child was the cherished disciple of Kakashi Hatake, urging Shoju not to lose him. Consequently, Shoju felt compelled to take this responsibility seriously. To his surprise, upon their first meeting, he recognized the child as the son of the person he had once perceived as his savior during his time in the hospital. The child was currently engaged in lively conversation with Suzuki. Ah, the contents we are transporting are treasures of immeasurable value, Suzuki nonchalantly declared, prompting a moment of awkward silence from Yushima. Is it truly wise to speak so openly? He pondered. No worries, for we have the ninjas of Konoha with us, correct? Shoju-kun? Shoju approached with a furrowed brow, relieved that they were not tasked with escorting these precious items back to the distant land of demons, but rather to the neighboring grass village of the land of fire. If all went smoothly, the journey would take approximately 3 days. Ah, Shoju-kun, may I ask you for a favor? Suzuki suddenly blinked and spoke. My cat has been ailing from the change in environment and is currently being cared for by a family here. As the convoy is about to set off, could you please retrieve it for me? Your speed is unmatched. Shoju felt perplexed, but, due to the exorbitant fee offered for the task, found it difficult to decline, thus suppressing his grievances and agreeing to assist. Meanwhile, Yushima couldn't shake the feeling that Shoju was being intentionally sidelined. As he contemplated this, he noticed Suzuki's gaze shift toward him, the purple eyes ablaze with fervor. Could this individual truly be the pervert that Obito spoke of? Yushima mused. Now that there are no outsiders, you need not pretend any longer. Suzuki cleared his throat, and, in a sudden shift from a casual demeanor to one of utmost respect, stated, "You need not worry. These individuals are my trusted confidants, and will not betray a single word of yours. Thus, I implore you to reveal your true identity to me, Lord Mokure." Upon hearing those familiar words spoken by another, Yushima's heart jolted. In the midst of rapid contemplation and mental tension, Suzuki's anxious voice cut through again. Perhaps my age has made it difficult for you to recognize me. I am Suzuki Shinichi, Lord Mokure. Yushima frowned, thinking to himself that even if he claimed that, he still did not know who he was. By the way, I have preserved the letter of condolence you personally penned years ago. Delving into his ample sleeves for a few seconds, Suzuki produced a pouch and carefully extracted a folded, yellowed piece of paper. Yushima focused his gaze and immediately recognized the handwriting as his own. It seemed his conjecture was correct. The version of himself from the future who had returned to the past indeed recognized this individual and had even used a pseudonym. Ahem, enough, you need not say more. I recall everything now. The master of disguise promptly adjusted his expression and continued the conversation. Observing this, Suzuki, believing in his ruse, clapped his hands in delight. Wonderful. However, how did you come to be in such a state here in Konoha? Had I not witnessed you transform into a child years ago, I would have failed to recognize you at first glance. Is this what they call transformation jutsu? Something like that. Noticing that Yushima was reluctant to divulge further details, Suzuki, ever perceptive, smiled and waved a small fan. In that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries, though I am curious when you might visit the land of demons. My sister, who serves as a priestess, once foretold that you would meet me again years hence, but she lamented her inability to predict your future, causing me considerable concern. By the way, I have fulfilled the task you entrusted to me long ago, that Heite Kakashi, known as White Fang, should still be alive and well. Upon hearing this, Yushima's heart raced with surprise. The mysterious benefactor who had spared Kakashi was none other than this Suzuki Shinichi before him. Wasn't he the land of demons, a small nation? How had he amassed such wealth? As these thoughts swirled, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he stiffly turned his gaze toward the wooden boxes on the carts. Suzuki shyly smiled. These are merely small sums, inconsequential whether lost or not. The most important aspect of this journey is that I have had the pleasure of seeing you again. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. Moreover, the vast majority of this wealth was acquired through your endeavors. You are undoubtedly entitled to wield it. Suddenly finding himself with a prosperous acquaintance, Yushima took a moment to digest this revelation, quickly accepting it. After all, similar occurrences had transpired in his previous life, and there was no reason to be overly astonished. Suzuki, having reverted to his usual frivolous demeanor upon recognizing him, incessantly called him Little Yushima in a feigned affectionate manner, regaling him with boundaryless jesting. To Shoju, who remained oblivious to the situation, it appeared as if a 30-year-old perverted uncle was attempting to seduce an innocent 10-year-old child, a sight that made his fists clench in indignation. At long last, they reached a resting point near the grass village, where Shoju, upon witnessing Suzuki fawning over the child, felt a vain throb at his temple. I must say, Suzuki-sama, however, before he could finish his counsel, a sudden, jarring noise erupted from the sides of the road. They were under attack. Spotting the cart filled to the brim with boxes, the assailants' eyes gleamed with greed. Shoju reacted with remarkable speed, rushing to the forefront to defend the group, while Suzuki promptly directed the guards to secure the valuables. Within mere minutes, the assailants, numbering 7 or 8, were swiftly dealt with, as they had not anticipated that a seemingly fragile convoy housed a formidable ninja. Upon closer inspection of Shoju's forehead protector, the last remaining assailant gasped in horror. How could a ninja from Konoha be here? Humph, that's none of your concern. As Shoju scoffed, the man swiftly glanced around, and a cunning thought struck him. With a loud bang, he hurled 2 smoke bombs, engulfing the area in thick white smoke that obscured vision. By the time the smoke dissipated, the man had vanished, along with Yushima. A paper note drifted down from the sky, and Shoju instinctively caught it. Upon closer examination, he read the message: "Exchange the 3 boxes on the cart for this brat-ass life." Shoju froze for a moment, incredulous. Is this some sort of joke? Turning around, he saw that the person was truly gone, leaving him in a state of utter despair. How astonishing. The person has actually gone missing. This is a serious predicament. As she sprinted, the brisk wind swept by. The girl with blue hair glanced toward a certain direction for 2 fleeting seconds, seemingly sensing something, and called out to the orange-haired boy and the red-haired boy ahead of her. "Miyahiko, Nagato. Someone over there was just calling for help." Chapter 40, The Small Squad. After a few hurried steps, Suzuki's team had completely vanished from sight. Realizing there were no pursuers behind, the survivor finally found refuge beneath a hill overgrown with wild grass. letting out a sigh of relief. How infuriating. After wandering for so long, they had finally encountered a flock of plump sheep, only to discover that Konoha ninjas were among them. The individual cursed incessantly, his otherwise unremarkable face twisted in displeasure. Dressed in plain clothing, he bore no village headband. Yet it was easy to recognize the symbol of Konoha. He certainly possessed a modicum of discernment. The abducted Uchiha Nariyuki observed quietly, refraining from uttering a word. The captor regarded him as nothing more than a mere child, neglecting to bind him with ropes, even as he vented his pent-up fury, seemingly forgetting the boy's presence altogether. Approximately 2 minutes later, a few figures emerged from behind the dense trees. Yamazaki, what happened? Why are you the only one back? Upon hearing the inquiry, the man named Yamazaki could only respond with frustration, lamenting that the mission yielded no results and that several of his men had perished in the process. His companions frowned at the news. Then who is this little brat? Someone pointed at Nariyuki. Yamazaki paused, finally recalling that he had indeed brought back a child. There was a formidable Konoha ninja among that flock of sheep. When I fled, I decided to take a gamble, wagering that this boy might be an important figure among them. So, I left a note demanding they exchange something for his life. If this child is unimportant, well, I escaped with my life intact, and I could simply sell him elsewhere for some coin. If he is significant, then we have a valuable bargaining chip to scheme how to acquire the treasures within those boxes and make a handsome profit. In any case, there would be no loss. However, his companions found themselves speechless. You nearly lost your life, and yet you still want to gamble on such matters. Yamazaki, I fear your wish may come to naught. For your luck has always been notoriously poor. Besides, look at what the boy is wearing. It's hardly extravagant. And he seems to be a blind child with an eye patch. Surely, he must be the offspring of some carriage driver? That can't be true. Should we send someone else to gather information? Just as those unidentified individuals were fervently discussing, Uchiha Nariyuki turned to survey his surroundings. The trees encircled them, and the other paths appeared identical, making it likely to get lost without a clear understanding of the terrain. His concern was that the entire map lay with Suzuki and the others, while he knew nothing of the routes to Kizegakure or the others leading to AIM. Nevertheless, those seemingly native individuals should know better. Just as Yamazaki was scheming with his companions, an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Following his instinct, he turned to find the child he had captured quietly observing them, seemingly unperturbed by the impending events. The contrast between the boy's calm demeanor and Yamazaki's frantic struggle for survival ignited an inexplicable ire within him. What are you staring at, you little brat? Yamazaki stormed over, preparing to teach the child a lesson. However, just as his hand was about to descend upon the boy's face, it was abruptly halted by an unseen force. It felt as if his palm had struck a sturdy shield, sending a tingle through his fingers. In an instant, the boy, who had only just reached Yamazaki's waist, transformed into an individual of a similar height. Simultaneously, the eye patch fell away, revealing a stark, grayish-white left eye. What? He isn't blind? The boy then cleared his throat, as if adjusting his voice. Under their astonished gazes, Uchiha Nariyuki finally spoke. Please, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Unlike the somewhat naive voice of a child, his tone now resonated with clarity and gentleness. Is this a transformation technique? So, he is not a child at all, but an adult? Yamazaki's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression brimming with indignation. The others, sensing the situation had escalated, entered a state of heightened alert. After all, in these tumultuous times, an unidentified adult posed a far greater threat than a mere child. This way, the leader, Miyahiko, promptly responded as Conan shifted direction. The taciturn Nagato followed closely behind. In a short while, the three arrived at the location from which the cries for help had emanated. Discovering behind the obstructing hillock 5 or 6 men sprawled in disarray, groaning in pain, their faces bruised and battered. They were now in Kizegakure, a place facing turmoil akin to that of AIM, where unknown ninjas were raiding villagers for food and resources. Had these men also fallen victim to such plunder? Fortunately, it seemed they had not lost their lives. Hey, have you encountered some trouble? The kind-hearted Miyahiko inquired first. Clutching his abdomen, Yamazaki could barely discern who was approaching, trembling as he pointed in a direction. Miyahiko interpreted this as the fleeing criminal's escape route and, driven by a strong sense of justice, dashed after them without hesitation. Miyahiko, Conan called out anxiously from behind. Nagato pulled her back, shaking his head. There is no danger. On the contrary, I feel that the gazes of these individuals are far from benevolent. Be careful. Just as Nagato thought this, a shuriken whizzed through the air, and he quickly shielded Conan from harm. Looking at your headbands, you must be from AIM, right? Outsiders trespassing in our Kizegakure are certainly not welcome. By chance, we've stumbled upon a flock of plump sheep ourselves, and our numbers are insufficient. Would you care to collaborate with us? Meanwhile, Uchiha Nariyuki, now back in adult form, strolled nonchalantly down the path, scrutinizing the map in his hand. He had coerced those men into drawing it for him moments ago. He wasn't certain of its accuracy, but given the beating he had administered, they likely wouldn't dare falsify it. Speaking of taking this opportunity to leave the group, Suzuki and Shinosuke would undoubtedly be anxious. How could he contact them to assure them of his safety? Hey, a low, questioning voice emerged from behind. You were the one who robbed those men, weren't you? Pausing, Uchiha Nariyuki slowly turned around, his gaze not yet focusing on the approaching figure when a sudden, tremendous explosion erupted in the distance. The billowing white smoke caused Miyahiko to forget about the person who had turned back to face him. This direction. It's where Nagato and Konan are? Realizing trouble had arisen, Miyahiko's expression tightened. Even more startling was the fleeting profile of a person who had just passed beside him, appearing eerily familiar. Miyahiko froze. Wait. Ugh, I didn't intend to resort to violence right away. I thought about letting them go, but it seems trouble is unavoidable, the familiar voice echoed, filled with an unmistakable impatience. As he witnessed someone pass by him, Yahiko instinctively felt compelled to shout something, but the figure of Uchiha Nariyuki swiftly drew him away. When Nariyuki returned, he was met with the sight of Yamazaki and his companions encircling a red-haired boy and a blue-haired girl. Each of them clutched kunao affixed with explosive tags, poised as if they intended to launch another assault. Realizing that this was the mess left behind by his earlier negligence, Nariyuki squinted his eyes and let out a chilling laugh. What mischief are you up to in my absence? Upon hearing his voice return, the restless group, led by Yamazaki, froze as if struck by a paralysis jutsu, sweat pouring down their brows. It seemed they were not only targeting me, but also harassing passersby, weren't they? Stepping out from behind a tree, Nariyuki approached them deliberately. The painful memories of their recent beating surged back to Yamazaki and his cohorts, prompting them to retreat hastily, waving their hands in a gesture of surrender. Their faces drenched in cold sweat. No. We were merely trying to intimidate these inexperienced young ninjas, Yamazaki thought begrudgingly. Oh, using explosive tags for intimidation? Quite an array you have there. Why didn't you use them against me? Nariyuki inquired nonchalantly. What do you mean by quite an array? There are only a few of them. After all, we're so poor we can hardly afford food, let alone these expensive tags. As Nariyuki drew closer, exuding an oppressive aura, Yamazaki felt a wave of dread wash over him. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and hurled a kunao at Nariyuki. Stay back. Instantly, a deafening explosion engulfed the area. When Yahiko returned, slightly delayed, he was met with the shocking scene of a figure being consumed by the explosion. Chapter 41, Inconvenience. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated with the wind, a pair of indifferent heterochromatic eyes gradually emerged. Nariyuki, seemingly unscathed at the center of the explosion, casually brushed off the dust from his clothes and remarked, "Did you purchase a counterfeit? The power of this explosive tag is rather underwhelming." Seeing him unharmed left Yamazaki and his companions aghast, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Would you care for another round? Nariyuki's gaze shifted towards them, his seemingly calm demeanor imbued with an unspoken urgency. My sincerest apologies. It was our folly to overestimate ourselves. Realizing the futility of their defiance, Yamazaki immediately pressed down on the heads of his two companions, dropping to his knees in a formal apology, exclaiming, "Please grant us another chance and spare us." We were left with no choice. Observing their trembling figures as if they had achieved enlightenment, Nariyuki paused, his earlier murderous intent temporarily quelled. Just as he was about to inquire further about their predicament, a voice interjected, laced with anticipation. "Excuse me, are you Usuji-sensei?" At the sound, he turned, finally taking notice of the blue-haired girl and the red-haired boy beside him. The more he looked, the more familiar they appeared. The red-haired boy possessed the Rinnegan, while the blue-haired girl sported a lip-piercing. Wasn't this Nagato and Konan, the very individuals he intended to seek out in a megacore? Astonished by their proximity, he furrowed his brow, causing Konan to exchange a nervous glance with Nagato. Did Usuji-sensei truly not remember them? It had been many years since their initial encounter when they were still children. Even after spending 3 years with their teacher, Jiraiya, who taught them ninjutsu, they had never forgotten Usuji-sensei, who had once saved and cared for them. However, due to his change in attire, they had failed to recognize him immediately. Nariyuki's throat felt dry as he struggled to find the right words. It turned out that his future self had crossed paths with these 3 individuals in the past. Their bond seemed quite significant, as they addressed him as their teacher. What could he possibly teach them? Wasn't Jiraiya their sole instructor? Lost in these complex thoughts, a cheerful figure suddenly leaped onto his back from behind, grinning brightly. "You run quite fast. Guess who I am?" Seeing Yahiko's irreverent demeanor, Konan and Nagato exchanged anxious glances, fearing he might provoke Naritaki. I can't guess, Naritaki replied coldly, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even Yahiko, who had recognized him, was taken aback. It appeared that he truly did not remember them. A sense of disappointment washed over the trio. Am I not the thief you speak of? Naritaki's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, broke the silence. Konan and Nagato quickly looked up, their expressions softening with relief. Yahiko, astonished, released his grip and hopped down. Moving to face Naritaki. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. I jumped to conclusions, my apologies. Yahiko then crossed his arms, looking directly at Naritaki. But teacher, you are truly cruel for pretending not to remember us. How wonderful. Konan and Nagato approached him with joy. Naritaki observed them closely. They were nearly 13 or 14 years old, not very old at all. It seemed that the Akatsuki organization had yet to be established. Why are you not in a megacorps? What brings you to Kusagacorps? Of course, it's to meet like-minded individuals, Yahiko replied, his expression earnest and somewhat dreamy. Konan eagerly elaborated on their ambitions. Upon hearing their aspirations, Naritaki realized that Yahiko had already envisioned establishing an organization aimed at fostering communication and building bridges toward world peace. Excellent, he smiled gently. His smile seemed to encourage the trio, prompting Yahiko to boldly extend an invitation. In that case, would you consider joining us, teacher? I can offer you the position of leader. No, Naritaki firmly declined. His decisive response left the three of them momentarily stunned. Why not? Yahiko questioned, puzzled. Aren't you a wandering ninja? Ah, Naritaki shook his head. I am not. The debate over his wandering status aside, he hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy yet. What could he claim as a ninja? Then which village do you belong to? The gentle and approachable Konan inquired curiously. I hail from Konoha. Upon hearing this name, the trio gasped, seemingly recalling something significant. Yahiko appeared slightly excited. Isn't that the village of Jiraiya-sensei? Indeed, it is the same village as the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya. Naritaki nodded, contemplating that his original intent was to meet with Yahiko and the others and find a way to persuade them to leave a megacorps, keeping a watchful eye on them. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, since you know Jiraiya-sama, how about accompanying me to Konoha? Coincidentally, he is still in the village. Though the mention of their mentor stirred a mix of emotions within them, the trio ultimately shook their heads, deciding against visiting for now. They resolved to wait until they had accomplished something significant before meeting Jiraiya-sensei. Konan smiled softly. If possible, please send our regards to Jiraiya-sensei. Yahiko added, yes. Especially since the situation is quite unstable everywhere. It would be inconvenient for us to venture into another country with our identities. By the way, what brings you here, teacher? Just a delivery mission. Oh, I see. Miyahiko and Konan exchanged knowing glances, a sense of relief washing over them. It was fortunate they had made their way here, otherwise, they might never have had the opportunity to encounter one another. How should we deal with these individuals? Nagato inquired after an extended silence, during which he had been unable to interject a single word. Meanwhile, Yamazaki and the others, frozen in place and maintaining their seiza posture, trembled at the realization that the conversation had shifted to include them. We are merely a band of insignificant wandering ninjas, esteemed sir. You hail from the illustrious Leaf Village, far surpassing us in skill. Please do not judge us by the same standards. They pleaded, if you grant us mercy today, we can provide you with information that may not be particularly advantageous for your Leaf Village. Chapter 42. A chaotic pursuit. It had been an hour since Kamakushima had been abducted. Suzuki observed the anguish on Shanju's face as he clutched the crumpled note. Yet he still refrained from uttering a single word. The group progressed slowly, their previous leisurely demeanor replaced with a heightened sense of vigilance as they entered the territory of the grass-hidden village, an area fraught with peril. As the entrusted ninja tasked with the mission, Shanju's foremost duty was to ensure the completion of the task, guiding Suzuki and the others to their destination along the predetermined route. After a prolonged silence, Suzuki finally fanned himself and curiously remarked, "Is it not troubling that you remain so composed, Shanju-kun, even after Kamakushima has been taken? If you require assistance, I would not hesitate to exchange my belongings for his safe return." "Absolutely not," Shanju replied, taking a deep breath and crumpling the note before casting it aside. Lord Suzuki need not concern himself with such matters. Once the mission is accomplished, I shall rescue him myself. Compared to his youthful fervor and impulsiveness, Shanju had matured significantly and now exhibited a more composed demeanor. Suzuki smiled knowingly, implying, "It seems that in your eyes, fulfilling your mission takes precedence over rescuing your comrade." Upon hearing this, Shanju felt a pang of discomfort and instinctively retorted, "To me, the value of a comrade and the mission is equal." "Oh, is that so?" Suzuki pondered aloud. Then why not rush to rescue Kamakushima immediately? Shanju was momentarily taken aback. They had yet to reach their destination, and the uncertainties that lay ahead were numerous. To recklessly abandon the group in pursuit of a rescue would be irresponsible. Besides, those who had taken Kamakushima seemed primarily motivated by greed and were unlikely to resort to immediate violence. Thus, Shanju steeled himself, and after a moment, he turned to counter. Why did you choose a child like Kamakushima to escort you in the first place, Lord Suzuki? Suzuki paused, then smiled. I simply prefer the company of charming young individuals. It brightens my spirits. Hearing Suzuki's light-hearted tone, devoid of any concern for Kamakushima's fate, Shanju furrowed his brow. If not for the insistence on selecting an inexperienced child, this predicament might have been avoided. However, such thoughts seemed to unjustly blame Suzuki, and Shanju averted his gaze from those shallow purple eyes filled with mirth. As silence enveloped them, Suzuki, sensing the stillness was too mundane, began to chatter away to himself. This state of affairs persisted until they were intercepted by a group along the road. Unlike the previous encounter with the inept adversaries, this time, their opponents proved formidable. Several of Suzuki's guards were swiftly dispatched. Ah, leaf ninjas! One of the assailants exclaimed, recognizing Shanju's forehead protector. What does it matter? If we eliminate everyone here, no one will know who did it, his companion arrogantly replied. The attack intensified. In the midst of his frantic efforts to protect Suzuki, Shanju discerned the identity of their assailants. The familiar forehead protectors and the earth-style jutsu they employed indicated that the Uegakure ninjas had been particularly unruly of late, roaming about with impunity. There were 9 enemies in total, 3 of whom were likely Chunin or even Jonin level, while the rest were roughly on par with Jinin. Were these 3 leaders accompanied by their subordinates to cause havoc? Yet, such a display of strength could not merely be for the purpose of robbing passers-by. Before Shanju could contemplate further, the anguished cries of Suzuki's guards erupted, and 2 more fell. Get Lord Suzuki to safety, shouted the remaining guards as 2 Uegakure ninjas advanced, kunao in hand, intent on claiming their lives. Shanju found himself besieged by the 3 more powerful Uegakure ninjas, struggling to keep pace. If the client were to perish, it would not only signify mission failure, but would also invite severe repercussions from the land of demons upon the Leaf Village. After all, Suzuki Shinichi was a renowned noble in the land of demons, and even the 3rd Hokage had granted him considerable leeway in his capricious choice of entrusted ninjas. Ha! It's over. The 2 Uegakure ninjas closed in, their kunao poised to pierce the throats of several individuals when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. The splattered crimson blood stained their garments, rendering the newcomer's white hair resplendent as if illuminated by a divine light. Lord Mokuro. Suzuki gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment, an uncontainable excitement spreading across his face. The Lord has revealed his true self. Yes, he remains as captivating as ever. Feeling the intensity of Suzuki's gaze upon him, Kamakushima remained silent, his expression unperturbed as he withdrew the Nichiren blade from the body of the fallen Uegakure ninja, frowning at the sight of the blood coating the blade. This sword had been carefully stored in his inventory, and he had not anticipated that its first use would be for killing rather than vanquishing demons. Witnessing his comrade's demise, another Uegakure ninja gritted his teeth and lunged at the newly arrived Kamakushima. Yet, he quickly found himself collapsing in disbelief. Meanwhile, Shanju managed to temporarily fend off his attackers, his heart racing as he scanned the situation regarding Suzuki, only to feel a heavy weight settle in his chest, his heart pounding violently. The 3 Uegakure ninjas, now recognizing the shift in circumstances, exchanged wary glances. After a brief exchange of blows, they had realized that this leaf ninja was not easily dispatched, and now another formidable adversary had joined the fray. However, they still held the advantage in numbers. Surely, 7 of them could not be bested by just 2 moderately skilled fighters. Realizing that the Uegakure ninjas had no intention of retreating, Shanju swallowed hard, tightening his resolve as he suppressed his astonishment and focused on the fight. He was being dragged back by the 3 Uegakure ninjas, while the remaining 4, having commandeered the cart, watched as the white-haired youth approached them, weapon in hand. Though he appeared quite young, perhaps merely 16 or 17, his demeanor exuded a calm confidence that unnerved them. 2 of the assailants exchanged glances and charged forward. Noticing the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 of their comrades strewn upon the ground, Kamakushima frowned once more. Within mere moments, the 2 assailants fell, and the remaining 2 Uegakure ninjas hastily retrieved explosive tags from their gear, just as one of them affixed a tag to a nearby metal chest, intending to detonate it. The very next instant, the explosive tags were swiftly torn from their hands and affixed to their own bodies, followed by a powerful kick that sent them flying far away. Boom! The deafening sound startled the creatures of this region. Upon witnessing their subordinates being effortlessly subdued, the three Uchiha shinobi finally sensed the looming crisis. Consequently, they decisively distanced themselves from Shoju, seeking to retreat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a white figure obstructed their escape route, with heterochromatic eyes fixated upon them. The figure spoke. "You must be the special Jonin from Uchiha, am I correct?" Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback, with even Shoju expressing surprise. It turned out that he had been contending with an adversary of such caliber. No wonder he had been unable to shake them off. "Did your superiors not instruct you to traverse the borders of Kusagaku to launch a surprise raid on Konoha? Why, then, are you resorting to thievery?" The accuracy with which Kamishiro Haru articulated their intentions left the three Uchiha shinobi in shock. This was a covert operation. How could this individual possibly know of it? Chapter 43, Relief. Truly, they were ninjas from Uchiha. Meanwhile, concealed behind a rocky outcrop on a distant highland, Yahiko and his companions quietly observed the unfolding events below. "It seems those fellows are attempting to flee. Shall we go lend a hand?" Yahiko began to rise, only to be restrained by Konan, who reached out and pulled him back. "Did not our teacher instruct us not to intervene? We are to wait here." Indeed, Nagato nodded in agreement. The rogue ninjas who had been released by their teacher had already conveyed the intelligence clearly. The rest was to be resolved by their instructor and the others. "Yes, it would be rather inconvenient for us to reveal our identities. We might be mistaken for allies of those ruffians." Hearing Konan and Nagato's concerns, Yahiko paused, inhaled deeply, and crossed his arms, turning away. Understood. On the other side, with their true intentions unveiled, the three Uchiha shinobi found themselves suppressed by the combined efforts of Kamishiro Haru and Shoju, as they witnessed the detestable enemy on the verge of capture. Suzuki clapped in approval from the sidelines. However, their joy was short-lived as they suddenly saw the three figures raise their kunao to commit suicide. "What?" Suzuki was momentarily dumbfounded. Shoju also hesitated, but soon grasped the rationale behind their drastic action. It was merely a means to prevent the leakage of crucial information from their village. For once captured, a ninja typically endures excruciating interrogation. This was a method to avoid such torment upon recognizing mission failure. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Suzuki." Shoju expressed remorse while observing the remaining guards beside Suzuki. "Well, it is regrettable but unavoidable," Suzuki waved dismissively. After all, they had proven to be quite formidable. "Indeed, Shoju-kun, you were impressive, taking on 3 opponents single-handedly. Your youthful appearance belies your remarkable fortitude." Flattered by the praise, Shoju felt a warmth rising to his cheeks. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed Suzuki darting toward Kamishiro Haru, coyly using a small fan to conceal his face, appearing quite bashful. "Ugh, that unsettling sensation returns." "Thank you for saving me earlier," Suzuki said with a smile. "If you hadn't arrived, I might not be standing here today. You are truly my benefactor." Kamishiro Haru glanced at the jubilant Suzuki and broached a long-held query. But why the ostentatious display? He referred to the act of transporting those metallic boxes with a cart. Anyone with half a wit would deduce that they contained valuable items. It was hardly surprising that they would attract unwanted attention. "Haha," Suzuki chuckled, just about to provide a simple explanation when Shoju's voice chimed in with a question. "Do you know Lord Suzuki?" Suzuki blinked, gazing at the expressionless Kamishiro Haru before denying. "I do not know him. Today marks our first meeting." At that moment, he recalled having assured Lord Mokure that he would divulge not a word. Hence he would not acknowledge their connection in front of outsiders. Yet, he longed to proclaim to the world his acquaintance with Lord Mokure and their unparalleled bond. Hearing Suzuki's words, Shoju's gaze shifted toward Kamishiro Haru. The resemblance to a shadow from his fading memories was uncanny, with the sole distinction being that while the other had not changed in appearance, he had matured from a boy into a man. Shoju scratched his head, contemplating before stammering. "How have you been all these years?" The sudden use of honorifics and his bashful demeanor caught Kamishiro Haru off guard. Recognizing that Shoju was acquainted with his former self, he responded with a hint of curiosity. "And you are?" Fearing that he might not remember, Shoju hastily recounted the tale of how he had been rescued on the battlefield years ago. Under Shoju's anxious gaze, Kamishiro Haru feigned enlightenment, nodding as though to say, "Ah, I see. You are that reckless little boy." Shoju's face flushed instantly. "I am no longer a little boy." Kamishiro Haru did not intend to elaborate further, merely smiling before turning away. Noticing his apparent intent to depart, Shoju's expression tightened immediately. "Senpai." Kamishiro Haru glanced back, but Shoju felt a lump in his throat. The words he wished to convey rendered elusive by the unexpected reunion. After much contemplation, he finally managed to say, "I am truly happy to see you again. I am deeply grateful for what you did back then, as well as for your assistance just now. Then when will you return to the village? Are you not a ninja from our village?" The inquiries piqued Suzuki's interest. It seemed that Lord Mokure was indeed masquerading as a child, concealing his identity in Konohagakure. Besides him, it appeared he had aided others as well. Though he appeared indifferent to most matters, he never truly turned a blind eye. How intriguing. Well, let us discuss that later, Kamishiro Haru replied evasively, waving a hand in farewell as he walked away, casting a fleeting glance toward the rocky heights opposite them. Sensing his gaze upon them, Yahiko and his companions felt a jolt of surprise. It seems the situation has been resolved. Let us descend. Agreed. Minutes later, the four of them converged seamlessly. Before they could utter any grandiose remarks, they were taken aback as Kamishiro Haru transformed into a child of approximately 10 years. Obscuring his left eye with an eye patch, Yahiko was momentarily stunned, perplexed. What is our teacher doing? I am preparing to introduce you, he replied. Huh. They were left bewildered. There is no need for further questions. Simply follow my instructions. Shoju-kun, there is no need to look anymore. That senior has already departed. Upon hearing Suzuki's jest, Shoju reluctantly withdrew his gaze, suddenly realizing he had made a monumental oversight. How had he forgotten to ask for the senior's name? However, witnessing that the individual was indeed alive, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tension of unexpressed gratitude that had burdened him for years began to dissipate. When he returned, he would surely share this revelation with his sister and the others. Speaking of which, did Lord Suzuki truly not recognize him? In response to the inquiry, Suzuki continued to fan himself, smiling merrily. I do not know. Thus, the prospect of learning the other's name from Suzuki seemed futile. As he pondered this, Shoju suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence nearby. Who goes there? Hello. A blue-haired girl clad in a black outfit with mesh lining appeared not far away. Shoju sensed no hostility emanating from her. At that moment, by a gently flowing river, the trio was engaged in fishing with makeshift rods they had crafted. The white-haired one was responsible for locating the areas abundant with fish. Nagato was in charge of baiting the hooks, while Yahiko expertly cast the line. After a while, Nagato softly remarked, is it truly all right to have Conan notify them? Amino Irika sat on the grass, propping his chin in a leisurely manner, smiling gently. Rest assured, with Conan's gentle and beautiful demeanor, she will not face any difficulties. Yahiko turned to glance at them, his expression serious. Shoo, don't speak, otherwise the fish will be frightened away. Accustomed to the air force, Irika felt little concern. It's not that easy to catch one anyway. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tug, and Yahiko immediately reeled in, his face alight with joy. Huh, I've hooked one. Seeing the lively fish, Irika was momentarily bewildered. What? It was that easy? Teacher, why do you look rather unwell? Yahiko continued, while deftly unhooking the fish and handing it to Nagato. He then enthusiastically invited, would you like to give it a try, teacher? You would definitely catch them faster than I. Irika turned his head, wearing a wooden expression. No? Thank you. He covered his bewildered head with one hand. Surely, he was called a teacher only because he had taught them the art of fishing for survival? What an embarrassment, this unremarkable skill of his. Ahem, I did say, from now on, please refrain from calling me teacher. Use my name instead. At this, Yahiko, who was struggling with his rod, faltered, Name? Chapter 44, please take care of me. Having always addressed him by his surname and respectfully referred to him as teacher, the sudden request to call him by his name appeared to signify a relationship that was gradually becoming somewhat ambiguous, even if this change was necessitated by certain circumstances. Speaking of which, what was Irika's first name again? Yahiko began to close his eyes, sincerely trying to recall, his heart racing slightly. Since he had never addressed him in that manner, the impression was shallow, and he couldn't remember when the moment called for it. Was he supposed to call out Irika? No, that felt too stiff. It seemed even more awkward than calling him teacher, and he did not wish that. Irika. At that moment, Nagato naturally spoke up, skillfully handling the fish scales with his kunao, his long hair obscuring much of his face, making it difficult to discern his current expression. Is this how I should address you? Yes. Irika, being called by his first name, smiled in satisfaction. Nagato paused in his task of scaling the fish but continued, his slightly upturned lips indicating a good mood. Noticing there was little he could assist with, Irika turned his head and discovered Yahiko, standing by the river with his fishing rod, gazing at them in wide-eyed wonder. Upon seeing him, Yahiko immediately imitated, clearing his throat loudly. Then, Irika, come over and help me bait the hook. Can't you do it yourself? Upon hearing this, Yahiko's face turned a shade of green. No way, worms are slimy and disgusting. What? You're afraid of this? Irika laughed to the point of tears, causing Yahiko to feel utterly humiliated. Seeking to redeem himself elsewhere, he then fished with even greater fervor. One fish after another, the speed left Irika, who had just finished laughing, in stunned silence. Was Yahiko perhaps a reincarnated river god? No, why would he be? Surely this is enough to eat? Yahiko, Feeling satisfied, set down his rod, only to sense a sudden drop in atmosphere beside him. Turning his head, he was initially puzzled, then his lips twitched, sensing something amiss. Irika. No. Could it be that he was upset for not catching any fish himself? Tisk, it was all his fault for wanting to show off and neglecting these details. Realizing this, Yahiko hastily got up to offer his seat. Irika, come sit here. For what? Haven't you caught enough? Yahiko gazed down at the now shorter figure beside him, speaking sternly. It's because you look so eager, that's why. As he spoke, he hurriedly looked for the bag to hold the bait, his expression somewhat surprised. Huh, it's empty. The image of wriggling worms surfaced in his mind, and Yahiko was suddenly covered in goosebumps, shivering at the thought. Moments later, gritting his teeth, he suppressed his revulsion and turned to flee. Wait for me. Watching Yahiko dash away in a hurry, Irika tilted his head, suddenly reminded of Obito, who remained in the village. Perhaps people with optimistic and cheerful dispositions share a certain similarity. Thus, when they turn into cold, lifeless corpses, it becomes all the more difficult to believe and accept. Nagato, I have something to give you, or rather, to you. Hearing this, Nagato set down the fish he was working on and looked at him, his Rinnegan shimmering with rippling concern. To bring peace to your country, you, Yahiko, and Konan wish to establish a sufficiently influential organization, which is indeed commendable. However, as far as I know, the leader of your village, Hanzo the Salamander, is inherently suspicious, so do not place too much trust in his words. The future is uncertain, and you are still quite young. It is inevitable that you may encounter situations beyond your control. At that time, use this summoning technique to contact me, and I will appear at the first opportunity. I will now embed the technique within your eyes. Irika raised his hand, tiptoeing to touch the left side of Nagato's Rinnegan. A strand of black fire slithering from his fingertips and deftly entering. Nagato blinked, feeling only a momentary warmth. Thereafter, he sensed no discomfort. So, Irika, you have been keeping an eye on our country's situation? Irika was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod in a manner that masked his surprise. Yes, I have been. Nagato studied him, wanting to ask why he had not shown himself or sent news over the years. But then he recalled how Jiraiya had taught them ninjutsu for 3 years and, upon seeing them become independent, had also waved goodbye nonchalantly. Thus, he suppressed the urge to inquire. Perhaps as ninjas of Konoha, they understood the necessity of maintaining a distance from ninjas of other villages. This was something unavoidable. It was already fortunate they had not encountered each other on opposing battlefields, and they could not expect more companionship. I'm back. Yahiko's voice emerged. Keenly sensing that the atmosphere between Irika and Nagato had shifted slightly, he approached and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." A gust of wind blew some sand into my eyes. "I was just asking Irika to help blow it out." Nagato replied nonchalantly as he squatted back down to continue his work. With hair in the way, how could sand possibly get in? Yahiko, genuinely concerned and trusting of his companions, suspected nothing amiss. He chuckled softly and then raised the bag, still covered in dirt. "I found some worms. Do you want to try fishing with them?" Irika flatly refused. "No." Yahiko, taken aback, exclaimed, "Huh? Why not? I went through the trouble of catching these while suppressing my disgust. Just no." With a tone so resolute in its rejection, Yahiko was left speechless, his shoulders drooping as defeat washed over him. Alas, what a waste of effort. With a dejected heart, Yahiko returned to his position, beginning to reel in his line. A few seconds later, he suddenly heard Irika's calm voice resonating. "Look, you've already caught so many. It's proof that my teachings were effective. So there's no need for me to fish for anyone else." Yahiko jolted, turning around only to collide with the piercing azure gaze fixed upon him, and his earlier frustration dissipated almost instantaneously. He nodded enthusiastically. "You're absolutely right. However, I still wish to see you fish. It's not about proving anything to anyone, but rather a simple desire to witness your fishing prowess." After all, just a short while ago, he had been wide-eyed with astonishment, hadn't he? Uchiha Nariyuki thought to himself, this kid simply wants to see him fail, doesn't he? Impossible. This was his last shred of dignity. Thus, feigning ignorance, he decided to assist Nagato in grilling fish instead. Hey. Yahiko attempted to draw attention, but naturally, no one paid him any heed. It smells delightful." Before long, a familiar voice shattered the tranquility of the moment. "Ah, little Naritaki." Suzuki hurried over to where the now childlike figure of Naritaki stood, only to be intercepted at the last moment by Yahiko. Although Naritaki had mentioned that this individual was his client for the current mission, he still appeared rather frivolous in Yahiko's eyes. "Fear not, Yahiko," Naritaki spoke. "Suzuki, like you, is aware of my true identity." This revelation startled Yahiko, Nagato, and Suzuki alike, as they scrutinized one another, lost in contemplation. "Suzuki, if it's not too much trouble, I would appreciate your continued guidance for them in the future." Understanding the weight of Naritaki's words, Suzuki retracted his scrutinizing gaze and responded with a smile. Rest assured, I shall remember your request. Chapter 45. Now embrace me. To establish a formidable organization, resources were undeniably essential, which is why Naritaki had set his sights on Suzuki. After all, this lad was quite affluent, and the remuneration for any task he commissioned was exorbitantly generous. Thus, Naritaki hoped that Suzuki would assign more such tasks to Yahiko and his companions. Suzuki, being a straightforward individual, readily agreed without a second thought. By the way, why are you alone? The others are trailing behind, Shinju and the blue-haired girl with the message. He replied with a cheerful grin, inching closer to Naritaki's ear, whispering, I was simply too eager to see you, hence my swift arrival. Naritaki mused. He had truly underestimated Suzuki. What on earth is wrong with you? Yahiko interjected, positioning himself protectively behind Naritaki. Observing this, Suzuki chuckled behind his fan, clearly amused. Oh dear, if it weren't for the differences in hair color and appearance. I might have thought I was facing the child who once bid farewell to Naritaki at the entrance of Konoha. Indeed, they do bear a resemblance, Nagato concurred. Right? But one is decidedly cuter. Naritaki unabashedly remarked, glancing at the figure before him, who appeared rather dashing. Suzuki nodded in agreement, then eagerly inquired, and what about me? How do I appear in your eyes? A walking treasury of brilliance. Ha ha ha, you are quite forthright. Watching the banter unfold, akin to proud parents showcasing their exceptional offspring. Yahiko found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless for a long while. Who were they speaking of? Was the description of being dashing meant for him? Noticing Yahiko's face flush with embarrassment, Nagato sighed inwardly, yet felt a sense of comfort knowing such a supportive person existed by his side. Alas, it is time to part ways. Suddenly, Naritaki's words cast a pall over the atmosphere. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged hurried glances, barely having time to voice their thoughts when Konan, who had returned late, appeared with Shinju. Thank you for rescuing Naritaki. Shinju expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the trio, aware they were ninjas from a megacorps. Given their youth, she refrained from saying more. Naritaki observed the now reticent Shinju, feeling a twinge of helplessness. After all, Konoha and a megacorps were not allies, due to a megacorps's unique geographical position. Their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, chose to ally with the victors. Thus, Shinju's lack of enthusiasm was to be expected. Furthermore, he vaguely recalled that it was a Konoha ninja who had slain Nagato's parents. This thought troubled him, worrying that Nagato might revisit painful memories upon encountering other Konoha ninjas. Fortunately, until their departure, Nagato exhibited no signs of discontent. However, Yahiko appeared somewhat despondent. The observant Konan gently grasped his hand, as if to silently offer comfort. Achoo! On this sunny day, as Obito strolled down the road, he sneezed, pondering, is someone thinking of me? Is it Naritaki? He cheerfully rubbed his nose. Calculating the time, he realized that it had been several days since his friend left the village. He should be returning soon. Thankfully, he had no missions outside the village during this time. Otherwise, their paths might have crossed awkwardly. Since their acquaintance began, they had yet to endure such a prolonged separation. The village remained unchanged. Save for one difference, he now had an incessant shadow trailing him. Why are you always following me? Obito exclaimed in exasperation, whirling around to confront the persistent Mitarashi Anko. In contrast to his frustration, Anko leisurely replied, tell me where that guy is, and I won't tell you anymore. Why should I divulge that information? Obito's expression soured. Don't forget, you once attacked him openly. I won't allow someone so reckless to trouble Naritaki. Obito at that moment, Shisui appeared, concern etched on his face. Tsunade-sensei mentioned that Naritaki has taken a leave of absence, so he hasn't attended school these past few days. Is he alright? Oh, it seems he is unwell. Anko remarked, turning to leave. If I had known, I wouldn't have been interested in dueling a sick person. Bah, you're the one who's sick. Obito retorted, feeling a surge of irritation. Once Anko had walked away, he turned to Shisui, who wore an innocent expression. Can't you find someone else to bother? Why must you always cling to Naritaki? Shisui paused, smiling gently. I feel a natural affinity with him in various aspects, and it has become an unconscious habit. I hope I haven't caused Naritaki any inconvenience. Obito replied flatly, you have caused me inconvenience. Has that been the case? Of course. Haha, I apologize then. Feeling as if he had struck a pillow, ineffectual and speechless, Obito, in a huff, turned and walked away. This mission had been designated as confidential by Naritaki. Hence few were aware of it, aside from the client, the entrusted ninjas, and the Hokage. He was the sole individual entrusted with this knowledge. Thus, for the sake of secrecy, and to uphold this singular principle, he must remain tight-lipped. After a brief moment, another voice called out, Obito, what now? Assuming it was yet another bothersome individual, Obito responded with exaggerated annoyance. Upon turning around, he was taken aback to see who had summoned him. Standing several meters away, Naritaki gazed at Obito, his expression slightly dazed. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? He approached with a gentle, caring tone. In this fleeting moment, Obito felt the accumulated solitude of the past few days surge uncontrollably upon hearing that voice, akin to a tidal wave. Despite having lived alone in the Uchiha clan for numerous years, he had never experienced such an intense feeling before. What was happening now? It was merely a few days apart from another person, yet it felt as though they had been separated for an eternity. This left his mood rather ambiguous, particularly during the nights spent alone in his empty home, where he often felt as if he had returned to those bygone days. Why are you silent? Have you lost your wits? Kamiya halted in his tracks, leaning in closer to scrutinize the dark eyes behind the goggles. Beyond the stupor, Obito seemed to be lost in thought. What could he possibly be pondering so deeply? By the way, what transpired in my absence? Your tone earlier was rather fierce. It startled me. Obito snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he firmly grasped Kamiya's wrist, enunciating deliberately, Sia, please, embrace me for a moment. Kamiya was perplexed by Obito's sudden outburst of whimsical thoughts. However, he refrained from probing further, merely pausing to remind him with a hint of exasperation. You must release my wrist first. Obito glanced down, hastily loosening his grip. In the next instant, Kamiya unhesitatingly enveloped Obito in an embrace, inquiring softly, Is this what you wished for? Ah, yes. Obito, feeling a tad embarrassed, blinked and wiped his slightly sweaty palms on his trousers. The unease that had surged within him gradually dissipated through this simple act, swiftly replaced by a wave of joy. With his eyes narrowed in contentment, he returned the embrace, exclaiming, No, this is no illusion. It is truly you, Sia. How wonderful. What are you two up to? Kakashi's voice always appeared at the most opportune moments. Kamiya calmly released Obito, stating matter-of-factly, As you can see, someone was just being affectionate. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, Obito, blushing with indignation, protested vehemently. That is absolutely not the case. Chapter 46, Qualification for Graduation. Apologies for the interruption. The door to the Hokage's office swung open as Shijir prepared to submit the latest mission report. The third Hokage, pipe in hand, greeted him with a warm smile. Was everything smooth? Shijir nodded, confirming that the mission had generally gone well, though he felt it necessary to report on a complication encountered regarding Iwagakure. Upon hearing this, the third's expression grew serious. In truth, it was not only the hidden stone village. The dominion of various nations over surrounding forces was steadily waning, leading to frequent invasions and internal strife. It was hardly surprising that those factions had set their sights on Konoha, though the swiftness of their approach was unexpected. How many years had passed since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War? Setting that aside, you seem to have returned in good spirits. Has something pleasant occurred? The third Hokage's keen observation caught Shijir off guard, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Recalling the other's reluctance to discuss matters further, he considered pressing the issue might be ill-mannered. After all, knowing that the individual was alive was already a great comfort. Ah, indeed. I encountered an old friend whom I hadn't seen in many years, Shijir replied, scratching his head with a smile. A minute later, the door opened again. After just a few steps, Shijir halted. Teacher? In the corridor stood Orochimaru, his golden eyes radiating tranquility, his tone steady and gentle. You have returned, Shijir. Upon seeing his most esteemed mentor, Shijir could no longer suppress his joy and recounted the encounter with his savior. Is that so? Orochimaru paused, a soft smile gracing his lips, laden with deeper meaning. He remains unchanged? Shijir instinctively nodded. Yes, just as I remember him. Equally formidable and youthful. Orochimaru continued to smile. Did you manage to inquire about his name? At this, Shijir felt a pang of regret. In my excitement, I completely forgot to ask. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then murmured, It seems he has undergone no transformation at all. Teacher? Shijir inquired, slightly confused by the murmur. Orochimaru, however, merely patted his disciple's shoulder, redirecting the conversation. Go inform Tsunade. She will surely be pleased for you. As Shijir departed, Orochimaru soon turned to leave as well. He had initially intended to inquire about Shijir's interactions with that child, as last time he had sent Danzo to capture him, but had been thwarted by the Hyuga clan, leading to a failed attempt. Thus, he sought information from alternative sources. What surprised him this time was Shijir's mention of encountering the individual who had once saved him. Reflecting on it, Tsunade had also been trying to gather information regarding that person, even visiting him with Jiraiya to inquire, but he had feigned ignorance to avoid the hassle. Perhaps they were unaware that both inquiries concerned the same individual. After all, Who could draw a connection between a young person who had saved his brother and someone who belonged to the same era as the first Hokage? All these years, that person still lived. Was it immortality? Yet how could a mortal achieve such a feat? This left Orochimaru filled with curiosity. Simultaneously, he began to suspect that the child might not be a descendant, but rather the very individual who had concealed themselves. If that were the case, he could not conspire with Danzo regarding the other SIs, for his true pursuit lay not in such matters, but in the same secrets as that individual. In the bustling classroom, Tsukuwa Iri entered with a solemn expression. Merely 6 months had passed, yet the theoretical courses had significantly diminished while practical training had surged, providing students with more opportunities for outdoor exercises. Is today another practical lesson, Teacher Tsukuwa? Indeed. With this affirmative response, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly vibrant. It appeared that everyone preferred not to be confined to the dullness of classroom lectures. Would you care for a spar with me afterward? Shizun turned to pat the person sitting beside her, her large eyes blinking playfully. Let me help you regain your spirits. Kamizaki-sia, resting his head on the desk, did not lift his gaze. No, haven't we dueled enough? The audience will grow weary. Not at all. Shizun smiled, rather than a one-sided victory. A back-and-forth exchange is far more captivating. Besides, sparring with you has always yielded new insights. Would you like to hear about them? Finally, unable to resist, Kamizaki-sia lifted his head, glancing curiously at Shizun's warm smile. However, Shizun playfully ruffled his hair, appearing a bit bashful. Oh dear, have I tricked you? I just thought you seemed a bit down these days. I meant to cheer you up. Apologies, it seems I'm not suited for this. Observing Shizun's sudden modesty, Kamizaki-sia shook his head. He was merely feeling inexplicably anxious. Over the past 6 months, nothing noteworthy had occurred around him. Even Danzo seemed to have quieted down, refraining from sending subordinates to create trouble. The once boisterous Akane, who constantly clamored for a duel, had also subdued her antics. The only perplexing occurrence was Orochimaru's occasional appearances before him, gazing with a probing and intriguing expression, even inviting him to visit his laboratory. How peculiar. Shouldn't such clandestine research be kept deeply hidden? What could be the reason for inviting a child for a visit? Could it be that Orochimaru is testing something? Without sufficient time to ponder the intentions of this scientist, my thoughts were swiftly consumed by other matters. Recently, the oppression exerted by major nations has incited the ire of smaller countries, resulting in a surge of conflicts, and the Hidden Leaf Village has also witnessed numerous skirmishes. Renowned ninjas like Sakamo Heitake have already been dispatched to the front lines, while Chunin such as Kakashi and Obito have ceased accepting commission tasks, being sent to provide support at the front, with no immediate prospect of return. Reflecting on Obito's nonchalant wave and his call to wait for his safe return feels as fresh as if it occurred just yesterday. Are you worried about Obito and the others? Quietly inquired Shisui, who had seen through my concerns. For ninjas of their caliber, they are unlikely to be assigned to excessively perilous missions at present. The word temporarily caught the attention of Kenta Yushima, who understood its significance. It is merely temporary. Currently, we are still in the early stages of the Third Great Ninja War, with personnel adequately available. However, as the war progresses, even children as young as a few years old may find themselves thrust into battle, much like Itachi Uchiha, who bore witness to the brutality of war at the tender age of 4. Though I am aware of the storyline, it seems that unforeseen events are ever present, rendering anxiety unavoidable. Moments later, the class venue shifted from the classroom to the outdoor training grounds. Tsukuwa Iri's voice rang out clearly, urging us. Pay close attention and do not slack off. The recent increase in practical classes is not without purpose. During this period, outstanding students will have the opportunity to graduate early and become formal and illustrious ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. Upon hearing this, Kenta, who had been feeling rather lackluster, could not help but exchange a startled glance with Shisui. You two certainly do not disappoint. Tsukuwa Iri beamed in the teacher's office, showering praise upon Kenta and Shisui. Truly, you are the most exceptional talents in my class. Especially you, Kenta. When you enrolled, I worried that you might struggle to keep pace due to your age difference with the other children. Yet, I never anticipated that you would grow so remarkably in just over half a year. The Hokage's recommendation was indeed spot on. Haha, I shall treat you both to dinner tonight. In stark contrast to Tsukuwa Iri's cheerful demeanor, Kenta and Shisui remained largely unaffected. The Uchiha clan seemed to have long harbored intentions to expedite Shisui's graduation. Kenta himself was not keen on lingering in the ninja academy any longer. With this opportunity at hand, the two resolved to seize the chance for early graduation eligibility. The academy's current encouragement for students to graduate likely serves as preparation for the future. The third Hokage seems to have foreseen the impending peril surrounding the Hidden Leaf Village, thus taking measures to ensure the availability of special personnel before the strain of war becomes overwhelming. Following the two of them, more students will undoubtedly pursue early graduation. After all, the Third Great Ninja War, wherein the Hidden Leaf Village faces 4 adversaries, is far more brutal than the preceding 2 conflicts, with an extended duration and exceedingly grim circumstances. While the emergence of a powerhouse like Minato Namikaze is noteworthy, the war is predominantly marked by tragedy. As night fell, the stars twinkled against the backdrop of a serene moonlit sky. Descending the stairs, Kenta found himself lost in thought, only to suddenly sense something and glance up. Noticing bright lights streaming from the window, indicating that someone was home, he paused momentarily, then continued up the staircase. Just as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, it swung open, and Obito's exuberant voice erupted, "Kenta." As expected, the boy had returned. However, his radiant smile was marred by scratches, and his head was wrapped in bandages. "I just saw your silhouette down there by the window. Were you startled by my return?" Kenta stepped inside, casting a glance at Obito. "Yes, I was startled." He refrained from mentioning that he had already seen the lights in the window. Obito, believing his prank to be a resounding success, instinctively reached to scratch his head, only to wince in pain upon touching his injuries. "How did you get hurt?" Kenta inquired, guiding him to sit down. Their eyes met, and Obito awkwardly averted his gaze. Confessing, "I accidentally stumbled into an enemy trap and was caught in an explosion. Kakashi managed to save me in time. And you know, Kakashi has been stealing the spotlight these past few days. Teacher Minato said he will be eligible to take the Chunin exam soon." As Obito shared his excitement, Kenta could clearly sense his joy, despite the apparent discord between them. It was heartening to see Obito genuinely happy for someone else's success. "And what about you?" Kenta asked, rising to inspect Obito's bandaged head, extending his hand closer. Obito, unsure of Kenta's intentions, blinked but did not shy away as Kenta's hand gently rested in his hair. "I just passed the Chunin exam not long ago. I am still far from becoming a Jonin. However, this puts me quite a distance behind Kakashi. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, he is a genius, an exceptionally hard-working one at that. It's truly enviable." Listening to Obito's incessant chatter, Kenta remained quietly attentive, a strange healing glow subtly emanating from his palm. Moments later, he nonchalantly withdrew his hand and resumed his seat. Obito blinked in surprise. Was it just a figment of his imagination? Why did it feel as though the pain had dissipated after speaking with Kenta? Perhaps it was merely a distraction. "You are no slouch either," Kenta remarked gently, his azure right eye fixated on Obito. A Tsutomu Sharingan is indeed rare. For some reason, upon hearing such words of reassurance, Obito felt his heart skip a beat. Kenta truly had a knack for saying comforting things, though he was uncertain where he had learned such phrases. "Have you not eaten?" Kenta inquired. Obito snapped back to reality and shook his head. "No, I haven't. I was just about to prepare something. Then take a break. I will cook." A mere 10 minutes later, as Obito gazed at the single bowl of simple buckwheat noodles before him, his expression faltered. Kenta hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed. "We are out of ingredients at home. I'll buy more tomorrow. Let's make do tonight." "That's not it." Obito raised his gaze to meet Kenta's. "I meant, what about your portion?" "I already ate outside." Kenta proceeded to share the details of Tsukuwa Iri, treating them to dinner, and the news of their early graduation eligibility. "What?" Obito seemed bewildered for quite some time after hearing this. How long has Kenta been in school? He is already set to graduate early. This guy is impressive. After a moment of contemplation, Obito inquired, "Is Shisui graduating early too?" "Yes." Obito clenched his jaw at the revelation, frustration bubbling within him. If only he were a few years younger, he could have graduated alongside Kenta. But wait, if that were the case, wouldn't he be younger than Kenta? Would they even be able to become friends? Perhaps he would be overlooked. After all, not everyone possesses the captivating presence of someone like Shisui. Kenta observed Obito's myriad of expressions, sensing his internal struggle. He wondered what thoughts occupied his mind this time. Moreover, every mention of Shisui seemed to ignite a spark of excitement within him. Why engage in a contest of wills with a child like Shisui? "Come now. It is time for dinner, Obito-senpai." Obito, lost in his reverie, was momentarily taken aback by this form of address, his eyes widening in surprise. "Senpai? What do you mean?" Nakanishi Narihiko tilted his head, explaining, "Since you graduated before me, you are my senpai, are you not? Or do you dislike being called that?" Obito felt a peculiar tightness in his chest, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had been addressed as such by younger girls in the past. But that was only because they sought to learn more about Kakashi or wished for his assistance in delivering love letters, thus bestowing upon him the title of senpai. Why not approach him directly? Why entangle an innocent bystander in your affairs? At that time, he found it immensely irritating, especially when he noticed that the girls, including Rin, were entirely captivated by Kakashi. However, now, being referred to in that manner evoked an indescribable feeling within him. His heart raced, and a peculiar warmth crept to his ears, prompting him to bury his face, struggling to suppress the sensation. Observing Narihiko's playful reaction, he encouraged, "Hurry and pick up your chopsticks, Obito-senpai. Otherwise, the noodles will congeal." What is the matter with you, Obito-senpai? Burying your head like that won't fill your stomach." After feigning a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Could it be that my calling you senpai has made you shy?" Obito shot his head up, glaring, his embarrassment bordering on anger, nearly triggering his sharing on. "If you know everything, why must you continue to tease me?" Narihiko chuckled, "I did mention. This is one of my joys. Are you upset?" Obito took a couple of deep breaths, then seized his chopsticks, retorting, "How could I possibly be angry over this? Enough talk, I'm starving. Let's eat." Narihiko beamed. "Haha, splendid." Chapter 48. Are you alright? On the streets of Konoha. "Obito, how did you manage to remove the bandage so quickly?" "Oh, it seems the wound has healed." "Really? Just one night?" "Yes. Rin's medical skills are remarkable. I felt no pain while sleeping last night, and when I awoke, the wound was gone, huh?" Rin chuckled modestly, as she had intended to check on Obito's injury, reminding him to rest well, given the perilous circumstances they had recently faced. However, participating so directly in the conflict had left an indescribable weight on their spirits, especially during the silent moments. To alleviate the atmosphere, Obito had been engaging Rin in conversation, diverting their attention. "So, Narihiko has qualified for early graduation?" Rin's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Obito mention this. "Indeed," he replied with a hint of pride. Suddenly, Rin grasped his arm excitedly, insisting, "We must celebrate. Let's buy a gift for him." Obito, momentarily taken aback, glanced down at their intertwined hands, feeling a blush rise to his cheeks as he stammered, "I was thinking the same." However, he had yet to decide what gift to purchase. Rin seemed to have some ideas. He resolved to ask for her opinion later. With these thoughts in mind, he happily strolled alongside the cheerful Rin. Before long, his gaze settled upon a familiar white figure standing outside a bookstore. Recognizing the individual, Obito's spirits lifted as he waved enthusiastically. "Narihiko." The latter turned, his gaze flitting from Obito to the clasped hands of Obito and Rin. Instantly, Obito felt a rush of warmth and embarrassment, hastily pulling his hand away from Rin's grasp and ruffling his hair awkwardly. He wished to clarify, to convey that there was nothing inappropriate between him and Rin, that it had been an accident, but the words caught in his throat. Meanwhile, Narihiko raised an eyebrow, silently mouthing, "On a date?" Obito's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he yearned for the notion that he and Rin were indeed on a date, yet instinctively felt compelled to deny it. "No, it's not what you think," he hastily replied without uttering a sound. Just then, his attention was drawn as Kakashi emerged from the bookstore, striding toward Narihiko. Obito's earlier joy quickly dissipated into gloom. Kakashi. Rin, oblivious to the tension, approached him cheerfully. Kakashi glanced over. "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're buying some peculiar books for Narihiko?" Obito frowned, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Kakashi smirked. "Oh, don't play innocent, you brooding fellow. Just don't share any of that nonsense with Narihiko. I don't want him led astray." After scrutinizing Obito for a moment, Kakashi turned to Narihiko, his expression suggesting concern for his well-being. "Haha." Narihiko merely smiled, offering no commentary. The scene ignited a flicker of irritation within Obito. That morning, he had noticed Narihiko had left home, but a note left behind indicated he was attending to matters at the ninja school. Why was he now with Kakashi, visiting the bookstore? Infuriating. Sensing the fiery glare directed at him from behind Obito's goggles, Kakashi sighed, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Stop imagining things. If you have such a vivid imagination, you might as well wrap your head in bandages again." Obito had initially planned to cultivate a better relationship with Kakashi, considering he had saved his life, but the words spilled out uncontrollably. As he racked his brain for a retort, Might Guy emerged from the store with exuberance, exclaiming, "Hey, Kakashi, you certainly came out first, truly worthy of being my rival." Obito was taken aback. "What? Even that beastly face is here?" Kakashi shook his head, uninterested in providing an explanation, and addressed Guy, "What are we competing over?" "Haha, let's return to the conveyor belt sushi restaurant." Kakashi nodded, and with a whoosh, he vanished from sight, followed energetically by Might Guy. This left Obito, frozen in shock, Rin, bewildered by the turn of events, and another white-haired individual, smiling knowingly. A few moments later, as Kakashi and Guy engaged in a friendly competition at the bookstore, Narihiko suddenly interjected, "I just happened to run into them." Obito's expression froze in confusion. "Huh, did I misunderstand?" Narihiko, stifling laughter, gradually regained his composure. Obito's mind often wandered, but in their usual banter, Kakashi seemed to hold the upper hand. "So, Narihiko, what brings you here? Didn't you say you were going to school?" Narihiko replied, "Oh, I went to school already. Now I'm waiting for Shisui." "Obito, what is the matter?" Why does your expression seem even worse than before? Narihiko inquired, shifting the topic. By the way, your head doesn't hurt anymore, does it? The bandage is gone. You should express your gratitude to Rin for her treatment. Uchiha Narihiko winked knowingly. Upon grasping his meaning, Obito, unlike his usual self, displayed an expression of embarrassment, momentarily taken aback before turning away with a hint of displeasure. I understand, he murmured. Nohara Rin, hurriedly waving her hands in modesty, insisted that she had not been of much help. Sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, a voice intruded. Shimizu had grown accustomed to the wary glimmer in Obito's eyes and greeted him with a calm demeanor. Observing Obito and Rin standing together, Shimizu pondered for a brief moment before unabashedly inquiring, "Oh, are you two on a date?" Rin's expression shifted in shock, and she quickly waved her hands. No. Obito, suddenly turning back, blushed furiously and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense, you little brat." Shimizu's smile faltered. Little brat? Is he referring to me? Ha. The onlooking Uchiha Narihiko could no longer contain himself, and shook with laughter for a considerable time before patting the crestfallen Shimizu on the shoulder and waving at the irate Obito. We need to gather with the class teacher, so we shall take our leave. Chapter 49, The Capricious Snob. As he watched the two depart, Obito remained momentarily dazed. At his side, Rin's gentle voice broke the silence. It seems that Obito doesn't quite like Shimizu-kun. Moreover, he even referred to someone several years younger than him as a little brat. Rin couldn't help but chuckle at such childish remarks. My apologies. At her words, the heat that had just subsided from Obito's face surged back. It's just that he always hangs around with Narihiko. Rin's lips curled into a slight smile. But they're peers and friends. Isn't that quite normal? Hearing this, Obito's uncomfortable expression faltered, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze elsewhere. In any case, their relationship is too close for my liking. Rin blinked, as if she had come to an understanding, and chuckled softly. But Obito, your relationship with Narihiko is also quite close, isn't it? Perhaps it's due to possessiveness that you don't want anyone to surpass you, right? Possessiveness? Obito's eyes widened in surprise as if he were hearing the term for the first time. Rin nodded affirmatively, explaining that it essentially meant feeling jealous when a friend finds a new companion whose bond with them is stronger than their own. There is also the interpretation of wanting to monopolize someone or something one cherishes, and it seemed that Obito fell into the former category. However, the latter also seems applicable. Because, Obito, you definitely have feelings for Narihiko, don't you? As Rin continued her analysis, Obito's mind was in turmoil. Monopolize? Feelings? Of course. He and Narihiko were the best of friends. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable with Kakashi and Shimizu's camaraderie. Moreover, when considering the people he liked, it shouldn't just be friends, there should be others as well. As this thought crossed his mind, his heart raced as he stole a glance at Rin. Rin tilted her head and smiled. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Obito took a deep breath, suppressing his racing heartbeat, and attempted to mask his flushed face. No, Rin. You're absolutely correct. He averted his gaze, clenching his fists to stifle the urge to confess. It just didn't seem like the right moment to declare his feelings to Rin. And why did his mind keep drifting back to Narihiko's face? In a distant part of the village, a sign read "Empty District" in large letters. At first glance, it seemed to be a mere ruin. Yet within it lay one of the finest ninja tool shops among the 5 great nations. The place was filled with identical pathways, and wandering aimlessly would surely lead to getting lost. The one speaking was the only girl in the newly formed quartet, Koikawa Aoi. As the class teacher, Narakazuki felt troubled. It was his first time in this location, and he was utterly at a loss for what to do. However, as a first-time instructor, he felt compelled to present a reliable front. So he picked up the mission scroll, feigning earnest study while frantically brainstorming strategies in his mind. Allow me to take charge. Sensing his teacher's dilemma, Shimizu, with an understanding demeanor, stepped forward. Shimizu-kun, Koikawa Aoi's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she turned to the other person in the middle, cheerfully engaging. Narihiko-kun seems to be pondering something. Do you already have a solution? Uchiha Narihiko shook his head honestly. Not at all. Koikawa Aoi smiled brightly, unperturbed. That's all right. Let Shimizu-kun choose the path. Cough, cough. Narakazuki also looked over. He saw Shimizu rummaging through his pocket, producing a bottle of drink. Upon noticing the characters Mokitenryo on the bottle, Koikawa Aoi chuckled. Are you thirsty, Shimizu-kun? No, this is a gift for Granny Cat. With calm composure, Shimizu elaborated on the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Cat clan. Because the shop sold even the most elusive scrolls, many prominent figures frequented this place. And the Uchiha clan had long been esteemed guests of the Cat clan. At such a young age, Shimizu had already visited this place numerous times, so he naturally knew how to enter. Wow, indeed, Shimizu-kun is quite dependable. Upon hearing this, Shimizu did not express much, simply smiling wryly. Before adopting a serious demeanor and using his unique method to summon the ninja cats, the four waited for a few minutes, and finally, there was movement in one of the passages. Here they come. As Shimizu spoke, two lithe figures descended, small yet exuding an air of arrogance. Ah, it's you, Shimizu. What brings you here? One of the ninja cats, clad in clothing with pointed ears and a special emblem of the word ninja on its forehead, looked rather scruffy, resembling a fox more than a cat. Shimizu politely replied, Lord Tanaka, apologies for the intrusion. Please lead us to Granny Cat. The other ninja cat, looking more like a tiger, licked its paw and remarked, come empty-handed, have you? No, we brought this. Suppressing her astonishment that a tanuki could speak, Koyakawa Aoi hurriedly offered the Moki Tenryo drink that Shimizu had produced. The other ninja cat appeared displeased, its expression sour. Shimizu may enter, but the others cannot. It huffed. Coming empty-handed shows a complete lack of sincerity. What a shame. Koyakawa Aoi and Nara Kazuki exchanged glances, feeling quite disappointed. After all, this was their first time being dispatched to procure ninja tools, and they hadn't prepared anything. Are there such snobs among cats? Hearing Koyakawa Aoi's murmurs, the two ninja cats fluffed up in indignation. What did you say? Lord Hina, Lord Tanaka, please don't be angry. Realizing the situation was dire, Shimizu quickly attempted to mediate and quell the fury of the ninja cats. But at that moment, a voice finally spoke up. Would these cans and packets of dried fish suffice? The three humans and two cats turned to see Uchiha Nariyuki holding 2 cans and 2 packets of dried fish. Koyakawa Aoi's eyes widened in astonishment. Narihiko-kun, where did you conjure those from? Uchiha Nariyuki explained that he had purchased them while feeding stray cats near his home. Upon hearing this, Koyakawa Aoi's admiration for him soared even higher. She glanced at her class teacher, Nara Kazuki, who seemed to have just been subtly criticized by a female student. Humph, a compassionate lad. With the arrival of gifts, the two ninja cats were finally satisfied, their tails flicking as they turned away. In that case, let us accompany you to meet Grandma Cat, they chirped. Hooray. After a brief stroll, the ninja cat named Tian Hua suddenly turned its head to gaze at Kamishirosia. You seem remarkably familiar. Have you been here before? Chapter 50. I haven't heard of it. This statement drew the attention of the other three. Under a few puzzled glances, Kamishirosia shook his head with certainty. I've never been here. Taken aback by the denial, Tian Hua hesitated momentarily, but, unwilling to admit a mistake, proudly flicked its whiskers. Oh, perhaps all you kind-hearted fellows look somewhat alike. Indeed, you're adorable and you are right, came the agreement. The atmosphere in the corridor leading to Grandma Cat was rather subdued, filled only with their footsteps and the sound of the ninja cat, named Renai munching on dried fish, unable to contain its cravings. Upon glancing at the seemingly endless path ahead, Koizumi Aoi could not suppress a complaint. The air here is rather irksome. I find it somewhat difficult to breathe. Apologies for that, the guiding ninja cats replied with little sincerity. Observing their demeanor, Aoi muttered in irritation to Kamishirosia. Look at them, apart from their appearance. Their personalities are utterly unappealing. Kamishirosia glanced at the two small creatures, finding their fluffy forms quite delightful to the touch. Moreover, cat personalities are generally aloof and proud, so he considered their behavior rather normal. Do refrain from uttering disrespectful remarks. Young lady, our ears are rather sharp, they retorted. After an indeterminate time, the dimly lit corridor finally opened up, leading them to a more spacious area. To the right, a beckoning cat statue adorned a shelf, while in the center, on a large dark red cushion, sat an elderly woman wearing a dark gray cat ear decoration. She leisurely cradled a pipe in her right hand, surrounded by several well-behaved cats. Upon noticing visitors, the cats curiously turned their heads, showing little fear of strangers. Ah, we have guests, Grandma Cat perked up. The more familiar Shizui stepped forward to greet Grandma Cat, presenting her with a token of their visit, and soon began to explain the purpose of their journey. Nara Kazuki and his companion simultaneously produced the mission scrolls. A gray cat approached, skillfully using its long tail to wrap the scroll, and brought it to Grandma Cat. After glancing at the contents of the scroll, Grandma Cat pondered for a moment, nodded, and set down her pipe. Seeing this, Nara Kazuki's expression brightened instantly. But soon he heard Grandma Cat say, however, due to the recent outbreak of wars, there has been a surge of people coming here to purchase weapons, which has led me to adjust the prices upward. Upon hearing this, Nara Kazuki's face shifted from joy to concern. If that were the case, he had not brought enough money. Would he need to return to ask Hokage-sama for permission? No, that would waste too much time. The front line was waiting for supplies. Yet, Grandma Cat, taking a leisurely puff from her pipe, suddenly squinted at another individual, calmly inquiring, "Child over there, what is your name?" Kamishirosia was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, Rinai, happily munching on dried fish, interjected, I heard that curly-haired girl call him Seiken. Stop eating, you've grown quite plump. Tianhua swatted its paw at its companion. Grandma Cat sighed, uninterested in the antics of the two, her nearly closed eyes still fixed on Kamishirosia. Is something the matter, Grandma Cat? Shizui inquired. Not really. He just looks familiar, and I couldn't help but ask. However, Grandma Cat paused. A flicker of profound insight flashing in her eyes. Child, have you heard of that man? Kamishirosia was taken aback. That man? Which one? Aoi and Nara Kazuki. Already troubled, also became curious. Uchiha Madara. Upon uttering this name, Grandma Cat resumed her smoking with a nonchalant demeanor, reminiscent of the third Hokage. The air seemed to still for a long moment before Kamishirosia's voice broke the silence, laced with confusion. I'm sorry, I haven't heard much about him. I was adopted from another village. How could he possibly know of Uchiha Madara? At least, he needed to feign ignorance. I see, so that's how it is. Grandma Cat furrowed her brow, appearing to buy into his explanation. Kamishirosia nodded in agreement, but was curious as to why she had brought up Uchiha Madara. So he tentatively probed, since that individual bears the Uchiha surname, shouldn't you be asking Shizui, who is also an Uchiha? It would be futile to ask him. Shizui, caught off guard by Grandma Cat's remark, blinked innocently. You're jesting. However, I truly do not know much. Grandma Cat huffed lightly. Our clan is able to forge contracts with ninja cats, and naturally, others can as well, especially your Uchiha clan. The man named Madara once signed contracts with several ninja cats. 2 have since passed due to old age, while 1, long-lived, still survives. What? Aoi and Nara Kazuki were astounded. These ninja cats seemed to outlive humans. Kamishirosia exchanged a glance with Shizui, perplexed as to why Grandma Cat was discussing Uchiha Madara's cats. That one cat returned here after Madara's death, perpetually intoxicated, wreaking havoc upon the other cats. Despite its appealing looks, numerous tomcats have attempted to court it, yet it has not spared them a glance, perhaps remaining solitary until its last breath. Hey, old woman. Why are you suddenly discussing my affairs in front of these outsiders? At that moment, a calico cat approached stealthily, taking a seat by the beckoning cat statue. Its voice slurred with drunken arrogance. Hearing its voice, the 4 turned to look, and Kamishirosia's gaze collided with the calico cat's. Its emerald eyes locked onto him, bursting with a sudden brilliance moments later. In a flash, it raced toward him, sniffing around his feet as if confirming something, and then rolled onto its back. Displaying its belly in a gesture of affection, the 4 stared in astonishment. Grandma Cat exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly remarking, compared to its own kind. It seems you prefer humans, Huali. What's going on? The calico cat named Huali snapped back to reality, furiously pointing a paw at the innocent-looking white-haired boy. Have you smeared something despicable on yourself? Kamishirosia recalled that he had indeed purchased some catnip to entice stray cats recently. A bolt of realization struck Huali's mind, its green eyes widening in disbelief. You would rather mingle with those filthy strays than come to me? Kamishirosia, what nonsense is this cat spouting? It seems it's time to introduce that man. I wonder what Madara is doing at this moment. Chapter 51, Too Dependent. Huali, if you wish, you may accompany this child. Grandma Cat's words struck the 4 like a second thunderclap. Kamishirosia froze, locking eyes with Huali once more. Before he could wave his hands to express his lack of intention to adopt the cat, Huali scrutinized him for several moments, then proudly turned its head away. If he can buy me 20 bottles of alcohol every day, I wouldn't mind. 20 bottles of alcohol? Who would dare drink that much? Not even a cat could. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shima Nariyoshi spoke up, saying, well, setting aside those questions for now, anyone who wishes to be my cat must be neutered. Henry. Cat Granny. Seeing his innocent expression, as if inquiring whether he was indeed neutered, Henry felt immensely offended in that instant. Her fur bristled like a hedgehog, the last one who dared to ask me that is now deceased. It seems this little rascal not only bears a striking resemblance to that individual, but also possesses an audacious spirit, even echoing his words. Nearby, Kawaii Aoi, overhearing, whispered, Does Nariyoshi-kun resemble that Uchiha Madara? No, she means he resembles another person, Cat Granny clarified. Who is that? His other owner, rumored to be Madara's lover. Wow. She must be incredibly beautiful. Upon hearing this gendered remark, Cat Granny fell into a peculiar silence before responding. From my limited recollection and Hanari's occasional musings, that individual certainly fits the description. Ah, then it seems Hanari takes after her master. Cat Granny chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she cast her gaze at the still fuming Hanari and the unperturbed Shima Nariyoshi. She earnestly stated, Child, if you can take Hanari with you, then this time, the cost for the ninja tools will be at the original price. Upon hearing this, the troubled Narashikaku's eyes immediately lit up, and he turned to shout. Hurry and agree, Nariyoshi. Shima Nariyoshi, huh? Hours later, when Obito saw Shima Nariyoshi cradling the calico cat in his arms, he was utterly astonished by the unfolding events. What are you staring at, you rude little brat? Especially when he heard the cat speak in a youthful female voice, Obito felt even more bewildered. Shouldn't she be an old lady after all this time? Why? Before he could finish his thought, a sharp cat paw left a deep imprint on his left cheek. Who are you calling an old lady? Obito covered his face, feeling both angry and wronged. Yet he could not help but engage in a battle of wills with the cat. Get off Nariyoshi at once. You suspicious creature reeking of alcohol. You hardly resemble a female cat. Are you some lecherous old man in disguise? He promptly activated his Sharingan. I shall see through your transformation technique. Upon seeing those blood-red eyes, Hanari was initially taken aback, then smirked. So you are also of the Uchiha clan. Do not raise your voice at me, you insolent brat. A single blow from my bottle could shatter your skull. Thus, a heated exchange ensued between the boy and the cat. After a few seconds, Obito gradually fell into a disadvantage, and after another 2 seconds, seeing 2 new scratches on his face inflicted by Hanari's claws, he winced, nearly shedding tears. Shima Nariyoshi frowned slightly. Enough. Both the boy and the cat immediately ceased their quarrel and turned to him, sensing an unusual hint of impatience in his tone. Obito's expression instantly turned anxious. Nariyoshi? The addressed Shima Nariyoshi remained silent. Hanari, however, was momentarily stunned, then flicked her tail and huffed. Arguing with this brat is pointless. Bring me some alcohol. There is none. Shima Nariyoshi shot her a glance. What are you demanding from 2 children? What? Hanari glared. Does that mean I will suffer alongside you? You may return home. Upon hearing this cold remark, Hanari was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Shima Nariyoshi relaxed his arm and set her down on the ground, as if indicating she was free to leave. Thus, Hanari was left dumbfounded. The scene also rendered Obito speechless. This was the first time he had witnessed Nariyoshi's anger. Was it because he had quarreled with this cat? Previously, even when he argued with Kakashi, Nariyoshi would not become angry. Why now? Are you serious? Hanari no longer wagged her tail, and it slowly drooped, her ears following suit. I had no intention of keeping you. Everything was for the sake of the mission. Now that the task is complete, is there any wrongdoing in discarding you? Upon hearing this, Hanari's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she accused. You heartless scoundrel who discards what is used. I must be seeing ghosts to think you resemble that guy. With that, she turned and bolted out of the house, her figure swiftly disappearing into the pitch-black night. Left behind, Obito stood in a daze, wanting to say something, but the stifling silence tightened his throat. It wasn't until the sound of the door closing that his thoughts were jolted awake. Nariyoshi, have I gotten into trouble again? Deactivating his Sharingan, Obito's normal eyes revealed a hint of caution. No. Shima Nariyoshi bypassed him, heading toward the stove. I'm hungry. I will cook first. Obito lowered his head, unable to muster up any spirit. Nariyoshi was definitely angry with him. Damn it. He had promised Kakashi that he would not let Nariyoshi be upset. Yet he had failed again. Uchiha Obito, you are truly a failure. Ugh. His face hurt terribly. Just how badly had that cat scratched him? He touched his face and unconsciously glanced at the now closed door, the image of Hanari sprinting away flashing in his mind. Not long after, he resolutely walked to the kitchen. Tonight, I will cook. Nariyoshi, you go rest on the sofa. Shima Nariyoshi turned his head, eyeing the approaching Obito, who clearly intended to atone for his actions. He shook his head, saying, no need. This statement instantly tightened Obito's heart, leaving him flustered. Go treat your face. You can manage that, right? Hearing this, Obito stared blankly at him for quite some time before responding. It's fine. It doesn't hurt. At that moment, all he wanted was to be with Nariyoshi. Shima Nariyoshi saw through Obito's bravado and stubbornness, raising an eyebrow. You're crying and still saying it doesn't hurt? Obito. Soon after, extinguishing the fire and serving the meal, he turned to see the chaotic bandages stuck all over Obito's face, and Shima Nariyoshi couldn't help but approach him. Are you playing mummy? Huh. The preoccupied Obito did not comprehend. Shima Nariyoshi let out a soft sigh and turned to rummage through the medical kit. In the past, it was Miss Rin who treated your injuries, wasn't he it? Obito paused, then nodded. No wonder his technique was so poor. He had become overly reliant on her. Watching Shima Nariyoshi come over to gently remove the bandages and reapply them, Obito felt an unexpected pang in his eyes. What would you do without Miss Rin, Obito? Hearing this teasing remark, Obito found himself at a loss for words. He struggled to keep his eyes open, gazing at the person before him. Seeing his own reflection clearly in the right eye, suddenly feeling a lump in his throat. He could not imagine that eye without his presence. Chapter 52, The Most Beloved. It was merely a simple scratch, quickly tended to. Shima Nariyoshi began to put away the supplies. although he could have healed Obito completely. It was best not to make it too obvious. Nariyoshi, are you still angry? Obito grasped his arm tightly, his gaze earnest as he inquired. Shima Nariyoshi was taken aback, realizing that Obito's earlier silence was likely due to his cold demeanor. No, I have already calmed down. Obito looked up at him. Really? Yes. Receiving this affirmation, Obito pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry. I never intended to provoke your anger. I merely felt that their actions were excessive, akin to forcibly thrusting that cat upon you, and it was so haughty. Of course, I too made a mistake by arguing with it. Upon witnessing Tobirama's contrition, Umino Irika gently set down the medical kit, turned, and embraced the remorseful child with one arm, patting Tobirama's back. It's all right, everything is fine now. Feeling the peculiar soothing strength in that embrace, Tobirama's heart felt enveloped by countless flames, and he could not help but choke up slightly as he said, Irika, please don't leave me. He could not fathom what it would be like without Rin by his side, but he knew that if this person were absent, his world would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. The night was tranquil at home. A certain tearful red-eyed rabbit had already drifted into slumber. Umino Irika sat on the bed, contemplating for a few moments before stealthily exiting the room. The village of Konoha was peaceful and expansive. Upon stepping outside, he was at a loss for where to search for Kairi. When he had seen Kairi scratch Tobirama and throw a tantrum, he had felt a twinge of impatience. Yet upon reflection, he realized he should not have spoken to frighten her, especially since he had personally brought her back. Moreover, given the cat's advanced age and her connection to Uchiha Madara, perhaps she could lead them to his whereabouts. According to the original timeline, Madara was still alive, suspended in a state of limbo by the outer path. That damned white-haired brat was so irresponsibly careless. At that moment, Kairi nestled atop a wall, cradling half a bottle of liquor while venting her frustrations to the moon. Her head felt dizzy, and her vision blurred as she noticed several stray dogs gathered below the wall. Woof, woof. The intruding dogs, catching a whiff of her unfamiliar scent, bared their teeth menacingly. Kairi scoffed, unafraid, and took a generous swig from the bottle. The next instant, her paw slipped, and the bottle tumbled down, shattering with a crash. The noise sent the dogs into a frenzy of barking. The residents, disturbed by the ruckus, emerged with brooms, shooing away both dogs and cats. How dare you show me such disrespect? Kairi erupted in fury. Upon hearing her speak in human language, one of the residents turned pale with fright, dropped the broom, and fled. What a spectacle! Clearly, they had never encountered such a thing. The proud Kairi leaped down from the wall, her head spinning, feeling unusually heavy. It struck her as odd. She had only consumed half a bottle, so why was she intoxicated? Surely, it was the fault of that insufferable brat. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that as she leaped down from the high wall, the dogs had returned, now glaring at her with ferocity. Kairi meow, ah, woof, woof, woof. Moments later, hearing the distressing commotion, Umino Irika turned his gaze in that direction while searching for the cat. He saw Kairi desperately trying to control her flailing limbs as she dashed towards him, and upon spotting him ahead, she shouted, "Run, or you'll get bitten to death." With a swift leap, Kairi hopped onto his shoulder, seemingly seeking his strength to escape. Yet, Umino Irika remained frozen in place, much to Kairi's dismay. "Run, you little fool. What are you thinking?" She jumped down and bit his pant leg, attempting to drag him along. But in the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. As she glanced back at the approaching strays, Kairi squeezed her eyes shut, resigned to her fate. "Don't be afraid." A gentle hand caressed her fur, and a transparent shield enveloped them, instantly repelling the charging dogs. The dogs, hurt from their fall, got up and barked at the two, now aware that Kairi had protection. Umino Irika glanced over, freeing one hand to summon his weapon, the ninjato, which he gripped firmly. Seeing him wield a weapon and step forward, the dogs whimpered for a moment before, in fright, they turned tail and fled. Kairi opened her eyes halfway, astonished by the scene, particularly captivated by the cloud-patterned ninjato. The sight struck her like a stone, and she clung tightly to the fabric of Irika's clothing. "How do you possess that blade?" After uttering this, she seemed to remember something and hastily pushed aside the bothersome eye mask, revealing a startled gray-white left eye. In that instant, Kairi burst into tears. "It's you. It truly is you. You are alive." Tobirama awoke with an urgent need to relieve himself, groggily opening the door to find the living room light still on, which jolted him awake. His gaze shifted, landing on Kairi, who was comfortably lounging on the sofa, licking her paws, and all remnants of sleep vanished. You. He stammered in disbelief, pointing at her. Kairi cast him a disdainful glance, as if to say he was not only a crybaby, but also a stutterer. How could Irika possibly have feelings for such a creature? Tobirama's face flushed with anger, clearly irked. "How did you get in here?" Kairi chuckled, proudly recounting Irika's heroic rescue to Tobirama. Upon hearing this, Tobirama felt a whirlwind of emotions. Irika actually went out in the middle of the night to find you? Of course. I am his most cherished little kitty. At this, Tobirama felt nausea rising within him, yet he fought to suppress it, having resolved not to provoke Irika. Thus, he attempted to maintain a calm demeanor as he looked at Kaori, though his brows twitched uncontrollably with frustration. In that case, you can find a spot in the living room to sleep. That won't do. I always sleep with Irika. Tobirama snapped. How can you, a female cat, sleep with a boy? What business is it of yours? Just then, the door to Irika's room clicked open, and he emerged, having changed into fresh clothes. Realizing that Kaori had rubbed her tears and snot all over him earlier, he was taken aback. It dawned on him that he had been caring for her for some time. No wonder the old cat lady had said he resembled another person. What else had the cat lady mentioned to Aoi? At that time, he had only heard Kaori's loud chatter and not paid attention. With a sigh, he snapped back to reality and glanced up, only to find a pair of pitch-black eyes and a pair of emerald-green eyes fixed intently upon him. In the dim, expansive environment, almost shrouded in darkness, a figure sat quietly, their long, gray hair obscuring most of their face due to age. Soon after, faint rustling sounds emanated from the ground, and as the half-closed eyes shifted, the crimson three-tomo Sharinon appeared particularly vivid. Lord Madara, the entity emerging from the ground, spoke. I have found it. Chapter 53. I'll have him teach you a lesson. Tobirama, you should return to your room. The three exchanged glances. Yet it was Amino Irika who broke the silence first. Tobirama blinked, having completely forgotten the original purpose of his venture. Irika, you can't possibly intend to leave this guy here, right? Indeed, I have made up my mind. Tobirama frowned, and after a few seconds, turned to Kaori. What are you staring at, little brat? Kaori felt disgruntled under Tobirama's watchful gaze. Tobirama wanted to make a stern remark, for he always found this cat peculiar. But after much contemplation, his barren mind could only muster a statement that sounded even stranger. Do not do anything odd to Irika. Kaori's eyes widened in surprise. And not only did she find the remark shocking, but even Amino Irika couldn't help but chuckle. With exasperation, he approached and habitually ruffled Tobirama's hair at the back of his head. Do you hold some misconception about a cat? As the warmth flushed over Obito's face. He couldn't fathom why his mind had been preoccupied with trivial thoughts lately. Perhaps it was the consequence of lingering outside that bookstore for an extended period. All of this was Kakashi's fault. Though still youthful, he possessed a considerable sense of urgency. Upon realizing this, Kaori let out a derisive laugh, but it was futile. In her heart, only that man was worthy of standing alongside Sia. This left Obito momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by standing together? Why was it still a man? What nonsense are you spouting? Sia, I told you this cat was peculiar. Sia Yushima. Alright, let's get some rest. I can see the bloodshot veins in your eyes. Have you used eye drops? No. Shall I administer them for you? Sure. Seeing Obito obediently seated, Yushima went off to find the eye drops, prompting another amused huff from Kaori. Children are just children. They require constant care. Obito felt a knot form on his forehead, ready to protest loudly, but upon reflection, it did seem to hold some truth. Sia was far too attentive towards him. Despite being younger, he felt as though he was the one who was the child, with his every need meticulously catered to. When this dependency became a habit and a given, others would undoubtedly perceive him as a rather useless individual. Kaori was quite taken aback by Obito's lack of an immediate retort. With his head bowed, Obito rose from the sofa, fists clenched, as if he had turned to stone. I refuse to become someone who merely burdens him. After uttering these words, Obito cast a glance at Kaori and turned toward his room, colliding with Sia, who had just located the eye drops. What's wrong? Sia sensed something amiss in Obito's demeanor. Had he quarreled with Kaori again? Nothing. Obito shook his head, taking the eye drops from Sia's hand. I can handle this myself. You should go rest. Moments later, the door to Obito's room closed, leaving the bewildered white-haired cat outside. That lad is surprisingly stubborn. He's quite the character. Kaori gracefully leapt from the sofa, moving with elegance. Upon raising its head, it found Sia Yushima silently gazing down at it. For some reason, that intense gaze made it feel uneasy. Though they were old friends reunited, it sensed that the person before it was rather different from the one it had once known. The current attitude directed at it felt somewhat unfamiliar. It hesitated to inquire how Sia had spent the years, why he had transformed into a childlike form, and why he remained in the very village that had forsaken them. As it pondered these heavy thoughts, Sia returned to the room, spreading a blanket across the sofa. You'll sleep here. For now, this will suffice. Tomorrow when you wake, I have matters to discuss with you. Without the numbing effects of alcohol, solitude sharpened its mind in an unusual manner. Kaori tossed and turned, unable to find rest, and the stillness of the living room only heightened its agitation. The psychological disparity left it feeling somewhat anxious. Eventually, fatigue finally swept over it, and in a hazy state, it felt as though it was being summoned. At first, it saw a fleeting, fragmented image, which then coalesced into a distinct figure. The being was adorned in a deep blue robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on the back, and its waist-length black hair stood on end like a hedgehog, each strand reflecting its untouchable nature. The figure's right eye was nearly obscured by hair, revealing only a pitch-black left pupil, which suddenly transformed into the crimson Sharinon. Being subjected to such an arrogant and condescending gaze evoked an unsettling sensation, as though its consciousness was being licked clean. Madara, Lord Madara? What lord? Wake up! A calm voice broke through, awakening it. As Kairi opened its eyes, it realized dawn had arrived. Yushima was squatting before it, devoid of any trace of Madara's presence. Was I talking in my sleep? I dreamt of Lord Madara. Oh, is that so? Seiya responded nonchalantly. Kairi froze, struggling to comprehend. Why did Seiya appear so indifferent upon hearing about Lord Madara? Seiya remarked, as Madara's ninja cat. Dreaming of him is hardly surprising. With a complex array of emotions, Kairi fell silent for a moment before sorrowfully stating, "This is one of the few times I've dreamt of him since Lord Madara's passing." Seiya replied, "No, he died." Huh. Kairi's mind briefly stalled, its emerald eyes widening in astonishment. What did you just say? Madara is not dead. At least, he is still alive now. Kairi's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? It's possible. After all, this individual before me is thriving. If Lord Madara possesses some secret technique, he must still be among the living. Then have you seen him? Or have you maintained contact all along? Seeing Kairi's entire being light up with excitement, Seiya doused the flames with a splash of cold water. I haven't seen him. Nor do I have any contact. That's why I need your help to find him. I have an interest in a certain individual close to him. At this, Kairi was momentarily stunned, then erupted with fury. What nonsense is this? How can you be interested in someone other than Lord Madara? Seiya responded, why is that strange? By the way, why are you here in this state? Is it for that fool who shares the Uchiha surname? And what has to deal with your true name and alias? Is that Mokure fake, and this one the real you? So you've been deceiving me for quite some time. Seizing the moment while emotions were running high, Kairi unleashed all the questions it had hesitated to ask before bedtime. Nevertheless, moments later, all it received from Seiya was, "You have too many questions. You are just a little cat, and you don't need to know so much." Kairi retorted, In any case, live well here, and try to quit your drinking habit." "What? I refuse." Kairi immediately sulked. Unfazed by its protests, Seiya continued. After a while, he noticed Kairi sulkily leap down and head toward the entrance. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Lord Madara," Kairi declared angrily. "I'll have him come to teach you a lesson." As it walked halfway, Kairi suddenly jolted. No. Its contract with Lord Madara had been unilaterally dissolved the moment news of his death spread. Where could it possibly go to find him now? It was precisely because of this that it was so certain Lord Madara had not been in this world for many years. Quickly turning back, it asked, "Is there no way to find him here? After all, you died before Lord Madara did. Since you have no contact, how do you know he is still alive like you?" What on earth is happening? Kairi felt as though its brain was overwhelmed. Seiya, too, appeared a bit taken aback. He had died before Madara? This was quite fascinating. However, there was no point in pondering such peculiar matters now. Regaining his composure, he regarded Kairi lightly, feigning profundity. "This is a long story." Kairi gritted its teeth. "Then make it short." Seiya replied. "You wouldn't believe it even if I told you, so I want share." Kairi was infuriated, pondering its options. With a flick of its tail, it concluded, "Then we shall wait for Lord Madara to come find us." Seiya's heart skipped a beat. "You can't look for him?" Karen let out a dry laugh, revealing that the contract between her and Uchiha Obito had been dissolved. "Well, it seems I have made a poor decision in keeping you," remarked Nakanishi Seiya, who had initially intended to leverage Karen's connection to find Uchiha Obito, only to find his plans thwarted. "What do you mean by that?" Karen retorted, indignant. "Do you truly believe I am so inconsequential? Besides, even if Lord Obito has not sought me out in all these years, there is still you. As long as he knows you are alive, he will surely come looking for you." Upon hearing this, a chill of apprehension coursed through Seiya, his lips twitching. "Why would he come seeking me? I am not even an Uchiha." Karen shot him a glare, instinctively ready to counter, when suddenly, another door swung open, and Obito emerged, yawning and rubbing his eyes. "Good morning." Spotting Obito, a flicker of realization crossed Seiya's mind, and he froze. He vaguely remembered that the reason Obito was chosen as a pawn by Obito was due to his kindness and compassion. Although Obito was not in Konoha, he was still observing the Uchiha clan, and thus, all of Obito's actions were likely noted by him. The question then arose, when did Obito begin to take notice of Obito? He was uncertain. If Obito had indeed started to pay attention to Obito, then being in close proximity to him would surely make Sia noticeable as well. However, if he were to be seen, so be it. As a cat ninja, Karen hardly recognized him at this age, so how could Obito possibly identify him? Thus, Karen settled into their home, and the days passed in a steady rhythm. It was unclear what Karen had whispered to Obito when he entered the room to retrieve eye drops, but the young man became increasingly elusive, training diligently. Perhaps he was worried about being mocked by Karen. Even at home, he no longer clung to Sia for conversation as he once did, becoming notably quieter. Even in his fatigue, he took on more household responsibilities, leading to Sia's meals being prepared solely by Obito during these days. It seemed Obito was desperately trying to become someone reliable, even in matters of character. This sudden transformation was so striking that even Kakashi noticed. For Obito was no longer engaging in their usual banter. Even their arguments were reduced to mere exchanges before he turned away, as if controlling his emotions. What had triggered this change? I said Obito. On the bustling street, Kakashi and Nakanishi sat inside a dessert shop, a few skewers of dango placed before them. When Kakashi inquired about Obito's recent peculiarities, Sia smiled slightly. He seems to be attempting to learn how to be a mature adult. Kakashi paused in the act of lifting a dango to his mouth, raising his eyes to meet Sia's. Well, he certainly does not seem to be succeeding. We must not discourage his confidence. You spoil him too much. Kakashi bit into a dango, the sweet aroma flooding his senses. Where is he now? Sia replied. He mentioned needing to return to the Uchiha clan for some matter, but I did not pry into the specifics. There is still some time then, Kakashi said, putting down his chopsticks and taking a sip of tea. The ninjas returning to the village are nearly healed, and will soon receive new mission assignments. Sensei Minato has asked us to gather at the village entrance at 3 this afternoon, which leaves us with 2 hours. Sia nodded in understanding and quickened his pace in consuming the dango. Kakashi suddenly asked, do you have any missions? Not at the moment, given the current situation. Konoha does not require us inexperienced ninjas on the front lines just yet. We are mainly tasked with minor duties within the village. The last mission to procure ninja tools was dispatched on short notice. Seeing Sia had some free time, Kakashi suggested, would you like to accompany me to the Uchiha clan to find Obito? Sure. And so the two set off. During the day, not only they but also other villagers could freely enter and exit the living quarters of the Uchiha clan, engaging in shopping and dining. However, at night, outsiders were generally not permitted to linger there for long. At the Nanhi Shrine, amidst numerous structures, there stood a temple that towered above the others. Upon noticing the staircase in the distance, Kakashi glanced at Sia with surprise. Obito told me this is where they worship the Uchiha clan's deity, Sia explained naturally. I passed by here when I secretly visited his home, but this is my first time entering. Since we are here, I might as well pray for peace. Given the earnestness in his tone, Kakashi had no objections and nodded in agreement. After we pray, we can go find Obito. That should give us enough time. 2 minutes later. Kakashi, what did you draw? Great fortune. It seems our fortunes are aligned. Sia raised an eyebrow, a smile emerging in his eyes. Kakashi tightened his grip on the fortune slip, a sense of inexplicable comfort swelling within him, causing even his usually stern expression to soften slightly. Should we draw one for Obito? I already have. At this revelation, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Sia's earlier prayer had been for Obito. And he couldn't help but cover his forehead in disbelief. You truly keep him in mind at all times. What can I say? Since you are going out, I do not need to go. Just as Sia finished chuckling, he suddenly heard a cool inquiry from behind. What are you doing? Kakashi also caught the sound, and the two turned in unison. Obito stood there, his eyes glaring at them from behind his goggles. Chapter 55, Misplaced Expressions. Obito found himself at a loss. In the past, even if he saw Sia and Kakashi together, he would merely complain on the surface, yet still greet them normally, calling out, "Hey, Sia, Kakashi." But now, seeing that scene, his heart felt as if it were gripped by something sharp and painful. Consequently, his tone when he spoke turned icy, startling even himself. No, he did not wish for this. Sensing the unusual fluctuations in Obito's emotions, Sia was about to speak when his gaze shifted to Fugaku, who was also present, standing behind Obito alongside 2 other Uchiha clan members. Obito, why don't you have a good chat with your friends? With that, Fugaku departed with his companions. The atmosphere fell into silence. Kakashi addressed Obito, saying, "We were drawing fortunes." Obito blinked, his facade of calm and maturity crumbling in an instant, reverting to his usual self. Of course, I noticed. Kakashi immediately countered. But can you tell whose fortune Sia drew? Obito paused abruptly, suddenly feeling a sense of confusion. At that moment, Sia stepped forward, handing him the fortune slip. This is for you. It's great fortune. Staring at the slip, Obito accepted it in a daze. Kakashi chimed in. explaining that the Minato team would soon be leaving the village, and since they could not locate him, he and Sia had come to the Uchiha clan to find him. The fortune-telling was merely a convenient detour, not the main purpose of their visit. As Obito gazed at the fortune slip, he felt a lump in his throat. Yet he couldn't help but think that Sia was indeed the type to perform such touching gestures. His eyes suddenly felt warm, and he struggled to suppress it as he turned to the person in front of him. "Say, I have something to discuss with you. Let us talk about it when we return. The meeting time is approaching." Kakashi firmly grasped Obito by the nape of his neck, pulling him along. Judging by his expression, he was certain Obito was about to utter some tearful words. Obito protested, "That's not true." He hurriedly lifted his gaze to the front, where Usuji-sei was smiling and waving goodbye. "Take care on your journey, both of you." Once they exited the South Shrine, Kakashi released his grip, and Obito immediately inquired, "Why were you so eager to pull me along?" Kakashi remained silent, continuing to walk ahead. Obito sprinted to catch up. "Hey Kakashi, don't let your Uchiha matters affect him." Kakashi finally turned his head to speak. "Your clan leader and the elders must have shared something significant with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wearing such an unpleasant expression." "How do you know?" "Because your expressions are quite predictable." Obito fell silent, allowing his head to droop in resignation. "The clan leader wants to take me as his apprentice." Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. So that was it. While sudden, it wasn't entirely implausible. Considering Obito had awakened his double Sharingan, which had already spread through the Uchiha clan. Isn't that a good thing? Training under Uchiha Fugaku would allow you to learn more ninjutsu and enhance your abilities. But the other two elders insisted that I return to the Uchiha clan. Kakashi glanced sideways at him, then furrowed his brow. "Is that what you're troubled about?" "Of course. I've been living well with Sei, and a sudden change would." "Then wouldn't that make your earlier words an indiscretion?" Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. "Did you agree to it?" The mere mention of it made Obito's head throb. The atmosphere among the clan leaders had been overwhelming, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. "I barely remember what I said. By the time I came to my senses, I saw you and Sei there drawing lots." Kakashi had no further words, but he thought Obito's reaction was quite normal. After all, he had never received much recognition within the clan, and it was natural to feel flustered when the clan leader and elders personally intervened. "Since you don't recall how you responded, let us discuss it when we return." As Kakashi pulled Obito away, Usuji-sei emerged, gazing up at the vast blue sky before plopping down on the steps. "Was there a stone tablet here? If I were to find that and steal it, how many years would I be sentenced?" He pondered, realizing that stealing it would ultimately be futile. Madara had long since deciphered the altered content. Just as he was musing, his gaze caught sight of someone not far away. The individual wore the simple attire of a villager, devoid of any clan insignia, seemingly unremarkable among the crowd. However, his hairstyle and features took Sei by surprise, for it resembled Madara in his youth. His expression slipped, and Sei's eyes widened as he sprang to his feet, causing passers-by to glance his way. While the living Uchiha may have forgotten Madara's visage, Sei remembered it vividly. Yet, upon further reflection, it was improbable that Madara would be here. He was incapacitated. Thus, either this person merely bore a striking resemblance to Madara, or he was a white Zetsu disguised as Madara, infiltrating for reconnaissance. He leaned towards the latter. As if sensing Sei's gaze, the individual turned to look at him. Just as their eyes met, a shadow suddenly collided with Sei's face. "Sei, what are you doing here?" "Karen." Sei swiftly brushed it off and looked ahead, only to find that the mysterious figure had vanished. His brow twitched in annoyance. Unaware of the situation, Karen noticed Sei scanning the area, seemingly searching for something, and became curious. "What's wrong? Shut your mouth and follow me." As the water flowed melodiously, three shadows appeared along the banks of the Southie River. Karen dashed ahead, quickly leaping into the arms of a long-haired man. "Stop right there," Sei shouted breathlessly from behind. "Thank you for catching it." The man replied, "This cat has been stealing a lot from our neighbor. I'm going to give it a good thrashing today." The man paused, lifting Karen's front limbs and presenting the struggling creature to Sei with a charming smile. "No trouble at all." A chill ran down Sei's spine at that dissonant smile. Why was this guy wearing Madara's handsome face? As he took Karen, he feigned a brush of fingers against the man's, silently implanting the ink mark within him. The man remained oblivious to any anomaly and departed. Once he was far enough away, Karen, having played along, finally shook off its fur. "You were right. That guy can't possibly be Lord Madara. His smile is too repulsive, and his tone is nothing like his. The audacity to tarnish Lord Madara's image is truly intolerable." "It's all right," Sei reassured, stroking its irate head. "We'll soon find the real one." Chapter 56. Your speech is quite peculiar. 3 days later, amidst the dust of a vast wasteland, a black figure gradually emerged. Upon approaching a certain spot, it revealed its true form. The altered visage reverted to its original appearance. The white half resembled a human, while the right half, like his face, formed an eerie spiral, the plaster-like skin contrasting sharply with the sparse greenery beneath. Before long, his figure seamlessly melded into the ground. Swiftly moving to another location, an underground base. In the spacious area, the light remained dim, and a figure sat still, head bowed. Sensing White Zetsu's return, Madara slowly opened his eyes, his three tomo sharing on silently gazing into the distance. The external wars have intensified lately, Lord Madara. Even the child you have taken an interest in has been dispatched to the battlefield by Konoha. Madara's face betrayed no change in expression, his gaze as icy as ever. Set this matter aside for now. Directly inform me of the results of the other matter. Upon mentioning this, White Zetsu shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. I searched the entirety of Konoha, but still couldn't locate the individual you mentioned, Lord Madara. I even borrowed your striking appearance to discreetly inquire among several village girls. Yet none spoke of such a person. Hearing White Zetsu's words, Madara slightly raised his head, his eyes revealing a look of as expected. After a moment, he uttered a few words. He deceived me. Say, give me some sake. Karen rolled over, playfully tugging at Say's pant leg with its paws. You can't mistreat the elderly. No, the elderly cat. Say was busy organizing his ninja gear, replying lightly. If you can refrain from drinking, I'll take you to find Uchiha Madara. What? Karen leaped up. Is there news of Lord Madara already? So soon? It's that guy's rapid movement. Say explained. I sense that his actions have halted in the same place for quite some time. It should be there. Karen eagerly inquired. Where? Within the borders of the Land of Lightning, near the territory of Kumigakure. That far. After expressing its astonishment, Karen saw Say finish packing and headed out, hastily following after him. Seikoin. At the gathering place at the village entrance, the ever-enthusiastic Koyakawa always greeted everyone warmly. Her expression slightly astonished as she noticed Karine wagging her tail. She squeezed herself beside Uchiha Nariyuki and whispered, Has this cat's drinking habit caused you any trouble? Hey, what are you saying, little girl? Do you think I'm deaf? Uchiha Nariyuki replied calmly. No, I haven't bought it any alcohol. Koyakawa always instantly understood. No wonder she sensed a lingering resentment emanating from Karine, yet for some unknown reason, it had not erupted. Hadn't the cat lady mentioned that this feline had quite the temper? Nonetheless, if even such a cat could be trained, it truly spoke volumes about Nariyuki. That's wonderful. I was worried it would cause you significant trouble. As the instigator of the situation, Nara Kazuki chuckled awkwardly. Uchiha Nariyuki chose not to dwell on his teacher's comments. Merely glancing around to find someone missing. Where's Shizui? He is usually very punctual and wouldn't let others wait for him. Shizui-kun has another task and won't be joining us. Instead, another class will accompany us, Koyakawa always explained. Uchiha Nariyuki paused for a moment, but said nothing more. After all, the mission outside the village was merely a routine supply run to the southwestern battlefield. The only concern being that it was in the opposite direction of the route to the Land of Lightning. Thus, he had to devise a way to escape during this opportunity, with the meticulous Shizui absent. Employing a shadow clone as a decoy would undoubtedly elude Aoi and teacher Nara's notice. Obito, what are you thinking? Startled by the sudden approach of Nohara Rin, Obito, who had been seated on a rock gazing at the sky, nearly toppled off but managed to steady himself just in time. With both sides engaged in a fierce battle, the situation had turned dire. After a mutual retreat, they were granted a brief respite. The injured tended to their wounds while those fatigued replenished their strength with military rations. Nevertheless, vigilance could not be relaxed, as the despicable sand shinobi might take advantage of this moment to stealthily infiltrate. It's nothing. I was just pondering how it's been a few days since I left the village. Nohara Rin blinked and teasingly pierced through his thoughts. Are you missing Nariyuki? At her words, Obito's face flushed crimson. Rin, your way of speaking is quite peculiar. Oh, really? Nohara Rin covered her mouth with a laugh, while Obito closed his eyes and ruffled his hair, ultimately conceding that Rin's observation was accurate. However, I was concerned about what would happen if Nariyuki were to receive a support mission similar to ours soon. He just graduated from the Ninja Academy and lacks experience. If he encounters vicious enemies without anyone to protect him, stop worrying. War is inherently brutal. Kakashi, resting against a tree behind a rock, interjected. Once on the battlefield, there are no children or adults, only the strong and the weak. Obito paused, turning to glare at him. Your words are rather harsh. Yet deep down, he recognized Kakashi's truth and chose not to argue further. Nearby, Minato, who had been poised to mediate, hesitated, as if unable to find the right moment to intervene. How peculiar. It seems that Obito's relationship with Kakashi has improved significantly on this trip. Captain Minato, the Nara sub-team responsible for supplies was attacked by the enemy 10 minutes ago. They are now surrounded. A ninja responsible for reconnaissance rushed in with a report. Upon hearing this, Minato decisively made a rescue decision, knowing the importance of the supplies. If they fell into enemy hands, it would spell disaster. He sprinted ahead, the fastest among them, while the others followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in a treacherous wooded area, the beleaguered sub-team was sweating profusely. Someone needs to hold these troublesome foes off. I'll go. Just as Nara Kazuki murmured this, Uchiha Nariyuki dashed out, startling Kazuki, who could not even extend a hand in time. I didn't realize Nariyuki was such an impulsive child. Come back. But it was too late. That figure grew ever distant, and Kazuki's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and directed the others to seize the opportunity to escape. They could not waste the time Nariyuki had bought for them. Just as they fled with their belongings, sounds of pursuing enemies echoed behind them. Koyakawa Aoi could hardly believe it. Did Nariyuki fail? No, they must have seen through him, splitting their forces to continue intercepting us. Almost as her words fell, 5 enemies appeared. Yet faster than them was another figure. Upon recognizing who it was, Nara Kazuki could barely contain his excitement. Captain Minato. Minato swiftly dispatched the overconfident enemies, then heard Koyakawa Aoi's urgent plea. Please save Nariyuki. On the other side, Uchiha Nariyuki, who had quietly arrived in the land of lightning, suddenly furrowed his brows. What's wrong? Karine inquired. Teacher Nara and the others fell into an ambush, and my clone was attacked and vanished. Chapter 57, The Lackey. The enemies who attacked the supply team had been eliminated by Captain Minato alone. That's wonderful. Were there any injuries? None, but a child went missing while trying to lure the enemy and delay time. Missing? Yes. Captain Minato heard the explosion of a detonation tag. But apart from the 3 dead enemies at the scene, no trace of that child was found. Minato-sensei. Shortly thereafter, Obito and the others hurried over, panting, and immediately spotted Nara Kazuki conversing with Minato. Recognizing him as Uchiha Nariyuki's homeroom teacher, Obito's eyes quickly scanned the crowd for a familiar figure. However, he did not see the one he was looking for. Instead, he only noticed the sorrowful expression on Koyakawa Aoi's face and 3 other youths of similar age. Instinctively, Obito frowned. Upon seeing Obito arrive, Minato halted his conversation with Kazuki and turned to his disciple. Minato hesitated. Obito. Minato-sensei, why don't I see Nariyuki and Shizui? The innocent Obito inquired. Shizui-kun didn't come with us. He was assigned to another mission, Koyakawa Aoi replied, her expression downcast. Upon hearing this, Obito pondered, a sudden realization causing a jolt in his forehead. Could it be that Nariyuki went with him? Before he could finish his thought, Minato called his name with gravity. Obito. For reasons he could not fathom, Obito felt an inexplicable tension grip his heart upon hearing Minato's solemn tone. What is it? Even Kakashi and Rin turned to look, sensing that Minato had something significant to say. An incident occurred on the route taken by the Nara sub-team. As you all know, the enemies have been dealt with. But there is something I believe you have the right to know. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere, Obito swallowed hard, feeling anxious. What is it, Minato-sensei? Minato fixed his gaze on him, and after a second, stated plainly, Nariyuki went missing to lure the enemy. Obito's eyes widened, all emotions freezing on his face in an instant. Was it safe to speak of it so casually? Moments later, after concluding the supply mission, Nara Kazuki approached Minato, remarking, after all, the person closest to Nariyuki seems to be your disciple. Minato forced a wry smile. Kazuki, I can only imagine how you must feel. Kazuki pursed his lips tightly, sighed, and fell silent. Minato too remained quiet, understanding that this news would deeply impact Obito, yet concealing it would serve no purpose. The battlefield was inherently cruel, and Obito would eventually have to confront this truth. The sky, once a resplendent blue, has now coalesced into an oppressive mass of dark clouds, heavy enough to render one breathless. Obito sits silently upon the grass, his arms wrapped around his knees in solitude. His demeanor leaves even the soothing wild field Rin at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. She casts a worried glance toward Kakashi, who gazes into the distance, the wind ruffling his hair like a solitary scarecrow amidst a rice field. The battlefield is rife with the loss of comrades and friends. Lingering in sorrow serves no purpose. This is a truth universally acknowledged. Yet, it is only when one faces such a reality that they truly comprehend the sensation of helplessness, as if their mind were ensnared by stone, unable to think clearly. Although Minato-sensei and the others are technically missing, with no bodies found at the scene, the explosive tags obliterated even those vile foes beyond recognition. How could it be that they escaped unscathed? Moreover, with Minato-sensei's speed, even if the enemy had kidnapped him, surely there would be some trace left behind? Sometimes, a disappearance on the battlefield is no different from death. He understands. Obito understands as well. After what feels like an eternity, Kakashi finally speaks. Pull yourself together. Minato-sensei has called for a gathering. Obito stirs slightly, having sat for so long that he seems almost like a statue. Kakashi, looking down at him, notices that the eyes behind the orange goggles are dry, seemingly devoid of tears. Kakashi furrows his brow, not out of mockery for Obito, who is typically known for his tears, but rather extends a hand toward him. Obito slowly blinks, ignoring Kakashi entirely, and rises to his feet on his own strength. Let us go? Even as he passes Kakashi, he speaks with an unsettling calmness. This only deepens the furrow in Kakashi's brow. You're much more pleasing to the eye this way. That childish appearance of yours is hardly appetizing. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin is back to his original form, accompanied by Hikari, drawing ever closer to their destination. Upon hearing Hikari's audacious remarks, he swiftly covers the cat's mouth and nimbly hides behind a rock. Hikari struggles in confusion. Shoo, someone is coming. At this, Hikari holds its breath and cautiously peeks out toward the hazy distance. A squad of cloud ninjas is traversing the area, drawing nearer. The sensory ninja among them immediately senses something amiss. Wait, there's a chakra disturbance ahead. A hot-tempered cloud ninja suddenly charges toward the nearest rocky cover. Dust flies. And seconds later, they catch sight of a white figure and a cat fleeing in a frenzy. A cat? Should we pursue, Captain? Pursue. This must be a scout from Konoha. Even in this desolate place, those from the Cloud Village are determined to exploit everything. Enough chatter, let us shake them off first. Uchiha Shin scans the surroundings but finds no place to hide, slowing his pace to bend down and attempt to scoop up Hikari, who is lagging behind. Yet, he grasps nothing but air. Ah! Hikari emits a terrified shriek as a white, spore-like entity engulfs it entirely. Almost immediately, a pale face with green hair emerges from above. How did a cat get in here, and why has it fallen victim to my spore technique? Witnessing this, Uchiha Shin's expression shifts to one of shock. Soon, similar growths begin to sprout on him as well. He feigns panic and struggles, only to be enveloped in the same manner. Before White Zetsu could absorb their chakra, the sounds of the approaching cloud ninjas reach them. Not wishing to attract trouble, White Zetsu turns around, swiftly vanishing into the ground with the newly captured human and cat. Lord Madara, I have just captured 2 little minions. Upon returning to base, White Zetsu announces triumphantly, catching the interest of Vortex White Zetsu, who eagerly prompts, What? The excited tone seems to beckon him to hurry and take a look. With a clang, 2 white figures, one large and one small, emerge from the ground, accompanied by Hikari's furious outbursts. Uchiha Shin adjusts to the dim light, only to find a face before him. Ah, it's a person. Vortex White Zetsu exclaims, as if discovering a rare species. Drain their chakra and dispose of them. Not far off, Madara does not even glance up, offering neither a look nor a word, as those who intrude upon their territory have always been dealt with in secrecy. This time, he sees no difference. Hikari recognizes his voice and ceases its tirade against White Zetsu, instead shouting at the top of its lungs, Lord Madara, it's me. I came to find you with Shin. Chapter 58, please accept your death. Madara raises his gaze. Hikari, astonished, sees that before it stands an elderly Madara. His once vibrant hair now white, lacking the youthful vigor of his past. Yet, considering the natural course of human life, even the grandmother cat that Hikari grew up with has aged. Surely, the still-living Madara cannot be too young. However, Shin appears to be an exception. Hikari glances sideways, observing Uchiha Shin being curiously examined by Vortex White Zetsu. Hikari's mouth twitches. Having seen a person, it ought to say something, yet here is Shin, remaining silent. Madara's eyes sweep over Hikari. There is no particular reaction. Finding Madara's indifference unsettling, Hikari attempts once more to awaken his memories with words. Lord Madara. It's me, Hikari. Vortex White Zetsu, finding Hikari bothersome, wraps it up again with the spore technique, while Vortex White Zetsu pokes Uchiha Shin's cheek, saying, Ah, how rare to have a visitor. Let me ask you a question. What? Uchiha Shin looks up. Vortex White Zetsu earnestly inquires. What is it like when you need to relieve yourself? Uchiha Shin falls into an awkward silence before responding. It's probably the sensation relayed from the intestines to the brain signaling the need to excrete. Vortex White Zetsu seems taken aback, and after a 2-second pause, bursts into a flurry of excitement. The first time I've met someone who answered my question seriously, if one were to overlook the bizarre appearance. Vortex White Zetsu resembles a child who has just received candy. Soon, Vortex White Zetsu joyfully grasps Uchiha Shin's left hand, which is exposed beyond the spore, saying, Thank you very much. Now, please proceed to your demise at your leisure. He squats down, feigning sorrow as he wipes non-existent tears. Madara, having grown accustomed to Vortex White Zetsu's eccentricities, shows no interest in the preceding dialogue. Just as he is about to look away, He senses a gaze directed at him from across the way. Due to Vortex White Zetsu's earlier positioning, the angle had perfectly obscured the other person from view. But now, with a clearer line of sight, Madara lifts his head. Instantly, his Sharingan meets a pair of heterochromatic eyes, freezing Madara's gaze. Familiar memories, long shackled by time, begin to resurface in vivid succession. Haha, Madara. So it turns out you were the type who can't urinate when someone stands behind you. Izuna was pestering me for a spar today, but when he couldn't best me, he resorted to using fire release. That's a foul play, isn't it? No matter, use me to pursue the growth of your ocular power. Indeed, I have not met my demise. It appears you have successfully deceived me. I regret that I could not rescue Izuna. Are you leaving? It seems my deliberate arrival here has changed nothing. I apologize. Uchiha Nariyuki never anticipated that his covert observation would be detected by Madara in an instant. Madara fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, utterly at a loss for words in such a predicament. Moreover, Madara was intent on having White Zetsu eliminate both him and Kaguya. White Zetsu executed his actions with remarkable efficiency, the spore technique incessantly siphoning the chakra of the captives, and when their chakra was depleted, it signified their demise. No, please. Kaguya exerted all her strength to break free from her restraints and cried out. Although she was swiftly subdued again, her desperate scream roused Madara from his reverie. The emotions in Madara's eyes trembled in shock, and just as he was about to command White Zetsu to cease, Uchiha Nariyuki suddenly vanished with a resounding thud. Oh, he has disappeared. Both Vortex White Zetsu and the one performing the technique were momentarily taken aback. Witnessing this scene, Madara was suddenly overcome with a suffocating sense of distress. The Outer Path's power sensed his tumultuous emotions and promptly supplied him with chakra through the conduits to alleviate his condition. Obito, you are charging in recklessly. Such behavior invites greater peril. After dressing Obito's latest wound on his palm, Nohara Rin sighed in melancholy, her concern evident. I am fine, Rin. Obito wiped the blood from his cheek. I must extract from those fiends the whereabouts of Nariyuki. Obito. Before long, a tremendous commotion erupted 100 meters away. Another enemy offensive was upon them. Obito continued to lead the charge, activating his Sharingan to deftly evade numerous enemy attacks, accurately anticipating several adversaries' next moves. The nearby Leaf Ninjas watched in astonishment, marveling at how each of Captain Minato's students was increasingly formidable. However, Kakashi discerned that Obito's stamina could not sustain such intense exertion. After dispatching one enemy, he hurried to provide cover for Obito. Meanwhile, a sand ninja was forcefully pinned to the ground by Obito, demanding, "Where have you hidden him? What madness is this, you brat? Keep your distance." Obito, sensing something amiss, Kakashi shouted a warning, but it was too late. The injured sand ninja gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength, and lunged to stab Obito's temple with a kunai. Knowing that this attack would be anticipated and dodged by the boy, he quickly reached into his pouch with his other hand, retrieving an explosive tag and affixing it to his abdomen, then rolled away. Regardless, he would perish among so many. He might as well take one with him. 2 seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted, and crimson blood splattered like water, staining the earth. Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin's eyes widened in horror. By the babbling brook, in stark contrast to the chaos of battle, tranquility enveloped the area. Uchiha Nariyuki squatted by the bank, wringing out a towel, before rising to walk toward another location. The unconscious Obito lay on the grass over there. He crouched down again to gently wipe Obito's face. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Otherwise, this boy's insides would have been blown apart. Speaking of which, aside from implanting a summoning technique for Nagato, he had discreetly set one up for Obito as well. After all, he had nurtured this child for so long. Safety measures were imperative. This technique would not activate under normal circumstances. Only when the recipient faced a lethal threat would the power of the ink spirit automatically bring him to his master. The distinction from Nagato's technique was that one was passive and the other active. Since Nagato understood some of his abilities, while Obito did not, he configured Obito's summoning to trigger passively only once. It crossed his mind that Madara might find it peculiar that he had vanished so suddenly. It seemed he had forgotten something upon his departure. At this moment, far away in the land of lightning, Kaguya mused. Chapter 59, You Can Change Too. Obito felt as though he were in a dream. The dream featured a gentle stream, verdant trees, and a figure walking steadily while carrying him. The person's white nape resembled that of his beloved Nariyuki. Even the attire they wore was similar. The embroidered mountain cherry Haori would forever be etched in his memory, recalling the glimmer in Nariyuki's eyes whenever he spoke of it. Although Obito often struggled to remember, he could discern the nostalgic glint in Nariyuki's gaze. It must have been crafted by someone of great significance to him. Yet, His clumsy tongue failed to articulate any heartfelt words at the time. Huh. Could it be that I perished in an explosion? How infuriating, as I had yet to uncover Nariki's whereabouts. No, wait. Who is this person carrying me? Oh no. Could it be that scoundrel who claimed Nariki's Haori and met the same fate as me? The more Obito thought, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, he couldn't fathom why this rogue was carrying him. At this moment, anger consumed Obito's mind, and even though he felt fatigued, his hand instinctively reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his back. What are you planning to do? Commit fratricide? Uchiha Nariyuki suddenly spoke. Obito's movements froze abruptly. Nariyuki had not expected Obito to awaken and immediately exhibit such intense hostility. He wondered what fantastical notions had taken root in Obito's mind. He halted his steps and gently set Obito down, maintaining a normal demeanor while lowering his head to gaze at Obito's bewildered expression. Nariyuki? Obito stammered, disbelief evident. How have you grown so much? Oh, don't be surprised. It's just a transformation technique. Uchiha Nariyuki nonchalantly reassured him, knowing full well that Obito would believe him without suspicion. As anticipated, Obito's expression shifted to one of realization, and he tugged at his hair, questioning, wait, why am I with you? As he spoke, tears began to well in his eyes. Nariyuki, you too have perished, haven't you? Ah, that hurts. Obito's cheek was suddenly pinched by Uchiha Nariyuki. The white-haired youth smiled slyly, asking, now, do you feel that we are dead? Obito covered his face, dazedly shaking his head. Wonderful, we are still alive. With this thought, Obito quickly glanced at the Uchiha Nariyuki before him, who appeared several years older than him now. A yearning to leap forward and embrace him tightly surged within him, yet he felt a bashful unease. When they had appeared more similar in age, he had been teased by Kakashi for displaying similar affectionate behavior. Although Kakashi was not present now, if he were to embrace Nariyuki, wouldn't it resemble a child seeking affection from an adult? No. Just as Obito wrestled with his thoughts, Uchiha Nariyuki suddenly crouched down. Come on, hop on. We can talk along the way. Obito paused for a moment, replying, I can walk by myself. He desperately suppressed his impulses, not wanting to burden Nariyuki further. Uchiha Nariyuki smirked knowingly, understanding the boy's intentions. All right, little one, stop being stubborn and get on. You. Obito leaped back like a grasshopper that had been prodded in the leg, his face flushing with embarrassment. What was with this adult tone? Don't forget, this is just a transformation. A transformation. Well, if you're not convinced, you can transform too. I cannot fathom what the grown-up version of myself would be like. The burden of having been swayed by success weighs heavily on Obito's heart. Is it true? Once this battle concludes, I shall illustrate it for you. Shinjin tugged at Obito's sleeve, capturing his attention with that remark, and before he knew it, he had climbed onto his back. Hey, Shinjin, can you envision my future self? No, just teasing you. Hold on tight. I shall not be responsible if you fall. Their voices gradually faded into the distance, and soon the riverbank returned to its tranquil state, as if no one had ever traversed it. In the dimly lit underground base, Karui lay on the ground, gasping for breath, still in shock that Shinjin had merely abandoned a cat. At that moment, she was seized by White Zetsu and forcibly brought before Madara. Madara, my lord. Upon meeting Madara's cold gaze, Karui felt an overwhelming anxiety. I do not comprehend the situation. Now, divulge everything you know. Why yes, despite the dissolution of their contract, Karui dared not defy Madara's command. Unbeknownst to her, Madara had undergone a drastic transformation, becoming a ruthless and reclusive individual. Perhaps it all began with the death of Izuna. Following the demise and departure of others, he became increasingly distrustful of everyone, especially after Shinjin's disappearance, leading even the ninja cats to be mercilessly forsaken by him. After several minutes, Karui finally managed to convey her thoughts, her throat parched. She cautiously observed Madara's expression, noting the chilling darkness that had settled in his eyes. That guy's name is even a fabrication. There is scarcely anything about him that inspires trust, a stark reality that is all too clear. Madara slowly rose, leaning on a black scythe that sent beads of cold sweat down Karui's spine. Fortunately, he only took a couple of steps with the scythe, showing no intent to harm her. You see my current state, do you not? I am utterly helpless, hence I require someone to assist me. What kind of task? Karui quivered as she asked. If I were to ask Shinjin, he would surely help you. The old Shinjin would have. But the present one would only oppose me upon learning of it, Madara stated without hesitation. You and he are currently intertwined. I shall not reveal anything to you. Remain here. You may leave if you can. Like that enticing child, Captain Minato's apprentice has also vanished. Why can we not find any corpses? Unclear. One thing is certain. There is something peculiar at play here. Perhaps they encountered a form of advanced space-time ninjutsu? But who cast it? I cannot ascertain that. But I am certain it was not Captain Minato. He was not present at the time. The bewilderment was not limited to the survivors. Even Kakashi and Rin, who had recovered from their injuries, exchanged glances of confusion. Minato, upon hearing the news, was equally perplexed. If we cannot find the bodies, perhaps that is a good sign. Suddenly, from down the hillside, a jubilant shout echoed. Hey Kakashi, Rin, Teacher Minato. The group was taken aback and hurried to look. Discovering two figures below, Obito and Shinjin had returned. What? How is that possible? Is this an enemy's transformation technique? No, their chakra remains unchanged. They are the genuine article. Confirmed one of the sensory ninjas in the team. Chapter 60, what kind of gaze is that? The safe return of the two elicited joy among the others. When asked how they were rescued, the now childlike Shinjin shook his head innocently, claiming ignorance. He only knew that upon waking, he found himself in the valley, and after several hours of wandering, he discovered the unconscious Obito by the riverbank. His acting skills were convincing, and the others believed him wholeheartedly, considering it a fortunate turn of events. The only certainty was that besides Captain Minato, there was indeed someone skilled in space-time ninjutsu, seemingly on the side of Konoha. However, their identity remained a mystery. With two ninjas successfully returned, one of whom was a Sharingan-wielding Uchiha, their presence would surely bolster their side on the battlefield. Shinjin-kun. At that moment, Aoi Kobayakawa suddenly rushed forward, tightly embracing Shinjin with tears in her eyes. I am so relieved you are alive. I shall never forget your bravery in luring the enemy. Her voice trembled by the end. It was nothing, as comrades. It is what I ought to do, Shinjin consoled, shaking his head. Observing the two young individuals close together, several Konoha ninjas exchanged knowing smiles. Rin, too, was touched by the scene, a gentle smile gracing her face. However, she soon sensed a different kind of hostility nearby. Turning her head, she found Obito glaring intensely at Aoi. For some reason, witnessing this made Rin blink, her smile widening. Kakashi, noticing Obito's expression, shook his head in exasperation. Does that idiot Obito not realize he is glaring at a comrade with the eyes of an enemy? Aoi, feeling the shift in atmosphere, awkwardly released her hold. Shinjin-kun, I apologize. It is fine, Shinjin replied, displaying an unperturbed demeanor. Seeing this, Obito reached out, eager to speak, but a quicker hand intervened. Kakashi pulled him back, scrutinizing him with a careful eye, relieved to find that he seemed unharmed. From now on, do not rush to the front lines again. If you recklessly fall for the enemy's schemes like Obito did, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. What are you saying, Kakashi? Obito interjected, eyes wide with shame as he interrupted. I will not make such a mistake again. He then pulled Shinjin close to him. Kakashi frowned. I have yet to finish my discussion with Shinjin. Do not interrupt. You are the one interrupting. I have forgotten everything I wanted to say thanks to you. Obito exclaimed. Frustration evident. Caught in the middle like a pendulum, Shinjin acted as a peacemaker, attempting to calm the two. Minato, along with Narashikaku and others, exchanged helpless smiles. Let them argue. It signifies they have regained their vitality. Subsequently, with sufficient supplies, Konoha's forces successfully coordinated with the support team, swiftly defeating the attacking Sand Ninja squad. Upon returning to the village, Obito surveyed the living room. Where is Karui? Shinjin suddenly recalled having left her in the land of lightning. Well, since we were all on a mission, there was no one to look after her, so I temporarily sent her back to Granny Cat. I will fetch her in a couple of days. Obito replied with a nonchalant "Oh, okay," without any suspicion. Reclining on the sofa, Obito stretched comfortably, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Shinjin, who was removing his haori, stained with blood and in need of washing. Speaking of which, I am still not strong enough, Obito lamented, furrowing his brow. I nearly lost my life. I came perilously close to losing my dearest friend. I must find a way to grow stronger. Sensing a gaze lingering behind him, Naka Island Narihiko turned his head, his expression resolute. Obito, don't you have something to say to me? Speak up now. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a strange reluctance within. He had been hesitant about whether to voice his thoughts since his time at the Nanny Shrine. However, I forgot. He sheepishly scratched his head. Narihiko chose not to press further, as he too was contemplating how to make another visit to Madara. The following day, when the Uchiha elders sent someone to find Obito, Narihiko happened to be absent, having gone to the Hokage's office. There, he found the third Hokage with a pipe in his mouth, smiling broadly, which sent a chill down Narihiko's spine. What scheme was this old man concocting? Hokage-sama, is there something you need? The third Hokage produced a pink letter from the mountain of paperwork on his desk. Narihiko, this letter is from Mr. Suzuki, addressed to you. Feigning innocence, Narihiko inquired. Is it from the gentleman we escorted with Captain Shanju last time? Indeed, it is, the third Hokage confirmed with a nod. But as soon as he spoke, he noticed the expression of disdain on Narihiko's face. Mr. Suzuki seems to have some peculiar habits. Captain Shanju advised me to keep my distance from him, Narihiko remarked. The third Hokage laughed heartily, urging Narihiko to open the letter. With a sigh, Narihiko complied, tearing open the letter filled with girlish pink. The opening line bore Mr. Suzuki's flamboyant greeting, yet thankfully, it remained within bounds, revealing no further details. Nevertheless, after reading the letter, Narihiko's face turned a shade of green. I truly cannot tolerate this man. Hokage-sama, should there be any more letters like this, please dispose of them for me. The third Hokage chuckled, finding it quite amusing. Having watched Narihiko leave the office, he rose and approached the door, where he unexpectedly encountered two others. Is that child Uchiha? Asked Nara Shikamaru. He is associated with the land of demons, Mito's door replied. The third Hokage interrupted with a firm tone. Regardless, Narihiko is now a part of Konoha. Shikamaru, dissatisfied with the third Hokage's tone, retorted. Is it because of the 100 million Ryo secretly supported by Mr. Suzuki that you say this? The third Hokage turned to the two, pausing before responding. You wouldn't oppose something beneficial for the village, would you? Shikamaru and Mito were momentarily rendered speechless by this statement. Exiting the Hokage office, Narihiko encountered Shisui on the street. After some time apart, Shisui seemed to have grown taller. Oh, it's just you. Where's that guy? Obito is at home, Narihiko replied. Shisui nodded knowingly, but then furrowed his brow. Speaking of which, have you heard about that matter? Narihiko was taken aback, genuinely curious. What matter? Seeing his apparent ignorance, Shisui elaborated. The clan leaders wished to bring Obito back to the Uchiha. Upon returning home, Narihiko discovered that Obito was indeed absent. Shisui's words had proven correct, but he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. The Uchiha seemed to be in a rush for some reason. Reflecting on Obito's hesitation to speak to him before, Narihiko guessed this was likely the topic he had been reluctant to address. In truth, it was not such a significant issue. It merely meant returning to a solitary lifestyle. However, Narihiko felt somewhat aggrieved by the Uchiha's presumptive attitude in reclaiming him. As an orphan, he had never held much status, which was why the Uchiha had previously disregarded Obito. Yet now, they suddenly placed great importance on him, with Uchiha Fugaku even personally taking on the role of teacher. The irony was not lost on Narihiko. Narihiko? At the Heitake residence, Kakashi answered a knock at the door, revealing a familiar face. Narihiko wasted no time, asking, Has Uncle Sakamo returned? Not yet. Noticing Narihiko's less than pleasant demeanor, Kakashi inquired about the matter. Narihiko recounted Shisui's words to Kakashi. Upon hearing this, Kakashi sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Obito has indeed been called back. You knew? Kakashi nodded. Obito would not wish to return to such a lonely existence. But he is soft-hearted and will undoubtedly be ensnared by the clan's customs, forced to make choices he despises. Narihiko understood this well, which was why he sought out Heitake Sakamo, hoping his nominal teacher could lend him support in confronting the Uchiha. Given that he was still just a child with limited voice, the renowned Konoha White Fang was a different matter entirely. Kakashi believed this plan was feasible. But the crucial issue was that his father was currently absent from the village. What are you two doing loitering at the door? Just as they were speaking, Heitake Sakamo appeared. Kakashi and Narihiko, in perfect synchrony, turned to him, their eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Did you miss us that much? Sakamo remarked, amused, especially at the sight of Kakashi displaying such an expression. Dad, your timing is impeccable. Sakamo affectionately ruffled their hair, having just returned from visiting the Hokage. But what is going on with you two? He continued. I heard there was an incident during the battle involving Narihiko and Obito. Are you both alright? Narihiko removed Sakamo's hand from his head, his tone earnest. Uncle Sakamo, I need your help. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha compound, Obito was restless, drenched in sweat as he faced Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression was stern, flanked by two other Uchiha elders, who regarded him with hawkish eyes. Obito, do you not wish to contribute to the development of our clan? Uchiha Ryuji spoke in a low voice. Uchiha, you added, as a member of the Uchiha, you have a responsibility to contribute. Obito felt immense pressure. He had never claimed to be unwilling. Yet these two elders had rambled on for so long. He had merely expressed his reluctance to return to clan life. How did they twist that into a discussion of responsibility? Gathering his courage, Obito asserted. I believe that living outside with my friends does not conflict with these matters. Uchiha Ryuji and Uchiha Yu's expressions darkened. How dare a child his age defy the elders' wishes? They needed to impart a lesson. Fugaku, sitting between them, furrowed his brow, maintaining a calm demeanor. If you do not live within the clan, you will be unable to attend important meetings promptly. Obito's eyes widened. Huh? Are there meetings I need to attend? He had never participated in a single meeting in his life. This innocent truth left Fugaku momentarily speechless. Uchiha Ryuji and Uchiha Yu, however, were out of patience. The former issued a firm command. You will return to the Uchiha immediately. Obito was taken aback, Why must it be like this? Uchiha Yu's tone turned cold. You are not permitted to eat until you move back. Obito, think carefully. A constriction gripped Obito's throat, his fists clenched tightly, as if he could find no outlet for his pent-up emotions, ultimately crashing them down onto the ground to release his frustration. How infuriating. Moments later, Uchiha Ryanana and Uchiha Yu departed from the Fugaku household, and Fugaku glanced back, realizing that Obito had yet to emerge from his room. Minato, standing nearby, watched with concern and pondered aloud. Why must Obito move back? He seems to be living quite happily with that child outside. Certainly far more so than he does within our clan. Fugaku replied sternly, this is the demand of those two elders, not mine. Yet, you did not oppose their unreasonable request. That is no different from acquiescence. Fugaku furrowed his brow, while Minato sighed, disregarding him and turning towards the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, she emerged with food in hand, lamenting that Obito, being without parents, had already endured enough suffering and shouldn't have to face further bullying within the clan. Fugaku's frown deepened. If you wish to take it, do so discreetly. What do you think you're doing in front of me? Minato understood that her husband often spoke harshly but had a kind heart, and thus she smiled. I did it on purpose. Obito must know that you, the clan leader, are merely yielding to those two elders. Fugaku neither confirmed nor denied his wife's speculation. It was only when Minato entered Obito's room that he snapped back to reality and sought to intervene. However, at that moment, a calm voice resonated from behind him. Fugaku. Minato noticed that Obito seemed to lack an appetite for the food she brought. Surely, it must be due to his troubled state of mind. She offered gentle words of comfort, but Obito remained despondent, lost in thought. Knock, knock. The door was gently rapped upon. Minato, puzzled, opened it. Hello, said Kamiya Nariyuki politely in a hushed tone. Minato was taken aback, and upon glancing outside, she saw Kakashi speaking with Fugaku, understanding immediately. Moments later, she gracefully stepped out of the room, while Kamiya quietly entered. He did not close the door behind him, allowing golden sunlight to stream in, casting a warm glow upon Obito's back. Kamiya surveyed the surroundings, noting the plate beside Obito, which held 3 delectable rice balls, lovingly crafted by Minato. Obito was engulfed in an abyss of sorrow when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a fair hand reaching for the rice ball without reservation. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. Kamiya took a bite of the rice ball, chewing with a slightly mumbled, delicious. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were taken aback by the very presence of Kamiya at this hour. Without any intention to elaborate, Kamiya abruptly shoved the rice ball into Obito's mouth. Come on, we're going home. Chapter 62, A Stubborn Blockhead. At that moment, Obito's mind felt like mush. The rice ball fell from his mouth and onto the floor. Kamiya clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Why waste food, kid? He bent down to retrieve the rice ball, but Obito lunged forward, causing them both to tumble to the ground. It seemed that for some time now, Obito had developed a penchant for such playful tackles or hugs whenever he faced overwhelming pressure alone and suddenly encountered someone he trusted. Wow, did that hurt? I'm sorry, Obito exclaimed in a panic, while Kamiya quickly assured him that he was fine. Get up first, he urged, pushing Obito gently. Yet, Obito hesitated, a sheepish smile on his face. I might need to wait a moment, my legs have gone numb from kneeling too long. The moment he saw Kamiya, he thought he might be hallucinating, and without a second thought, he had jumped up, entirely unaware that his legs had gone numb. As a result, he ended up collapsing onto Kamiya instead. How embarrassing. Kamiya sighed, recognizing this as typical behavior of Obito, and comfortingly patted the back of his head. Obito lowered his gaze, feeling an inexplicable tension wash over him. Don't think too much, Uchiha Obito. Kamiya is just a boy. Even if he is handsome and treats you kindly, he is merely your best friend. How could he feel bashful around Kamiya? Moreover, why was he suddenly fixated on how soft and rosy Kamiya's lips appeared? Had his Sharingan malfunctioned? Obito berated himself internally for those fleeting thoughts. Kamiya, entirely oblivious to Obito's turmoil, suddenly inquired, What are you thinking about? Obito jolted, fearing that his absurd thoughts had been exposed. He hastily shook his head. No. I absolutely did not think about how great it would be if you were a girl. Not at all. Kamiya raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you think that way? Obito's face and ears flushed crimson, feeling guilty. But soon, he heard Kamiya ask, Do you really want a little sister that badly? Huh, a sister? Obito's mind went blank, and he instinctively blurted out, No, that's not it. He didn't desire a sister. As for what he truly wanted, he couldn't articulate it suitably given his current understanding. So he simply gazed at Kamiya with urgency. This reaction left Kamiya utterly bewildered. What on earth is Obito trying to say? He contemplated guiding him further, but Obito quickly scrambled off him, clumsily diverting the topic. Kamiya, What brings you here? Idiot. Of course, I'm here to pick you up. Kamizaki slowly sat up, glancing at the rice ball that had nearly been squashed underneath him. As Kamizaki's gaze shifted away from him, Obito anxiously grasped Kamizaki's arm. I'm sorry for causing you worry again. It's fine, Kamizaki replied. Just then, Shisui's voice unexpectedly chimed in. Kamizaki lifted his eyes to see a smiling Shisui, who was pulling Ataki along at the doorway. I knew you would take action, Shisui said, covering his mouth with one hand. Speaking in a whisper as if afraid Fugaku might overhear. Kamizaki teased. So you were using the excuse of finding Ataki, but in reality, you were here to check on how we were doing? Shisui blinked, still smiling. Quite perceptive of you. Don't admit it so readily. Ataki will be upset, Kamizaki joked. Little Ataki won't mind, right? Shisui turned to the small Ataki, who nodded earnestly. Kamizaki remarked, as expected of you too. Obito covered half his face, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at Shisui's presence. Thankfully, he didn't cry from being too moved, or else. Oh, Kakashi's voice suddenly interrupted, his silver hair peeking out from behind the door. Obito's face turned an alarming shade of green. How could Kakashi be here too? It was only then that Obito realized that Kamizaki had learned about the situation through Shisui. Obito's emotions were quite complex. After all, he had never quite liked that Shisui kid, yet here he was, lending him significant help. Kakashi remarked, Dad is currently talking with the clan leader. It should be wrapping up soon. What? Obito was taken aback again. Kakashi's father was here too? However, upon reflection, it is evident that these youngsters are but children, incapable of easily altering the situation at hand. Thus, a reliable adult must intervene, and none is more suitable than Sakamo Heitake. In fact, Sakamo indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Almost as soon as their words faded, he emerged from the reception room. You three little rascals, lunchtime is fast approaching, so hurry along with me to eat. Upon hearing Sakamo's light-hearted tone, Obito's eyes widened in surprise. What does this mean? Does he not need to stay behind? Stop daydreaming, and let's go, Shiranui Chauza urged, giving him a pat on the shoulder. Kakashi also indicated that with his father's involvement, success was assured. Obito felt a warmth in his eyes as he bowed to Fugaku and Mikoto, who were stepping out behind him, and promptly fell in line with Chauza and the others. As they exited the courtyard, Fugaku's expression appeared rather unperturbed. Yet, recalling Sakamo's earlier words, he felt a deep resonance within him. As the head of a clan, it is natural to seek the welfare of one's family. It seems you, Fugaku, have many unavoidable burdens. There is no need to make things difficult for a child. Although the words may sound harsh, fostering harmony between your clansmen and the villagers should indeed be your aspiration. Promising to allow Obito and Chauza to live together, providing companionship for two orphan children, is truly a heartwarming gesture. Moreover, prior to my arrival here, I had a meeting with Lord Hokage, who imparted some intriguing information. Shortly thereafter, upon learning that Obito had been taken under Sakamo's wing, Uchiha Ryashiki and Uchiha Yu hastened to confront Fugaku. This matter, it seemed, was thus settled. Fugaku asserted without room for dispute, this is the child's desire, and I shall honor it. Furthermore, I will personally instruct him in the art of ninjutsu. Absolutely not. The two elders were exceedingly agitated, deeming the situation utterly unacceptable. Fugaku glanced at them, his demeanor serious. Do not forget, this is not merely Obito's wish, but also the desire of the child, named Chauza. What concern is it of an outsider? On what grounds do you object? Simply because Sakamo Heitake himself declared that the child is of noble lineage from the land of demons, Fugaku interrupted impatiently. In this war, the noble Suzuki Shinichi has clandestinely supported our village with a sum of 100 million ryo, and he even inquired about the child's well-being. With this alone, Lord Hokage will undoubtedly side with him. Do you intend to escalate this trivial matter to Lord Hokage? The two elders, having regained their composure from the shock, remained obstinate. It is stated, this is an internal affair of the Uchiha clan, and even Lord Hokage cannot intervene. Fugaku, unwilling to engage further, coldly replied. The Uchiha are also part of the village. We must never act in a manner detrimental to the village's interests. Are you suggesting we should alienate that silver-haired child and offend Suzuki Shinichi? What if, as a result, this benefactor ceases to offer his financial support? Who shall we hold accountable then? Uchiha Ryashiki and Uchiha Yu exchanged glances, feeling that Fugaku's perspective was exaggerated. Yet, having reached this juncture, they lacked the confidence they had arrived with, and could only exhale deeply, retreating in defeat. Meanwhile, far away in the land of demons, Suzuki Shinichi sneezed. It seems Lord Mokuro is thinking of me. Chapter 63, Where did we falter? Shiranui Chauza was unaware that the smoothness of their journey was partly attributed to Suzuki Shinichi's efforts. At that moment, he was enjoying a delightful lunch at a barbecue restaurant with Sakamo Heitake and the others. There is no worry that a good barbecue cannot resolve, if there is, then it simply requires 2 meals. The sizzle of the grilling meat mingled with the rising steam and the din of the restaurant, enveloping them in a warm ambience. Sakamo held a cup of tea, smiling as he encouraged Chaoza and Obito, seated across from him, to eat more. Kakashi deftly brushed oil onto the meat slices and flipped them. From this angle, he remained oblivious to the deeper meaning in Sakamo's eyes. However, Chaoza, being perceptive, sensed it. He feigned ignorance and refrained from inquiring about Sakamo's conversation with Fugaku, opting for a quiet demeanor. Yet, the earnest and straightforward Obito could not conceal his curiosity. What exactly did Uncle Sakamo discuss with our clan leader? Initially, the clan leader appeared gravely serious, much like those 2 nagging old men, but when he left, his expression had softened considerably. Surely, this isn't merely my imagination? Upon hearing someone finally inquire, Sakamo set down his teacup, exhaling as if he had held his breath for too long. Obito, your straightforward nature is refreshing. Casting a glance at his son, who was engrossed in grilling meat, and his devoted pupil across the table, Sakamo suddenly felt a twinge of exasperation. These 2 boys seemed to have conspired to remain utterly silent, not posing a single question. Especially Chaoza, who, although clearly the most anxious, had since adopted a calm demeanor, entrusting the matter entirely to Sakamo. Could this be a manifestation of the trust his disciple placed in him? Sakamo straightened his back, filled with a sense of pride, grateful that he had not disappointed the children. I merely discussed some adult matters with your clan leader. Chaoza nearly choked. Konoha's white fan continues to speak in ways that may lead to misunderstandings. Obito, lacking the same level of contemplation, scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and abruptly stood to bow deeply in gratitude to Sakamo. Not at all. Sakamo quickly waved his hand. If thanks are to be given, it should be to Chaoza. He was the one who came to me, tears in his eyes, seeking my assistance. Chaoza interjected, I did not cry. He lifted his gaze to correct Sakamo. Uncle Sakamo, please do not embellish the truth with unfounded embellishments. Sakamo chuckled heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Despite being vibrant youths, they seemed devoid of any sense of humor. Kakashi, ever unrelenting, delivered a heavy blow to his father's dignity. You must have spent too much time with Guy's father, only spouting dull and unfunny jokes. Sakamo. Obito was taken aback. Crying? He hadn't seen Chaoza shed a tear in ages. Thus, he had no inkling of what that might look like. Unlike himself, who often wept, if Chaoza were to cry, it would surely signify something grave had transpired. For instance, he would have cried upon the death of his family or adoptive parents. If he were to die, would Chaoza weep for him? What are you daydreaming about? The meat is about to burn. Just then, Chaoza's voice jolted Obito from his reverie. He swiftly placed the nearly cooked pieces of meat into Obito's bowl and added several new slices to the grill. Sakamo watched this scene with a smile of contentment. How wonderful it is to be alive, and how fortunate to have loved ones by one's side. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for the generous aid he received during his dire circumstances, he could not fathom how Kakashi would have grown without his companionship. Kakashi interjected. Why are you staring at me like that? Hurry and eat. Under Sakamo's affectionate gaze, Kakashi frowned and hastily placed a piece of grilled meat on his father's plate. If you're feeling envious, just say so. I'll serve you. Sakamo. Actually, I find my son to be quite splendid just as he is. Obito shared a similar sentiment with Sakamo. Once returned to reality, he happily devoured the grilled meat, savoring every bite. He will not die, absolutely not. He must live on. Without allowing any opportunity for tears to be shed. Cough, cough. He choked, noticing that Obito was eating hurriedly. Uchiha Tensei found it amusing and naturally reached out to offer water to Obito, patting his back to ease his discomfort, a gesture that had become second nature. This scene was reflected in a pair of blood-red eyes, evoking a chilling sensation. Madara, Lord Madara. Seeing Madara's displeasure, Kairi hastily retracted her spying technique, plunging the summoned crystal ball's image into darkness. Was it not because Lord Madara expressed a desire to see what that fellow was doing at that moment that she had performed this technique? She possessed no other talents, merely excelling in certain perception-based auxiliary ninjutsu, and fortunately, she was already aware that Tensei's chakra nature encompassed wind, fire, and water, which facilitated the execution of the technique. However, the distance was too great, causing the crystal ball's image to flicker and waver, rendering it unstable. Yet this did not prevent Lord Madara from witnessing Tensei's infidelity. Moreover, the object of his infidelity was a child of the Uchiha clan as well. She had limited interactions with the boy named Obito, having only spent a brief period in his company. She could not fathom why Tensei would be so captivated by this reckless fool, lavishing him with meticulous care. Even when she had unexpectedly encountered Lord Madara, Tensei had abruptly abandoned her with a loud thud, vanishing back with a secret technique. Surely it was because of that rascal Obito that he forsook the presence of Lord Madara. Why, oh why? Kairi rolled on the ground, unable to comprehend where her seemingly perfect Lord Madara had faltered against that little brat named Obito. Could it be due to age? Did Tensei, whose appearance remained unchanged, disdain the aging Lord Madara and prefer the youthful style instead? But that was rather too youthful, still lacking in facial hair. Kairi's musings were abruptly interrupted by Madara's deathly glare. Which side do you choose? What? Kairi did not grasp the profound implication within Madara's words. However, she understood that Madara was not one to elaborate unnecessarily. After ruminating for a moment, she declared her loyalty aloud. I am on your side. Madara lowered his gaze upon her, and after a few seconds, calmly stated, even if I were to make you enemies with that fellow, you would not hesitate? Kairi instinctively nodded. Upon completing her nod, she finally understood from Madara's gaze that that fellow referred to Uchiha Tensei. In other words, they were to be adversaries of Tensei? Why? Madara did not concern himself with Kairi's thoughts, bluntly expressing his views. In reality, there is only anguish, pain, and loneliness. The longer I live, the clearer my vision becomes. I believe that fellow feels the same, though he lacks my determination. Lord Madara, Kairi, a little cat, could not comprehend Madara's words. She found this version of Madara to be quite unfamiliar, yet she did not know what to say to interrupt this state of Madara. Do not fret. Did you not claim to stand by my side? I will ensure that you assist me with certain tasks. Chapter 64, Eternal Life. The seeds of war continued to grow, and as ninjas, everyone had little leisure to remain in the village. I'm off. At the entrance, Obito energetically waved to a person a few steps away. The door was half open when he suddenly remembered something, spun around, and dashed back to embrace Uchiha Tensei. Wait for me to return. Obito grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth, reaching out to tousle Tensei's white hair. The sound of the door closing jolted Tensei from his reverie. He touched his hair, now ruffled by Obito, feeling somewhat dazed. The villagers had been exceedingly busy these days. Even Obito and his companions had been dispatched for a support mission. Yet he had not. In fact, he had not even received any D-rank missions from the village. Was it because most ninjas were out fighting? Logically, there should be a backlog of D-rank missions, yet there had been no word from Teacher Nara for several days. Or were his other teammates secretly busy, leaving him idle? Tensei sensed something was amiss and decided to step out to inquire with Shisui. Soon after, he encountered Aoi Koshikawa on the street. She was fully equipped, seemingly on her way to a gathering. Upon catching sight of him, Aoi's expression faltered momentarily. Aoi, do we have a mission? Huh. No. I'm just heading to the Dango shop to buy their new vanilla flavor. I'm definitely not leaving the village. Trust me, Tensei-kun. Tensei could not help but be unimpressed by her exceedingly poor acting skills. He was certain Aoi and her friends were indeed hiding something from him. Before he could ask further, a large hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Orochimaru's distinctive rasping voice echoed from above. The new flavor of sweet chestnut is indeed delightful. It's half price for tasting these days and selling out fast, so hurry and buy some, or you might miss out. Hearing this, Aoi seized the opportunity to make her escape, immediately nodding and waving farewell to Tensei. I'm sorry, Tensei-kun, she lied, but this is Teacher Nara's instruction, so I cannot speak plainly. Watching her flee in a hurry, not even in the direction of the Dango shop, Tensei raised an eyebrow and turned to Orochimaru. This scientist was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. Lord Orochimaru, please retract your hand. Otherwise, your disciple will become jealous and throw a tantrum, challenging me to a duel. Ha ha. Orochimaru chuckled softly, removing his hand. In truth, it was not surprising for him to act this way, as it was a natural instinct for humans to react when they encountered something of interest. Since he began to suspect that this child was that particular figure, he had developed an immense curiosity about the body before him. If death held any significance, it would be the ability to utilize the deceased. If life were meaningful, it must pertain to eternal life. Had this child, no, this individual, achieved such a state? As Orochimaru's inquisitive gaze lingered upon him, Tensei felt uncomfortable and furrowed his brow. Someone as formidable as Lord Orochimaru, shouldn't you be at the front lines? The implication being that he had no business idling around him. No, I will be leaving shortly. Orochimaru replied, casting a glance at him. But you may find yourself idle for some time. This piece is an opportunity sought by many ordinary ninjas. What do you mean? Seeing his confusion, Orochimaru smiled and explained, do you not know? For your safety, Lord Hiruzen and the others have prohibited you from leaving the village for missions. Why? Tensei was taken aback by this decision. Orochimaru elaborated, because there is a certain Lord Shinichi Suzuki with whom you share a significant connection. Tensei's eyes widened, and he soon realized that due to his connection with Suzuki, the third Hokage and others seemed to regard him as a noble of the land of demons. To say he was a noble would be more accurate to say they viewed him as Suzuki's illegitimate child. Naturally, a child related to a patron must be well protected. It would be disastrous if he went missing on the battlefield as before. Thus, the third Hokage and others made this decision. However, they had only informed his teacher, Narashikaku, without issuing a direct command. Orochimaru had learned this information from Danzo. Ever since he discovered that Hiruzen had accepted money from Suzuki, he had become increasingly attentive to Tensei. Due to this, he found it even more challenging to take action. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remained quietly amused. Having not offered any further suggestions, Uchiha Nariyuki felt a sense of silent resignation, suddenly realizing that perhaps this was for the best. Without any missions, he was free from other concerns and could once again sneak away from the village to search for Karen. He couldn't possibly leave her in Madara's care indefinitely. Could he? Speaking of which, was she still alive? Surely, Madara wouldn't resort to harming his past companions, would he? They must have recognized each other by now. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what that encounter was like. Did Karen wipe her tears and snot on Madara's clothing? As he pondered whimsically, Orochimaru suddenly flashed him a smile. You wish to leave the village, don't you? I can escort you out. Uchiha Nariyuki was not inclined to believe the scientist's dubious words. This sudden display of kindness surely concealed ulterior motives. He shook his head in denial. I have no intention of leaving the village. I merely wish to express my gratitude to Lord Hokage for reducing my exposure to the horrors of war. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. Orochimaru laughed and departed, leaving Uchiha Nariyuki squinting in suspicion. There was something decidedly enigmatic about Orochimaru, and he couldn't quite grasp what he was up to. Suppressing his doubts, he turned around just as a cat treat flew towards him, landing squarely on his face. Nariyuki. The voice was unmistakably familiar. Uchiha Nariyuki quickly reached up to remove it. Karen, is that you? Yes, it's me. How did you return? Lord Madara ordered his specially designated mount to bring me back. Uchiha Nariyuki was taken aback. Madara has a mount? The Nine Tails? No, that can't be right. It's sealed within Kushina. At that moment, the disguised white Zetsu lurking in the shadows thought. Chapter 65. Do you feel anything? Upon hearing Karen mention that it was white Zetsu who brought her back, Uchiha Nariyuki quickly scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of white Zetsu, uncertain of what form he had assumed to blend in. It couldn't be Madara's appearance again. Could it? That would be far too frightening. Karen tilted her head, observing his expression, and suddenly waved in a certain direction, making playful sounds as if teasing a dog. What are you doing? Can't you sneeze? Uchiha Nariyuki found it odd. Just then, a familiar low voice came from nearby. Hello. This bass voice lacked the perfection and imposing quality of its original owner, instead exuding a comical awkwardness. Uchiha Nariyuki abruptly shut his eyes, wishing he could block his ears as well. White Zetsu had indeed assumed Madara's form and was parading around. It was uncanny how his thoughts manifested. I'll leave the kitty here, bye-bye. Wait, don't go. Karen suddenly leapt from Uchiha Nariyuki's arms and stopped White Zetsu in his tracks. To Uchiha Nariyuki's surprise, White Zetsu complied. Karen tugged at White Zetsu's pant leg, pulling him closer to Uchiha Nariyuki. Nariyuki, you need to look at him. Uchiha Nariyuki was puzzled, and White Zetsu mirrored his confusion. Karen looked at him with eager anticipation and asked, Isn't he handsome? Uchiha Nariyuki fell into a moment of strange silence before replying. Are you referring to his original face, or the one he is currently wearing as Madara? Of course. I mean Lord Madara's face. Oh, then that is beyond reproach. Karen's emerald eyes brightened, seemingly invigorated. Right? Lord Madara is 100 times more handsome than that scruffy little brat. You must actually be developing feelings for that insufferable brat. Take this opportunity to admire Lord Madara's handsome face and rekindle those old feelings. Uchiha Nariyuki frowned, finally realizing that the insufferable brat Karen referred to was Obito. Why was she juxtaposing these two individuals' appearances for him to compare? I feel nothing. He maintained a stoic expression and pushed away the beaming white Zetsu before him. You feel nothing? How is that possible? Karen exclaimed, her heart unwilling to accept that Lord Madara's charm could fail to impress. Especially considering this was the youthful visage of Lord Madara. Could it be that Nariyuki's affection for him had truly faded? No. All right, keep your voice down. Uchiha Nariyuki covered Karen's mouth and turned his gaze back to White Zetsu. Hello, brother. You should leave quickly. Do you really think no one knows about Uchiha Madara? Yet Karen wriggled free, stubbornly gripping White Zetsu's pant leg to prevent his departure. Nariyuki, take a good look. Uchiha Nariyuki bent down to adjust her position, then pointed at White Zetsu. Are you sure you want me to find something appealing in such a distorted face? Karen suddenly realized, looking up to see White Zetsu grinning, though it was uncertain what he found amusing. Now it was Karen who found it hard to bear that White Zetsu was misusing Madara's face. Hurry and leave, hurry. She waved her paws in disdain. Before long, the innocent white Zetsu departed, leaving Uchiha Nariyuki to walk back with a fuming Karen. Did you tell Madara about my affairs? Upon hearing the question, Karen's fiery indignation instantly morphed into unease. No. Does that sound credible? How could Madara not inquire about you? Well, I may have mentioned a little. Just a little. Fine, it's everything I know. Oh. Uchiha Nariyuki lowered his gaze to scrutinize the back of Karen's head. For instance, your name is a fabrication. You died and came back to life, deliberately disguised as a child, returning to this village to mingle with his descendants. Uchiha Nariyuki was taken aback. Is that how you choose to speak? Karen's head was met with a firm tap, and she hugged it, feeling aggrieved. What is wrong with that? Isn't it true? Of course not. Obito and I are merely good friends. Really? I don't think that dimwit sees it that way. Uchiha Nariyuki sighed, taking a breath to calmly explain, you might as well gouge your eyes out. Obito has a girl he likes. Everyone familiar with Naruto knows about Rin's significance to Obito. Why was Karen turning him into some sort of romantic rival? Huh, so he has a girl he likes? Karen scoffed. Then why doesn't he go after her? Why is he always trailing behind you? Children can be shy around their crushes. What is so strange about that? Fine, I won't argue with you about this anymore. Karen abruptly shifted the topic, muttering, as long as you're not cheating, that's all that matters. Uchiha Nariyuki was left bewildered by her nonsensical remarks. Unlike the tranquility within the Hidden Leaf village, the war raged on outside, with fierce battles erupting across various fronts, none of which held a clear advantage. In the southeastern battlefield, a thick fog that had drifted in from who knows where obstructed the vision of the Konoha ninjas, plunging them into a fierce struggle against the foes from the Hidden Mist village. Deprived of visibility, Konoha suffered heavy losses, yet the surviving ninjas fought valiantly, managing to reclaim a slight edge in the conflict. Subsequently, the rear ninjas of the Hidden Mist village spotted the approaching reinforcements from Konoha and resolved to annihilate this support squad. They resorted to their old tactics, attempting to disrupt the Konoha ninjas with fog once again. However, this time they discovered that their method seemed ineffective. For within that support team was a young boy wearing goggles who faced their fog with remarkable composure, and under the command of the tallest golden-haired youth. He effortlessly dispelled their mist with his ocular techniques. Well done, Obito. Minato did not hold back in praising his disciple. Then he cast a meaningful glance towards Obito. Understood. Obito swiftly altered his direction, forming a series of hand seals with remarkable speed, unleashing a powerful fire release technique that surged forward, unstoppable amid the winds, towards the colossal tree trunk. The Hidden Mist ninja crouching behind the tree sensed impending doom and immediately leaped back to evade, but at that moment, a deafening crack of thunder resonated from above. The sound echoed like 1,000 birds in chorus, akin to a furious Kylan's roar, overwhelming to the ears. Reconnecting. Minutes later, after dispatching the foes, Lin inspected Obito and Kakashi, smiling with relief. Splendid, everyone emerged unscathed, and they had successfully vanquished the enemy. The collaboration between Obito and Kakashi was seamless, both exhibiting extraordinary prowess, earning repeated thumbs up from Minato. At that moment, Kakashi inadvertently glanced down and noticed a white object on the ground, right by Obito's feet. He bent down to retrieve it. It felt as though it were a photograph. Though he was facing the back, Kakashi flipped it over. Just as he caught a glimpse, the anxious Obito snatched the photograph away. Chapter 66. Obito awakens. What do you want with my belongings? Obito glared at him in discontent. Kakashi, maintaining a calm demeanor, recounted the truth. You were the one who accidentally dropped it on the ground while rummaging through your pockets. I merely picked it up. Oh, thank you. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Obito blew dust off the photograph, wiped it clean, and tucked it into his pocket, only to feel it might fall out again. So he pulled it out once more. Observing his turmoil, Kakashi furrowed his brow and bluntly remarked, You really are peculiar. Obito nearly stumbled, eyes wide. What do you mean? Kakashi, I just wanted to inquire about the significance of carrying a photo of Rin. Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance. Upon hearing that name, Obito's heart leaped, and he instinctively pressed the photograph close to his chest, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Why are you so casually snooping into my things? Kakashi explained that he had merely caught a glimpse while picking it up. Obito stammered, I like having it. He swiftly turned and took a few steps away, bracing himself against a tree, concealing his flushed face. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment Kakashi had asked about the photo of Rin, Obito felt as though a secret had been inadvertently exposed, leaving him flustered. Why should he feel ashamed? The photograph wasn't he stolen. Why fear its discovery? But upon reflecting, he sensed something was amiss. Was he embarrassed because of this? Obito, are you feeling unwell? Lin approached with concern. By now, the heat on Obito's face had mostly dissipated. And when he abruptly turned to see Lin so close, he was momentarily startled, his emotions seemingly dulled. Huh. Obito blinked, perplexed as to where his former shyness around Lin had vanished. This matter lingered in his mind until their successful return to the village, leaving Obito in contemplation. Why are you daydreaming again? At the dining table, seeing Obito's vacant expression, Kamizaki asked curiously. Upon receiving no response, he inquired further, what's wrong? Lost your appetite? Or feeling under the weather? Setting down his chopsticks, Kamizaki reached out to touch Obito's forehead, which had become exposed after removing his forehead protector. Upon sensing the touch, Obito recoiled as if spring-loaded. Huh, you seem lively enough, Kamizaki observed. What's the matter? Nothing, Obito replied, staring blankly for a couple of seconds, unconsciously raising his hand to his forehead. What was going on? Why did the spot Kamizaki touched feel as if it were burning? Was he ill? Kamizaki frowned. Your face is redder than the shrimp you cooked. Are you sure you're okay? Obito's eyes widened in shock. Huh, I'm not sick. He quickly jumped off his chair, rushing to retrieve the mirror he used for eye drops. Indeed, his face was flushed beyond belief. Obito clasped his head with both hands, squatting on the ground, his heart racing. Kamizaki, concerned, approached to check on him, but a paw raised midway halted him. Kamizaki, don't mind him. This little brat is just infatuated. Hikari's words left both Kamizaki and Obito momentarily stunned. Kamizaki glanced at Hikari in surprise, then back at Obito's retreating figure, slowly realizing. Could it be that he had made progress with Rin? Thus, Obito appeared so distracted upon returning home. Obito instantly sprang up from the ground, indignantly pointing at Hikari. Not at all. Hikari scoffed. Kid, I've drunk more alcohol than you've peed. I can see your state at a glance. Why you? Obito was at a loss for words to refute Hikari. As a female, her candor was utterly unrefined. Hikari retorted, what's wrong with a female cat speaking plainly? As long as it's sensible. Before long, she resumed earnestly, listen, kid, if you like someone, be brave and pursue them. The situation is different now. We're in the midst of battle. What if something were to happen, and you hadn't even expressed your feelings? How regretful would that be? So go chase after your girl, stop lingering around Kamizaki. Obito found himself deeply moved by Hikari's words, left in stunned silence. After a moment, his gaze shifted to Kamizaki, studying the white-haired boy for an extended time. Kamizaki smiled gently. Obito, don't mind it. Hikari is just babbling. There's plenty of time for confessions. No need to rush. He reached out and guided Obito back to the dining table. Let us eat first. Obito was uncertain if he had satisfied his hunger that meal. He only knew that Hikari's words had sparked a sudden understanding within him. This realization kept him tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep. With his heartbeat echoing louder than the detonating tags on the battlefield, it was simply too unbelievable. Yet, in the end, he discerned that such a development was entirely natural. There was no need for astonishment. The following day, as Obito wandered the streets lost in thought, he glanced up to find Lin at the entrance of a flower shop. He waved to greet her. Lin, today is Thanksgiving, and I specifically came to buy some flowers for my mother. Noticing the carnations in Lin's hands, Obito nodded in realization. He and Kamizaki were orphans, seemingly having no one to buy flowers for. Hearing him mutter so softly, Lin smiled gently. Actually, Obito, you could buy flowers for Kamizaki as well. The sentiment of gratitude towards family and appreciation for long-standing friends is quite meaningful. Obito's eyes widened, as if struck by a revelation. Please take your time. We welcome you back anytime. A few minutes later, Lin and Obito exited the flower shop, one cradling a bouquet of carnations while the other held a bunch of vibrant red roses, even more vivid than the Sherry-non. Lin, did the clerk give me the wrong flowers? As Obito felt the curious gazes of passing villagers upon him, he grew increasingly uncomfortable, wishing he could bury his face in the bouquet. Lin shook her head. No way, these flowers are beautiful, and they happen to be on sale. Having such a bouquet at home would be lovely. All right then. After parting ways with Rin, Obito found himself seated on a park bench, clutching a bouquet of flowers. What was he thinking? Was he out of his mind? He had initially intended to confess his feelings to Rin, purchasing the roses with that purpose in mind. Yet now, realizing his affection had shifted to Sia, he questioned the wisdom of buying those roses. Surely, this would frighten Sia, wouldn't it? What was he even doing here alone? Suddenly, Sia leaned in, startling Obito, who reacted like a startled cat, flinging the bouquet from his grasp. Quick as a flash, Sia caught the flowers and examined the bouquet. 11 roses. Had Obito purchased these flowers after being inspired by Hikari's words last night? Waiting here for Rin? Chapter 67. A home invasion, my friend. Sia regarded Obito with a knowing look. Am I interrupting? He inquired, handing the flowers back. Of course not. Obito managed, suppressing his shock as he accepted the bouquet. His gaze, however, was fervently fixed on the familiar figure of Sia. The tension in his hands betrayed his nervousness. Sia, unaware of the timing of Obito's intended confession to Rin, felt that Obito seemed rather lonely sitting there alone. Thus, he compassionately settled himself beside Obito. Strangely, the instant he sat down, Obito's body tensed. Was he really that anxious? Looking up at the cerulean sky, Sia feigned a drawn-out tone, causing Obito to swallow hard. What was happening? Wasn't he this Obito's second chance to confess to Rin? Why did he seem so apprehensive? Yet, it appeared Obito had prepared thoroughly this time. The quantity of roses was indeed impressive. Obito gazed at Sia's profile, aware that Sia had misunderstood his intentions. But, like in his previous encounters with Rin, words failed him. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "This isn't my second confession. It's my first, because this time, the person I wish to confess to is different." Sia blinked in surprise, turning to face Obito. However, Obito's dark eyes evaded his gaze. Determined, Obito suddenly stood up, prompting Sia to think Rin had arrived. But upon looking around, he found no one there. Turning back, he was met with the sight of the vibrant red roses filling his vision. Sia was bewildered. Obito, with earnest eyes, declared, "I won't confess to Rin anymore. These flowers aren't for her." Sia was taken aback. Huh. Noticing Sia's confusion, Obito hurriedly thrust the bouquet into his arms, his voice laced with tension. "These are for you, Sia." The fragrant aroma of the roses wafted into Sia's senses as he gazed down at the bouquet, struggling to comprehend why Obito would gift him such a thing. Was Obito's mind sound? Be because today is Thanksgiving. Realizing he was unable to voice his true feelings, Obito quickly added, "Not long ago, I happened to run into Rin outside a flower shop. She bought flowers to give to her mother. And then she suggested I could buy flowers for you too. That's when the shop assistant sold me these promotional roses." Although he recounted the facts, the pressure mounted on Obito, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Observing the embarrassment on Obito's face, Sia blinked, suddenly understanding. No wonder Obito sat here in turmoil. It was evident he felt shy about giving him the flowers. How endearing. I see. Even if it was a mix-up by the shop assistant. I truly like the flowers. Thank you, Sia replied with a smile, nodding and pulling Obito back down to sit beside him. What would you like as a return gift? The question left Obito momentarily dumbfounded. Sia accepted the flowers just like that? No. Surely he would accept them. After all, Obito hadn't even articulated his true thoughts. Oh right. Here, listen to this. Sia suddenly recalled something and began to rummage through his belongings, producing the bamboo green flute Obito had given him previously. Obito stared in astonishment. "Sia, can you play it now?" "Just a bit," Sia replied, his knowledge stemming from the brief lessons he received from Aoi. He had promised to play for Obito, and now seemed the perfect moment. Laying the flowers aside, he began to adjust his breath, while Obito watched with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Might Guy were strolling down the road. "Is someone playing a flute?" Guy inquired, curiously looking around. Kakashi, having heard the melody, was transported back in time, recalling a clumsy Obito trying to learn the flute. It was obvious who the recipient of the performance was. Thus, Kakashi, sensing the moment, caught Guy's arm. "Let us not disturb them. Let us take a detour." Before long, as the enchanting music filled the air, Obito's previously tense heart began to ease. Confessing or not confessing didn't seem to matter much. He had feelings for Sia, who had also admitted to liking him. Wasn't he that wonderful? Why create unnecessary turmoil over trivial matters? Who would have thought you actually learned to play this? Obito chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment, genuinely impressed. "You're doing amazing. I really do like you, Sia." The connection between his words left Sia momentarily speechless. Yet, he brushed it aside, nodding and softly replying, "I like you too, Obito." Obito's heart raced at the exchange. Though he understood the meanings differed, the impact of those words reverberated deeply within him, causing his head to feel as if it were ablaze. "I need to take Sia for a refreshing drink." Meanwhile, after Kakashi and Guy departed, Hikari arrived. Disbelief etched on her face as she processed the scene that had just unfolded. Her green eyes widened in shock. Good grief, isn't Obito supposed to like girls? Why did he sneak into Madara's territory unannounced? "Madara, we have received the latest information regarding the cat." In the underground base, White Zetsu handed a scroll to Madara, who no longer needed to frequently venture to Konoha due to Hikari's presence, allowing him to be dispatched for other tasks. Madara examined the scroll, using his Sharingan to decipher its contents. Aside from Hikari's ramblings, it contained updates on the boy he had taken an interest in, as well as information about another individual. Upon reaching the final entries, Madara's brow furrowed in rare concern. "Rest assured, Lord Madara, Sia's interest in this boy is merely fleeting, even if they have exchanged feelings. It won't last long." "What do you mean?" Would that individual truly entangle himself with the Uchiha clan as before? Very well. Perhaps he could still be utilized. Chapter 68, A Contingency Plan. Since the onset of the inter-village war, it has now persisted for over half a year. Konoha finds itself besieged on all fronts, with the looming shadow of conflict claiming countless lives on the battlefield. Today's weather is rather dismal, shrouded in clouds that have hung heavily since the early hours, releasing a gentle drizzle of rain. Amidst such dreary circumstances, the ninjas of the village, clad in somber black attire, solemnly wield their umbrellas as they gather for a memorial service honoring the heroes of Konoha who have fallen during this tumultuous period. As he gazes at the spirit monument, perpetually washed by the rain, Nariyuki takes steps forward and carefully lays down a bouquet of flowers. The names etched upon the stone are those of souls lost to the ravages of war. It is at this moment that he learns of Narashikado's name being among them. This signifies that they have lost their teacher. Kobayakawa Otoi weeps uncontrollably, while Shizumi's expression reflects profound sorrow. Nariyuki retreats, positioning himself between the two, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Although he was not directly involved in this mission, he has heard whispers of the enemy's keen interest in their logistical support, reminiscent of the surprise attack by Tsunaga Corps. The team led by Narashikado was not as fortunate this time. The adversaries had targeted their supply line, launching an unexpected assault that nearly annihilated the squad. It was only due to Narashikado's utmost protection that Kobayakawa Aoi managed to escape with her life. Thus, she is the one who weeps the most. Nariyama-kun, I truly envy you, Aoi says softly to him after the memorial service concludes. Her words catch him off guard. Unconsciously, she continues, perhaps one day I too shall meet my end on some battlefield, transforming from a vibrant individual into nothing more than a cold name etched upon a stone. It is then that Narite comprehends the nature of her envy. She longs for the privilege of remaining within the safety of the village, untouched by the dangers of war, living a carefree existence. Shizumi, sensing the oddity in her statement, interjects, ninjas fight to protect the village and its people. Narite is not in the wrong. Beyond his identity as a ninja, he is also a villager. Aoi suddenly realizes that her earlier words could be misconstrued as a sarcastic remark directed at Narite for staying idle within the village, and hastily apologizes, clarifying that this was not her intention. Narite shakes his head, reassuring her, it is all right. I understand you are not that kind of person. Thank you, Narite-kun, Aoi replies, her eyes glistening with tears once more. A few moments later, as she turns to leave, Shizumi, concerned about Narite's thoughts, is about to offer further comfort when a hand reaches out. It is Obito, who has come to find him after leaving the Minato class. Narite, Obito says, gripping his hand with a hint of hesitation, are you heading home? He has heard from Minato about Narashikado's sacrifice, and worries for Narite. Even as Shizumi lacks the strength to glare at him. Seeing Obito's anxious demeanor, Narite pauses, shaking his head and withdrawing his hand. This reaction leaves Obito bewildered. Just then, a serious voice from the side interrupts, Shizumi, it's time to go. Obito, you should join us. I have something to discuss. Obito, taken aback, hesitates for a moment, but ultimately follows Shizumi to Fuyak's side. When he turns back, he notices that Narite not only avoids his gaze but has already turned away, his figure fading into the rain as he strides off in another direction. A sudden heaviness settles in Obito's chest, mingled with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Where is Narite headed? Without delay, Narite makes his way to the Hokage's office. Upon his arrival, the third Hokage, who has just changed into his Hokage robes, looks somewhat surprised. Learning of Narite's request for a mission, the third's expression turns grave. Hokage-sama, I do not wish to be regarded with disdain. As a member of this village, I bear the responsibility of taking to the battlefield, rather than cowering in fear. The third Hokage is momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting that his arrangements have been perceived by this sensitive child. Unbeknownst to him, the matter was initially leaked by his own apprentice, Orochimaru. The third contemplates saying something, but ultimately nods in agreement. With Shikado gone, Narite, you are still a genin. You must have a new captain to lead you. Allow me to take on that role. Suddenly, Orochimaru bursts through the door, a smile gracing his features, his golden eyes revealing no hint of concealment. Narite casts a glance at the uninvited scientist, frowning slightly, thinking it would be better to be with Kakashi instead. But recalling that his temporary teacher is currently absent from the village, he remains silent. The third Hokage, scrutinizing Orochimaru, considers the arrangement rational. After all, Narite possesses a certain background, and Orochimaru's formidable strength on the battlefield would ensure the safety of the younger generation, providing a good explanation to Suzuki Shinichi as well. Thus, the decision is made. As they exit the Hokage's office, Orochimaru's keen gaze remains fixed on Narite, surprised by the unexpected ease of the situation. He speculates what Sarutobi-sensei was contemplating earlier, unable to fathom why his counterpart offered no rebuttal. It is indeed curious, considering he has long sensed the other's wariness towards him. Naritake. At that moment, a calico cat rushes forward in Orochimaru's line of sight. Shortly thereafter, Naritake politely bids farewell to him. Go on, if anything arises. I will have Akane notify you. Orochimaru nods with a smile. Carrie, on high alert, feels as though it is being scrutinized by a chilling serpent. Its fur bristling in response. Naritake, how could you associate with such a person? Because he is my temporary teacher, Naritake succinctly explains the recent developments to Carrie. Upon hearing this, Carrie is astonished. Are you still seeking a reason to leave the village? Are you planning to find Lord Madara? The latter part of this statement reveals a clear excitement. Naritake, however, shakes his head. Not just yet. Huh. Carrie's tail droops instantly. Then why request to go to war? Isn't it safer to remain here at home? Certainly not, Naritake replies. At the very least, it is not beneficial for him. He mourns the loss of Nara Shikado. Thus he must keep a vigilant watch over Obito and the safety of many others. In terms of temporary teachers, he leans more towards Minato than Orochimaru. But considering that Minato already has 3 students, it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. For now, he will settle for Orochimaru. Oblivious to being a backup option, Orochimaru, in good spirits, returns to his laboratory, leaving Akane momentarily stunned. Wasn't he attending a somber memorial service? Why does it feel more like he just returned from a festive banquet? Chapter 69, Do Not Dwell on It. The news of Orochimaru becoming Naritake's temporary teacher quickly reaches Danzo's ears. Consequently, he arranges a clandestine meeting with Orochimaru. However, when noon arrives, Orochimaru has yet to make an appearance. This tardiness is uncharacteristic of him, as Danzo contemplates whether he has been too accommodating towards Orochimaru lately. Causing the latter to disregard his words, his subordinate, Ikeda Hirahira, rushes in to clarify the truth of the matter. Tsuchikage-sama. The situation on the front lines has suddenly become dire. 2 hours ago, Lord Hokage dispatched personnel to confront the enemy, including Orochimaru and that child. Upon hearing this, Danzo's expression darkened. Previously, he might have considered this a mere stroke of bad luck. However, now, he perceived it as an exquisite opportunity. If he could devise a way to inform Orochimaru and ensure that child met a clever demise on the battlefield, then surely, when the time came to retrieve the body, those eyes would be his for the taking. Although Sarutobi had cautiously assigned personnel under Orochimaru's command, the battlefield is rife with formidable foes. And there would surely be moments when Orochimaru could not maintain his vigilance. With this thought, Danzo was convinced that Orochimaru would acquiesce to his plan. He summoned his swiftest subordinate to expedite this matter. In a mere 2 hours, the group had not strayed far from Konoha when they were swiftly overtaken by members of Root. Lord Orochimaru, one of the masked ninjas, approached. Addressing him in the name of the 3rd Hokage, Lord Hokage has some matters to entrust to you. With that, he presented a mission scroll to him. Upon hearing it was from the 3rd, the accompanying ninjas did not suspect anything amiss. Orochimaru initially believed it to be an authentic message from the 3rd until he unrolled the scroll in public and discovered its true contents, understanding that it was a counterfeit. Forged by Danzo. After reading, Orochimaru calmly rolled the scroll back up and tossed it aside. The Root member, taken aback under his mask, assumed Orochimaru was unwilling to follow Danzo's directives. Yet, Orochimaru rasped, I know how to proceed. With that affirmative response, the Root member breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and turned to report back. At that moment, Orochimaru turned to Uchiha Nariyuki, solemnly stating, Nariyuki, it is not too late to return now. Nariyuki, Lord Orochimaru. If I do so, I shall be looked down upon. Is that so? Huh, you have spirit. With that, Orochimaru said no more and led his team toward the battlefield. The contents of the scroll, purportedly from the Hokage, held no significance for him. For rather than orchestrating someone's death to acquire what he desired, he preferred to delve into the mysteries of the living. Uchiha Nariyuki remained oblivious to Orochimaru's true intentions. After their team repelled one faction of the enemy, he remained unscathed, mingling among the group and listening to gossip from other ninjas. They spoke of how, when this war concluded, the 3rd Hokage might retire and a suitable and exceptional 4th Hokage would be chosen. The position of 4th Hokage should have been contested among the 3 legendary ninjas. However, it appeared that neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya had any interest in the role, leaving only Orochimaru with the ambition to compete for Hokage. As the disciple of the 3rd, Orochimaru was indeed a fitting candidate. Yet, some speculated that the young Minato Namikaze also shone brightly. His reputation as the Yellow Flash instilling fear in enemies and prompting them to retreat without a fight. Clearly, they were the most formidable contenders. Leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, Orochimaru's face revealed no overt reactions, seemingly indifferent to the discussions around him. Yet, internally, he felt a tinge of displeasure. In terms of qualifications and prestige, he far surpassed Minato. If a choice were to be made for Hokage, he would undoubtedly be the prime candidate. Uchiha Nariyuki caught a glimpse of the intense ambition lurking in Orochimaru's eyes. Unfortunately, the aspirations of the latter were destined to be unfulfilled. After all, Minato would later prove pivotal, achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield, a veritable young prodigy, a child of destiny. Perhaps it was due to the intensity of his gaze that Orochimaru noticed and turned to him. What is it? Lord Orochimaru, we have a situation ahead. Before Nariyuki could respond, a sensory-type Byakugan ninja shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's nerves tightened, and they swiftly reacted, assuming formation. On the other side of the trees, Black Zetsu peeked out, observing the white-haired child at the rear of the group amidst the lush green grass. His concealment was typically imperceptible to others. But as soon as he revealed himself, the team turned to look at him. Alarmed, he swiftly dove underground, hiding once more. Nariyuki furrowed his brow. What was that sensation of being watched? It felt as though something lurked behind that tree. Orochimaru's gaze shifted as he noticed Nariyuki suddenly stride toward a tree. Just as he was about to admonish him not to act recklessly, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring him completely. Simultaneously, a tremendous explosion echoed, sending dust and debris flying. The wind howled through the earth, where trees had been uprooted by the energy, and the relatively flat yellow soil turned red, resembling a gaping wound. Orochimaru was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. At that moment, a forehead protector was ejected from the chaos, landing at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not from Konoha, but rather a Uchiha, stained with alarming blood. Where's that child? Did he escape using a decoy? As it turned out, Orochimaru's suspicions were not unfounded. Nariyuki had reacted swiftly, fleeing and taking a substitute with him. How could this be? The Uchiha ninjas, who had made the initial attack, were equally astonished. Before their leader could utter another word, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves and revealing several figures. Shadow gathering technique. A Nara clan ninja seized the opportunity, performing a jutsu that sent out tendrils of dark shadows from his hand. In an instant, these shadows connected with a dozen nearby figures, yanking them forcefully. The immediate result was that several were thrown off balance and tumbled from the trees, landing in a disheveled heap. The others surged forward, swiftly dispatching the enemy. Nariyuki emerged from behind a nearby tree. I truly did not misjudge him. Orochimaru chuckled softly. He had known that child would not easily perish. Chapter 70. The consequences must be borne. The sun gradually descended, casting shadows as twilight enveloped the land. As the night campfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings, the youngest among them, Nariyuki, was pulled by a comrade named Kitahara to the riverbank to catch fish. Kitahara, only slightly older, chattered incessantly along the way. By the way, Nariyuki-kun, you had the chance to stay in the village. Why venture out? Oh, don't think too much of it. I've only heard bits and pieces of the news, but opportunities like yours are rare. If I were you, I would certainly choose to remain in the village. Nariyuki, holding a kunao, remained silent, focusing on fishing in the river. His taciturn demeanor prompted Kitahara to raise an eyebrow. Being a ninja is hard work, I assent it. You are an orphan emerging from war, yet you still find yourself entangled in these bothersome battles. If given the choice, what kind of person would you wish to become? That's none of your business. Finally, Nariyuki spoke, furrowing his brow as he fished in the river. His words momentarily stunned Kitahara, who clicked his tongue in displeasure and changed his expression. Observing Nariyuki, seemingly unguarded while fishing in the river, Kitahara narrowed his eyes, stealthily reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. But in the next moment, a gust of wind tousled his hair, and Kitahara's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a sudden chill against his neck. To his surprise, he found the white-haired child standing before him. The shuriken designed for fishing pressed coldly against his throat. Wow, what's the matter? Am I too loud for you? Kitahara stammered, a nervous smile creeping onto his face as he raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. It's nothing, just a little joke. Uchiha Nariyuki's expression remained impassive as he sheathed the shuriken, revealing several fish strung together with a rope in his other hand. Your movements are quite adept, Narihiko-kun, Kitahara remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Aren't you going to catch anything, senpai? Kitahara was taken aback, quickly rushing to the river. He couldn't return empty-handed. As they made their way back, Kitahara's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Nariyuki ahead of him. Lord Danzo had taken a liking to this boy. Yet Nariyuki always seemed oblivious to the undercurrents of the situation. Now, however, Danzo had grown impatient with him and had instructed him to assist Lord Orochimaru in acquiring the boy's eyes. For the time being, it appeared that Orochimaru had no intention of taking action. Kitahara had no qualms about seeking an opportune moment to fulfill this task himself. If successful, Lord Danzo would undoubtedly regard him with newfound respect. Upon witnessing Narihiko's safe return, Orochimaru cast a fleeting glance at Kitahara, who, in turn, shook his head in a silent indication of having failed his mission. Shortly thereafter, as everyone gathered around to roast fish, Orochimaru led Kitahara aside for a discussion. Lord Orochimaru. Kitahara started, but Orochimaru, fully aware of what he wanted to say, interrupted. Kitahara, during these tumultuous times, do not create unnecessary trouble for me. But Lord Danzo, Kitahara began, only to be silenced by the piercing gaze of Orochimaru, whose golden pupils radiated an icy chill that sent shivers down Kitoara's spine. You cannot kill him. Kitahara was incredulous. After all, he was a Chunin, more than capable of dispatching a Genin. Sensing Kitoara's stubbornness, Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. You may try, but the consequences will be yours to bear. The latent threat in his words rendered Kitahara momentarily speechless. Before long, the two returned from their conversation. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the group, suddenly noticing Naruhiko's absence. Where's Naruhiko? Others chimed in, explaining he had gone to relieve himself. After a brief wait, Naruhiko finally reappeared, his expression as neutral as ever. Kitahara gritted his teeth, momentarily suppressing his murderous intent. Naruhiko observed the begrudging expression on Kitoara's face but chose to remain silent. He had actually been eavesdropping. As expected, the Kitahara by the river, who had displayed murderous intent towards him, was sent by Danzo to instigate trouble. And Orochimaru was well aware of this. Yet, for reasons unknown, Orochimaru had intervened on Kitoara's behalf. Wasn't Orochimaru aligned with Danzo? Why were they not in collusion? Contemplating this, Naruhiko cast a puzzled glance at Orochimaru. Noticing Naruhiko's gaze, Orochimaru offered a slight smile, gently patting his back. Are you tired? There was something off about this snake. 2 days later, on a bright morning, the sun ascended, radiating a blinding brilliance, with golden rays stretching toward the horizon like flames. A cool breeze blew, akin to the breath of sunset, but soon the gentle wind ceased, engulfing the area in an overwhelming stillness. At that moment, a familiar white figure emerged after a lengthy concealment, surveying the deserted surroundings. Satisfied, it turned its head, only to lock eyes with a striking cerulean gaze. The figure gasped in surprise. Uchiha Naruhiko was perched half-sitting on a tree branch, looking down at the unchanged youthful visage of the enigmatic figure. Much more pleasing to the eye, but, he remarked coolly, next time, do wear some clothes when you venture out, all right? The bewildered figure blinked in confusion. Narukuin, who are you speaking to? Just then, Kitahara approached from the opposite direction, and Naruhiko quickly averted his gaze, agilely leaping down from the tree. The white figure vanished swiftly. It's nothing, just talking to myself, Naruhiko replied, his tone casual. Kitahara, with an air of concern, observed the surroundings, and, finding no one else, continued. It's not good for you to be so reclusive, Naruhiko-kun. Next time, rest with everyone else. There's no need for you to keep watch. Kitahara feigned the demeanor of a caring senior, but Naruhiko knew all too well that this man was constantly plotting his demise, so he dismissed Kitoara's words as mere pretense. He had even deliberately positioned himself to give Kitahara an opportunity to strike, which had inadvertently led him to this location. However, instead of encountering Kitahara, he found the white figure. You still enjoy lurking in the shadows to observe others, he mused. The conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure reignited on this battleground, with days of skirmishes exhausting both sides. Under Orochimaru's relentless pursuit, 3 Iwagakure shinobi, cornered at the foot of a mountain, gathered their remaining chakra to execute a desperate jutsu. Doton, Iwa no shattering. With the incantation, the ground trembled violently, sending debris flying, and in the next instant, massive boulders cascaded from the mountain, threatening to bury the Konoha shinobi. As Naruhiko prepared to evade, he suddenly felt a fierce kick against his foot. This momentary distraction caused him to hesitate, and in the blink of an eye, he was buried beneath the rubble. In the stillness of night, a shadow crept stealthily near the rocky mound. Before approaching, a chilling, raspy voice cut through the silence. Kitahara. Wah, Lord Orochimaru, Kitahara stammered, his heart racing as he sensed impending doom, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. Attempting to justify himself, Orochimaru, however, offered him no chance for explanation, swiftly ending Kitoara's life. Even in death, Kitahara could not comprehend why Orochimaru would thwart his mission for Lord Danzo and ultimately eliminate him. Not only did he fail to understand, but Uchiha Naruhiko, hidden in the shadows, was equally baffled by Orochimaru's motives. Thus, he turned to the white figure beside him. Why did you emerge to save me then? The white figure replied honestly, Lord Madara instructed me to ensure your survival. Chapter 71, A Broad Scope of Knowledge. This revelation reminded Naruhiko of the critical moment when the boulders fell. He had been caught off guard by Kitoara's treachery from behind. Given his abilities, He could have easily concealed himself within the Ink Spirit realm, or simply withstood the boulders with his defensive shield. Coincidentally, the white figure had emerged like a specter, pulling him underground and forcing him to taste the earth. "I truly appreciate your assistance," Narihiko said, his tone begrudgingly polite, as he quickly glanced over at Orochimaru. After dispatching Kitahara, Orochimaru discarded the body, which held no value for him, and pondered the massive mound of rocks. This scene left Narihiko momentarily stunned. What was Orochimaru contemplating? Did he intend to pilfer Kitohara's corpse? Yet, after a brief pause, Orochimaru turned away, seemingly uninterested in excavating the rocky pile. At that moment, his gaze landed on a particular spot, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smirk. "Aren't you coming out?" Narihiko exchanged glances with the white figure. He whispered, "I'm calling you. You've been discovered." The white figure replied, "It couldn't possibly be me." Fortunately, the figure remained unfooled by Narihiko's taunts, confidently asserting his mastery over stealth. "Oh, is that so?" Narihiko raised an eyebrow. "Then how is it that I spotted you peeking out just now?" Upon hearing this, the white figure fell silent, struck by a sudden realization. As he succumbed to self-doubt, influenced by Amino Irika's words, Orochimaru's voice resonated once more. "Irika, I know you are here." Oh, so he was calling for him. But wait, how did Orochimaru know he was still alive? Orochimaru called out a few more times. Yet there was no response from the surroundings. It appeared that the concealment was remarkably effective, not even a whisper betraying his presence. A frown creased his brow. After listening intently for a few seconds, it seemed Orochimaru noticed something, turning to face a particular direction. A shadow emerged from behind an inconspicuous rock. The figure was pristine, unscathed. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile, increasingly convinced that the individual's identity was far more complex than it appeared. My instincts were indeed correct. Amino Irika glanced at the cold corpse of Kitahara on the ground, innocently inquiring, "What are you doing, Lord Orochimaru?" "Oh, nothing much, just eliminating a foolish individual." Irika found himself perplexed by Orochimaru's implications. Did Orochimaru not fear repercussions from Danzo for killing one of his men? Surely, he had no such fear, for he could fabricate countless excuses to explain Kitohara's demise. Danzo would not sever ties over such a trivial matter. Their collaboration would remain intact. Aware of his own sagacity, Orochimaru chose to keep certain matters merely hinted at, not wishing to press Irika too hard, uncertain whether he might turn against him. Orochimaru approached slowly, gazing at the white-haired boy before him, his golden eyes sparkling with interest as he began to speak. "In life, one is invariably drawn to certain things. And you are one of those for me." Irika responded, "What do you mean by that?" "I find your body quite intriguing." Irika's eyes widened in astonishment, completely bewildered by Orochimaru's sudden peculiar comments. However, it was typical of a pervert to utter such things. It was quintessentially Orochimaru. Unfazed by his own words, Orochimaru continued, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Let us pretend we know nothing of Kitahara's fate. You assist me, and I shall assist you. And together we will deceive that individual." Irika immediately understood that that individual referred to Danzo. His mind became even more muddled. He sensed that Orochimaru had seen through something about him. Otherwise, his speech would not be so cryptic. Thus, he furrowed his brow, pressed his lips together, and began to ponder where the problem lay. This expression, in Orochimaru's eyes, conveyed an entirely different meaning. "Are you unwilling? Or are you doubting the credibility of my words?" As Orochimaru contemplated this, the white-haired boy suddenly raised his head to look at him, slowly removing the eye patch that obscured his gaze, revealing his eyes in their entirety. This was the second time Orochimaru had encountered those eyes. Aside from their beauty, he could think of no other fitting adjective. He remained uncertain of the power they contained, which compelled Danzo to covet them so fervently. "What is it?" Orochimaru inquired softly. The next moment, the response did not come from the child's youthful voice, but rather from a cold male tone. "I believe you have misunderstood. I have always preferred solitude and do not enjoy cooperation." The stark contrast of this voice momentarily stunned Orochimaru, leaving him no time to react before an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, altering his expression and bringing beads of cold sweat to his forehead. In those fleeting seconds of paralysis, it felt as though the world had come to a halt. The clouds in the night sky seemed to freeze in place, the air around them appeared to cease its flow, and even the birdsong fell silent. Was this the true strength concealed beneath the other's identity? It surpassed even the peak prowess of Hanzo the Salamander from years past. Surely, he must be that individual. Realizing his extensive experience and keen sense of situational awareness, Orochimaru swiftly suppressed his shock and exhilaration, smiling gently at Irika, and sincerely stated, "I apologize. But you have misconstrued my intentions. The information regarding your restrictions was something I stumbled upon by chance. These inquiries are not threats, but rather genuine concern for your well-being." Observing Orochimaru's sudden display of deference, Iroquois' eyes betrayed a complex array of emotions. What information concerning his restrictions? Setting that aside, it was evident that Orochimaru had a wide-ranging knowledge, encompassing forbidden texts and techniques. Otherwise, he would not have so fortuitously suspected him. With his words and actions laden with hidden meanings. After uttering those conciliatory words, Orochimaru fell silent, seemingly awaiting Iroquois' response. Just then, a voice called out, "Lord Orochimaru. So, you are here." A Konoha ninja hurriedly approached, and upon spotting the corpse of Kitahara on the ground, as well as the seemingly unharmed Iroquois standing before them, the ninja's expression turned to one of utter astonishment. What on earth happened? Iroquois chose not to respond. Orochimaru also kept his head bowed, observing Iroquois' expression without uttering a word. The two of them remained as quiet as stones, leaving the ninja bewildered and anxious. Finally, Orochimaru deftly fabricated a lie, claiming that Kitahara had encountered IWA shinobi while on patrol and had met an unfortunate end, while Iroquois had been captured by IWA shinobi, who intended to extract information from Konoha, only to be rescued by Orochimaru. The IWA shinobi had since escaped using secret techniques. Hearing this, the ninja accepted it without question, even beginning to flatter Orochimaru. Throughout the entire performance, Iroquois observed Orochimaru's steady display of talent in deception. It seemed his ability to manipulate was as formidable as ever. Chapter 72, Division of Individuals. Iroquois. 2 days later, at the northern battlefield rendezvous, Obito waved vigorously at the approaching figure in delight. Under the orders of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru's team, which had been tasked with repelling IWA shinobi, had been dispatched to this front to assist Minato and his comrades against the imminent threat from Kumigakure. Upon seeing a familiar face, Iroquois felt a wave of relief, finally freed from the need to engage in a battle of wits with Orochimaru in front of others, and hurriedly approached. "Oh." Obito, taken aback by the unexpected embrace, felt his face flush, unsure of where to place his hands. "Calm down, Uchiha Obito. Don't make a fool of yourself." After a few moments, sensing the embrace loosening, Obito quickly steadied Iroquois by the shoulders, speaking in a hushed, nervous tone. What happened?" Iroquois glanced at Obito, unable to recount the events of the past few days, and simply shook his head, saying, "I missed you." Once a person has a filter, they tend to romanticize certain matters. Just as Obito's mind beautified Iroquois' words into "I missed you." Upon hearing this, Obito's heart nearly could not bear it. "I also." He stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. Iroquois' gaze fell upon Obito's right arm, which was stained with blood. The wound was long and clean, clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. Noticing Rin holding a bandage in her hand, Iroquois immediately understood the situation, his brow furrowing even tighter as he grasped Obito's hand resting on his shoulder. "How did you get hurt?" Obito smiled apologetically. "It's merely a small injury. Rin is currently attending to it." He was in such pain back then that he cried. At that moment, Kakashi approached. Obito shot him a glare. "Nonsense. I was startled by you. If I hadn't quickly pushed you away, one of your eyes would surely have been ruined." He expressed gratitude for Kakashi's help, stating, "I want to take up your time speaking with Naru." After saying this, Kakashi turned and walked away. Obito was left bewildered, staring at Kakashi's retreating figure, before turning back to see Naru carefully tending to his wounds. Having taken the bandages and ointment from Rin, Obito felt a sudden dryness in his throat, gazing at the person before him, at a loss for words. Simply staring in silence. The midday sun shifted with the gentle breeze, casting rays from the contours of Naru's face to the thick, snow-like locks of his hair. The clouds in the sky changed hues, mirroring his current emotions. Joy mingled with a certain melancholy. The joy stemmed from their reunion after several days apart, while the sorrow arose from the battlefield being their meeting place. Surviving the last explosion of the explosive tags was merely a stroke of luck. One careless move in the ensuing battle could cost them their lives. Thus, Obito wished for Naru to remain safe within the village. Yet, reality contradicted his desires. Nevertheless, he resolved to protect Naru diligently. Meanwhile, after bandaging Obito's wounds, Naru lifted his gaze, only to meet the intense, contemplative black eyes of Obito. There was a moment of pause, yet no questions were posed. Instead, Naru tenderly wiped the blood from the dirted half of Obito's face. Orochimaru, observing from a distance, felt a pang of discontent. Unlike his usual cold demeanor and feigned indifference towards others, he found this individual displaying kindness towards the Uchiha boy. However, recalling how this person had exposed his identity to warn him against meddling, Orochimaru averted his gaze. Typically, such encounters would evoke negative emotions. Yet Orochimaru inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was because the other party showed no intent to eliminate him, even engaging in a performance with him over the past few days. Perhaps their mutual entanglements played a role, for instance. The fact that the other seemed aware of his covert dealings with Danzo. If he were to reveal that identity, his own secrets might be exposed. Thus, an unspoken understanding maintained this peculiar state of peace. Of course, this was merely Orochimaru's conjecture. In reality, Naru had scarcely given Orochimaru a thought. He was currently engrossed in Obito's chatter, finding it amusing, unlike the irritating monologues of the now-deceased Kitahara, which he had no patience for. In an underground base, White Zetsu returned and reported all information to Madara. Upon learning that Naru had been schemed against by those from Konoha and had nearly been buried under a pile of rocks, Madara lifted his gaze slightly, his expression shifting from indifference to sharp intensity, loneliness to arrogance. He did not inquire further, to which White Zetsu responded, lowering his gaze to his own form. However, he did tell me to wear clothes when going out. After a brief moment of silence, Madara smiled. The smile appeared so suddenly and vanished so swiftly that White Zetsu and Vortex White Zetsu exchanged glances, questioning if they had imagined it. Madara had indeed smiled. Yet he was incapable of genuine laughter. Even walking and breathing felt laborious. At that moment, he found himself devoid of trustworthy companions. Perhaps there once were, but they had all faded away. After enduring until now, the individual who resurfaced seemed to not recognize him, remaining by the side of another child. A child he had included in the Eye of the Moon plan. What a coincidence! Yet, such coincidences could not last long. As he slept, Naru suddenly felt a heaviness in his heart, awakening to discover it was still dark outside. The central bonfire crackled as the night watch added more wood, its flames still dancing. He felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see Obito sleeping soundly against him. As time passed, the atmosphere grew tranquil. Suddenly, Obito stirred. Waking abruptly, rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced around, only to find Kakashi and the others still asleep, while the person beside him was nowhere to be seen. Whereas Naru had gone to relieve himself. After all, nature calls. Upon returning, he spotted Obito waving at him from behind a nearby tree. The darkness enveloped him, yet it could not conceal his radiant smile. Naru unconsciously took a couple of steps toward Obito, then seemingly realizing something, halted abruptly. What's wrong? Seeing him hesitate, Obito quickly approached him. Chapter 73. It seems I've been shown up. Naru asked, why did you follow me? I couldn't sleep, Obito replied, stepping closer and scratching his head awkwardly. Naru calmly inquired, shall we take a stroll nearby then? Sure. Thus, the two wandered aimlessly through the woods. Shortly after, they found themselves in a clearing with a wide river ahead. The water shimmered under the silvery mist of the moonlight, appearing almost transparent, with the delicate shadows of trees reflected clearly. Naru and Obito engaged in light conversation, unknowingly arriving at the riverbank. Naru turned to Obito, softly asking, do you remember the time you went into the river to catch fish for me? Obito paused for a few seconds, nodding repeatedly. I remember. Naru continued. Speaking of which, you were planning to confess to Rin that day. Did I? I've completely forgotten. How come you remember it better than I do? Obito scratched his head, laughing lightly. Naru observed Obito's expression and seized his right arm, proposing, how about a fish-catching contest now? Since neither of us can sleep. Obito replied. That might not be a good idea. The water looks like it has no fish. Naru teased, are you afraid? Obito pouted, shaking his head with a chuckle. Of course not. You go in first, I'll join you shortly. You can have the first turn. Upon hearing this, Naru raised an eyebrow and released his grip, then faced the river, slowly crouching down and seemingly preparing to roll up his pants. Well then, I won hold back. Seeing Naru expose his unguarded back, Obito suddenly furrowed his brows, narrowing his eyes as he took a step forward. Just then, Naru turned back. Obito's movements froze like stone as he instinctively asked, what's wrong? Noticing Obito's awkward expression, Naru remarked, why aren't you wearing your goggles? Obito, perplexed, blinked and replied, who wears those at night? I haven't worn them in ages. I can't see clearly without them. Is that so? With your eyes, I didn't realize you faced such troubles with visibility. Naru teased. Of course I do. Enough chatter. Hurry and get in the water. Otherwise, don't say I didn't let you. Hearing Tobi's urging, Uchiha Obito turned his head back, resuming his languid efforts to roll up the other pant leg. He then lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the mirror-like surface of the water. Reflected upon it was a figure drawing ever closer, seemingly unaware of his presence. The individual took a moment to steady their breath before swiftly retrieving a kunai from their waist pouch, raising it high towards the pale neck. The kunai's tip sliced through the air, producing a sound too faint to be heard, but before the gleaming blade could connect with the delicate nape, a hand, slightly warmer than usual, suddenly appeared, gripping the assailant's wrist tightly. Who are you? In the darkness, Tobi rushed in. his crimson Sharingan fixated intently on the individual who bore his likeness, instinctively retracting his hand. However, the imposter's reaction was swifter. He deftly broke free from Toby's grasp and lunged at him. Toby quickly blocked the attack, feeling a numbing pain radiate from his injured right arm. In that moment of relaxation, the Konoha, imbued with lethal intent, was almost upon him. In a perilous maneuver, he ducked, angered by the ruthlessness of his opponent. After a flurry of intense taijutsu exchanges, the false Toby was suddenly kicked away. Moments later, the fallen doppelganger staggered to his feet, his eyes reflecting not only coldness but also a flicker of rage. Obito. Toby anxiously turned to his companion, Uchiha Obito, who had been watching intently. Are you all right? Obito shook his head. He had long recognized that the Toby they faced was a counterfeit, thus he had remained vigilant. His intent to engage was simply to discern the motives of this interloper. The outcome, however, was yet another assassination attempt on his life. Could this be another ploy by Danzo's subordinates? As he pondered, Toby, filled with ire, confronted the imposter. You despicable wretch. Why assume my identity? Upon realizing that the suspicious figure had raised a kunai behind Obito, poised to strike, Toby's heart raced to his throat. The false Toby coldly retorted. To earn the trust of the target, one must impersonate their closest confidant. Only then will the target let down their guard. Don't you understand? Hearing this, Toby stood there, momentarily stunned, as the seething anger within him curiously subsided. Closest confidant? Well, I suppose you have an eye for your victims, he conceded, for indeed, he, Uchiha Obito, was the nearest person to Obito. However, Obito interrupted, pulling Toby back slightly, addressing the interloper with calmness. I'm sorry, but your performance is utterly lacking. There are flaws everywhere. Those words instantly shattered the facade of the false Toby. What did you say? He exclaimed, incredulous that his portrayal, seemingly flawless, had been so easily discerned. Obito maintained his serene tone. Not everyone can play the fool, even if you resemble him outwardly. You have completely missed the essence of this fool's character. Saying this, he patted Toby's shoulder. Toby was taken aback. Is that fool referring to me? Moreover, the imposter's right hand bore signs of injury. When I deliberately gripped your hand earlier, you exhibited no sign of pain. Furthermore, as a proud Uchiha, how could you claim to be unable to see clearly simply because you wore goggles? Thus, you failed to disguise yourself convincingly from the moment you waved to me. I recognized your true nature. The false Toby demanded. Why? Because you waved with your right hand, Obito clarified. Did I not mention? This boy's right hand is injured. How could a normal person use their affected limb? Moreover, your tone of voice felt entirely different, as Obito methodically exposed the imposter's shortcomings. The latter's countenance shifted through a myriad of expressions, more dismal than the bottom of a pot. Observing the two young boys standing side by side, the imposter felt inexplicably humiliated. How infuriating, his illustrious name tarnished by two mere children. Yet, what did it matter? Even if his masquerade had failed, he was not alone. What are you waiting for? The false Toby bellowed, and as if responding to his call, a towering wave of water erupted from the river, cascading down with unstoppable force. In an instant, the torrent engulfed the two shadows by the riverbank. Shortly thereafter, when Toby opened his eyes with great difficulty, he found himself surrounded by a chaotic expanse of water, with nothing else in sight. His heart raced. Where is Obito? As he anxiously searched, several shinobi from the hidden cloud village emerged, standing on the water and encircling him with cold, steely gazes. Do not concern yourself with that useless boy. Our ultimate target is, in fact, you, the Uchiha Scion. Come with us. Toby's gaze fixated on the group, and upon noticing one of them clutching a familiar white-eye mask, a sharp pain surged from his injured arm straight to his heart. Chapter 74, Defiance. Tick-tock, time passed. When Uchiha Obito awoke, he felt enveloped by a comforting warmth. Golden sunlight streamed onto his face, bright enough to dazzle. He slightly furrowed his brow, half closing his eyes, raising a hand to shield his exposed left eye from the light. After the spots danced in his grayish-white eyes for a prolonged moment, he gradually regained full consciousness. In an instant, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. Where's this? How did I end up here? Wasn't I with Toby, confronting those individuals? Obito, you've finally awoken. How do you feel? A familiar feminine voice suddenly chimed, followed by a fluffy tail playfully wrapping around his arm. Hanabi? Yes, it's me. Uchiha Obito inhaled deeply. What are you doing? Hanabi's tail froze mid-motion, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction at Obito's cool demeanor. What's wrong? After being out for so long, you're not excited to see your beloved little cat? Obito had no time for idle chatter. He directly inquired how she had summoned him here. Upon mentioning this, Hanabi's expression shifted to one of pride. Of course, it was I who summoned you. I learned this reverse summoning technique from our clan's elder after much effort. I intended to merely test it out, and lo and behold, I truly brought you here. Now, you find yourself in the territory of our Nikonin clan. Obito, perplexed, responded. How did this succeed? We never formed a contract. Hanabi cheerfully explained. Oh, our Nikonin clan doesn't require such trivial formalities. We merely need to comprehend the chakra attributes of the summoned individual. Obito fell silent for a few seconds, his brow furrowing. Hanabi, sensing his gaze, grew uneasy. Is something wrong? How do we leave here? As Obito surveyed the surroundings, he noted the environment resembled that of the cat elder's location, filled with various colored Nikonin. The plump cats approached, vying for Hanabi's attention. However, the elder, now preoccupied, had little interest in their affections, and he himself was not in the mood for petting cats. Why would I want to leave? The battle rages outside. It's far more peaceful and secure here. Obito couldn't be bothered to critique Hanabi's impractical thoughts. He spoke with an impassive expression. When you summoned me, I was under siege by the enemy alongside Obito. If anything happens to him, it will be your responsibility. What? Hikari's eyes widened, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. So, it turns out that he was concerned for that little brat's safety all along? She pouted. That's impossible. Isn't that little brat equipped with the Sharingan? He should be capable of handling a few adversaries, right? He can't always rely on your protection. He must learn to grow on his own. Upon hearing Hikari's sharp and lucid words, Kamishirosia was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. Hikari continued to chatter. Speaking of which, if I didn't know you were as wooden as a log when it comes to women, I might have thought that little brat was born from an affair between you and a woman from the Uchiha clan behind Madara's back. Kamishirosia, what on earth are you talking about? Observing his astonished demeanor, Hikari huffed and chose not to elaborate further. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and get me out of here. Kamishirosia stood up, brushing the dust off his legs. Alas, I have no choice. Hikari threw herself to the ground in despair, lamenting that she had attempted this jutsu too many times, and now her chakra was entirely depleted, insufficient for its execution. How long will it take? About 3 days. Perhaps due to her late awakening from exhaustion after yesterday's battle, Nohara Rin rose later than usual. When she finally came to, it was already somewhat late, and Kakashi's voice calling her felt heavy, almost urging her. Kakashi's expression bore an odd mix of emotions, tinged with anxiety. Rin, have you seen Obito and Seiya? Nohara Rin was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. They were supposed to be asleep, turning her head towards the trees nearby. She discovered the area was empty, devoid of any presence. Kakashi frowned. I haven't seen them since around 5 this morning. It's been nearly 2 hours since then. What could they be up to? Did they mention anything to you? No, they didn't. Still perplexed, Nohara Rin was oblivious to the growing unease in Kakashi's heart. I will go look for them. Nohara Rin hurriedly insisted on accompanying him. The two searched for quite some time. Kakashi, look at this. Nohara Rin quickly retrieved a mud-stained eye mask from the muck. Kakashi rushed over, confirming its ownership with disbelief evident in his eyes. He swiftly returned to report the news to Minato. Upon hearing that both Obito and Kamishirosia had gone missing, Minato was taken aback. Even Orochimaru, nearby, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. They are both outstanding children from our village. Your student, Minato, belongs to the Uchiha clan and possesses the invaluable Sharingan. As Orochimaru spoke, Minato's heart sank with an ominous premonition. Coupled with the recent fierce battle against the Cloud Village, which had concluded just days ago, their sudden silence was all the more suspicious. Obito, having been knocked unconscious, awoke to find his hands tightly bound with ropes, his eyes and mouth deliberately covered with cloth. At that moment, darkness enveloped him, leaving him unaware of his surroundings. Occasionally, he could hear the boisterous voices of his captors, indicating their presence. His numb and stiff mind began to churn, flashing fragmented images that stirred his emotions. Tisk, that little brat is causing a ruckus again. One of the Cloud Shinobi remarked impatiently, glancing at the wooden crate containing him. Another replied, it seems merely knocking him out isn't sufficient. We should sever his tendons to ensure he can't muster the strength to resist. I think it would be more efficient to just remove his eyes and take them back. Such words were clearly intended to intimidate him, and without orders from above, his captors dared not act. They seemed to be on the move, and Obito could feel the bumpy road beneath him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the jolting finally ceased, not at their destination, but rather for a brief respite. Just then, a familiar voice broke through his dazed thoughts. Obito's expression froze, and he quickly lifted his neck. The person outside seemed to confirm that there was someone within the crate and strained to open it. The moment sunlight flooded in, the light's brilliance pierced through the cloth covering his eyes. Don't be afraid, it's me. The newcomer, agile and nimble, jumped into the crate and swiftly removed the obscuring fabric. Chapter 75, Enough, let us escape. Just as he adjusted to the sunlight, Obito finally caught sight of the face before him. Seeing Kamishirosia unharmed filled him with immense joy. But the realization that the other had ventured into this perilous place to rescue him made him furrow his brow in concern. Shoo! Kamiya seemed to understand what he wanted to say and quietly interrupted. Follow me. In the next moment, all bindings were removed and Obito was pulled up. But his knees buckled, and he fell back down. Realizing he was hindering their escape at such a critical moment, Obito gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration. Those despicable bastards must have drugged me while I was unconscious. I have no strength in my limbs. Hearing this, Kamiya paused to think for a moment before crouching down and securely hoisting Obito onto his back. Where are those guys? Once on the ground, Obito surveyed the empty surroundings with confusion. I've managed to lead them away. There's no need to worry. Obito let out a couple of affirmations, feeling a sense of security wash over him, even dulling the pain from his unhealed wounds. With his mind eased, he began to converse more freely. "Sia, just how many spare eye masks do you carry?" "Why do you ask?" "Because when I was captured, I saw one of those guys holding your eye mask, and I thought you were in trouble." Though he didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear. "But you're still wearing an eye mask over your left eye, which makes me curious about where you keep them." Kamiya chuckled softly in response. "Guess." At his words, Obito was about to retort about Sia's newfound penchant for teasing, but suddenly felt something amiss. In that fleeting moment, an uncanny instinct washed over him. He shivered all over and turned, spotting several figures from the Cloud Village pursuing them in the distance. "Sia!" Obito exclaimed, unable to suppress his low warning. The person carrying him seemed unaware of the impending danger until the threatening shouts from behind reached him, prompting him to quicken his pace. They finally reached a dense thicket, where Sia swiftly leapt onto a tree, concealing them within the foliage. The pursuing Cloud Shinobi followed them into the woods, standing in the center and scanning their surroundings. "You little brats, stop hiding. I can see you." "Enough. No need to hide. Come out." They each called out, but the surroundings echoed with silence. How could they conceal themselves so effectively? The leader of the Cloud Shinobi clenched his fists, frowning. However, after listening intently for a few seconds, he turned and suddenly noticed something. On the other side, they paused against the trunk of a tree, with Obito holding his breath to shield his companion, Uchiha Shinjin, who was softly panting, oblivious to the leaf that fell beneath their feet. They remained in this tense stalemate for a moment when, suddenly, a chilling Tanto blade appeared between them, accompanied by a hand that forcefully gripped Obito's clothing. "You little brat, come here." The grip tightened abruptly, and at that moment, a cold hand intervened to obstruct them. "Return, Obito. You're courting death, brat." The Cloud Ninja, with half-closed eyes, clicked his tongue and reached out to shove the obstructive figure away. In Obito's view, he saw Shinjin being thrown back, his back colliding painfully against the tree, a grimace of agony on his face. Witnessing this, the Cloud Ninja sneered derisively. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Shinjin unexpectedly grasped the arrogant Cloud Ninja's hand and bit down fiercely. As the Cloud Ninja recoiled in pain, Shinjin took the chance to elbow him in the abdomen. Then, suppressing his own pain, he skillfully flipped off the tree and continued to flee with Obito in tow. "TCH." The Cloud Ninja cursed in frustration behind them. "Shinjin, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Just as he hoped to increase their speed, a shuriken, imbued with a frigid temperature, grazed the back of Shinjin's hand, causing him to flinch and Obito to slide off his back. They both tumbled to the ground. At that moment, as the shuriken embedded itself in the tree, several Cloud Ninjas swiftly approached, encircling the two once more. The wound throbbed with a fiery pain as Obito watched Shinjin clutching his bleeding hand, rising from the ground to engage in combat with their assailants, a scene that pierced Obito's heart deeply. He desperately attempted to stand and assist, but his body felt utterly drained, his chakra pathways seemingly obstructed as if stuffed with cotton. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Obito gritted his teeth, despite the excruciating pressure in his eyes. He resolutely activated his Sharingan. "Don't look at that brat's eyes." The warning echoed, and immediately, two Cloud Ninjas lunged from the front, flanking Obito from behind. He struggled to fend them off, but soon found himself pinned to the ground. "Damn it, I can't focus." He gazed upward, fixated on the figures still entangled in battle, his eyes aflame with anger and complex emotions. Finally, after a few seconds, he hoarsely cried out, "Enough, Shinjin. Don't get hurt for me anymore. Just run." Without a backward glance, he silently mouthed the words, trusting that Shinjin would understand his intent. He knew these foes aimed solely for him. If he could just buy Shinjin a chance to escape. His thoughts had barely formed when a muffled grunt reached his ears. Obito watched in horror as Shinjin was kicked away, his body arcing like a projectile before crashing to the ground beneath a tree. Simultaneously, a Cloud Ninja rushed forward. "Stop!" Obito's eyes widened, only to be struck down with force, his face violently pressed against the ground. Above him, a Cloud Ninja chuckled coldly. "What an annoying brat, just get rid of him." Almost as the words left his lips, the sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed sharply in the vicinity, and suddenly, silence enveloped him. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the rapid beating of his heart mingled with the howling wind, and consciousness faded into a peculiar haze, so blurred that he could neither hear nor see nor feel anything. Only a gruesome scene replayed endlessly in his mind, as if frozen in time. The wind picked up again, brushing against his cheek, leaving him with the sensation of something warm trickling down. No more struggling? The cloud ninja frowned, sensing the stillness beneath his feet. Has he fainted? A few moments later, he lifted his foot and forcefully yanked Obito from the ground. To his surprise, he locked eyes with the boy. Thankfully, those crimson Sharingan were vacant, devoid of life. Chapter 76, Loss and Departure. The transparent tears streaming from those eyes soaked the dirt on his face, rendering Obito's expression eerily vacant. The Cloud Ninjas were not concerned with the emotional state of a mere child. They only perceived that he had yet to recover from the death of his companion. Once he came to, that Sharingan would become a troublesome matter. Let us find a cloth to blindfold this brat. The effects of the drug within him were waning. And to prevent another outburst, it seemed more prudent to knock him out. Yes, they could also sever his tendons to prevent any chance of escape. While the Cloud Ninjas debated how to deal with Obito, his dazed eyes stirred, his tear-blurred vision slowly hardening to focus on a singular direction. He knew well what awaited him there, yet he could not resist the urge to look. The wind gently blew, soft and caressing, but within his line of sight. The vivid crimson streaks of blood cascading down the tree trunk were like blades, sharp and glaring. A few inches higher, a lifeless figure hung limply, impaled by a tanto. Blood saturating his chest and dripping to the ground, creating a pattern reminiscent of a strikingly vibrant spider lily. The wind stirred the white hair of the fallen, yet it elicited no response, as if life had entirely fled from him. In an instant, Obito's crimson eyes twitched slightly. His mind went blank. A significant void had emerged in his once fulfilling heart, as though he had lost something profoundly important. Almost simultaneously, the previously indistinct vision was suddenly assaulted by an agonizing pain akin to needles and flames, engulfing his sight in a terrifying shade of dark red. The next moment, something thicker than tears cascaded down his cold face. The air was laced with the metallic scent of blood. Kakashi followed the trail intently, brow furrowed, suppressing his unease as he pressed forward. 2 minutes later, sensing the scent of blood growing stronger, he instinctively dropped from the tree. Beneath his feet lay several corpses in grotesque disarray, 2 of which still had their eyes open, expressions twisted with fear and confusion, remnants of their last moments. Judging by their attire and headbands, Kakashi confirmed they were all ninjas from the hidden cloud village. The bodies still bore warmth, indicating they had died not long ago, and their killer likely hadn't strayed far. Kakashi's frown deepened. He was uncertain whether the next encounter would be friend or foe, nor could he ascertain the safety of Obito and Shinjin. Until he found either of them, or their remains, he would persist in his pursuit, continuing to survey his surroundings. Kakashi suddenly noticed drag marks on the ground, accompanied by droplets of blood. This must be it. Following this lead, Kakashi's figure vanished from sight. The wind held increasingly, and as he struggled to carry the weight of the lifeless body, Obito had lost all sense of direction. He beheld a chasm ahead, flanked by an elongated wooden bridge, beneath which turbulent waters surged wildly, reminiscent of crashing waves. Obito! Kakashi's urgent voice echoed from afar as he set foot upon the bridge. Soon, panting heavily, Kakashi arrived before them, his gaze meeting Obito's, and he was momentarily taken aback. Although Obito's Sharingan still blazed a vivid crimson, Kakashi noted that the pattern in his eyes had transformed from the simplistic double tomo to a more intricate design. Obito, you! Kakashi's voice wavered as he swept his gaze over the dried blood and tears on Obito's face. What on earth had transpired? Ah, Kakashi, Obito spoke, his voice hoarse, burdened by the torment of internal strife following an emotional outburst. Is Rin injured? Kakashi, filled with concern, reached out to support the figure on Obito's back, only to be struck by the chilling temperature of their skin. Obito seemed to offer no explanations. He stared down at the bridge and inquired. The way back to the village is this way, right? Kakashi fell silent, his gaze lingering on that pallid, lifeless face. Rin? He attempted to call out, but received no response, further solidifying the unease in his heart. Obito turned his face, watching as Kakashi, trembling, drew closer to the other person's nose, abruptly interrupting. I need to return to the village quickly to find that lady. He then took a step forward. Kakashi understood that Obito referred to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunin renowned for her medical prowess. Yet no matter how formidable she was, she could not bring back the dead. Obito's strength seemed to have reached its limit. His unsteady steps suggested he might topple off the bridge at any moment. Obito! The way to the village is not in this direction. Kakashi, unable to bear the sorrowful expression on Obito's face, firmly grasped his hand to halt him. In that instant, the person on Obito's back slipped, and Kakashi's heart jolted as he swiftly caught them, preventing them from crashing to the ground. Soon, he felt the warm blood and witnessed the horrific fatal wound upon their chest. Kakashi, Obito, startled by the sudden restraint, felt an involuntary surge of anger as he discovered the weight on his back had lightened. However, upon turning to see Kakashi had caught the person, Obito immediately cast aside his ire. Rin, hearing Obito's cry, Kakashi murmured, "You lack the strength. Let me take over." Obito's outstretched arms stiffened, yet he nodded in acquiescence. "We must hurry," Kakashi affirmed. "We will swiftly return to Lord Minato." Obito seized upon the key phrase, feeling something amiss. "What do you mean? Return to Lord Minato?" "We must head back to the village." Obito, Kakashi felt compelled to articulate something, yet it felt too cruel. He could only say, "Your thoughts are entirely disordered. Do not run off any longer." This statement seemed to snap something within Obito's mind. Before Kakashi could finish, Obito's gaze hardened, and he grasped Kakashi's collar. "What are you saying, Kakashi? I told you to bring Rin back to the village. Returning to the village serves no purpose. She will not awaken again. You understand? Rin is dead." The harsh truth, one he had been reluctant to acknowledge, echoed painfully as it left Kakashi's lips. Obito stood frozen for several seconds, his heart numbing in tandem. It was only when he lifted his gaze to meet Kakashi's sorrowful eyes that he felt as if a part of his heart had been brutally wrenched away. A persistent emptiness began to seep into his mind. As the effects of the medication waned, his body, which should have regained strength and sensation, gradually stiffened. Unable to contain himself any longer, Obito half-kneeled on the ground, blood-soaked hands covering his eyes as he gasped for breath. At that moment, a dangerous aura emanated from the other side of the bridge. Chapter 77, Living Up to Expectations. Obito. Noticing the shift in Obito's demeanor, Kakashi felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he kept his composure, striving to form the hand seals for a shadow clone to assist. At that instant, he acutely sensed the murderous intent in the air. Oh, it's a leaf ninja. The insignia on their attire marked them as members of the Uchiha clan. Caution was imperative. Kakashi's fists clenched involuntarily as he observed 7 or 8 cloud ninjas surrounding them. These scoundrels truly were relentless. Hearing the commotion, Obito, drenched in cold sweat, lifted his eyes, his gaze landing on the attire and forehead protectors of those intruders, causing his eyes to twitch. It was these very individuals. Had they not sought to exploit his eyes, Rin would not have perished. Had he not been so weak, Rin might still. In an instant, self-reproach and guilt, sorrow and rage eclipsed his expression. Clenching his fists tightly, Obito unsteadily rose to his feet. "Kakashi, take Rin and go." Kakashi's heart raced. He discerned the resoluteness in Obito's voice and swiftly grasped his arm. "Don't say that, Obito. Lord Minato and the others are searching for you. If we endure, we will soon be saved." "No, Kakashi." Obito pushed his hand away, speaking softly. "My body has reached its limit. I cannot go far. Rest assured, I will not allow outsiders to claim my eyes. Before their scheme comes to fruition, I will destroy them." "Obito," Kakashi implored, but Obito offered no further response. He turned away, casting a final glance at the lifeless body Kakashi cradled. In the end, I couldn't say anything. Though he had finally come to understand his own feelings, he was left unable to confess to that person. How foolish he had been, always boasting. "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. But Rin, do not fear. We shall meet again in another place soon." As the conflict escalated, Obito confronted several cloud ninjas, the peculiar pattern of his Sharingan instilling dread within them. Understanding that the key to countering the Sharingan was to avoid eye contact, the cloud ninjas averted their gazes. Nonetheless, in the next moment, one of their companions' arms was inexplicably severed. As the screams erupted, Obito's heart raced, nearly causing him to falter. It should have been that person's neck that snapped. But it mattered not. There was still an opportunity. He continued to employ his newfound ocular power, focusing his gaze from a distance on the cloud ninjas. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a vortex of transparent energy swirled around the neck of another cloud ninja he had targeted. In that moment, driven by instinct, he had killed those responsible for Rin's death in such a manner. He had also cast a painful illusion upon them, tormenting them for an extended period. Yet, his dwindling stamina and chakra left no room for additional techniques. Speaking of Kakashi, was he managing to escape with Rin's body? Damn, that little brat made a move. Get out of the way. A tumultuous chaos ensued. Shortly thereafter, an explosion resonated through the air, shaking the entire chasm as if it would fracture further. The wooden bridge was obliterated. The acrid scent of charred debris filled the air. As Kakashi beheld the scene before him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before he could even react, the two surviving cloud ninjas gasped for breath nearby, their predicament evident. That fool truly was reckless. Beneath the bridge, we had meticulously laid numerous explosive tags, initially intended to thwart the pursuing team from Konoha, yet unexpectedly, it was he who inadvertently triggered the mechanism, igniting the explosion. Surely, their remains will be scattered beyond recognition now. Almost simultaneously with their words, the ground beneath them, near the canyon, began to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Sensing the imminent danger, Kakashi had no time to lose. He swiftly scooped up the lifeless body in his arms, attempting to evade the catastrophe. However, the two cloud ninjas, eyeing him hungrily, would not permit such an escape, immediately hurling a flurry of shuriken towards him. One struck his arm, the pain causing Kakashi to involuntarily loosen his grip for a fleeting moment. In that brief interval, the weight of the body he held succumbed to gravity, plummeting alongside the rocks and mud cascading into the river below. Kakashi's heart sank in horror as he resolutely abandoned the chance to flee the approaching peril, stretching out his hand desperately towards the person slipping further away from him. But it was too late, and he himself was about to tumble down as well. Kakashi. At that critical moment, Minato arrived just in time, swiftly pulling Kakashi to safety. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi's eyes widened in despair as he helplessly watched that figure vanish into the raging river, his expression profoundly vacant. When he regained consciousness, Obito faintly perceived a voice murmuring incessantly in his ear, a persistent distraction. Simultaneously, he felt a softness beneath him, akin to a bed. Perhaps due to lying for an extended period, his body was beginning to feel numb. Yet, his vision remained obscured, his pained eyes swathed in some fabric, reminiscent of the time he had been blindfolded by the nefarious inhabitants of the Cloud Village. Suddenly, Obito sat up with a start, a sharp pain shooting through his back as his senses gradually began to return. This heightened awareness revealed that his right side was not only empty, but also excruciatingly painful. Where am I? Am I dead? Ouch, it hurts. A cold sweat broke out as he muttered to himself. Just then, an unexpected male voice interjected. The fact that you can still feel pain indicates you are alive. Startled by the presence of another, Obito turned in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing. Who are you? The stranger did not respond directly. Instead, a peculiar sound followed, reminiscent of a scythe dragging across the ground. What an odd individual, Obito mused, tentatively inquiring. Did you save me? Those questions can wait until you recover. Before long, silence enveloped him, the mysterious figure seemingly departing. In the following 2 days, the bandages obscuring his eyes were removed by two pale figures. Gradually adjusting to the dim light, Obito soon beheld a silhouette before him. The figure stood silently, with age-worn white hair concealing one eye, yet the other eye revealed unmistakable features. It was the Sharingan. Who are you? I am the specter of the Uchiha Madara. After meeting Obito's gaze, Madara returned to his perch beside the outer path statue. His countenance was devoid of expression, cold and detached. To his astonishment, under his meticulous machinations, the boy had transitioned from the double tomo to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly, he did not disappoint. It was not in vain that he had instructed White Zetsu to impersonate that individual, seeking to provoke the child to stimulate his awakening. Though an illusionary activation, the goal had been achieved. The next step would be to secure the child's acceptance of his grand design, rendering everything perfect. Additionally, he needed to ensure that Carrie delayed matters further, preventing any disruption to his carefully crafted plans. Chapter 78. What mischief have you done? The window of the cat house stood ajar, a gentle breeze wafting in, tooling the hair of Uchiha Nariyuki. As if sensing something, he touched his forehead, frowning at Carrie, who lounged lazily in the sun. It had already been 3 days. Has your chakra recovered? Soon. This phrase had become the 8th repetition Narihiko had heard since he first inquired, as Carrie had been persistently deflecting him with it. Ever since being summoned to this cursed place, he had been subjected to a diet of nothing but fish and forced to sleep in a cat house. Despite his youthful appearance, he was still larger than a cat, crammed into the small space, feeling as though his mind was about to wither away. Just how soon is soon? Upon hearing the question, Carrie furrowed his brow, glaring at him. What are you in such a hurry for? You've only been gone for a few days. Do you really think the outside world will undergo cataclysmic changes? Stop worrying so much. Look at you. Your hair is turning white from stress. Uchiha Nariyuki. This cat appears to have lost its senses, unable to discern whether his hair color is natural or acquired. Fortunately, he remained vigilant, always attuned to the summoning's activation. Given that he had not yet been summoned to Obito's side, it suggested that Obito was presumably out of immediate danger. Surely, he had managed to escape from those villains. Hadn't he? As Uchiha Nariyuki fell silent, Carrie's emerald eyes discreetly darted towards his profile, revealing a complex array of emotions tinged with guilt. After a moment of stillness, as if having made a profound decision, Carrie spoke. Narihiko, I have a question for you. What is it? You can ask. Uchiha Nariyuki turned his gaze. Carrie hesitated. Aren't you supposed to be the one who listens? Why are you so impatient with me? Because it's personal. Upon hearing this, Carrie felt a pang of bitterness. Of course, he wasn't the little brat, was he? Are you going to say anything or not? Uchiha Nariyuki prompted. I want to say something. But if I say it, you won't get angry, will you? Uchiha Nariyuki's expression darkened at once as he regarded Carrie, who appeared rather peculiar. If you don't speak, I will become quite angry. At this, Carrie's body trembled, and without a second thought, he turned away. Then perhaps I won't say anything. Uchiha Nariyuki, generally of a mild temperament, took a deep breath, perplexed by Carrie's erratic behavior. Have you done something wrong that you're afraid I'll discover? What? No way. Carrie sprang up, but in his instinctive rebuttal, he suddenly realized there was indeed something he feared being found out. Consequently, his expression froze. Uchiha Nariyuki glanced down, noticing an odd glimmer of evasion in Carrie's eyes. His own widened in surprise. No way, you really have, haven't you? No, absolutely not. Carrie vehemently shook his head. Actually, I just wanted to ask you, what if one day I did something to upset you, what would you do? And remember, it's just a hypothetical. Uchiha Nariyuki furrowed his brow, squinting slightly. Typically, those who ask such questions have already committed the act, similar to a man who, after cheating, feigns innocence by asking his unsuspecting wife if she would forgive him. In an instant, his gaze sharpened. You did it, didn't you? A pressure unlike any other bore down upon Carrie, who felt utterly dwarfed by the intensity of Nariyuki's scrutiny. It was no wonder he had brought up such a matter, inciting Nariyuki's suspicions. However, Lord Madara had assured it that he would not take the life of that little rascal Obito, and that he would even assist Obito in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Weighing the pros and cons, it agreed to come here to stall for Sia. At that moment, filled with confusion, it had even asked Lord Madara why he was so wary of Sia taking such actions, to which Lord Madara had remained utterly silent. How frustrating. Why couldn't these two simply articulate their thoughts clearly? It was quite burdensome to be caught in the middle. That was how things transpired. Without waiting for Hikari to explain anything, Sia stood up abruptly, producing a loud rustle. Hikari continued to lower its head, only slightly closing one eye and turning its face away when the fabric of the person in front brushed against its cheek. Trust Lord Madara, Sia. Sia took a few steps out of the cramped cat house and coldly stated, I cannot trust. Why not? Hikari could not accept such reasoning and hurriedly replied. You and Lord Madara used to be inseparable, even ignoring all those attempts by Hashirama to reach out to you. What has changed now? You know nothing, and I cannot explain it to you. Upon hearing this, Hikari's eyes revealed incredulity, not due to surprise, but rather a deep-seated anger. The person before it continued to loom over, commanding, take me out. With wide eyes, Hikari stood there for 2 seconds, adopting an attitude of defiance. Not taking you out. Are you truly refusing? Sia's voice remained calm, akin to the eerie stillness before a storm. Stubbornly, it held its neck high, repeating the same words, not taking you out. Unless you before it could finish the sentence, it suddenly witnessed Sia vanish into thin air right before its eyes. In this underground base, every corner was shadowy and dim. Without sunlight, Obito had lost track of how long he had been there. His right arm had been destroyed in an explosion, and his eyes suffered severe injuries. Meanwhile, that ancestor of his, inexplicably alive to this day, Madara, claimed he had been swept away by a river, fortunate not to have drowned. Grateful for his rescue, Obito thanked Madara, who urged him not to rush into gratitude, then rambled on about a myriad of things that Obito could hardly comprehend. Once the old man got going, he couldn't stop. By the end, Obito felt numb, retaining none of it. He only recalled Madara asking him if he wished to see that person again, if he wanted to sever the ties of this world as causality, to create a realm where only victors, peace, and love existed. Instinctively, he felt Madara was speaking nonsense. Yet a shadow of a figure pinned to a tree emerged in his mind, suddenly filling him with a profound sorrow. His still functioning left hand fiercely gripped his clothing for an extended period, yet it too began to tremble uncontrollably. The regret of failing to protect someone broke free from the emotional numbness that had engulfed him due to his suffering. Subsequently, the sorrow, having regained strength, coiled around his mind, heart, nerves, and every organ of his body like a venomous serpent, mercilessly tightening in the next moment. He was in agony. The more he struggled, the more tightly he was ensnared, gasping for breath. He released his grip, standing there in a daze. Madara did not hasten to demand an answer from him, but instructed him to focus on healing. Upon hearing this, Obito coughed twice, and then a wild thought surged through his mind. Chapter 79, A Suffocating Dilemma. He wanted to return? Yes, Lord Madara, White Zetsu replied. Vortex White Zetsu immediately spread his hands and added, Obito said there's a battle outside, and more importantly, there are his comrades, friends, and someone he cares for. He even said that even if the one he loves ends up as a cold corpse or a silent gravestone, he would stay by their side without fail. After hearing this, Madara maintained his indifferent expression. Yet, he had gleaned a piece of crucial information. Indeed, Obito had developed feelings for that individual. However, entangling himself with that person would yield nothing but deception. Vortex White Zetsu continued to critique Obito's troubles, but White Zetsu seemed to sense something amiss. Raising his head to gaze at the pitch-black ceiling, someone else has fallen victim to my spore technique. Moments later, hello. As the expanding spores blossomed, White Zetsu, accustomed to greeting this way, was suddenly seized by a hand that felt somewhat cold, constricting his throat. White Zetsu blinked at the figure before him, whose heterochromatic eyes fixed intently upon him. The master's voice and expression equally frigid. Take me to see Madara. Seiya's attitude left no room for doubt. Yet, Hello Brother appeared not to comprehend his words, staring blankly with a tilted head. This only caused Seiya to frown deeper in anger, exerting more force. White Zetsu's neck was nearly crushed, but Hello Brother seemed oblivious to the pain, remaining motionless. For White Zetsu only obeyed Madara's orders, and heeded only Madara's words. Oh, you've come. Just as the standoff continued, Vortex White Zetsu materialized out of nowhere behind Seiya, grasping his other hand, utterly incredulous. Let him go. I'll take you to see Lord Madara. As it turned out, the somewhat comical Vortex White Zetsu had no intention of deceiving him. The next second, upon seeing Seiya release White Zetsu, Vortex White Zetsu immediately enveloped him in an outer garment. Seiya paid no heed to how it felt to be covered by this thing, as he was racing through thoughts in his mind on how to persuade Madara when he saw him, so he could take Obito away. Never mind, too lazy to think. I'll just seize it directly. Even if a fight breaks out, it doesn't matter. Host, calm down. The long silent system suddenly spoke in his mind. And upon its appearance, Seiya knew it had nothing good to say. I am calm. No, what I mean is, it's fine to let Obito stay here. He won't die. That is merely temporary. Host, please do not focus all your attention on him. There are many tragedies in this world that still need you. Taking him away does not conflict with those matters. Seeing him so resolute, the system grew anxious, scratching its head, and after a while, it could only drop a heavy bombshell. Madara is on the list. What? He is on the list for difficult resolutions and rescues. Lord Madara, I've brought him. Vortex White Zetsu peeled away its outer layer, revealing a white head. Seiya was still in shock from the system's words, thus caught off guard as he stood exposed before Madara. The unusual heterochromatic eyes met the gaze of the Sharingan just inches away, and for a moment, they both stood frozen, neither willing to speak first. Madara stared at the almost unchanged face, and after a few seconds, his indifferent yet aloof voice broke the silence. You've come to find me? Since you're here, it means Hikari's mission has failed. I heard it mentioned that you wanted to talk to me. What is it you wish to discuss? Although Madara's tone was light and airy, his gaze was not inquiring, but rather demanding. For some inexplicable reason, Seiya felt an air of resentment emanating from Madara, one that seemed vaguely directed at him. This left him perplexed. Additionally, he recalled Hikari mentioning that he and Madara used to be inseparable, having a very close relationship. Now, it seemed to have turned into something else entirely. Wouldn't it be a shame if they had fallen out? Uncertain of Madara's current perception of him, Seiya took a deep breath, attempting to remain calm and speak less. Ban observed his quiet demeanor with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Unfortunately, I lack the energy to listen to your words. Was it not you who initiated the inquiry? Beneath the dim light, Ben offered no further commentary. Uchiha Nariyuki, who had come seeking someone, felt his earlier anger quelled by the system's words, and now, upon scrutinizing Ban's apparent disinterest in conversing, he found the situation quite troublesome. Truly, being of the Uchiha lineage, Ban's haughty demeanor was challenging to navigate, especially when compared to the straightforwardness of that fool, Obito. Thus, setting aside all else, he inquired with certainty, Obito is with you, is he not? Ban's gaze flicked towards him, acknowledging, indeed, I saved him. The lightness of those few words belied the convoluted journey that lay beneath them, a complexity that Uchiha Nariyuki could hardly fathom. At this moment, it seemed futile to direct his ire towards Ban for having allowed White Zetsu to impersonate him and exploit his bond with Obito, forcibly unlocking Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, his own thoughts were in disarray. Initially, his plan had been to take Obito away and send Ban off, thereby thwarting Kuro Zetsu's millennia-long scheme. Yet now the system insisted that Ban must survive. Was this not akin to that insufferable Demon King's earlier edict against his departure? It was utterly suffocating. Within this brief span of time, Uchiha Nariyuki's expression shifted as a whirlwind of emotions coursed through him. Ban, observing him, concluded that he was likely plotting how to extricate that young man from Ban's grasp. After a silence, at last, Ban heard Uchiha Nariyuki speak. I wish to see him. The tone was not one of demand or command, but rather a proposal of sorts. Ban's expression, previously taut in the shadows, relaxed slightly, yet his tone remained icy and unwelcoming. What purpose do you have in seeing him? You are dead in his memory. Furthermore, in what guise do you intend to meet him? As the person he knew from our time together, or as the individual you were with him? And after seeing him, how do you plan to explain yourself? Uchiha Nariyuki faltered at this, momentarily rendered speechless. Ban, after a brief pause, continued, do not meddle in the affairs of our clan. You are fully aware that you cannot alter anything. This statement struck Uchiha Nariyuki like a heavy stone, leaving him bewildered and igniting a deep curiosity about the past, along with a simmering frustration. It was mealtime once again. Here, have a bun, exclaimed Vortex White Zetsu, offering a steamed bun. Noticing that Obito had not reached for it for quite some time, he tilted his head in confusion. Is it not to your liking? It appears quite appetizing. Leaning against the headboard, Obito replied morosely, no, I simply do not feel like eating. That simply will not do. Lord Ban has entrusted us with your care. If you do not eat, you may starve. You are not as high-ranking as we are, Vortex White Zetsu insisted animatedly. We neither require food nor even need to relieve ourselves. Obito grimaced at the thought. Just then, White Zetsu unexpectedly entered the secret chamber with another person. Chapter 80, No Sit UPS. This is the doctor. Upon hearing White Zetsu's succinct introduction, Obito, who had been listening to Vortex White Zetsu discuss the cycle of life, lifted his eyes in surprise. In just a few days, this was the fourth person he had encountered here. The newcomer wore a long black robe and a white mask, obscuring his features, yet the white hair momentarily captivated Obito's attention. It was the same color as Nariyuki's, but this individual appeared significantly older and was much taller. Have you not eaten yet? The stranger inquired, his calm tone evoking a sense of familiarity in Obito. He scrutinized the newcomer closely. However, the intense pain in his body swiftly diverted his attention, and the irritation around his eyes caused his vision to blur. By the time he regained clarity, the individual had approached him, reaching out to gently touch his hair. Whatever this person did, with that touch, all the pain dissipated in an instant. Following this, as if completing a preliminary task, the stranger grasped his bandaged left hand, revealing a faint bruise beneath the bandage. He pulled back Obito's sleeve, and a peculiar luminescence emanated from his palm as he began to treat him. So natural and skilled, he truly was a doctor. White Zetsu and Vortex White Zetsu stood watch, although it felt more like they were surveilling the masked figure for any unexpected actions. Yet the stranger remained quietly focused on treating Obito, speaking little throughout the process. Minutes later, having completed his task, the doctor patted Obito's shoulder, saying, all done. Now, you should eat well. Eagerly, Vortex White Zetsu promptly presented the bun again. What nourishment can this possibly provide? Before long, the bun was intercepted by the masked, white-haired man. Vortex White Zetsu appeared sheepish, explaining that this was the only food available in their base. The masked man clicked his tongue, uttering, just wait, before swiftly exiting the chamber. Witnessing this scene, Obito remained silent, his mood having sunk to such depths that he found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain why Ban had sought such a formidable doctor for him. Had he not already expressed a desire to return? Why was he being kept here? Even if it was to repay the debt of life saved, that could be addressed later. In any case, he could not linger in this place. He yearned to return to Kakashi, to Rin, to Minato-sensei, and, above all, to Nariyuki. Even if it was merely to lay a bouquet at his monument and convey the unspoken words he had longed to express. Do you wish to see those who are important to you once more? This was Ban's query to him. And though a fleeting impulse to respond affirmatively surged within him, upon reflection, he deemed it impractical. Surely that old man had lost his senses? Ah, you. Yes, you. There is still plenty of time. Yet if you continue to refuse meals, you will weaken to the point of death. How can we explain that to Lord Ban? Vortex White Zetsu suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Obito glared at the bun being offered again, responding curtly, I really do not wish to eat. No, you absolutely must eat. Vortex White Zetsu insisted, one hand on his shoulder while the other forced the bun towards his mouth. Obito, feeling uncomfortable and slightly angry, stubbornly raised a hand to block it, only to inadvertently push the bun to the floor. Ah, what a waste of food. Obito, uninterested in the commotion caused by Vortex White Zetsu, closed his eyes and lay back down. Yet upon reconsideration, he found some merit in the argument. In his current state, even the slightest movement was a strain. If he continued to neglect his health, the path back would become even more elusive. After a few moments, he sat up once more. Under these circumstances, perhaps I should avoid sit-ups. Suddenly, he heard another voice, instinctively turning to look. The departing masked man was now re-entering, carrying a tray laden with food, shrimp, meat, and rice, far superior to the meager bun. Had he just stepped out to prepare a meal? The speed of his return was astonishing. Obito, were you also sent by Ban to monitor me? I have no interest in surveillance. I am merely here to attend to your injuries. The other party thoughtfully placed the tray within his reach before turning away, cautioning him, you opened your eyes too soon. If there is nothing urgent, refrain from indulging in reckless thoughts, and avoid any unnecessary movements, lest you exacerbate your physical burdens. Hearing that the other party was aware of his awakening sent a jolt through Obito's heart, leading him to speculate. Are you, like Madara, also a member of the Uchiha clan? The masked man with white hair shook his head, replying, do not waste your energy on such conjectures. You need not know who I am. What is paramount is that you understand what you wish to accomplish. With that, he exited the secret chamber, leaving Obito in a tumult of confusion. Lost in thought, he turned his gaze to the food, the enticing aroma resonating with memories of someone he once knew. This revelation surprised him. He wondered if the taste would be the same. As he took a bite, he was disheartened to find that it was not. How could it possibly be identical? After all, people are inherently different. Outside the secret chamber, in a hidden corner, Yamato removed his mask to breathe freely. To prevent Obito from noticing any discrepancies, he had deliberately reduced the amount of seasoning in the dishes. The need for such concealment was not without justification. As Madara had stated, he could not explain himself to Obito, nor did he know how to face him. Thus, he adopted the guise of a stranger once more. Once Obito's condition stabilized, he had his own matters to attend to. Lost in thought, he noticed the following figure of Tobi, and with renewed vigor, he beckoned him to assist. Tobi, come with me. Protested Tobi, flailing his arms in a desperate plea for help, yet he received no intervention from Madara. On the contrary, this scene etched itself deeply into Madara's memory, suddenly recalling how, in his youth, he had once walked shoulder to shoulder with that person, even developing a closer bond thereafter. Yet now, they were shrouded in mutual misunderstanding. He could not comprehend why this individual had once betrayed him, nor did he grasp who this person truly was, or the stance they now occupied. Just as this person could not fathom Madara's current actions. However, such matters were of little significance now. He had cast aside the pursuit of those truths, fixated solely on the realization of his own plans. Strangely enough, this person had arrived with a fierce demeanor, only to suddenly calm, even choosing to remain here voluntarily. Would he prefer to remain in disguise rather than confess? It seemed that the child bore little weight in this individual's heart, just as he once did. Such is the disheartening reality.